Chapter 608, Audience with Ferris. Ferris Manus nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the two delegations. Your arrival brings me satisfaction. The resilience of the Imperial Fists and the courage of the Blood Angels are both precious assets to the Imperium. In this dark era, the loyalty of every warrior is paramount. Her response was steady and concise, carefully worded to acknowledge both chapters while maintaining the dignity befitting a Primarch. The subsequent discussions proceeded in a delicate balance. Captain Garro used tactical discussions as an entry point, skillfully referencing the historical joint operations of the Iron Hands and Imperial Fists during the Great Crusade. My lady, Captain Garro asked, his voice maintaining a steady, objective tone, during the Great Crusade, our legions often operated in conjunction, overcoming many seemingly insurmountable fortifications together. Looking back at those campaigns, do you believe that mode of coordinated operation is still applicable in today's battlefield environment? Simultaneously, the power armor sensors of the Imperial Fists delegation were operating at full power, silently collecting various physiological data from the Primarch, voice patterns, body posture, basic readings of energy signatures, and the unique fluctuations emanating from her anomalous arm. All data was transmitted in real time to the fleet in orbit, to be compared one by one with the fragmented historical records of Ferris Manus preserved in the deepest archives of the Imperial Fists chapter. Mephisto, meanwhile, participated in the conversation from another angle. As the chief librarian, he possessed a deeper understanding of supernatural phenomena. My lady, he interjected during a lull in the tactical discussion, his voice carrying the unique resonance of a psyker, you have traversed realms beyond mortal comprehension. Has this altered your perception of the warp? Are the prophecies of return recorded in ancient texts in any way related to your experiences? His questions not only demonstrated the librarian's professionalism but also hinted at an inquiry into the nature of return. The Blood Angels representatives listened intently, their postures showing particular interest in this question. Ferris responded with composure, her answers precise and consistent with her usual style. She analyzed in detail the joint operations experience with the Imperial Fists during the Great Crusade, discussed the differences and complementarities between Dorne's defensive philosophy and her own emphasis on assault and self-reliance, and also commented on Sanguinius's tactical legacy and its impact on Imperial aerial tactics. In each answer, she demonstrated Primarch-level strategic foresight and a deep understanding of the characteristics of each chapter. Dorne's path of defense has its wisdom, she commented, her liquid metal arm moving slightly, but sometimes, the strongest defense is a precise and powerful strike. And the aerial assault tactics left by Sanguinius, in many ways, complement the shortcomings of our respective tactical systems. However, as the discussion progressed, tension gradually accumulated. The cautious skepticism of the Imperial Fists representatives contrasted sharply with the eager longing of the Sanguinius's sons. Marshal Veal occasionally exchanged subtle hand signals with Captain Garro, indicating that they were continuously assessing the situation. On the Blood Angels' side, the warriors frequently showed expressions of anticipation, their gazes constantly focused on Ferris. When the discussion reached a certain point, Mephisto could barely suppress the core question that had driven him there. After briefly reporting on the recent brutal battles in the Baal sector and the continuous pressure faced by the Blood Angels and their successor chapters, he changed tack, stepping forward, his posture filled with the urgency characteristic of a psyker. My lady, his tone became unusually urgent, even carrying a hint of plea, your return compels us to ask. If the Emperor's mighty power can bring you back from dormancy, then is it possible for our father, Sanguinius, to also return? Will the Angel's treasure finally rekindle? His eyes were fixed on Ferris, searching for any sign of affirmation from the supernatural realm. You have traversed realms beyond mortal comprehension, have you ever sensed his presence? Is there any revelation indicating that he too awaits the path of return? This question elicited a subtle reaction in the hall. The Imperial Fists representatives remained silent, but their postures indicated that this was a question for which they also needed an answer. Marshal Veal nodded slightly, implying that this was also a concern of the Black Templars. Dorne's sons also yearned to understand the significance of this extraordinary event, though their expression was more rational and restrained. Captain Garro continued the topic, his tone more pragmatic. Ferris, your return contradicts all known prophecies. Our archives are meticulously documented, all credible records assert that you were confirmed fallen 10 millennia ago during the Istvan V massacre. His voice was as sharp as adamantium. We need to understand the significance of this event for the future of the Imperium, and its impact on the established trajectory of destiny. Authenticity must be thoroughly established, not merely by comparing genetic imprints or dusty memories, but by verifying the essence of her existence, her will, and whether it is absolutely consistent with the pure objectives of the Imperium. The air in the hall seemed to solidify. All representatives focused their attention on Ferris Manus, awaiting her response. The Imperial Fists needed logical and evidential confirmation, the Sanguinius's sons yearned for hopeful and faithful affirmation, while the Iron Hands sought to uphold the Primarch's authority and dignity. This complex dynamic created a palpable tension in the reception hall. Ferris Manus's gaze swept across the room, her posture still steady, but a complex expression flickered in her eyes. She was keenly aware that the answer she was about to give would simultaneously face the rational scrutiny of Dorne's sons and the emotional anticipation of Sanguinius's sons. In this cold reception hall, representatives of the three first founding chapters collectively awaited this response that could change the fate of the Imperium. She first looked at Captain Garro and Marshal Veal, her voice steady and firm. Sons of Dorne, your prudence is wise. In this age of deception, doubt is one of our most reliable weapons. My return indeed defies all predictions, but this is precisely the unfathomable nature of the Emperor's will. His plan is far beyond our full comprehension. Her gaze then turned to Mephisto and the Blood Angels delegation, her tone imbued with a deeper understanding. Sanguinius's sons, I deeply understand your longing for your gene father. But I must be frank, the mysteries of the realm of death are not something mortals or even primarchs can fully fathom. My experience in that realm is fragmented and incomplete. Ferris paused, letting the weight of her words fully settle. What I know is that the Emperor's will operates in ways we cannot predict. My return may be a sign that change is happening, but the specific form and timing remain hidden in the mists of destiny. Her liquid metal arm lifted slightly, as if emphasizing this point. What we should focus on now is not what might have happened in the past, but what we can achieve together in the future. The Imperium needs the loyalty and courage of every warrior, and the unique strength and traditions of every chapter. This answer neither fully satisfied the Imperial Fist's craving for conclusive evidence nor gave the Sanguinius's sons the clear hope they desired, but it provided a pragmatic direction forward. The tension in the reception hall eased slightly, replaced by a thoughtful silence. Representatives of both chapters were digesting Ferris's words, weighing their meanings and implications. This historic meeting, while not answering all questions, laid the groundwork for future cooperation between the three first founding chapters. In this dark hour, as the Imperium faces unprecedented threats, such cooperation may be the beacon of hope humanity needs most. Chapter 609, The Possibility of Other Primarches. The representatives of the Imperial Fists and the Blood Angels departed the cold, solemn reception hall of Kalata Fortress. Medusa's characteristic metallic, shard-laden cold wind, seeping through tiny gaps in the force field barriers of the ancient corridors, continuously emitted a low moan, like the whispers of ancient specters, or the eternal breath of this Iron Mother world. The two representatives, Captain Tor Garadin of the Imperial Fists and Chief Librarian Mephisto of the Blood Angels, walked silently down the corridor made of heavy adamantium and rock, the heavy footsteps of their power armor echoing in the empty space. The questions in their chests had not dissipated with Gene Seed Primarch Ferris Manus's majestic yet somewhat vague response. Instead, like giant stones thrown into a still lake, they stirred up even more complex and profound ripples in their hearts. It was an emotion intertwined with fervent hope and deep unease, a bewilderment at the subversion of established knowledge, and a complex state of mind that was both expectant and worried about the future of the Imperium. Driven by these unquenchable emotions, they did not return directly to their ships orbiting above. Instead, guided by an Iron Hands officer, they found Inquisitor Chen Xi, who had always accompanied the Primarch like a shadow in a heavily guarded area on the fortress's flank. Chen Xi's temporary office was less a room and more a highly functional strategic node. It was far from the grandeur and symbolic glory of the main reception hall, embedded deeper within the fortress's mountain-like body, appearing secretive and efficient. The air circulation system emitted a nearly silent, low-frequency hum, filtering Medusa's already thin and metal dust-filled air. The indoor lighting was cold and focused, illuminating only the necessary areas, a sturdy metal desk, several optical screens constantly streaming data, and large tactical holograms of the Medusa sector and abstract defensive deployment maps of the Imperium's dark sector on the walls, with certain areas marked in unsettling crimson. The Inquisitor himself stood with his back to the entrance, before the largest star map, his deep gaze seemingly able to penetrate the shifting light and shadow to directly perceive the galaxy's deep-seated crises and veins. He did not turn around, yet he seemed to have already sensed the arrival of his visitors, his voice as calm as deep water, breaking the silence first. I knew you would come. Chen Xi slowly turned, the folds of his black robe like solidified ripples in the cold light. His gaze swept over the two Astartes representatives, Captain Galadon's granite-like resolute face, and the psychic flames in Mephisto's eyes that seemed capable of burning souls. I can roughly guess the outlines of the questions in your hearts. Captain Galadon stepped forward, the servo systems of his master-crafted power armor emitting a slight hum of power-up. His voice retained the characteristic steadiness of the Imperial Fists, but it contained an undeniable sharpness and questioning. Inquisitor, the return of Ferris has already transcended all known prophecies and is in severe conflict with the historical records sealed for 10 millennia in the Imperial Archives, personally reviewed by Rogaldorn. We do not question the Emperor's unfathomable will. His plans far exceed our mortal comprehension. But we bear the future of our chapter and the loyalty of countless warriors. We urgently need a logically coherent explanation, one sufficient for us to bring back to our chapter to stabilize morale and guide our direction. This is not only for ourselves but for the Imperium's survival in the coming storm. Mephisto's voice followed immediately, more urgent than Galadon's, imbued with the fervent emotion and almost painful longing characteristic of Sanguinius's progeny. If even Ferris can return from the eternal stasis of death, reshaping his body of iron, then does this mean that Sanguinius, our father who fell on Holy Terra, also has hope of returning? Have we, in our interpretation of prophecies over the past 10 millennia, missed some crucial fragments? Is the Emperor's will quietly manifesting in a way we have not yet understood, but in a grander manner, preparing to call back his lost sons one by one? Chen Xi was silent for a moment, like a scale weighing pros and cons. His deep gaze moved between the two representatives, clearly feeling the heavy, almost suffocating loyalty and longing behind their words. But he also knew that certain core truths were still forbidden to be revealed at this moment. Prophecies, Chen Xi finally spoke, his voice low and clear, each word seemingly calibrated by cold logic, are not the full manifestation of the Emperor's grand will. They are perhaps only isolated flashes occasionally cast into the mortal world from his grand blueprint spanning eons, fragmented reflections distorted by the warp's tides, destined to be incomplete and potentially misleading. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink into their minds, then continued, Ferris's return is an unrecorded, and to mortals, an unexplained part of the Emperor's plan. You ask me why prophecies are inaccurate? Because the fragments of the future we can glimpse are inherently vague and distorted. The depth and breadth of the Emperor's plans are far beyond our full measure. Ferris's return is itself clear proof of his mighty power and plan, which undoubtedly gives us unprecedented hope, but please remember, true hope does not necessarily need to be built upon a slavish reliance on prophetic texts. Captain Galadon frowned slightly. The pragmatic nature of the Imperial Fists made him unable to be entirely satisfied with such an almost metaphysical explanation. Inquisitor, your words are full of wisdom, but this does not answer the mechanism of the return itself. Death, especially for a gene seed primarch, is not a boundary that can be easily crossed. They, involved in this. Death, Chen Xi interrupted him, his tone carrying an undeniable, almost divine sense of finality, for the Emperor, is a concept within the narrow perception of mortals, not his ultimate state of existence. Do you remember that his body was once on the verge of collapse under Horus's fury, yet his soul transcended mortal demise, eventually anchoring reality in another form on the Golden Throne, his immortal will illuminating the galaxy for 10 millennia. His power can transcend the concepts of life and death, and can reshape the very rules of reality. Ferris's return is a manifestation, a practice, of this transcendent power. This is not a how that we need to understand, but a fact that we must accept. Mephisto could barely suppress his excitement, urgently asking, what about the other primarches? Rogel Dorn? And are Sanguinius? Do they also? Chapter 610, Summoning the Successor Chapters. The possibility always exists. Chen Xi interrupted again, his voice calm yet imbued with a power that commanded belief, even awe. But the Emperor's will not change one iota based on our desires or deductions. What we can, and must, do is prepare to meet any potential hope with unwavering conviction, whether it be the return of more primarches, or the advent of an even deeper, more terrifying dark age. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly paced to the colossal star map, his gaze fixed on the flickering points of light within it, continuing, Lady Ferris's return is by no means to answer past questions or heal historical wounds. She returns to guide the path forward, to raise a torch in the ultimate darkness that is soon to come. She is reorganizing the 10th Legion, not merely to replicate the glory of the Great Crusade-era legions, but to forge a more resilient and flexible weapon capable of facing any future threat. If you are truly loyal to the Emperor and the Imperium of Man, you should shift your gaze from the mysteries of the past to the present. Medusa's steel is being reforged, and the Imperium's defenses are being strengthened. This is the core of what we most urgently need to focus on and invest in right now. Galadon and Mephisto exchanged a complex look. The Inquisitor's words were logically rigorous, consistently attributing everything to the Emperor's unfathomable will, making it impossible for them to rationally question further. However, the deepest affection and longing in their hearts for their gene seed primarch did not dissipate, it was merely forcibly suppressed, transforming into a heavier, almost oppressive sense of responsibility. We understand, Galadon finally said, a note of cautious compromise in his voice. The Imperial Fists will continue to maintain necessary vigilance, but we also acknowledge the urgency of the present. We are willing to work hand in hand with the reborn Iron Hands to jointly address future threats. Mephisto also nodded, the psychic flames in his eyes dimming slightly, transforming into a deeper resolve. The Blood Angels likewise. We will return to Baal with this hope and these questions. We pray that the Emperor will grant more revelations and answers in the future. Chen Xi nodded slightly. Answers will manifest when the Emperor deems it appropriate. For now, what we most need is unwavering faith and decisive action. The two representatives bowed again, then turned and left. The heavy footsteps gradually receded, finally disappearing down the corridor. Chen Xi returned to the star map alone, remaining motionless for a long time, shadows shrouding his face. He knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The path ahead was fraught with thorns, the political maelstroms, suspicions and undercurrents within the Imperium would certainly not cease to surge because of a Primarch's return. Just as the representatives of the Imperial Fists and Blood Angels left the Medusa system with complex thoughts, Ferris Manus had unreservedly thrown her iron will into the great task of reorganizing the 10th Legion. She disregarded the suspicious gazes that might be cast from Terra or Mars, pouring all her energy and wisdom into making the Iron Hands stronger and more adaptable to the dark future. In the deepest level of Kallada Fortress, within a strategic room protected by multiple void shields and anti-psychic fields, a top-level military meeting that had lasted for several days had just concluded. The holographic projector had not yet completely cooled, and the faint scent of ozone and overheated electronic components still lingered in the air. On the massive tactical table, star maps and data streams, whose light and shadows had not yet fully dissipated, seemed to recount the intense discussions and decisions that had just taken place. Ferris Manus's towering figure stood at the head of the table, her liquid metal arms the Gorgon's skin unconsciously flowing slightly, reflecting a cold sheen. The Gorgon's mandate amendment has been transmitted via data link to every company in the Legion, as well as all successor chapters that answered the call. Ferris's voice echoed in the room, cold, clear, and imbued with the undeniable authority of a gene seed primarch. The Iron Hands of the past, in their pursuit of absolute rationality and mechanical enhancement, went to extremes, even alienating their own essence and forgetting the innate sense of responsibility and protective instinct the Emperor bestowed upon us when he created us. This was not enhancement, but incompleteness. From now on, the Oath of Protection will stand alongside efficient destruction as our core tenets. We wield steel to protect those imperial citizens who cannot protect themselves, to safeguard the embers of human civilization, and not merely to pursue the ultimate efficiency of destruction. She waved her metal arm, bringing up a piece of real-time combat footage just transmitted by a frontline reconnaissance servitor skull. In the footage, a squad of Iron Hands warriors, while reclaiming a refinery on Fukin's Hammer occupied by orcs, uncharacteristically adopted defensive postures, prioritizing the safe evacuation of a group of trapped tech thralls, and in the process displayed flexible tactical adjustments and humanized judgment based on the actual situation. Look, this is not weakness, nor inefficiency, but a higher level of strategic rationality and value assessment. A living, functioning world can continuously provide resources, manpower, and faith to the Imperium. Cold calculation is indeed important, but it must never come at the cost of sacrificing the Imperium's very foundation. Destruction is for better protection. To accelerate the integration of the parent legion and all successor chapters that had answered the call to return, Ferris personally signed and issued the Medusa Reorganization Edict. The edict, with the authority of a gene seed primarch, transcended the divisions of chapter organization, reaching directly every Astartes flowing with the blood of the 10th Legion. After the edict was issued, fleets representing the Iron Hand's successor chapters from across the galaxy, like returning Iron Eagles, successively arrived in the Medusa system. The Blood Claws chapter's assault strike cruiser, the Sons of Medusa's heavily armored ships, the Iron Fist's rapid strike vessels, the Iron Lord's ancient battle barges, these ships, varied in style and slightly different in livery, all bore the cold, hard demeanor characteristic of the 10th Legion as they entered Medusa's orbital shipyards for identity verification and navigation guidance. The audience ceremony was held in the Hall of 1,000 Forges within Kalata Fortress. Inside the vast hall, torches and cold lights intertwined, illuminating ancient Legion proverbs and bas-reliefs of the Medusan Gorgon on the walls. The chapter masters and captain representatives of each successor chapter, clad in their respective chapter's ceremonial power armor, entered the hall. All of them were seeing a gene seed primarch in person for the first time, and even their highly modified visages and calm logical minds found it difficult to completely suppress the tremor and awe that originated from deep within their gene seed. Chapter 611, Integrating the Successor Chapters. The chapter master of the Blood Claw stepped forward first, his armor painted deep crimson and iron grey. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head in salute. The Blood Claws chapter answers the call of Gorgon. We pledge our lives to you, Primarch. His voice, transmitted through his helmet's voxcaster, held a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Ferris's gaze swept over him, and she nodded slightly. The Blood Claw's assault keenness. The Legion needs your sharp edge. Rise, warrior. Next were the representatives of the Sons of Medusa, their armor displaying a unique, verdigris-like green hue, symbolizing their deeper connection to their home world. The Sons of Medusa swear allegiance to you, my lady. Our anvils are forged for you. Their tone was more composed, even carrying a hint of scrutiny, as if unexpectedly, yet reasonably, assessing the returned Primarch. Ferris gave them an affirmative response. Medusa is the root, and also the shield. You will be responsible for guarding the core worlds. The representatives of the Iron Fists and Iron Lords expressed their loyalty more directly, while also subtly raising concerns about tradition and independence. The chapter master of the Iron Fists said in a deep voice, The Iron Fists obey your will, my lady. But we hope that the integration of the Legion will not completely erase the unique traditions and adaptive wisdom that each chapter has formed during its long years of independence. This represented the sentiment of a significant portion of the chapter's warriors. While they yearned to return to the Primarch's command, they also cherished the identity and customs developed autonomously over 10 millennia. After listening, Ferris's response displayed both authority and a high degree of pragmatism. The Legion's strength lies in unified command and coordination, but steel does not only have one form. Your unique experiences and traditions, as long as they align with the Emperor's will and the Legion's core objectives, will be preserved and will play a role on a broader stage. The specific integration details will be jointly decided by the command staff and representatives from each chapter. However, not all successor chapters were unreserved. Some members, particularly those deeply influenced by the Codex Astartes and who viewed it as a 10 millennia cornerstone of stability, privately expressed apprehension. During an informal technical exchange, an elder captain from the Iron Lords directly told Captain Kyle. The Codex's structure ensures the chapter's controllability and loyalty. Returning to the Legion model will certainly enhance combat power, but will it repeat history's mistakes? Over-centralized power is not always a blessing. This apprehension stemmed from a profound memory of the Second Founding's history and the painful lessons of the Horus Heresy. Ferris was well aware of these divisions and concerns. She convened several days of integration meetings, discussing in detail with chapter representatives, chapter elders, and tech priests. The debates in the meetings were fierce. Traditionalists emphasized the stability and security of the Codex framework, while reformers called for flexibility and scale to meet future warfare needs. Finally, after intense debate and careful consideration with the chapter masters and clan representatives, Ferris made her ruling. She did not use absolute power to completely erase the chapter structure that had existed for 10 millennia, but instead chose a more gradual and pragmatic path, aiming to consolidate strength while respecting traditions accumulated over history. She clearly stated that all successor chapters' original names, symbols, and their proud cultural heritage would be preserved. These symbols were not only emblems of honor but also cornerstones for uniting the warriors' spirits. Facing the shadow of the ultimate darkness enveloping the galaxy, Ferris, with the supreme authority of a gene seed primarch and ruler of Medusa, solemnly announced the immediate lifting of the ancient restrictions of the Codex Astartes on the number of battle brothers in the Iron Hands and all its successor chapters. She emphasized that to counter the existential threat of the future, the Legion must grow. Only when steel is sufficiently thick can it withstand the coming storm. This order, a direct response to Medusa's defense needs, was currently implemented only within the Iron Hands Legion. Concurrently, she established a Legion-level operational command system. In times of war, all chapters must unconditionally accept command by the Legion-level headquarters personally led by her, breaking down the invisible barriers between chapters to achieve optimal integration of intelligence, resources, and firepower. To this end, permanent joint strike forces would be formed, composed of mixed companies from different chapters, specifically tasked with particular campaign missions. At the technological and equipment level, all chapters were required to prioritize the adoption and deployment of prim aerospace marines technology. Conversion would follow a voluntary principle, but the long-term goal was a complete upgrade. In parallel, the Legion would vigorously advance the standardization of equipment and logistics systems, ensuring that the vast war machine could receive the most efficient supply support during its galaxy-spanning campaigns. It is noteworthy that the Imperial Fists and Blood Angels, two major chapters, had actually already quietly initiated the process of expansion and Primaris reform under the leadership of Inquisitor Chen Xi, using a secret meeting and a supposed Emperor's letter of appointment as a cover, citing the continuation of the Rostov expedition. In contrast, Ferris's decision for the Iron Hands was to completely publicize and formalize this change, providing it with a clear Legion-level integration framework. On the training grounds, recruit conversion and training progress significantly accelerated. Medusa's gene seed vaults were open to all successor chapters for the first time, with Ferris personally overseeing the selection and implantation process to ensure bloodline purity and enhancement efficiency. Tech priests worked day and night, the vast modification centers brightly lit. Recruits not only underwent physical reshaping but also received indoctrination in new tactical thinking prioritizing both efficiency and guardianship. Captain Kyle, as an extension of Ferris's will, was responsible for overseeing the practical drills of the new tactical regulations. He often personally participated, using the Emperor-bestowed metal arm, which could sense temperature and vibration, to test the balance and feedback of new weapons, and conducted sparring exercises with officers from different successor chapters to evaluate the feasibility of mixed unit tactics. Medusa's military factories operated with unprecedented efficiency. Under Ferris's personal attention and even design involvement, production lines continuously churned out new models of armor, enhanced railguns, meltaguns, and communication and command systems better suited for Legion-wide coordinated operations. The number of orbital defense platforms tripled, planetary-scale void shield generators were recalibrated and reactivated, and the deployment density of starship batteries reached a historical peak. Ferris also ordered the concealment of several mobile weapon stations and secret supply bases in the asteroid belt around Medusa, serving as the ultimate deep defense line. The entire 10th Legion, along with its returned successor chapters, resembled a massive war machine that had just undergone thorough overhaul, upgrade, and refuel, with every gear operating at higher efficiency. The morale of the warriors both from the main chapter and successor chapters soared under the dual inspiration of the Gene Seed Primarch's return and the reshaping of objectives. They were no longer fighting merely for vague mechanical dogma or a distant terra, but for a more concrete, nobler goal, to guard human territory, and to face and overcome the prophesied dark future. However, Ferris knew that internal integration and external threats were never far away. The suspicion of the High Lords of Terra, the close surveillance of the Inquisition, the Adeptus Mechanicus's instinctive vigilance against technological monopoly, and even the doubts of other founding chapters about the Legion's resurgence, all these stirred like ghosts in the shadows. But she was not afraid. Steel had been reforged under her will, and vows had been renewed. The sons of Gorgon had once again united, they would follow the Primarch's command, with iron will and burning resolve, to defend all that belongs to the Emperor, until the end of time. Qasim Warren's fleet, composed of the specially modified Absolution Fire Moon-class cruiser and its two escort frigates, the Iron Arm and the Doubt, arrived at the outer perimeter of the Medusa sector like three shadow hounds silently gliding through the void sea. They maintained a carefully calculated distance, hugging the very edge of the patrol boundary allowed by Imperial law, both announcing their presence and cautiously avoiding being directly perceived as an armed invasion. The ships were painted in the solemn black characteristic of the Inquisition, and the massive crimson eye symbol on their hulls appeared particularly glaring under the indifferent glimmer of distant stars, like fresh bloodstains. An encrypted communication request in standard format reached the main communication array of Kalata Fortress. Its wording, meticulously polished by the legal conclave, was precise and restrained, even conveying a hint of deliberately cultivated, almost fawning, reverence. The decoded message was swiftly presented to Chen Xi. He stood before the gigantic star map in the strategic chamber, the points of Rostov and Medusa stubbornly twinkling against the deep, dark background. He read the message line by line, his face devoid of emotion, only his fingertips tapping unconsciously and rhythmically on the cold adamantium tabletop, making an almost imperceptible sound. By order of the Star Sector Tribunal headquarters of the Mariupol sector, to celebrate the glorious return of Gene Seed Primarch Ferris Manus, a grand event of unparalleled imperial glory, and to conduct routine regional security patrols and friendly technical exchanges. Chen Xi softly repeated the key paragraphs, his tone even, betraying no pleasure or anger. Friendly exchanges. He paused briefly, his gaze lifting from the vast star map, as if he could penetrate layers of thick deck plating and look directly at the uninvited ships. Coming for friendly exchanges with a cruiser armed to the teeth, capable of suppressing a small star system rebellion, and a full stormtroopers assault team. Warren's friendliness always carries the scorched smell of a crematorium. He could almost see Warren's taut face, sculpted by years of paranoia and suspicion, through these cold, precise words, and sense those eyes, burning with an icy flame, attempting to dissect every anomaly. Direct refusal was not a viable option. The Empire's labyrinthine regulatory system granted the Inquisition, especially teams with endorsement from Star Sector headquarters, considerable freedom of inspection. A forceful refusal would only play into their hands, providing the long-sought excuse to escalate non-cooperation into confrontation, thereby igniting a more intense conflict. He forwarded the message content to Ferris, along with his concise and pertinent analysis. The Primarch's reply was swift and direct, imbued with the rough texture of Medusa's storms. The flies of bureaucracy are always drawn to the stench of Terra's deep palaces. Let them come. I will make them feel with every inch of their nerves that Medusa's storms are far beyond what their frail wings can endure. Prepare for reception. The audience ceremony was arranged in Kallada Fortress's largest reception hall, the Anvil Hall. This area, contrary to Medusa's usual rugged and practical style, was constructed to standard specifications to accommodate the unavoidable official imperial formalities. Towering vaults supported by massive intersecting steel beams, walls covered with heavy alloy plates etched with the imperial aquila and the Iron Hand's battle emblem. A colossal statue of the emperor stood at the far end of the hall, its majestic face blurred and inscrutable in the flickering candlelight of giant candles. The air was filled with a faint mixture of promethium incense, machine oil, and high-efficiency disinfectant, intertwined with the cold metallic scent that perpetually clung to the steel fortress, creating a unique and oppressive atmosphere. A squad of Iron Hand's warriors stood like statues on either side of the passage, their power armor polished to a mirror sheen, yet their cold visors and the bolters clutched in their hands revealed stern vigilance. Servitor skulls hovered silently at low altitude, emitting a faint hum, recording everything within the hall. Warren led his core team into the hall. He himself wore a crisp, jet-black Inquisitor uniform, with immaculate silver epaulets and collar tabs, his face covered by a thin, ice-like veneer of formalized respect. Behind him closely followed two tech priests. Beneath their red robes, various intricate mechanical appendages were faintly visible, moving almost silently, but the scanning lenses hidden deep within their optical sensors were subtly adjusting focus at a very high frequency, greedily capturing energy readings, thermal signals, and sonic vibrations from the environment. There were also two scribes in grey robes, humbly carrying heavy data slates and tablet recorders, but beneath the casings of these devices, detection modules unknown to outsiders were also integrated. A squad of elite stormtroopers remained on board the ship, on highest alert, an unspoken display of military deterrence. Ferrus Manus sat upon the gigantic steel throne at the far end of the hall. It was not a lavishly decorative throne, but rather a combat position integrating multiple command and data interfaces. Her massive body was encased in cold grey master-crafted power armor, her silver-grey right arm, made of Gorgon's skin, rested naturally on the armrest, its liquid metal surface occasionally rippling with an elusive, mercury-like shimmer under the hall's light. She wore no helmet, her face appearing as if cast from the hardest alloy, with sharp angles, every line etched with 10 millennia of vicissitudes and undeniable authority. Her cold, silver eyes, like two high-powered searchlights, gazed down upon the approaching Inquisitor and his retinue, the Primarch's inherent psychic pressure and majesty making the very air of the hall seem viscous and heavy. Chen Xi stood silently in the shadows behind the throne, like a quiet yet crucial footnote. He wore the black robe symbolizing an Inquisitor, but had reined in his aura to the extreme, almost blending into the background relief. Only his deep eyes, like the most precise sensors, constantly analyzed every subtle change in the hall, assessing all potential risks. Inquisitor Qasim Warren, by order of the Star Sector Tribunal headquarters of the Mariupol sector, leads this delegation to pay respects to you, the great Gene Seed Primarch, Lord Ferrus Manus. Warren stopped about 20 meters from the throne, performed a standard and slightly exaggerated Aquila salute, his voice echoing clearly through the hall via a miniature amplifier hidden in his collar, even seeming a little too loud, breaking the previous silence. Your return is a manifestation of the Emperor's supreme grace, an unprecedented beacon of hope illuminating the Empire's dark age. Our purpose here is, firstly, to extend the most sincere and fervent congratulations on behalf of the Star Sector Tribunal, and secondly, to fulfill our sacred duty by conducting routine regional security assessments and technical archive updates, and we sincerely hope to engage in beneficial and in-depth technical exchanges with Medusa's learned tech priests. His words were fluid yet rigid, clearly the product of careful rehearsal, attempting to cloak true intentions in official jargon. But every word carried the cold, scrutinizing quality of a scalpel, seeking to strip away the polite exterior and probe for any potential anomalies or contradictions within. Chapter 613, Ferrus's reply. Ferrus gave a slight nod. The movement was minimal. Only the servo motor beneath her neck armor emitted a faint, almost imperceptible whine. The Inquisition's congratulations, I have received them. Her voice was deep and powerful, with a unique metallic, grinding tremor that echoed against the hall's metal walls. Medusa always operates according to the will of the Emperor and the laws of the Imperium. Your routine procedures may begin. She paused, a cold glint flashing in her silver eyes. But please also remember efficiency. My time is to be applied to forging blades and preparing for battle against enemies, not to be wasted on endless paperwork and hollow questioning. The thin layer of respect on Warren's face almost instantly showed a crack. But he quickly smoothed it over with astonishing self-control. Of course, Lord. The Imperium relies on pillars like you to stand firm amidst the storm. He changed tack, beginning to throw out carefully designed, sugar-coated questions. Given that your return is a miracle unprecedented in 10 millennia for the Imperium, the sector archives urgently need to update your sacred records, hoping to more accurately convey the Emperor's great power. Would you be willing to condescend to share some of your feelings from the beginning of your return? He deliberately slowed his speech, carefully observing the Primarch's reaction. For example, your initial impression of the current technological level of the Imperium. After all, 10,000 years have passed, and many ancient technologies have been lost, which is regrettable, but at the same time, perhaps there have also been unexpected developments and adaptations. This question seemed like ordinary small talk, but in reality, it concealed a venomous hook. It attempted to guide Ferrus to evaluate the current Imperium, especially the technological status quo held by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Any criticism or disappointment with the existing technological system could be twisted into questioning the Imperium's orthodoxy and disrespecting the Omnissiah. And any remarks that revealed overly advanced or unfamiliar knowledge could immediately trigger suspicion about her knowledge source and true identity. Ferris's silver eyes were like two cold searchlights, firmly fixed on Warren. As if she could penetrate his skull and see the churning suspicions beneath. The trajectory of the Imperium's technological development has its specific historical causes and practical constraints. Her answer was watertight, neither denying nor affirming the status quo, attributing it to objective factors. What I am concerned with is not judging the past, but how to utilize all available conditions now to forge the most effective and reliable weapons to deal with enemies that threaten human survival. Her voice became even colder and harder. Indulging in nostalgia and empty talk cannot win the Imperium any war. Just as Ferris spoke, one of the tech priests to Warren's left, hidden beneath his wide robe sleeve, had the tip of a mechanical appendage, a miniature multi-spectrum sensor cleverly disguised as a Holy Seal badge, subtly adjusting its angle, pointing at the Primarch on the throne. Inside the instrument, precise circuits operated silently. On the screen, energy readings began to fluctuate violently, displaying an extremely complex energy signature pattern never before recorded in the database. This energy signature was neither a purely bioelectric signal nor the plasma core fluctuations of standard Mark power armor. It also contained an extremely weak, yet stably present, background radiation harmonic. Its spectral characteristics subtly resembled the residual echoes of warp entity activity, but there were fundamental, unresolvable differences. The metal-covered fingers of the priest operating the instrument trembled imperceptibly. He quickly transmitted this abnormal data stream via an encrypted link in real time to the Absolution Fire Analysis Center in orbit. Although Warren did not look back, his highly tense nerves caught the almost negligible abnormal reaction of his entourage. His heart stirred, and he continued to press with questions. The questions became more specific, even beginning to involve certain tactical details and technological application examples from the Great Crusade era 10,000 years ago. Attempting to trigger Ferris's deep memory imprints belonging to the Ferris of the past. Observing if her reactions showed any tiny gaps, hesitations, or inconsistencies. Ferris's answers remained concise, cold, and filled with the Primarch's unique, unquestionable certainty based on absolute power and experience. Her memory of past major campaigns was clear and precise. She even casually corrected a historical error Warren cited regarding the early deployment in the Istvan system. The level of detail made the Inquisitor's face slightly pale, as if pricked by an invisible needle. However, when she faced certain questions involving personal subjective feelings, philosophical speculation, or generalized discussions about the current state of the Imperium, she showed obvious and increasingly strong impatience. The lines on her metallic face seemed to become even colder and harder. As if she considered these questions themselves to be a great waste of precious time and mental effort. Inquisitor. When Warren attempted to circuitously discuss the metaphysical impact that the process of death and return might have on the cognition of life forms, Ferris unceremoniously interrupted him. The impatience in her voice had solidified into an almost tangible coldness. Your current questioning method is more like seeking answers from a gene seed Primarch using the procedure for interrogating a heretic or a mutant. Her gaze, like a cold blade, swept over the tech priest who was trying to retract his scanning probe into his robe sleeve. And your attendant, have his hidden little gadgets detected the abnormal signal you are looking for? Are the results satisfying to you? The atmosphere in the hall instantly dropped to freezing point. As if even the faint sound of the air circulation system had disappeared. The iron hands guards on both sides, though still standing motionless, seemed to grip their weapon hilts more tightly. Warren had not expected Ferris to be so direct, so brutally explicit in tearing down the pretense. He felt his cheeks flush slightly. But the rigidity honed by a long career as an Inquisitor allowed him to forcibly maintain his composure. Only the muscles in his neck seemed a bit stiff. Forgive me, Lord. He bowed slightly, his pace of speech quickening. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. All detection procedures are standard configurations of Imperial security regulations, aimed at ensuring all records are accurate and flawless, with absolutely no disrespect intended. Our loyalty to you is witnessed by heaven and earth. Then increase your efficiency, and speed up these standard procedures. Ferris's voice, like a cold forging hammer, heavily struck the adamantium floor, interrupting his defense. Medusa has much practical work that needs to be handled, and does not welcome, nor has time to entertain, meaningless lingering and prying. The first audience ended in an atmosphere of almost open hostility and discord. Warren and his entourage maintained the last shred of superficial etiquette, slowly withdrawing from the Anvil Hall. The heavy alloy doors closed behind them. As if separating two worlds. Chapter 614, Saint Celestine. Over the next few days, Warren's investigation team, with permission for technical exchange and safety inspection, was granted limited activity in certain non-core areas of Kalata Fortress. They immediately began to act like mercury seeping into cracks. They attempted to bypass officially arranged reception channels and secretly contact low-level technical personnel and junior servitors within the fortress. This even included some Iron Hands veterans who, according to intelligence, held reservations about a series of radical reforms following the Primarch's return. In a narrow, pipe-filled lower maintenance passage, an Inquisition member disguised as an accompanying engineer attempted to speak to an elderly servitor operator who was adjusting a pressure valve. The servitor's eyes were cloudy, and its movements were mechanical. The Inquisition member asked in a leading tone if the area he was in had observed any abnormal energy spikes or heard unusual mechanical noises, similar to an engine overloading, around that great day. The servitor slowly turned its metallic head. It uttered fragmented binary prayers about Emperor's blessing and long live the Primarch, which were mumbled and indistinct. It could not provide any useful information. In a corner of the rotating personnel mess hall, another Inquisition member, disguised as a scribe, attempted to converse with several tech marines who had just come off duty and were eating in silence. He first praised Medusa's defensive fortifications. Then, he skillfully changed the subject, subtly inquiring if they knew Inquisitor Chen Xi's recent whereabouts and how he typically interacted with Ferris and made decisions. The tech marines stopped chewing. Their faces, partially covered by metal visors, turned towards him. Cold optical lenses stared at him emotionlessly. After several seconds of silence, one of them simply replied, "Obey the Primarch's will. Execute orders." Then, they ignored any further questions. However, they soon realized that Medusa was like a giant, tightly sealed war machine, running day and night, offering almost no openings. Most of the personnel here, whether mortals or Astartes, were either as taciturn as Gears, following instructions to an almost rigid degree, or they harbored an almost absolute loyalty and adoration for the returned gene seed Primarch, stemming from deep within their genes. They responded to any probing questions and potential malice from outsiders with an instinctive, cold vigilance and rejection. Even those veterans who were thought to harbor doubts about technological reforms or legion reorganization, their conservatism was mostly due to adherence to ancient traditions. It was not suspicion of Ferris Manus himself or his loyalty. They also had strong immunity and aversion to the provocations of an external force like the Inquisition. Chen Xi's intelligence network, primarily composed of the Ashnite's internal security system integrated and commanded by Hathor, as well as a select few rigorously screened and absolutely loyal Iron Hands monks, had already been fully activated and was operating efficiently. Every movement of every member of Warren's team, every contact with non-designated personnel, and even their low-frequency communications within their living quarters were continuously monitored by various means. Every informal contact they made, its time, location, and subject, was meticulously recorded. It was then swiftly reported to Chen Xi and Hathor. Those personnel who were contacted often received friendly but firm reminders from the security department afterward. The importance of secrecy and absolute loyalty to the Gene Seed Primarch was re-emphasized. At the same time, Chen Xi's side quietly launched a counter-offensive. Some carefully woven, half-true, half-false pieces of disinformation were subtly and accidentally leaked to the Inquisition spies through several monitored, seemingly undefended secondary communication channels or via specific chatty low-level personnel. For example, shallow rumors about the entire Kallada fortress being enveloped by a warm and dazzling golden light of the Emperor's divinity at the moment of Ferris's return. Or exaggerating and distorting normal fluctuations generated during certain large energy weapon tests or engine start UPS. This implied a connection to the return ceremony, cleverly guiding the Inquisition's analysis in the wrong direction. Several attempts by Warren's team to enter more sensitive areas such as passages leading to deep forge temples or energy cores using vague interpretations of their authority were cleverly delayed or dissuaded by coincidentally occurring routine security spot checks or suddenly scheduled critical equipment maintenance work. This silent yet intensely fierce espionage and counter-espionage war continued beneath the fortress's gleaming official venues, in shadow-shrouded corridors, busy workshops, and crowded living quarters. Neither side openly broke face, maintaining the fragile, unspoken superficial rules within the imperial bureaucracy. But the struggle was omnipresent, and every inch of space seemed to be filled with invisible gunpowder smoke. Warren felt an unprecedented sense of frustration and anxiety. What he received was either useless, piety-wrapped garbage information, or it was clearly carefully processed misleading intelligence. The core secret he craved, regarding the truth of the resurrection, was perfectly protected. And the results from the preliminary analysis of scanning data were infuriatingly confusing. They did show anomalies, but could not be definitively characterized. Nor could they serve as conclusive evidence to accuse heresy or non-human activity. This vague uncertainty, like venom, deepened his inner suspicion. He became increasingly convinced that the other party must have used some extremely sophisticated means, beyond the Inquisition's comprehension, to conceal a terrible truth. Just as Ferris and Chen Xi's attention was firmly tied up by the Inquisition's investigation team, and Warren was growing anxious due to slow progress, pacing like a trapped beast within the designated area. A brilliant golden light, as if condensed from the energy of a stellar core, tore through the void structure at the edge of the Medusa system without warning. There were no navigation signals, no pre-scheduled jump window notifications. A breathtakingly ornate small temple ship, the Absolution Fire, seemingly cast from pure gold and faith, emerged from the warp in a manner defying physical norms. Its streamlined hull was completely enveloped in a warm and powerful psychic glow. The Adeptus Ministorum's emblem shone brightly on its stern, like a second star. The pure holy energy fluctuations it emitted instantly caused all detection instruments on the nearby Absolution Fire and its escort ships to emit a series of ear-splitting, chaotic overload hums. Many precise sensors even temporarily malfunctioned. A clear, melodious female voice, yet imbued with undeniable authority, directly took over the official communication channel common to the Medusa system. Her voice seemed to possess an inherent power of purification and appeasement, yet also carried a reverent, absolute authority, dispelling all shadows of conspiracy and deceit. To the controller of Medusa. I am Saint Celestine, the living saint of the Emperor, the walking embodiment of his will. I demand an immediate audience with Inquisitor Chen Xi. Arrange it at once. This brief yet stunning communication, like a clap of thunder, instantly spread through the command chain of Kallada Fortress. The ecclesiarchy representatives stationed on Medusa were first astonished, then fell into a near-frenzied ecstasy. They believed this was undoubtedly a further affirmation and blessing from the Emperor upon Medusa and the great miracle of the Primarch's return. It was a huge victory for the ecclesiarchy's influence. The news was simultaneously delivered to Chen Xi, Ferris, and Warren, who was still operating in the shadows. Warren's face instantly turned exceptionally grim. The sudden arrival of the living saint, her dazzling manner, and her direct demand to see Chen Xi completely disrupted his pace. It placed him in an extremely awkward and disadvantageous position before the miracle manifested by the living saint. His dark suspicions and secret investigations seemed exceptionally small and ridiculous. After his initial surprise, Chen Xi's brows furrowed deeply. Saint Celestine specifically asking to see him was definitely not as simple as mere congratulations or a routine religious inspection. On the complex and dangerous chessboard of the Imperium, a piece of far greater weight than anticipated, and uncontrollable, had suddenly descended in the most dazzling way upon the delicate balance he had meticulously maintained. A new storm, in another, more sacred, yet potentially more dangerous and unpredictable form, had suddenly arrived. Chapter 615, Malkador was right. Deep within Kalata Fortress, in a meditation chamber completely isolated from the outside world, the air was cold and pure. An independent circulation system kept it far from any prying eyes of the fortress's main network, and walls embedded with thick layers of black stone swallowed the faintest whispers of the warp, leaving only dead silence. Besides Chen Xi and Ferris, only Hather and two Iron Hands veterans, Clan Elder Kalen and Gorgon Guard Captain Blake, who had endured millennia of war and whose loyalty was unshakable, were permitted to be present. They stood in a tight arc, encircling Saint Celestine in the center. A soft, golden halo flowed around the living saint, not fully contained, casting a faint glow at her feet that dispelled the chill in the room. She was not wearing her iconic helmet. On her pale face, a pair of eyes burning with golden flames looked directly at Chen Xi, as if able to penetrate all disguises and reach the deepest schemes and anxieties of his soul. Ferris stood silently beside her like a silver-grey mountain, her metallic face devoid of emotion, only her sharp eyes moving between Saint Celestine and Chen Xi, maintaining her usual prudence. Hather, meanwhile, stood in the shadows a little further away, her posture respectful yet alert, her molten gold eyes silently scanning her surroundings. Inquisitor Chen Xi. Saint Celestine's voice rang out, not through air vibrations, but echoing directly in the depths of everyone's consciousness. The voice possessed both a soul-cleansing clarity and an instinctively awe-inspiring majesty. I have traversed the Star Sea, bearing the decree of the God Emperor, to bring you his motto. The atmosphere in the entire meditation chamber suddenly tensed, time seemed to freeze at this moment. A direct message from the Emperor even looking at the Imperium's 10,000-year history, this was almost a legend. Ferris's metallic fingers unconsciously tightened, Hather held her breath, and the two Iron Hands veterans stood rigid as statues, as if even their power armor's servo systems had ceased humming. Saint Celestine's gaze did not waver, she conveyed her message clearly and slowly, each word like a brand, carrying an almost tangible weight. Tell his representative. A brief pause allowed the invisible pressure to climb to its peak. Malkador was right. As the words fell, their echo seemed to still silently reverberate between the black stone walls. No subsequent divine oracle, no further revelation, only these 7 words, concise, obscure, like an insoluble riddle. Silence enveloped everything. Ferris Manus frowned deeply, pure bewilderment clearly reflected in her silver-grey eyes. She searched her 10,000-year memory vault, Malkador the Sigil Light, the Emperor's right hand, the founder of the Terra Cabinet. What exactly did his right refer to? Was it about a past event, a specific decision? And what connection did it have to the crisis in the Medusa system, or the return of the Primarchs? This headless, tailless motto was like a key missing its keyhole. She found it hard to understand why the Emperor would, at this moment, bring up a chancellor who had passed away 10 millennia ago, and endorse an old matter whose details no one knew. Hather also looked puzzled. She had inherited fragments of Horus's memories and had some knowledge of Malkador and his position, but this motto was too vague to connect with anything she knew. She instinctively cast her gaze towards Chen Xi, trying to find a clue on the face of this inquisitor who always seemed to see ahead. The two ancient Iron Hands warriors exchanged a look, only identical bewilderment in their eyes. To them, the name Malkador was a distant and revered symbol in the annals of history. This message sounded more like a whispered judgment on a past secret than a guiding light for the future. Only Chen Xi was different. The moment those 7 words reached the depths of his consciousness, his body stiffened almost imperceptibly for an instant. It was as if a silent thunderbolt had pierced through the meditation chamber's layers of protection, striking directly at his soul. His blood first turned abruptly cold, then burned fiercely. Outwardly, he struggled to maintain composure, only his rapidly constricting pupils and the slightly trembling fingertips hidden behind his back betrayed the immense turmoil raging within him. Malkador was right. To others, this was a riddle; to him, it was the Emperor's crystal-clear response and affirmation. He understood in an instant. This directly pointed to a completely sealed, top-secret past event concerning the initial creation of the Primarchs. It was a fragment of a setting he had coincidentally researched and pondered when he decided to deploy the female Primarch as a chess piece. It was said that during the initial design phase of the Primarch project, Malkador the Sigil Light, whose wisdom was unfathomable, had advised the Emperor to create 1 or more female Primarchs. He believed that this might better reconcile the potentially intense conflicts and rivalries among the Primarch brothers at a fundamental genetic level, and might even bring unexpected strategic perspectives and internal stability. Now, this message completely confirmed this secret. The Emperor was clearly telling him, Malkador's counsel back then was correct. Your act of creating a female Primarch is not a deviant, possibly blasphemous path you forged alone, but in fact, in an unexpected way, you have realized a potential possibility that he and Malkador had pondered 10 millennia ago. This was not simple acquiescence. This was the Emperor declaring, your actions, by a strange twist of fate, have corroborated and executed an ancient, unadopted original plan. You are not a heretic, you are, in an unexpected way, completing some, design omission. This was the highest affirmation, direct endorsement from the Lord of Humanity, the silent God Emperor on the Golden Throne. This meant that Chen Xi's plan, his audacious and even blasphemous actions, had a core logic that, in the Emperor's eyes, was not only sound but even conformed to some ancient blueprint at least. It was a necessary adaptation that the Emperor could accept to cope with the current desperate situation. However, along with this tremendous affirmation came another realization for Chen Xi. The Primarch chess piece he had deployed was not merely a creation or a substitute like other chess pieces, but the deceased Gene Seed Primarch herself, reborn here. Huang Lao Han, you schemed against me. This thought flashed through Chen Xi's mind like lightning, but was immediately swallowed by an overwhelming sense of responsibility. The Emperor was undoubtedly supporting him, and this support itself meant that the Emperor was placing the heavy burden of the Imperium of Man's future more directly on his shoulders. In a brief moment, a myriad of thoughts had surged through his mind. He felt the confused gazes of Ferris, Hather, and others, but he could not explain, at least not now. This secret, concerning another possibility at the very beginning of the Primarch design, might be even more shocking than the female Primarch herself. He had to bear it alone, at least at this stage. He slowly, and with extreme solemnity, bowed his head, not towards Saint Celestine, but towards that great will far away on Terra, yet seemingly casting an endless gaze upon this place. As per the holy decree. Chen Xi's voice was slightly hoarse, yet exceptionally firm. The Emperor's will is our direction. His reaction stood in stark contrast to the bewilderment of the others. Ferris's gaze lingered on him for a moment, a hint of deep inquiry flashing in her sharp silver eyes, but she did not press for answers on the spot. Messages conveyed by the living saint were often like this, not always immediately understandable, their deeper meaning required time and opportunity to reveal itself. Saint Celestine nodded slightly, as if her most important mission had been accomplished. The holy light around her gently flowed like ripples, and she said no more. Silence once again fell upon the meditation chamber, but this time the quiet was entirely different from before. A motto from the Emperor, yet understood by no one, was like a giant stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring ripples in everyone's hearts. And Chen Xi's unusual reaction further imbued this message with a mysterious and crucial significance. A storm, it seemed, was quietly brewing with these few short words. Chapter 616. Saint Celestine's departure was as sudden and dazzling as her arrival. There were no words of farewell. No superfluous instructions. After a blinding golden light that was impossible to look at directly, she and the small temple vessel, the word of saint, vanished completely from the void of the Medusa system, as if they had never existed. Only endless speculation and a lingering holy aura in the air remained. For the ecclesiarchy representatives stationed on Medusa, the living saint's arrival and departure was in itself a powerful tonic. It became the ultimate proof for their proclamation of the Primarch's return as a miracle. They were busy recording sacred omens and organizing grand sermons. They went to great lengths to portray this event as the Emperor's exceptional favor and grace upon Medusa and the Iron Hands. However, within the core command layer of Kalata Fortress, the atmosphere was far more somber than it appeared from the outside. Saint Celestine brought more than just a blessing. She delivered a secret message. Along with it came a situation far more complex than before. Inquisitor Warren's position became extremely awkward. The living saint's arrival, especially her explicit request to meet Inquisitor Chen Xi, greatly boosted Chen Xi's authority and the legitimacy of his cause. It was as if all his actions had received the highest approval from beyond the warp. In contrast, Warren's suspicions and secret investigations, hidden in the shadows, seemed utterly trivial and ridiculous in the face of the miracles displayed by the living saint. They even carried a hint of blasphemy. His tech priests failed to find any decisive heretical evidence on Ferris. The scan data was abnormal, but it could not be definitively categorized or identified. His planted informants and all his probing contacts either yielded nothing, or they were cleverly exploited by the other side. The feedback he received was all carefully processed, ineffective information saturated with religious fanaticism. Chen Xi's intelligence network was like an invisible yet incredibly resilient web. It firmly confined all his actions within a narrow, permitted scope. After several requests to extend the inspection time or expand the inspection scope were met with Ferris's cold and firm refusal, citing urgent military matters, no reception, Warren clearly realized that he had temporarily lost the best opportunity for investigation. Finally, on an unremarkable morning, Warren's fleet, the Absolution Fire and its 2 escort frigates slowly departed the Medusa orbital port. There was no farewell ceremony. No polite goodbyes. Only a cold, concise departure clearance order. In the last communication before departure, Warren's face was so dark it could almost condense into ice water. He stared intently through the video screen at the communications officer representing Kalata Fortress, whose actions undoubtedly reflected the combined will of Chen Xi and Ferris. His voice was hoarse with suppressed rage and resentment. Tell Inquisitor Chen Xi, and the Primarch. He practically gritted out the latter title through his teeth. The Inquisition's gaze has never left. The truth may be hidden for a time, but it will never remain in darkness forever. This inspection is over, but the investigation is far from terminated. I will find the answers, I swear. This naked threat, like a cold viper, slithered across the communication channel. Then it was unilaterally and decisively cut off. The Black Inquisition vessel adjusted its course. Its engines spewed pale blue afterburners, gradually accelerating. Finally, it tore through the veil of the real universe, jumped into the warp, and disappeared. The latent internal threat temporarily receded. But everyone in the Corps knew this was by no means the end. Warren's paranoia, fueled by his defeat, would not vanish. It would only become more vigilant and dangerous in silence. He was like a shark that had smelled blood but was temporarily driven away. Always lurking in the deep, dark currents. Patiently waiting for the next opportunity to strike. The pressure had not dissipated, it had merely subtly shifted its form. While direct external scrutiny had temporarily ceased. The heavy burden of internal integration and the unpredictability of the future situation became even clearer and more pressing. However, unlike before, Chen Xi's heart now possessed an unshakable anchor. The phrase, whose gravity only he truly understood, Malkador was right. The Emperor's direct message imbued him with unprecedented confidence. The path he had chosen was not a deviation, but a flexible approach tacitly approved, and even urgently needed, by the highest will. This made him more composed when facing Ferris. He also displayed unprecedented resolve in implementing various integration and reform policies. His communication with Ferris became more direct and efficient. The Primarch might still harbor doubts about that message from the Emperor. But she could clearly perceive a subtle transformation in Chen Xi. A deeper, more ingrained confidence and decisiveness. She attributed this change to the increased authority brought by the Living Saint's arrival. And did not inquire further. Instead, she chose to continue dedicating all her energy to the urgent task of Legion integration. The pace of integration visibly accelerated. The Gorgon Edict amendments were being pushed with relentless effort. The concept of balancing guardianship and efficiency emphasized within them was gradually permeating every corner of the Legion. New recruits gathered from various sub-legions were undergoing augmentation and training on Medusa, personally supervised by Ferris. The efficiency of gene seed screening and implantation reached an unprecedented level. The manufactories operated at full capacity. New equipment continuously rolled off the production lines. Orbital defense systems and planetary-scale void shield generators were repeatedly tested and calibrated. A sense of impending doom, like a storm brewing, heavily enveloped all of Medusa. Everyone had a premonition that Warren's departure and the Living Saint's arrival were not the calm after the storm. Quite the opposite, this might be the brief, oppressive quiet before an even greater storm. The Imperium would never easily accept a resurrected Primarch and her powerful, reassembling legion. Chaos, Xenos, no faction in the galaxy could afford to stand by and do nothing. Patrol and monitoring ranges must be expanded. Hathor suggested at a high-level military meeting. Her gaze swept across the vast, dark starfields surrounding Medusa on the star chart. Not just neighboring systems, we must dispatch reconnaissance vessels and long-range surveillance probes into the deeper dark spaces. We need as much early warning time as possible. Her proposal was unanimously approved without dissent. Small reconnaissance fleets, like probes cast into the dark deep sea, quietly departed the port. Their mission was to monitor warp fluctuations and any signs of fleet movement. Kallada Fortress's powerful sensor arrays began operating at full power, 24 hours a day. Meticulously scanning every potential route to Medusa. Not missing the slightest abnormal fluctuation. Ferris stood on the highest observation platform of the fortress. Overlooking the bustling port below and the eternal, fiery smoke plumes of the Forge world in the distance. Her Gorgon skin shimmered with a dull luster under the cold starlight. The storm is coming. Her low voice was like a precise prophecy. Dissipating in the biting cold wind unique to Medusa. Chen Xi stood silently beside her. His gaze also fixed on the deep, boundless star-filled sky, which held infinite dangers and possibilities. Yes. He replied with unusual calm, yet his voice contained unshakable strength. But this time, we are prepared. The Emperor's message echoed repeatedly in his heart. It was both a shield of protection and a spur to move forward. They had to make good use of this brief period of calm. Do everything possible to make themselves stronger. To meet the inevitable, unknown, yet certainly severe challenges ahead. Chapter 617, Fulgrim. The perspective shifts to the warp, the galaxy's boiling, chaotic dimension. Here, all physical laws lose meaning, time and space twist and entwine into incomprehensible forms, and only the most extreme emotions and desires can coalesce. Deep within Slaanish's realm, a terrifying domain of eternal pursuit of ultimate sensory stimulation and perfect depravity, stands a palace that defies normal description. It is composed of solidified sound waves, crystallized pain and pleasure, and countless sculptures of twisted, screaming souls. These building materials themselves constantly wail and tremble. The palace's form is never fixed, cycling through collapse and reconstruction every moment, each second more perfect and more maddening than the last. At the very core of this ever-changing palace, Slaanish's favorite, once the Phoenix Lord, now the Daemon Prince Fulgrim, was immersed in an endless, luxurious feast. Beautiful yet poisonous wine swirled in crystal goblets, reflecting myriad dazzling lights. The air was filled with intoxicating aromas, an essence distilled from the most extreme pain and ecstasy. In the background, a symphony of pain and rapture intertwined, each note capable of tearing a mortal soul apart. However, at this very moment, a different kind of ripple, unlike the eternal revelry, pierced through the warp's chaotic din, precisely touching Fulgrim's highly sensitive perceptions. This ripple did not come from Slaanish's blessings, nor from the prayers of his followers. It was an extremely faint trace, yet it carried a familiar scent that made his soul's core tremble, mixed with an impossible, resurrected cold gleam of iron and flesh. Ferris. Ferris Manus. The music abruptly ceased, as if choked by an invisible hand. The goblet slipped from Fulgrim's perfect yet no longer fully corporeal hand, crashing onto the floor made of solidified screams, transforming into a shimmering, wailing puddle of iridescent venom. The eternal smile on his face, a mix of ecstasy and cruelty, froze, then shattered and peeled away like a cheap mask. It was replaced by an expression of extreme complexity, twisted to an incomprehensible degree. Ecstasy, shock, disbelief, morbid longing, and a twisted love for his most beloved brother, buried deep beneath, corrupted by chaos yet never truly extinguished. These emotions wildly interchanged on his perfect face, causing the air around him to twist and ripple. I feel it. Fulgrim's voice was no longer his usual magnetic and seductive tone, but a trembling, almost suffocating, high-pitched shriek, each syllable seemingly laced with venom and madness, the scent of iron, the cold winds of Medusa. No, it's impossible. But it's so clear. He abruptly stood up, his ornate robes billowing without wind, the blasphemous patterns embroidered on them seemingly coming alive, beginning to writhe and shriek. Powerful, unsettling psychic ripples emanated from him, causing the palace to tremble violently with his emotions. The wailing sculptures on the walls became sharper and more piercing, even beginning to drip black tears. Through his corrupted intelligence network, the demons lurking in the cracks of the real universe, the corrupted psychers, and even certain heretical scholars pursuing forbidden knowledge, scattered fragments of information began to coalesce. The ripples through the warp itself, stirred by the impossible return of a gene seed Primarch, further confirmed his perception. Ferrus Manus, the brother he had personally beheaded, the Primarch of the Iron Hands, had returned. Ah! Fulgrim let out a shriek that was either extreme ecstasy or ultimate pain, his voice echoing and multiplying through the palace, causing countless lesser demons to cower in corners, trembling. Some weaker demons even exploded directly from the scream, turning into colorful mists of blood. It is he. It must be he. The supreme grace bestowed upon me by the Dark Prince. Fulgrim plunged into complete madness, seeing this perception as Slaanesh's highest reward for him, his eyes blazing with dangerous light. This is a chance. A second chance. For me to make us one again. His mind was completely corrupted by chaos. In his twisted perception, this was not an anomaly to be wary of, but a heaven-sent opportunity for him to possess Ferrus again, not in the old way of rivalry and mutual respect, but in a completely, eternally depraved manner. He would find Ferrus, embrace him, purify him with Slaanesh's blessings, free him from that cold obsession with iron, and immerse him in an endless feast of sensation and depravity, making him his forever. This twisted love and possessiveness, mixed with the Daemon Prince's mad power, transformed into a sharp will, piercing through the warp's mists, reaching his equally fallen legion. Assemble. Fulgrim's voice, like sweet poison, poured into the minds of every remnant of the Emperor's children, planting seeds of madness deep within their consciousness. My children. Gather. For supreme pleasure. For ultimate perfection. An expeditionary force. The greatest feast is about to begin. Target Medusa. Go and greet your long-lost Iron Father. We will guide him, embrace him, and lead him to true, eternal perfection. At Fulgrim's mad summons, the Emperor's children warbands, scattered within and outside the Eye of Terror, indulging in their various perverse pleasures and artistic pursuits, began to awaken from their debauchery, growing restless. Noise Marines tuned their sonic weapons, preparing to play symphonies of flesh-rending reality. Possessed Marines twitched in painful ecstasy, craving new sacrifices. Ancient warships set sail from corrupted ports, their prows adorned with blasphemous statues and living faces of agony. All sorts of grotesque warships emerged from the shadows of the warp, their hulls covered in twisted bas-reliefs and flickering evil lights. Each ship was like a mad work of art, yet exuded a fatally dangerous aura. A dark expeditionary force, led by a Daemon Prince, filled with mad love and destructive desire, slowly began to gather. Its objective was clear, aimed directly at the Medusa system, which was reforging its iron and standing ready. The whispers and screams in the warp gradually coalesced into a war horn. A terrible storm, born of 10 millennia of blood feud and twisted emotions, was brewing in the warp's currents, surging fiercely towards Medusa in the real universe. Chapter 618, Chaos Attacks. The outer reaches of the Medusa system, like a forgotten ache in the galaxy. The void here was exceptionally dense and profound, resembling a vast, ink-soaked velvet cloth. Only the distorted faint glow from distant nebulae, like the indifferent eyes of the dying, illuminated this desolate expanse. Absolute zero ruled over everything, and time itself seemed frozen. Only interstellar dust, gently pulled by weak gravity, drifted slowly over millions of years. 3 vessels of the Iron Hands 3rd Patrol Squadron, like 3 cold, hard steel seeds, were embedded in this endless dark curtain. Leading them was the Steadfast Will, a Gothic-style strike cruiser, its armor plates modeled with the marks of age and micrometeorite impacts. The chapter's emblem, a cold silver iron fists, was painted on its flank, gleaming with a matte finish under the ship's lights. 2 frigates, the Anvil and the Steel Shield, quietly guarded its flanks like loyal hounds. They formed a compact and vigilant triangular formation. The bridge of the Steadfast Will was permeated with a rigorously trained, almost mechanical calm. The air circulation system hummed continuously, filtering the recycled air within the ship, maintaining it at an optimal temperature and humidity for human and machine collaboration. The main lighting had switched to tactical dim mode, only the control panels, screens, and holographic projectors emitted pale blue, emerald green, or crimson light. Data flowed silently like a waterfall. Captain Stern, like a sculpture clad in ceramite power armor, stood before the command throne in the center of the bridge. He did not wear his helmet, holding it in the crook of his arm, revealing a enhanced face still etched with resolute lines by time. His grey eyes scanned the main tactical hollow table with scanner-like calm. His voice was steady, transmitting orders through a built-in COMM bead, each syllable was clear and concise. Sensor array scan complete. Sector 720 shows no anomalies. Navigator reports warp background fluctuations at baseline levels, disturbance value below 0.05%. Maintain current heading and speed. Maintain beta level alert. All bridge personnel were immersed in this precisely operating rhythm. A tech priest knelt before a data interface, cables extending from beneath his robes directly connected to the control panel. He softly chanted binary prayers, appeasing the machine spirits. The weapons officer's fingers hovered over the fire control panel, ready to unleash destruction upon any target marked hostile. The navigator, sealed within the navigation dome above the bridge, gazed into the turbulent currents of the warp with his inhuman third eye, ensuring the ship's journey along a safe trajectory in real space. And this deathly silence was the standard prelude to a storm. The first to detect the anomaly was not the ship's sensors. The navigator within the Steadfast Will's navigation dome Cassius of the Arabic family suddenly let out a suppressed groan of pain. The navigator's eye between his brows twitched violently, as if pierced by an invisible needle. In his unique perception, the warp background, which had previously been considered stable, suddenly erupted into monstrous waves, like a lake into which a massive stone had been thrown. A powerful, foul, and wildly joyous psychic surge brutally tore through the veil of real space. Its intensity instantly soared, far exceeding any naturally occurring subspace storm. Almost in the same millisecond, the Steadfast Will's ancient sensor array emitted a piercing alarm that shattered the silence, drowning out all other sounds on the bridge. On the main tactical hollow table, the previously stable star map was suddenly covered by frantically flashing crimson warning icons. The sensor operator's voice completely lost its usual trained calm, becoming almost a shriek of horror. Multiple warp fluctuations detected. Bearing 7-2-0, distance 0.05 light minutes. Fluctuation intensity rapidly increasing. Energy readings. By the Emperor. Unidentifiable. Non-imperial standard pattern, with strong, corrupted distortion characteristics. It's chaos. It's a chaos warband. Captain Stern's reaction was lightning fast, all weariness and routine instantly vanished. All fleet. Highest combat alert. Red alert. Red alert. All personnel to battle stations. His roar echoed through the internal communication system of all three vessels. Upload enemy fleet parameters, energy signatures, real-time imagery, all data with highest priority to Legion Command and the Medusa Psychic Network. Anvil, Steel Shield, execute intercept formation Delta. Gain warning time for the main system at all costs. The three vessels instantly shifted from silent patrol to furious combat readiness. Red alert lights flashed madly, bathing the entire bridge in crimson. Heavy internal blast doors slammed shut, isolating various compartments. Engines roared deafeningly, plasma vents erupted with dazzling blue-white afterburners, propelling the ships to turn and face the incoming enemy. The low-frequency hum of weapon systems charging merged with the engine's roar. Macro cannons loaded, lance arrays accumulated destructive energy. However, their reactions, no matter how swift, could not outpace the calamity that had already arrived. In the void not far away, the fabric of reality was brutally torn open like cheap cloth by a blasphemous force. A massive, irregular subspace rift, its edges churning with sickly pink, purple and dark gold energy, suddenly bloomed. From this gateway to nightmare, the Emperor's Children fleet spewed forth like pus. This fleet was a terrifying echo of past glory. The ship's lines still vaguely showed the elegance and power of ancient imperial technology, but they had been utterly twisted by endless corruption. Their imperial purple paintwork was defiled, covered with blasphemous symbols, screaming, tormented faces in relief, and unclean coatings that writhed like living things. The golden decorations were dull and rusted, stained with never-drying blood and even more bizarre marks. On the gigantic sails, the symbol of Slaanesh was emblazoned, the inverted chaos spawn, radiating an alluringly corrupt aura. Sensor arrays, like hungry sensory organs, greedily scanned the void. Weapon ports flickered with an evil light that craved ultimate sensory stimulation. Each ship was like an independent, perverse work of art, exuding an aura of madness and destruction. A massive Revelry-class battleship served as the flagship, leading numerous Torment-class cruisers, Pleasure-class assault ships, and swarms of attack craft and fighters. As soon as they appeared, they did not even bother with any tactical formation. Like sharks scenting blood, they surged with frenzied joy directly towards the Medusa system. Towards the three small but fearless obstructors before them. Fire! Captain Stern roared. The Steadfast Will's macro cannon array was the first to unleash a void-shaking roar. Massive solid projectiles, laden with destructive kinetic energy, tore through the darkness towards the Emperor's Children's vanguard fleet. Immediately after, lance arrays fired continuous beams of energy, lashing out at the enemy like the whips of gods. The Anvil and the Steel Shield also opened fire simultaneously. The three ships formed a curtain of fire attempting to stem the tide. Chapter 619, All-Out War. The first volley achieved some results. Several macro cannon shells fortunately struck the broadside of a Pleasure-class attack cruiser, causing its void shield to flicker violently and erratically, and its armor plating to dent and crack under the impact. A searing lance weapon grazed the bow of another cruiser, melting the decadent statues adorning it into tendrils of twisted metal vapor. However, this minor victory was like a drop of water falling into a furnace, instantly evaporating. The Emperor's Children fleet launched a counterattack with a precision and speed that was both frenzied and defied physical intuition. Their gunfire was not uniform, but it exuded a morbid artistic sense. Twisted beams of iridescent energy, like venomous tongues, precisely licked at the Iron Hand's vessels. Spore mines rained down, tracking heat signatures and pouncing on their prey. The steel shield bore the brunt of the attack. After enduring successive bombardments from several twisted energy beams and a dozen spore mines, its overloaded void shield system shrieked piercingly before collapsing completely. Immediately following, a massive, profane energy beam, comparable in scale to a main cannon, directly struck the midsection of the hull. There was no conventional violent explosion. The energy beam seemed to possess corrosive and disintegrating properties. The steel shield's armor rapidly melted and tore apart like a hot knife through butter. The hull structure rapidly disintegrated from the point of impact, turning into elementary particles and twisted metallic slurry. In less than 5 seconds, the entire frigate completely disintegrated in a silent and eerie light burst, expanding into a cloud of scattered metal debris. The crew inside didn't even have time to scream. The Anvil attempted to maneuver and evade. But countless spore mines and secondary weapon fire already enveloped its surroundings. Engines were hit, out-of-control plasma streams surged out, and the hull lost balance and began to spin. The ensuing concentrated bombardment transformed it into a brief but brilliant fireworks display in the void. The steadfast will endured the most ferocious assault. Its void shield, after flickering wildly, completely failed. The hull vibrated violently under continuous hits, armor was torn open in numerous places, and internal explosions erupted from the breaches. Captain Stern clung desperately to the command console amidst the tremors, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. He still roared hoarsely through the broken comms channel, data, transmitted, for the Emperor. For the Iron Father. Finally, a main cannon beam from the Emperor's Children flagship, like a spear of judgment, directly pierced the bridge of the Steadfast Will. Blinding light consumed everything. The signals of the 3 loyal vessels completely vanished from the Iron Hand's tactical network. But the final data stream they transmitted, bought with their lives, had, like a bleeding warning, crossed the warp, reaching Medusa. Almost simultaneously with the patrol fleet's alert, the Psyker obelisk array in orbit around Medusa Prime erupted with an even sharper, soul-piercing psychic shriek. Governor Chen Xi's Psyker early warning network, established deep within Kalata Fortress, was instantly triggered. Powerful psychic waves, like tangible mental shockwaves, swept through the consciousness of all Psykers connected to the network. Deep within the strategic command center beneath Kalata Fortress, Chen Xi suddenly looked up from his contemplation. A glimmer of silver psychic light flickered in his eyes. The countless data slates suspended before him instantly froze, then were overridden by higher priority alert messages. Without needing traditional communication, his warning, via an encrypted psychic link, was directly and synchronously transmitted to Ferrus Manus, standing in the Iron Will command center, and to the critical neural interfaces of all orbital defense platforms and fleet commanders. Warp tier. Large-scale invasion. Coordinates marked. Energy signatures match, Emperor's Children. All forces. Maximum alert. The Iron Will command center, located in the core of Kalata Fortress, was an immense, majestic hall with ceilings dozens of meters high. There was no natural light here. The surrounding walls were completely covered with giant screens displaying constantly refreshing data and complex technical readouts. In the center stood a massive holographic tactical table, precisely showing the real-time dynamics of the Medusa system and its surrounding space. The projection was detailed down to every friendly vessel and every defense platform. Ferrus Manus's colossal figure stood before the tactical table like a central pillar in a steel temple. The red glow of the alert illuminated her silver-gray face and the flowing metallic sheen of her Gorgon skin like a burning statue. Her cold, silver eyes, like precise optical lenses, swiftly scanned the tide of enemy data, energy signature analyses, and the final images transmitted by the patrol fleet before its destruction, all pouring onto the tactical table. Her reaction was without delay or emotional fluctuation. Her voice, like a forge hammer striking an adamantium anvil, was calm, heavy, and carried undeniable authority. This voice instantly quelled the initial tension and commotion among all the tech priests, officers, and servitors in the command center. Invasion confirmed. Emperor's Children main fleet. Scale assessment, threat level 1. Her voice, amplified through the public address system, resonated throughout the entire chain of command, even directly connecting to the broadcast units of some large vessels and defense platforms. All units, execute contingency iron tempering. This is not an encounter, it is a premeditated incursion, a desecration of the Gorgon's sacred domain. They will pay an unbearable price for setting foot here. The command, transmitted via efficient data links and psychic communication, instantly reached every node of the Medusa defense system. The 27 gigantic defense platforms in orbit, the Eyes of Odin, Eternal Vigil, Iron Fangs, and others began to operate at overload, emitting a low, heart-pounding hum. Massive gun turrets and missile silos unlocked their physical restraints, slowly rotating to aim. Fire control systems calculated at full capacity, and attack permissions were fully opened. Their targets were the enemy's vanguard fleet, preparing to unleash a saturation strike. Dozens of mobile weapon stations and fixed gun emplacements hidden within Medusa's outer asteroid belt received encrypted activation signals from the command center. Their optical camouflage coatings failed, and their gun barrels extended from the disguised rock formations. Their power cores activated in succession. The directive was to fire at will, using environmental cover to disrupt the enemy formation from the flanks and rear, striving to create maximum chaos. The Iron Hand's main fleet, including the Iron Will, the Medusa's Fury, the Gorgon's Fist battle barges and strike cruisers, as well as their escorting frigate groups parked in orbital docks or concealed in the planet's shadow, simultaneously ignited their engines. The colossal vessels, like awakened ancient beasts, began to advance to the preset second defensive perimeter. They formed a classic interception array. The order required the Eternal Bulwark battle group to form the core of the frontal firepower wall, preparing to withstand the impact and launch a counterattack. Chapter 620, Fierce Battle. On the planet's surface, the planetary-scale void shield generator clusters were operating at full power. A massive energy dome slowly unfurled above Medusa's primary forge cities and critical facilities. It formed a translucent barrier, constantly flickering with runes. The directives explicitly demanded that shield output be pushed to its limits. Particular emphasis was placed on protecting the orbit forge city and the main orbital elevators. All Iron Hands and their successor Astartes monks stationed on the home world, whether training, maintaining equipment, or meditating, received combat alerts at the same instant. The low hum of activated power armor servo systems resonated through every barracks and hangar. Orders required them to immediately enter battle readiness. Tasks were assigned according to the pre-established plans. They prepared for potential boarding actions or emergency surface defense missions. Tech Marines rapidly checked weapons and vehicles. Apothecaries were also fully prepared to receive casualties. The entire Medusa system, this cold, iron planet and its surrounding airspace, was like a mechanical behemoth thoroughly enraged. It abruptly shifted from a long-term state of vigilance to a state of maximum intensity warfare. Countless lights on the surface and orbital facilities illuminated in sequence. The roar of engines and the sound of weapons charging intertwined into a symphony of steel. All of this heralded the arrival of a bloody storm. The Emperor's Children fleet, like predators in ornate raiment, charged directly towards Medusa with a morbid fanaticism. Their formation appeared chaotic, yet it contained a strange rhythm, a pursuit of the perfect art of killing. The vessels seemed to be engaged in a frantic race. Each vied to be the first to taste the ultimate pleasure of destruction and slaughter. Ship communication channels were filled with distorted music, excited screams, and painful moans, rather than precise tactical commands. What greeted them first was a baptism of death from Medusa's asteroid belt. Just as the Emperor's Children's vanguard fleet swept past a dense asteroid field, countless deadly volleys suddenly erupted from behind the tumbling behemoths. Dense railgun slugs crafted with Medusa's unique technology tore through the vacuum at astonishing speeds. They precisely struck the vulnerable flanks and engine sections of the Emperor's Children's vessels. High-energy laser beams, like precise surgical scalpels, ruthlessly cut through armor plating. Automated missile launchers disguised as asteroids silently opened. They unleashed swarms of high-speed armor-piercing missiles. Several pleasure-class attack craft that charged too quickly were caught off guard. Their void shields flickered violently after sustaining impacts far exceeding their design thresholds. They were then mercilessly torn apart by subsequent fire. Railgun slugs slammed through hulls, triggering internal chain reactions. Laser beams melted critical conduits, causing engines to die. Missiles burrowed into the ship's belly, ripping the entire vessel apart from within. Like birds struck by a shotgun, they tumbled and exploded, ultimately becoming a new graveyard in the void. However, the Emperor's Children's counterattack was swift and frenzied. Larger cruisers immediately unleashed their secondary weapon batteries and point defense laser arrays against the asteroid belt. Countless millennia-old boulders were blasted into fragments. The Iron Hands turrets hidden within were also destroyed one by precise, even somewhat showy, firepower. The fallen fleet's charge was slightly delayed. But its already chaotic formation became even more fragmented as it dodged artillery fire and debris. Before they could readjust, the Iron Hands' main interceptor fleet had already opened fire. The salvo from the second defensive ring was the true heavy hammer. The roar of macro cannon salvos seemed to transmit their shock even through the void. Massive solid projectiles, imbued with destructive kinetic energy, slammed into the enemy fleet like a meteor shower. Lance arrays continuously fired thick beams of energy. Like the Emperor's whips of wrath, they heavily lashed against the Emperor's Children's ship void shields, erupting in blinding light. The Emperor's Children fleet also returned fire with fierce artillery. Blasphemous energy beams flickered with ominous iridescence, attempting to corrode and disintegrate the Iron Hands' ship shields. Dense, living spore mines swarmed like bees. Distorted artillery with sonic attack properties attempted to interfere with ship systems and crew minds. The void instantly transformed into a deadly vortex of light and fire. A silent drama of destruction played out intensely on a grand scale. Overloaded shields exploded like supernovas. Fireballs from exploding ships erupted one after another, scattering cold metal fragments everywhere. The Iron Hands warships met the challenge with composure, perfectly embodying the 10th Legion's new creed after its reformation, efficiency and guardianship in equal measure. They maintained a tight and mutually supportive formation, like moving mountains of steel. Firepower was concentrated, commands were clear. Each salvo aimed for maximum results. Thick armor plating calmly absorbed damage. Damage control teams worked frantically within the ships. They sealed compartments, extinguished fires, and repaired systems. Their fighting style was tenacious, precise, and ruthless. Like a forging hammer striking repeatedly, slowly but irresistibly crushing the enemy. The Emperor's Children's warships, however, were starkly different. They moved swiftly and erratically, like frenzied dancers, often performing maneuvers that defied the laws of physics. Their firepower was fierce but lacked coordination. They relied more on the individual strength of their vessels and the madness of their crews. They attempted to use speed and technical superiority to cut in and segment the Iron Hands formation. They reveled in the thrill of close-quarters combat. but repeatedly crashed against dense walls of fire and impregnable armor bastions. Their attacks were often flamboyant and highly destructive. But due to a lack of discipline and unified objectives, they struggled to achieve decisive breakthroughs. A classic war of attrition thus began. An Emperor's Children Torment-class cruiser attempted to force a breakthrough with speed. Its warplants left deep, green smoking scorch marks on the broadside of the Iron Resolve battle barge. But it was immediately subjected to concentrated crossfire from the Fury of Medusa and 2 escort frigates. Its void shield collapsed, and its hull was ripped open by macro cannons, creating several massive holes. An evil light flashed within, then it transformed into a huge fireball. On the other side, several Emperor's Children's attack craft successfully closed in on an escort frigate named Iron Vow. They initiated boarding actions with boarding torpedoes and cutting beams. But awaiting the noise marines and sensory predators were Iron Hands warriors, arrayed in shield walls, ready in the compartments. Bolters, plasma guns, and power weapons formed a death trap. The boarding action quickly devolved into a bloody, close-range massacre. The invaders' frenzied screams were utterly suppressed by the silence of steel and the roar of bolters. Ferrus Manus, in the command center, like the most skilled artisan, calmly orchestrated the entire situation. Her will permeated the entire battlefield through data streams. All her commands were concise and efficient, each word like forged iron dropping to the ground. 3rd Artillery Battery, concentrate fire on the enemy flagship's starboard escort vessel. 4th Land Strike Squadron, harass from the left flank, draw their fire. Order the Gorgon's Fist battle group to press forward, prevent the enemy cruiser formation from turning. Chapter 621. She was like a master artisan in full control, turning every natural barrier and man-made structure in the Medusa system to her advantage. A previously dangerous and chaotic dense electromagnetic storm zone was cleverly transformed into an interference barrier. It severely disrupted the Emperor's Children fleet's sensor arrays and communication links. This caused several enemy ships to lose their way in the confusion, even colliding with each other in panic. They turned into wreckage in the flames of self-destruction. The guerrilla gun emplacements hidden in the asteroid belt continued to play a huge role. They were like deadly lurkers, continuously launching precise sneak attacks from incredible angles, constantly tearing at the flanks of the fallen fleet. At the same time, the main fleet of the Iron Hands stood firm. Like a steel great wall spanning the warp, it firmly held its position on the route to Medusa with absolute, unyielding will. Not retreating an inch. The Emperor's Children's frenzied assault was ground down and neutralized inch by inch in this death trap of cold steel, scorching flames, and unyielding will. Although they inflicted considerable losses on the Iron Hands with their rampant firepower and bizarre technology, several frigates were completely torn to shreds, multiple cruisers were heavily damaged, dragging their burning hulls as they struggled to withdraw from the front line. They were still unable to break through the core defensive perimeter. They even failed to truly touch Medusa's planetary void shield. All attempts vanished before the dense network of firepower. Their fleet commander, that fallen lord who proclaimed himself the symphony of destroyers seated on the grand bridge of his massive and twisted Revelry-class battleship, was gradually consumed by anxiety, rage, and extreme impatience. He craved not a grueling war of attrition, but a perfect, morbidly artistic feast of destruction. An ultimate experience where he could freely conduct a symphony of death. This tedious, painful, and utterly unesthetic steel slaughter was undoubtedly the greatest insult to his artistic pursuits. His symphony of failure seemed to be irreversibly heading towards its finale. It was at this moment that Ferrus Manus precisely seized that fleeting opportunity. The enemy's slight confusion and fatigue, revealed by their prolonged inability to break through, and the subtle yet fatal disjunction in their fleet formation caused by furious continuous assaults. And that massive flagship, due to its commander's impatience, had pushed too far forward. Her orders, like a final judgment, cold and decisive, instantly spread throughout the entire fleet and defense network. All orbital defense platforms, main cannons overload charge. Target lock on the enemy flagship. Ignore escort ship interference, calculate optimal destruction trajectory. Main fleet, all units, advance and press. Execute Annihilation Protocol Omega. Crush them completely. The orbital defense platforms, which had been silently accumulating power in their stationary orbits like slumbering behemoths, finally let out a roar signaling the end. The destructive torrent of energy fired by their super macro cannons and lance arrays, planetary-grade weapons of destruction far exceeding ship-mounted armaments, instantly tore through the warp. Like the vengeful thunderbolts hurled by the Olympian gods, they precisely focused on the massive Revelry-class battleship from multiple directions. The battleship's void shield, after enduring the first round of devastating volleys from 3 different directions, let out an unbearable, piercing shriek. The shield's glow flickered to its extreme, then completely collapsed and dissipated like fragile glass. The next second, more scorching lances and heavy macro cannon barrages followed, directly hitting its unprotected, massive hull. Thick armor was easily melted through and torn apart. Multiple decks were ripped off by immense kinetic energy and thrown into the warp. Turret arrays were successively blown into scattered metal fragments. An extremely thick lance even precisely pierced its bridge area, triggering a catastrophic internal explosion, turning that fallen lord, along with his twisted artistic dreams, into instantly vaporized plasma ash. The sudden silence and severe damage to the flagship became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Emperor's Children fleet's already fragile last shred of discipline vanished, plunging them into complete chaos. At the same time, the main fleet of the Iron Hands began to advance steadily with an unstoppable momentum. Their cannon fire became increasingly fierce and precise, continuously and powerfully pounding the disoriented enemy fleet like mechanical forging hammers. Every step forward was accompanied by the destruction of another enemy ship. The remaining Emperor's Children vessels finally awoke from their frenzied dream of slaughter. The cruel reality forced them to realize that this anticipated hunt had turned into a death trap where they themselves became the prey. The most primitive fear and instinct for self-preservation instantly overrode their insane pursuit of sensory stimulation. They began to frantically turn their ships around, disregarding formation and cooperation, retreating in disarray. Attempting to escape this airspace that had become their graveyard. Hoping to flee back to the warp rift for sanctuary. The Iron Hands fleet did not pursue aggressively. Instead, they steadily consolidated their defensive line, continuing to relentlessly bombard the retreating enemies with dense long-range firepower. Like driving away a pack of defeated stray dogs, ensuring they were thoroughly and cleanly expelled from the Medusa system. Every step of their retreat came at a heavy price. When the last Emperor's Children vessel, a cruiser with severely damaged engines, trailing a long plume of smoke and debris, frantically fled back into the slowly closing warp rift and disappeared, silence finally gradually returned to the warp. Only countless floating, still silently burning shipwrecks remained. Streaks of gradually cooling metal fragments. And the brilliant yet deadly, slowly dissipating energy afterglow left by energy weapons cutting through the warp. The piercing battle alarms on the Iron Hands ships and fortresses successively quieted. Replaced by calm and efficient damage reports, rescue calls, and order restoration commands across all channels. The battle was over. Within the grand space of the Kallada Command Center, Ferrus Manus still stood like an iron sculpture before the massive tactical holographic display. In the projection, all red invasion light points representing the enemy had been annihilated. Only the blue light points representing their own side still flickered. Many of them were already dim, marked with cold labels of lost, heavily damaged, or out of contact. Innumerable data streams scrolled across the adjacent screens, precisely listing ship losses, casualty statistics, total ammunition consumption. Her silver-gray eyes scanned these cold numbers. No joy of victory was visible on her face, only absolute rational assessment and precise calculations. Victory was certain and necessary, but the cost was by no means insignificant. She clearly knew that this was merely the prelude to a larger storm. The Emperor's Children's defeat would never make them give up, instead, it might invite more powerful and twisted enemies to return. Fulgrim's shadow perhaps never truly left, still lurking somewhere in the dark. The threat of chaos was endless. And the vortex of internal strife and suspicion within the Imperium had never subsided. But she and her legion were ready. The steel had once again been tempered and reforged in the fires of war, becoming even more resilient. The oath to protect Medusa had been re-engraved in steel with the enemy's blood and their own sacrifice. The Gorgon's sons would continue to stand firm in this dark and despairing galaxy. Guarding their home, fulfilling their duty, until the very end of all things. She turned around, her voice once again echoing through the entire chain of command, calm, steady, and unquestionable. Begin survivor recovery, salvage all usable wreckage. Damaged vessels are to be prioritized for dry dock repairs. The global defense system is to maintain a level 2 alert status. All chapter masters, fleet commanders, and tech priests representatives are to assemble in the War Council chamber in 1 hour for a comprehensive post-battle assessment and tactical debriefing. Once the orders were given, this massive war machine began to transition smoothly and efficiently from a state of extreme combat intensity to a meticulous and orderly post-battle processing phase. The fruits of victory needed to be calmly digested. Wounds needed to be healed quickly. And the next unknown storm was undoubtedly brewing quietly on the future timeline. Chapter 622, Ground Defense and Defense. The seemingly frenzied and chaotic assault by the Emperor's Children fleet, after failing to tear through Medusa's orbital defenses in one go, suddenly revealed its insidious tactical flexibility. Like a viper retracting its tongue, they were not in retreat, but rather accumulating strength for a second strike. The entire fleet maneuvered swiftly and orderly into the planet's shadow zone. Immediately, a sky-darkening torrent of drop pods and landing craft was unleashed, like a blasphemous rain of steel. These drop pods were by no means the crude, standard Imperial constructs. They were twisted and reshaped into various bizarre and beautiful forms, their surfaces covered with screaming human faces in bas-relief, or winding, flowing, seemingly alive, lewd patterns. As they tore through the atmosphere, they emitted not only the fierce roar of friction but also a cacophony of shrieks, moans, and distorted symphonic sonic booms. This was like an overture composed for the apocalypse, first inflicting cruel psychological torment on the ground defenders. Orbital elevator platform Gorgon's spine is under heavy attack. Detecting numerous drop pod signals. Energy signatures match confirmed Emperor's Children. Orbital 4T World East Sector, landing craft clusters detected. Estimated contact in 5 minutes. Inside the Kallada Command Center, urgent messages poured in like a surging tide. These messages materialized on the main tactical hololith as countless menacing, flashing red invasion arrows, piercing fiercely into Medusa's iron-gray surface. Primarch Ferrus Manus stood before the hololith like a mountain. Her silver-gray face was like frozen steel, utterly placid. Only her eyes, like precision instruments, rapidly scanned every subtle change on the battlefield. Her voice, transmitted through an encrypted data link, reached every defensive unit clearly, coldly, and steadily. All units, hold preset positions as ordered. Initiate iron backfire ground contingency plan, Phase 2. The orbital elevator is our lifeline, it must not fall. Anvil Heavy Company, immediately reinforce the base defenses of Gorgon's spine. All anti-air arrays, fire at maximum power, intercept subsequent drop units. The 4K world is our heart. Contract outer defensive forces towards the core fortifications, using every furnace, every pipe, every workshop to construct killing corridors. Fortress gun batteries, conduct saturation strikes based on frontline observer guidance. Do not spare ammunition, I want every inch of ground the enemy occupies to turn into boiling slag. Her commands were concise and efficient, like a heavy hammer striking hot iron, bringing the chaotic battle back into an iron-like logic and order. 10 millennia of development and reinforcement after the Primarch's return had transformed Medusa's surface into an immense fortress. On the outskirts of the orbital 4D world, massive adamantium gates crashed down, completely sealing off the wide passages leading to the core areas. Buildings on both sides of the streets had long been converted into sturdy fortresses. Hidden gun emplacements suddenly emerged from camouflaged rock faces, weaving a crossfire death net that covered all attack routes. Heavy infantry lines, composed of battle-hardened veterans, stood like moving steel walls at critical intersections. Their bolters, heavy bolters, and plasma cannons collectively formed a wall of death. The Cold Legion insignia on their power armor flickered in the flashes of continuous artillery fire. The new recruits, those freshly modified, still green warriors, were deployed on the flanks and secondary positions. They clutched their weapons tightly. Their eyes behind sensors gazed nervously at the area ahead, swallowed by thick smoke and dazzling energy beams. The communication channel echoed with the calm, almost ruthless, commands of the senior officers. Control your breathing, maintain your firing rhythm. Aim for the torso, the bolter will do the rest. Keep an eye on the heat indicator, overheating means death. Change energy packs, quickly. They're coming. For the Emperor. For the Iron Father. Fire. The first wave of Emperor's children warriors, clad in ornate and twisted power armor, charged with maniacal laughter, accompanied by mind-shattering shrieks and hallucinatory iridescence. They viewed war as the ultimate sensory feast, craving the extreme pleasure that killing brought. Immediately after, they slammed into the Iron Hand's steel fire net. Heavy bolters brutally shredded their exquisite armor. The light of plasma overloads instantly vaporized flesh and metal. Supersonic projectiles fired by railguns completely swept the entire area into a death zone. The Emperor's children's wild charge faltered. Scattered limbs and constantly exploding fireballs on the charging path became a bloody and cruel appetizer for this feast. However, the forces of chaos were by no means easy to contend with. Accompanied by even more powerful and suffocating psychic fluctuations, Chaos Lords wielding power swords and surrounded by an ominous aura, along with noise marines, joined the fray. They evaded heavy fire with eerie agility that defied the laws of physics. They shattered the defenders' internal organs and armor alike with blasphemous sonic weapons. They easily cut through thick adamantium plating with twisted energy blades. The battle quickly devolved into an extremely brutal close-quarters slaughter. The roar of bolters was replaced by the clashing shriek of power weapons, the growl of chainsword, and the death cries of the dying. The Iron Hand's warriors fought silently. Blocking with shields. Counterattacking with chainsword. Blasting at close range with melta-guns. Warriors constantly fell. Their gene seeds were swiftly recovered by their comrades. The positions they left were immediately refilled by soldiers from the rear. New recruit Karl trembled uncontrollably amidst the almost deafening noise and continuous explosions. He witnessed firsthand an old veteran, who had endured dozens of fierce battles, being directly hit by a noise marine's sonic cannon. His entire upper body instantly exploded into a diffusing mist of blood. Icy fear immediately seized him, almost freezing his breath and movements. Get up, recruit. The officer's hoarse roar blasted through the COMM channel. Look around you. What are we protecting? Not cold metal. It's the furnaces behind you. It's the tech priests and countless workers within. It's Medusa's future. Your fear is meaningless, only an iron will and faith in the Emperor can keep you alive. Remember your oath of guardianship. Fire. Karl suddenly awoke with a start. He saw the officer use his last strength to lunge at the noise marine. The activated thermomeltdown bomb annihilated them both, transforming into an expanding light of destruction. A hot current, a mix of shame, furious rage, and desperate resolve, instantly surged through his entire body. He let out a bestial roar. He steadied his bolter. He furiously unleashed an entire magazine's worth of wrath at another Emperor's Children warrior attempting to breach the defensive line. He watched as the ornate armor shattered and disintegrated in successive explosions. At this moment, new recruit Karl truly tasted the raw brutality of war. And for the first time, he vaguely but profoundly understood the soul-crushing weight carried by the words to protect. Similar scenes unfolded tragically on every front line, at every point of contact. The Iron Hands, relying on meticulously crafted fortifications and every obstacle, resisted stubbornly. They strove to drag the Emperor's Children's assault into the attrition warfare they excelled at and found most brutal. Precise artillery support from orbital platforms and rear batteries never ceased. Time and again, it shattered the enemy's newly gathered offensive momentum. Medusa's surface seemed to have transformed into a giant furnace. Ruthlessly devouring blood, life, and steel. Every inch of ground had to be bought with endless sacrifice. Chapter 623, Ash Knight's Reinforcements. Just as the ground battle devolved into a stalemate, and the Iron Hands were slowly depleting the Emperor's Children's forces with their tenacious defense, a new variable entered the battlefield. Several warships, painted in solemn black and white, with a style distinctly different from the cold rigidity of the Iron Hands and the madness of the Emperor's Children, cut into Medusa's high orbit like silent blades of judgment. They had no superfluous decorations, their lines were simple and efficient, and their hulls exuded a cold and pure killing intent. This was the fleet of the Ashen Knights chapter. Iron Will Command Center, this is Chapter Master Shidong of the Ashen Knights chapter. A calm and unwavering voice connected to Carida's communication channel. By order of Governor Chen Xi, our unit has arrived on the battlefield and awaits deployment by Primarch Ferris Manus. A stream of data flashed across Ferris's silver eyes. Her reaction to the arrival of reinforcements was like processing a routine battle report, without a ripple of emotion. Commander Shidong. Battlefield intelligence has been shared. The main force of the Emperor's children is concentrated in the eastern part of the Orbit Forge City and the orbital elevator area. Their attack is wild but lacks coordination, and their flanks are weak. I need your sharpness to tear through their lines. Understood. Ash Knights excel at high-speed assaults and targeted sabotage. We will cut into the eastern battlefield to relieve pressure on the main defensive line. Shidong's reply was crisp and clean, like the paint scheme of his warships, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Action granted. May the Emperor guide your blades. Soon, a fleet of Thunderhawk gunships and Storm Raven gunships, sharply designed and emphasizing mobility and firepower, carrying the elite assault squads of the Ash Knights, descended like a black and white rain of death, breaking through the Emperor's children's sparse high-altitude interception and accurately deploying to the most intense eastern sector of the battle. The Ash Knight's drop was not as chaotic and noisy as the Emperor's children's, nor as heavy and stable as the Iron Hands. They were like a precisely calculated reckoning program, efficient and deadly. Before the gunships had fully settled, their hatches dropped, and the knights, clad in black and white power armor, surged out, their melta guns, plasma incinerators, and grav weapons unleashing devastating firepower in an instant. Their tactical style formed a stark contrast with the Iron Hands. The Iron Hands were like an unmoving anvil, relying on heavy lines and fortifications to directly confront the enemy, while the Ash Knights were like a precisely wielded power hammer, moving at high speed, seeking weaknesses, and launching thunderous strikes. They operated in small units, using jump packs and assault vehicles to quickly traverse the battlefield, specifically targeting critical nodes in the Emperor's children's offensive chain noise generators, psychic amplifiers, command nodes, or those over-aggressive elite units. This flexible and highly aggressive fighting style made it difficult for the Emperor's children, accustomed to the Iron Hand's rigid defensive style, to adapt. Their flanks and rear were constantly hit hard, their offensive rhythm was disrupted, and many Chaos Warriors, still laughing as they slaughtered, were turned to ash by precise fire from the flanks or behind before they even understood what had happened. However, what truly garnered more attention was not the orbital drop assault, but a special command vessel that followed closely behind. This vessel landed behind the relatively safe second defensive line, and from it emerged not Astartes monks, but Governor Chen Xi of Rostov's administrative secretary Hathor. She was not wearing power armor, but a slightly oversized, yet still form-fitting, dark grey sealed environmental suit, with a stern and focused face beneath her helmet's visor. Escorted by a squad of elite Rostov stormtroopers, she quickly established a forward command node. Her vehicle, a modified Sikaris command vehicle equipped with a powerful communication array and battlefield monitoring system, became her mobile fortress and information hub. Hathor did not personally wield a sword against the enemy, but her presence quickly enveloped the local battlefield of the entire Eastern War Zone. Through high-privilege encrypted data links, she directly accessed parts of the Ash Knights' tactical network and established temporary communication protocols with nearby Iron Hands units. Her command directives were clear, calm, and chillingly precise. Ash Knight's 3rd Assault Squad, shift 15 degrees to the left, there's an exposed noise cannon battery there, prioritize its elimination. Iron Hand's 7th Defense Platoon, 3 Emperor's Children champions are attempting to break through your flank, concentrate fire and await the Steel Shield Squad's arrival in 2 seconds for crossfire. Commander Shidong, I recommend launching the Area B offensive 3 seconds earlier, the enemy command node is shifting, this is a window of opportunity. She was like a war computer with infinite processing power, always instantly capturing the most crucial tactical opportunities from the chaotic flood of information and deploying resources with optimal efficiency. This was not psychic power, but purely in reliance on astonishing tactical intuition, a deep understanding of the battlefield situation, and a certain innate command talent. At one point, a squad of noise marines, relying on powerful sonic suppression, breached an Iron Hands strongpoint and was about to overrun a crucial hub connecting important energy pipelines. The defending Iron Hands squad suffered heavy casualties, and reinforcements were cut off by intense artillery fire. In this critical moment, Hathor's icy voice simultaneously cut into all nearby friendly channels. All adjacent units, coordinates Gamma 7, focus fire. No need for precise aiming, suppress with firepower for 3 seconds. Orbital bombardment request has been sent, impact confirmed, covering in 5 seconds. Remaining Emperor's Children will be dealt with by the Ash Knights Dagger Squad, they are in position. Instantly, bolter, laser, and railgun rounds poured down like a storm on that area, not immediately annihilating the enemy, but successfully breaking the Noise Marines' charge and forcing them into a narrow area. Immediately after, artillery fire from above conducted a precise cleansing, and finally, an Ash Knights assault squad emerged from the smoke like ghosts, cleanly eliminating all remaining and disoriented enemies. The efficiency of her command, the precision of her timing, and the fluidity of multi-unit coordination, while bringing relief to the Iron Hands soldiers who witnessed it all, also left them secretly astonished. That's the governor's secretary? A mortal. An Iron Hands sergeant whispered in an internal channel, incredulous. It's her. I heard about her in Primarch. Another voice said with hesitation and a barely perceptible hint of awe, but her command, it's like a Primarch. A third voice interjected, then quickly fell silent, as if realizing the slip. These discussions and battlefield records were also quickly relayed back to the Carita Command Center. Ferris Manus watched the local eastern battlefront, which was rapidly stabilizing due to Hathor's intervention, and the rapidly disappearing enemy markers on the holographic display. Her silver-grey eyes showed no admiration, only a deep and cold disgust. She recognized the essence of that command style, the shadow of the efficient and ruthless tactical thinking belonging to that traitor from 10 millennia ago, deeply ingrained in her memory, even though it was now being used against chaos. Chen Xi's Ash Knights, their efficiency is acceptable. Her voice was devoid of warmth, as if evaluating a tool. And when her gaze swept over the tiny marker representing Hather's command node, the air around her seemed to suddenly grow colder. As for that secretary, inform the frontline commanders to accept her tactical support, but remain vigilant. Any orders exceeding her established authority must be reconfirmed with headquarters. Her abhorrence and distrust of Hather had not diminished in the slightest due to the urgency of the battle. Beneath that cold iron will was the deepest rejection of the name Horus and everything associated with him. Hather's performance at this moment, in her eyes, was not a testament to loyalty, but rather a dangerous display of ability that required strict monitoring. Chapter 624, Fulgrim's Seduction, bonus chapter for Parade. As the ground battle devolved into a brutal, seesawing conflict of blood and fire, another, far more insidious war, aimed directly at the heart, spread invisibly and simultaneously. This was not an enemy that bolter rounds could shatter, nor an assault that high walls could resist, but a poison that seeped into the bones and corrupted the will, quietly penetrating the central nervous system of Medusa's defense. Ferrus Manus, located at a rear command node, and several senior officers on the front lines, found their private communication lines successively invaded by a series of signals of unknown origin, highly encrypted yet deliberately embedded with the psychic imprint of the Emperor's children. These messages, like poisoned blades wrapped in velvet, bypassed public tactical links and directly pierced the auditory and visual sensors of the command layer. Their very manner of appearance carried a certain sacrilegious ritualism, as if the invaders were not only militarily provocative but also executing a sophisticated and arrogant humiliation on a technical level. The decoded content was far from ordinary tactical interference or crude threats, but a series of bizarre, meticulously crafted images and whispers, capable of severely disturbing the viewer's mind. Their exquisite production and sinister intent far exceeded the scope of typical psychological warfare, resembling more a collection of decadent artworks custom-made for specific targets. In the images, captured Iron Hands warriors and Medusa civilians were subjected to sacrilegious modification and torture in the name of art. Their bodies were twisted into desperate living sculptures, fused with Cold War ruins, forming scenes that blended extreme suffering with morbid beauty. The background was filled with a meticulously arranged symphony of noise, intertwining the victims' wails, the hiss of weapons, and a frenzied melody, forming a mental pollution that directly assaulted the boundaries of perception. Every frame was deliberately composed and enhanced with light and shadow, emphasizing the eerie fusion of pain and so-called beauty, attempting to drag the viewer's moral concepts and aesthetic intuition into a distorted abyss. Accompanying the images were messages directed straight at Ferrus Manus, imbued with twisted affection and temptation. The voice was lazy and magnetic, yet carried the coldness and stickiness of a snake, like a lover's whisper, but permeated with an undeniable, deadly venom. This voice was not a mere recording, it seemed to contain faint psychic fluctuations, capable of bypassing rational barriers and directly stirring the listener's deeply hidden emotional chords. My dearest Ferrus, my cold Gorgon sister. The voice began with a sigh that was almost nostalgic. Look at all this, do you recall our past years in the workshops, on the battlefields, pursuing perfection together? Back then, you, with your hammer in hand, your gaze focused, how brilliant was your thirst for the ultimate and the pure. We once discussed the ultimate form, the limits of power, that fiery passion, have you completely forgotten it? The whispers did not stop, they continued to spread, like a venomous snake coiling around the mind. Your warriors are indeed resilient, their silence is the most moving note in this symphony. But why must you let them endure all this? This is so imperfect. Their bodies of iron could have become the foundation for a greater art, not shattered into fragments in this meaningless resistance. This is a squandering of beauty, my dear sister. Temptation followed, weaving a distorted vision of the future. Come back to me, my dear sister. Look at this feast I have prepared for you, this grand performance. This is the ultimate experience, the sublimation beyond mortal flesh. You and I, we can stand side by side, bestowing this perfection upon the entire galaxy. Imagine a realm where limitations no longer exist, only eternal pleasure and ultimate sensation, created by our own hands. What a magnificent masterpiece that would be. Even for the deepest betrayal, the voice attempted to twist it into a faded romance. Istvan, that was merely an unfortunate misunderstanding, a hasty departure, a painful choice forced upon us by Father's narrow vision. But look, destiny has brought us together again. What a divine revelation. Embrace it, embrace me. We shall surely transcend the past, forging with our own hands a new, eternal beginning that belongs to us. These messages, without exception, originated from Fulgrim, or rather, the daemon prince of Slaanesh that occupied his form. He was not in a hurry to seek a direct confrontation but, like a cat toying with its prey, patiently savored the process. He sought to use these cruel artworks and sugar-coated curses to precisely pierce Ferrus's potentially lingering painful memories and unhealed wounds, shake her will, which she likened to iron, and lure her toward the abyss of corruption. He even deliberately interspersed a few irrelevant, hard to distinguish tactical fragments into the psychic pollution, vaguely hinting at the Emperor's children's next moves. This was both an arrogant display, showcasing his control over all aspects, and a deeper poison, attempting to plunge Ferrus's strategic judgment into endless suspicion and hesitation, eroding the certainty of her decisions. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Tech priests were busily working, data rosaries rapidly clicking, attempting to track and block these pervasive signals. However, their source was cleverly obscured by the surging, corrupted energies of the warp, jumping erratically, like a bone-deep infection, difficult to completely eradicate. Each brief success in blocking was often quickly followed by a new, more devious intrusion, as if in merciless mockery of mortal technology. Ferris Manus stood before the main tactical hololith, staring expressionlessly at each incoming message and image. Her silver-grey eyes were like winter ice, showing no ripples, as if she were observing a clumsy drama unrelated to her. All around, officers and technicians held their breath, both because of the horrifying content of the messages and the Primarch's suffocating silence. When a particularly lengthy message, filled with false reminiscences of past friendship and insane fantasies of future pleasure, finally finished playing, she simply raised her right arm, covered by the Gorgon's skin, in silence. The liquid metal flowed, instantly hardening and transforming no longer a hand, but a cold forging hammer, gleaming with an inorganic chill. Bang! A horrifying crash exploded in the dead-silent command center. She smashed the communication terminal that had been continuously playing the sacrilegious images and grating noise with one punch, fragments and searing electrical sparks scattering, like the eruption of a cold fury. The nauseating sound ceased abruptly, replaced by a deathly silence and the smell of ozone and metal dust in the air. A pathetic, twisted remnant. Her voice followed, cold enough to freeze every particle in the air, laden with undisguised revulsion and utter contempt. Your very existence is the most malicious blasphemy against perfection. Are these the only nauseating tricks you have left? The perfection you pursue rotted into the ugliest stain in the galaxy in that betrayal 10 millennia ago. She turned to the pale-faced communications officer, her orders sharp and decisive, each word hammered out as if from a forge. Record all information feature codes, archive them, and submit them to the tech priests for deep analysis, attempting to reverse trace their warp source. The rest of the content requires no reporting, and no response. Notify all commanders, immediately elevate psychic protection levels to the highest standard, all personnel are to hold their battle stations, undisturbed by this. Should similar signals intrude again, directly execute purification protocols, no confirmation needed. Despite her outwardly cold and hard demeanor, like ancient, unyielding iron, those words about Istvan, about the past, about Fulgrim, were undoubtedly like countless tiny, cold poison thorns, attempting to pierce the deepest crevices of her mind. The searing pain of decapitation, the shock and despair of betrayal by a trusted brother, were scars etched deep into her genes and soul, never truly healed. But she, with unshakable will, forcibly suppressed the surging emotions, sealing them completely behind an icy wall of absolute rationality. At this moment, she was the guardian of Medusa, the commander of the Iron Hands, and individual emotions had to yield to duty and the survival of the whole. Her will was the final, and most unyielding, line of defense. However, Fulgrim's whispers did not cease, like corrupting background noise, continuous and persistent, like a bone-deep infection, adding a bizarre and sinister dimension to this bloody, physical war of offense and defense. He knew Ferris's every weakness and was adept at how best to torment her, provoke her, and tempt her. This cruel game, born of a brotherhood 10 millennia ago, now plunged into extreme darkness and absolute defiance, had only just begun its danger far exceeding the smoky battlefield before them. Above the surface, the clash of iron and blood continued, the flashes of explosions and the roar of chain swords forming the brutal symphony of war. The arrival of the Ash Knights temporarily stabilized the wavering front line, bringing new tactical possibilities. But the main force of the Emperor's children was still vast as a tide, and a more insane, darker assault, dedicated to dragging the entire world into a decadent feast, was surely still brewing in the shadows. The psychological front and the real front were simultaneously taut, testing the nerves and souls of every guardian of Medusa. Chapter 625 A Trap. The war in the Medusa sector had completely escalated into a fierce, white-hot conflict, like plunging into a bottomless abyss. Though the Emperor's children fleet suffered heavy losses in the orbital battle, their main force remained like a persistent, festering wound, continuously assaulting the Iron Hands' painstakingly established defensive lines. The landing craft and drop pods of the Fallen rained down like a blasphemous storm of steel, ceaselessly impacting Medusa's iron-grey earth, carrying the fires of destruction from the void all the way to the planet's surface. The eastern part of Orbit Forge City, and the vast area surrounding the orbital elevator, the Gorgon's spine, had long since become a bloody, meat-grinder battlefield. Every street, every forge, repeatedly changed hands in brutal, seesaw combat. Smoke and blood mist mingled, shrouding the rust-red sky. The deafening roars of battle, the thunder of explosions, and the twisted, frenzied chanting of chaos cultists intertwined, as if playing an unending symphony of destruction. In the deepest command center of Carida Fortress, Ferris Manus stood like a cold, steel monument, silent before the massive holographic tactical display. Her silver-grey eyes scanned the constantly updating stream of battlefield data at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. Countless light points symbolizing allied and enemy units collided, extinguished, and reignited in her vision. Her mind was like a highly precise logical engine, accurately calculating the attrition rate of each front, the effectiveness estimate of each counterattack, and the optimal allocation of every strategic resource. Only the most astute watcher could glimpse the surging undercurrents beneath her slightly tensed metallic jaw and the occasional flicker of icy sharp light in her eyes beneath that mask of absolute rationality, deep-seated abhorrence, and heightened vigilance spread like a hidden fire. Fulgrim's haunting whispers and distorted images still continuously attempted to penetrate the psychic barrier, eroding her command nodes. Those sugar-coated poisons, falsely recalling past friendship and madly fantasizing about fallen perfection, all tore at her millennia-old unhealed wounds, igniting a boiling killing intent. The aftershocks of each psychic assault caused almost imperceptible ripples in the liquid metal flowing between her fingers, a trace of surging killing intent forcibly suppressed and forged into an icy will. He never craved this planet, nor a vulgar victory. Ferris's voice suddenly cut through the silence of the command center, as cold as Medusa's eternally howling whines, reaching the ears of the two people standing beside her. Governor Chen Xi's psychic radiance flickered in and out of the shadows, like a lone star in the deep cosmos, tranquil yet holding endless mysteries. And Hathor, despite wearing a secretary's uniform, still unable to conceal her true nature as a primarch, was scrutinizing the holographic image with hawk-like sharp eyes, her gaze holding the prudence and strategic judgment of a war master. Even at this moment, a tension spanning millennia, almost instinctive, permeated between the two, like an unhealed wound, throbbing faintly under pressure. Fulgrim's target is me. There was no hint of question in Ferris's statement, only an unequivocal, steel-cold assertion. He always has been. A conquest filled with a morbid artistic sense, an ultimate feast of extreme humiliation and corruption targeting a former brother. This is the final drama he truly wishes to stage. Medusa and its billions of inhabitants are merely props for his stage and unwilling spectators. There was no anger in her tone, only an almost absolute, bone-deep revulsion, as if stating an indisputable law of physics. Chen Xi nodded slightly, the silver psychic radiance in his eyes swirling like a galaxy, as if reflecting countless fragments of the future. Your judgment aligns perfectly with my psychic prescience. Fulgrim's fleet offensive appears chaotic, but the pressure consistently revolves around areas where he could directly engage you. He is probing, and more importantly, luring. His desire is like a dark lighthouse in the warp's tides, clearly discernible. He craves you, he craves your reaction, he craves to drag you into the center of his meticulously woven drama of corruption. Hathor stepped forward, her posture combining elegance and efficiency, forming a subtle contrast with Ferris's steel-like demeanor. Their gazes met briefly, and a spark of unresolved tension seemed to crackle in the air, but it was immediately suppressed by a stronger common goal in the current crisis. If that is the case, we can turn his own scheme against him. Hathor's voice was calm and pragmatic, revealing the profound tactical acumen of a war master. This familiarity caused Ferris's metallic fingers to unconsciously clench, then she forcibly willed them to slowly relax. If he is so obsessed with you, we will give him a seemingly within-reach opportunity. Let him believe that your will is worn down by continuous bloody battles, and your defenses are showing cracks due to resource depletion. A daring, precise, and extremely dangerous plan quickly took shape during the three's efficient and clandestine discussion. Its core was to precisely exploit Fulgrim's pathological obsession with Ferris, setting a final trap. Each discussion precisely stripped away unnecessary emotions, leaving only cold strategic deduction and necessary risk assessment, like forging a poisoned dagger, aiming for a single, fatal strike. The key to the trap lay in the emergency development of an oversized temporal stasis field generator, spearheaded by Archmagos Call and Sage Oligana. This device boldly drew upon partially analyzed Necron's technology fragments obtained from the Watcher core and the Pioneer's Throat ruins. Its design goal was not destruction, but capture to confine Fulgrim in a spatio-temporally stagnant, extra-dimensional prison the moment he appeared in the heart of the battlefield. The strategy of luring the enemy deep was based on precise strategic feints of weakness. Through planned, gradual abandonment of some outer defensive lines, and even meticulously faking unstable energy at key nodes and intermittent command communications, the battle situation would be guided to seemingly favor the Emperor's children. All of this was to force Ferris to more frequently appear at critical frontline areas. She would serve as an irresistible bait, completely igniting Fulgrim's greed and impatience, luring him to abandon the fleet's protection, personally descend to Medusa's surface, and ultimately step onto the stage of death tailored for him. The entire operation was, in essence, a precise manipulation of perception, vanity, and desire. Ferris herself would be the most crucial wielder of the blade in the trap, confronting Fulgrim directly. Only she could maximize the attraction and capture of Fulgrim's full attention, and endure the mad assault of a daemon primarch blessed by chaos gods during the dangerous window before the stasis field fully took effect. This required not only unparalleled martial prowess but also a truly iron will capable of resisting millennia of accumulated resentment and the whispers of corruption. And the moment the stasis field successfully bound its target, hidden reinforcements would launch a lightning strike. Hathor, and another unrevealed trump card hinted at by Chen Xi, would seize that fleeting opportunity to end this millennia-long nightmare with absolute power. The success of the entire operation hinged on millisecond perfect timing and flawless coordination across multiple units. Chapter 626, The Experiment. Once the plan was finalized, orders were dispatched with the highest encryption level. The entire Iron Hands chapter in Medusa's global defense system, like a war machine tuned to its absolute limit, began recalibrating every gear for this high-risk, high-reward strategy. Deep beneath Rostov 3 Forge World, in the silent furnace laboratory, the air was almost stagnant. The circulation system seemed unable to dispel the almost tangible anxiety, or the pungent smell of ozone, hot metal, and overloaded energy conduits. Thick energy conduits, like the dormant veins of a giant beast, coiled around the increasingly formed, structurally anomalous device in the center of the laboratory, the spatio-temporal stasis field generator. It emanated an inhuman, eerie blue glow, its construction both the pinnacle of future technology and the unsettling strangeness of an ancient, malevolent altar, involuntarily inspiring fear. Archmagos Belisarius Call's massive mechanical body stood like a pillar of a steel temple before the main control console. Countless mechanical appendages operated the interface with dizzying speed, and a torrent of data poured through his many optical sensors. Sage Oligana assisted him, her logic engines running at overload, processing complex real-time calculations. Several servitor skulls, resembling mechanical cats, circled her, emitting the hum of high-frequency computations. Dozens of other tech priests and assistants were in the laboratory, most remaining silent, with only the faint murmurs of binary prayers and the intermittent hiss and click of instruments audible, highlighting the immense oppression of the place. Their work was not only a race against time but a dance with unknown dangers. Each attempt teetered on the brink of disaster, like stepping into an abyss. The Watcher Core was securely sealed in the adjacent Blackstone Prison 7, still silent, but this did not obscure the fact that it remained an Imperial-certified abominable intelligence, and leveraging its power was still a forbidden and perilous endeavor within the Imperium. Furthermore, the fragmented Necrons technology reverse-engineered from Necrons relics obtained from the Ristov subsector completely defied the laws of physics known to humanity. Forcibly merging these two to create a device capable of imprisoning a Daemon Primarch presented a level of difficulty and risk far beyond conventional projections. The cost of failure was not merely material destruction, it could tear apart the local fabric of reality, inviting unforeseen warp catastrophes. 734th synthesis attempt, energy resonance frequency extremely unstable, unacceptable deviation rate, warning, potential for localized spatio-temporal structure collapse. A tech priest reported in Gothic, interspersed with binary trills, a hint of fear in his voice that could not be entirely digitalized. One of Call's mechanical arms abruptly swept aside a crackling, sparking faulty circuit, emitting a sharp metallic screech. Recalibrate the Blackstone harmonic suppressor. Inject an additional 5% energy into the manifold stabilization ring. We must overcome this damned entropic effect. A rare urgency permeated his synthesized voice. Multiple thought processes were simultaneously handling countless variables, theoretical success rates, contingency plans for various failure scenarios, critical points of energy overload, and the worst-case outcome, the device losing control, potentially tearing open a warp rift, and the devastating chain reaction of technological backlash on the silent furnace and even the entire Forge world. Each calculation was like walking a tightrope over a bottomless chasm, with only a thin line separating rationality from madness. Sage Olegana silently executed the commands, her mechanical bionic eyes flashing rapidly, reflecting the surging data. She knew that failure would not only lead to their self-destruction but could also completely expose the entire strategic plan, resulting in irreversible disaster. But the Primarch's orders were unquestionable, and the fate of the Imperium hinged on this place. She dabbed a drop of carefully blessed machine oil onto the furiously flickering control panel, softly reciting traditional prayers to soothe the machine spirit, though she was well aware that the machine spirit she sought to control was perhaps ancient, alien, and filled with cold hostility, originating from an entirely different, Xenos technological system. In the testing ground, scaled-down prototypes had undergone several activation tests. Sometimes, it could drag objects in the test area into near-absolute stillness, where even photon movement became sluggish, and time seemed frozen. At other times, it caused bizarre spatial distortions, instantly tearing test subjects into subatomic dust, or opening brief but dangerous microscopic wormholes, leaking mind-shattering whispers of the void. Each failure was accompanied by violent energy surges and piercing alarms, tightening the nerves of all participants. The scent of ozone permeated the air, and deeper still, a profound fear of the unknown. The pressure was unprecedented, but Call and his team had no retreat. They continuously exploited the Watcher's secrets, risked applying fragments of Necron's technology, constantly adjusted parameters, optimized structures, and launched into the next test. The laboratory lights burned brightly, and energy scorch marks and metal fatigue lines on the adamantium floor grew daily, like the brutal scars left by repeated failures. Meanwhile, the war on Medusa's surface grew fiercer. The Iron Hands and their allies bought every minute with blood and steel for the setup of the ultimate trap. Driven by Fulgrim's twisted encouragement and his obsession with Ferris, the Emperor's Children armies launched wave after wave of frenzied and bizarre attacks. Noise Marine's sonic weapons tore through the Iron Hands lines, shattering warriors' internal organs within their sealed power armor. Chaos Lords wielded blasphemous power swords, seeking worthy opponents, viewing slaughter and torment as a perverse sensory art. They treated war as the ultimate sensory feast, using the agonizing cries of defenders and civilians as a deranged accompaniment, painting the battlefield with twisted symphonies and eerie light and shadow, transforming it into a nightmare of depraved revelry. The Iron Hands and Ash Knights paid an extremely heavy price for this. The entire front line was like an endless meat grinder, mercilessly devouring the lives and wills of the warriors. Many companies suffered over half casualties, their structures shattered, and once precious armored vehicles and heavy weapons were now just twisted metal wreckage, burning their last embers on the scorched earth. New recruits were forced to endure the most brutal and rapid baptism of fire and blood. Many of them, not yet fully accustomed to the weight of their power armor, fell amidst the tearing sound of bolter fire or the terrifying vibrations of sonic weapons. There was no time for grief on the battlefield. Surviving brothers could only silently bend down to retrieve the precious gene seed from the still warm corpses. This was the only ritual they could perform for the fallen. And those who struggled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood saw the naivety and hesitation in their eyes completely eroded within a few short days. The unease of their first arrival on the battlefield was gone from their gaze, replaced by the cold resolve of a veteran of 100 battles, and the deep-seated, silently burning, fierce anger in their eyes. Chapter 627, Another Trump Card. Ferris Maina strictly adhered to her promise. She was like a firefighter, appearing wherever the battle lines were most critical and strained. Her presence itself was an unshakable banner, her arrival always instantly boosted morale on the verge of collapse, turning the tide of local battles with absolute power. She even several times engaged the most arrogant champions of the Emperor's Children, each time utterly destroying her opponents with overwhelming power and cold efficiency. Under her forge hammer, there was no enemy that could withstand a single blow, each strike carried a cold, resolute finality, as if to smash apart 10,000 years of resentment and old hatred. But she always strictly avoided direct contact with areas where Fulgrim might appear. After each such display of victory, she would quickly withdraw, as if unwilling to linger, or perhaps lacking strength or conserving her power. This restraint, in the eyes of the Emperor's children, might have been interpreted as a sign of hesitation, weakness, or dwindling resources, which further stimulated Fulgrim's greed and arrogance, making him even more certain that the fruit of victory was ripe and within his grasp. Grim battle reports continuously flowed back to the Karada command center. The loss list grew longer, behind every name and every serial number was a lost life and a heavy price. But the Iron Hand's defensive line, like adamantium tempered by 1,000 fires, though constantly bending, groaning, and cracking, never broke. The soldiers' morale grew tougher through the ultimate test of blood and fire. They unconditionally trusted their Primarch, believing she could lead them to ultimate victory, even if it required unprecedented sacrifice and trials. They did not know that they too were part of this grand scheme. Their steadfastness and sacrifice were the most solid and real foundation of the bait, and this ignorance, to some extent, was also a necessary protection. Ferris stood on a front-line position that had just repelled a frantic enemy assault, her feet amidst smoking shell craters, melted and resolidified metal droplets, and scattered, broken body parts. She looked around, observing the warriors covered in gunpowder smoke, blood, and wounds, yet still resolute, clutching their weapons tightly. In her silver-grey eyes, endless data streams flickered silently, calculating the ultimate cost and success rate, further solidifying her resolve to execute that dangerous plan. The trap was set, the bait cast, waiting only for that most deadly, most cunning viper, unable to suppress its greed, to step into the final cage. The air was thick with the smell of blood and fire, and a faint, almost imperceptible, sweet decay from the warp, signaling the approach of the final storm. Medusa's war was no longer a simple offensive-defensive attrition, it had evolved into an ultimate contest of will and desire, a cruel dance conducted amidst steel, fire, mad whispers, and cold calculations. The Emperor's children's attacks grew more frenzied, as if collectively sensing the approach of some ultimate temptation, they threw more twisted creations, enchanted warriors, and fallen elites into the battlefield, tormenting the defenders' nerves and bodies with blasphemous sights and sounds and extreme cruelty. In the Karada command center, Ferris Manus endured a double burden. On one hand, every loss report from the battlefield, every cold symbol representing a company's annihilation or severe damage, struck her core will like an invisible forge hammer again and again. Those were her children, the guilt of failing to protect them 10,000 years ago, like an unyielding ghost, became ever clearer and more painful in the face of new, immense sacrifices. On the other hand, there was Fulgrim's pervasive, haunting psychic pollution. Even with the powerful psychic defenses Chen Xi helped deploy, those twisted images and sweet, malicious whispers would still find tiny cracks to seep through, suddenly exploding in her consciousness while she was fully focused on battle simulations, perhaps the silent, desperate screams of Iron Hand's warriors who had been vivisected, or Fulgrim's call, tinged with false sadness and seductive charm, "My dear brother, look at you, why make them sacrifice in vain for your hopeless persistence? This is too imperfect. Look at you, you possess a more perfect form than I ever imagined, yet you remain so stubborn, and so, heartbreakingly lonely." Each time, Ferris suppressed it with an unshakable, absolute willpower, her face like ice frozen for 10,000 years, only her right fist, flowing with liquid metal, occasionally clenching suddenly, revealing the turbulent currents beneath. She could not be distracted, nor could she be provoked into losing her composure. The core of the entire plan was that she had to maintain a delicate, almost contradictory posture, to be both the resilient defensive core and spiritual symbol of the entire army, yet also to show enough subtle fatigue and isolation to make Fulgrim believe there was an opportunity to exploit. She was like a string of supreme alloy, stretched to its limit, perfectly playing the subtle balance between calm and fury. The slightest mistake could lead to a complete collapse of the front. Her secret communications with Chen Xi and Hathor became extremely frequent and highly confidential. The communication location was often not in the bustling command center, but rather moved to a secret chamber located in the deepest part of the fortress's underground, sealed by multiple layers of black stone fields and ancient runes. The walls here were covered with powerful marks to ward off all warp prying. Call's pressure has reached a critical point. Chen Xi's voice came through the highest encryption psychic link, sounding somewhat ethereal, but the gravity and urgency within were clearly discernible. Every test is like detonating a miniature star. Olegana's latest report states that 3 tech priests have completely collapsed due to psychic overload and energy feedback, a death on the data plane. We are taking an incalculable risk in a high-stakes gamble, with our very existence as the wager, potentially even affecting the stability of reality's fabric. The chips in this gamble are Medusa's future, the 10th Legion's survival, and even the fate of wider star systems. Ferris's response was as hard as vibranium, without the slightest waver. Tell Call that I need that weapon in place and at its intended efficacy within the specified time. No ifs and maybes. Failure is a luxury we absolutely cannot afford. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, turned to Hathor beside her. And you? How is the other card prepared? I need a definite, affirmative answer. Hathor met her scrutinizing gaze. The air between them still felt heavy due to the 10,000-year-old enmity, but a cold, cooperative consensus based on absolute necessity had silently formed, overriding personal likes and dislikes. It's in position, in final standby status. She paused, then added, her tone almost coldly objective, provided you can withstand Fulgrim's full-strength attack until that moment. His power far exceeds what it was 10,000 years ago, completely immersed in the Dark God's favor, he is closer than ever to what he twistedly understands as perfection. On that last word, she injected a trace of undisguised sarcasm and disgust. Chapter 628 Fulgrim arrives. Ferris let out a nearly contemptuous cold snort, the sound echoing in the sealed chamber with a metallic tremor, then let him try. The grievances that could not be completely resolved 10,000 years ago will surely be brought to an end here today. The strategic feigned weakness operation began to be strictly implemented. Under Ferris's personal instruction, several carefully selected outer defense nodes underwent a tactical retreat. The retreat process was meticulously planned, leaving behind ample equipment wreckage, explosion marks, and signs of a hasty withdrawal. Even some secondary communication relays were deliberately sabotaged, allowing the Emperor's Children's intelligence personnel to successfully intercept and decrypt some cleverly manipulated encrypted messages that indicated strained supply lines, depleted backup energy, chaotic command chains, and internal disagreements among the defenders. All these clues, like a gradually tightening, invisible net, precisely pointed to the preset final ambush point, a specially modified industrial ruin complex in eastern orbit Forge City. At the same time, Ferris's appearances on the front lines noticeably increased, and her stay time was deliberately extended. She no longer swiftly resolved battles with thunderous might and immediately disappeared. Sometimes, she would linger for a moment on a position just retaken in a bloodbath, inspecting the wounded, and even personally using her cold metal hand to help up a fallen warrior, exchanging a few brief words. These scenes, through the Emperor's Children's pervasive physical reconnaissance and psychic scrying, were cleverly amplified and transmitted back. She made herself the most dazzling focal point on the battlefield, becoming the commander who seemingly, due to heavy responsibility and continuous pressure, was gradually isolated, depleted, and forced to constantly appear to put out fires. All this calculation and performance were to feed Fulgrim's increasingly inflated arrogance and greed. He never just wanted to defeat her, he wanted to thoroughly toy with, crush, and ultimately corrupt her in the field she was most proud of. At the moment she was doing her utmost to protect her people and her world. What he wanted was the desperate sigh when her iron will shattered, the sight of her finally succumbing to his twisted aesthetics, the ultimate embodiment of his dark artistic vision. On the front lines, the grassroots soldiers did not know the full scope of the High Command's vast and dangerous strategy. They only saw their beloved Primarch with them, fighting more bravely than anyone, and seemingly enduring unimaginable pressure. The new recruit, Karl, was no longer the child who would tremble in fear when first on the battlefield. His face bore several deep scars, his eyes had become as cold and sharp as a veteran's, yet they burned with an inner fire. His squad had undergone several brutal reductions and reorganizations. He was now a temporary sergeant, leading several other new recruits who, like him, had been rapidly matured by the fires of war. After successfully repelling a frenzied assault by a wave of noise marines, Karl leaned against a broken wall, panting heavily, watching the Primarch, who was listening to a battle report not far away. Ferris's silver-grey power armor was covered in new scratches, dents, and charred marks from energy weapon burns. Her posture was still as upright as a mountain, but a deep sense of fatigue, seemingly originating from the depths of her soul, was unmistakably evident through her steel-like exterior. At that moment, Karl felt an inexplicable pang and sharp pain. It was not fear, but a heavy, intense urge to share the immense burden of his leader. Primarch, she has hardly ever left the very front lines. A young warrior beside Karl, whose arm was still slightly trembling from the recent fierce battle, whispered, his voice filled with immense reverence and deep concern. She is bearing a burden we cannot imagine. Karl's voice was hoarse, he wiped the grime from his faceplate with his blood-stained glove, and all we can do is hold this place to the last moment. Trust her judgment, follow her orders, no matter the cost. They did not know that they too were an indispensable part of this massive lure. Their sacrifices and steadfastness were calmly calculated into that grand and necessary strategy. This ignorance, to some extent, was also a protection for morale. And on the side of the Emperor's children, the whispers of temptation gradually turned into confident laughter. Fulgrim believed that Ferris's will was being eroded by the continuous bloody battles, her resources were dwindling, and every one of her appearances was a forced, desperate struggle. He believed that the stage was set, the audience was ready, and it was time for this climactic drama, awaited for 10,000 years, to unfold. His desire, like the ever-heating fires of purgatory, urgently needed to be satisfied. Finally, an unusually powerful, dense, and undisguised psychic surge began to gather and rise from the depths of the Emperor's Children's fleet, like a beacon of sin in the dark void, shooting directly towards the surface of Medusa, precisely focusing on the eastern part of Orbit Forge City, the area where Ferris most frequently appeared. That psychic surge was filled with temptation, mockery, and an impatient possessiveness, as if an invisible, colossal hand was attempting to completely seize its long-coveted prey. He's here. Ferris, in the command center, instantly perceived this familiar yet nauseating power. A cold light burst forth in her silver-grey eyes. All calculations, all suppressions, all waiting, at this moment, transformed into a pure, icy will to fight. All the groundwork, all the sacrifices, all the performances, were for this moment. She turned abruptly and gave the final regular order to the communications officer, her voice so steady that no ripple could be detected, as if merely stating an already destined, inevitable fact. According to the prearranged plan, all units will progressively contract to the second defense line. Without my direct order, no unit is to enter sectors 7 through 9 in the east. That was the final stage chosen for her, and for Fulgrim. A cage meticulously prepared with countless sacrifices, an arena destined to write its final conclusion with blood and soul, steel and will. She steadily picked up her Warhammer, forge hammer, its cold metal surface reflecting her expressionless face, yet her eyes burned like flames. The deepest trap had been sprung, the most dangerous bait was about to be in position. Gorgon would personally confront her eternal nightmare, not to settle past personal grievances, but to protect a future where she might no longer exist, but one that must be completely free from that shadow of corruption. In the air, Fulgrim's joyous and twisted psychic proclamation already seemed to echo, like a magnificent overture before the final curtain call, filled with morbid anticipation and manic delight. I have come, my dear Ferris, let us finally bring this long symphony to its most perfect finale. Chapter 629, Trap Ready. The surface war on Medusa had raged for nearly 6 standard months, and this iron planet was undergoing a slow and painful dismemberment. Every inch of land was saturated with viscous machine oil, congealed blood, and unspeakable chaos filth, as if the entire planet itself was silently decaying. The once vast peripheral areas of Orbit Forge City had now completely devolved into a nightmarish ruin, with mountains of ceramite and adamantium debris, and high-energy ray-melted metal cascading like black waterfalls, instantly solidifying into grotesque and twisted forms, like sculptures from the abyss, recording a mad fantasy of destruction. The air was perpetually permeated with the pungent odors of ozone, gunpowder, and charred flesh, and above these, a sickeningly sweet whisper of slonish psychic energy seeped through. It was like invisible fingers, constantly caressing the nerve endings of every living creature, attempting to infiltrate through the cracks of will, transforming reason into a frenzied tremor. The battle had long since entered its cruelest attrition phase. The Emperor's children's assaults were like a poisonous tide, one wave after another, ceaselessly. They pursued extreme sensory stimulation and the art of destruction, treating slaughter as a sacrilegious performance. Yet, each frenzied offensive was met and shattered by the Iron Hand's Legion's silent resilience and dense curtain of fire. The warriors, relying on the broken walls of workshops, towering furnace complexes, and a network of underground tunnels, engaged in bloody, house-to-house, street-by-street combat, yielding not an inch. They calculated the exchange ratio of each engagement with an almost cold rationality, using space and time to grind down the invaders' madness inch by inch. For them, this was not war, but a grand engineering deconstruction dismantling faults, erasing errors. For many new recruits, these 6 months were tantamount to being retempered in a crucible of blood and fire. They learned to maintain firing accuracy amidst deafening sonic weapons, to discern real threats from distorted psychic illusions, and, more importantly, to mechanically reload, aim, and fire even after witnessing comrades incinerated by terrifying weapons. Their fear did not vanish, it was merely suppressed and forged by a deeper iron will named duty and guardianship, ultimately becoming a part of their power armor, the rhythm of every beat of their mechanical hearts. Beneath the surface of this bloody stalemate, a highly confidential operation was quietly underway in the deepest isolation layer of Carida Fortress. Great Sage Belisarius Call, after 6 months of sleepless research, finally completed the analysis and reverse engineering of the Necron stasis field device, and secretly arrived on Medusa with the ultimate solution. He brought not blueprints or raw materials, but a fully constructed core component of a stasis field system, complex and precise beyond imagination. This miracle crystallization, a materialized embodiment of knowledge and will, was completed in the deepest secret chamber of his mobile mechanicum arc, the Forge of Wisdom, at the cost of countless rare resources, ancient STC fragment data, and almost infinite computing power. His mission focused on deployment and activation. This system was far from a simple field generator, its multiple node units had to be precisely deployed underground in the selected battlefield and within the foundations of critical surrounding structures. Energy conduits, like dormant silver veins, were buried deep beneath rock and steel, and dangerously interfaced with Medusa's own turbulent planetary core energy network. Beneath Call's crimson robes, countless precise mechanical appendages simultaneously operated dozens of humming analytical instruments. His ancient brain and advanced logic engines ran at full speed, processing vast amounts of geological data, warp background radiation models, energy flow predictions, and chaos interference parameters to ensure flawless deployment. Countless tech priests, sworn to absolute silence and directly under him, toiled like worker bees, laying, connecting, and calibrating to micron-level precision, under the dual protection of anti-psychic fields and physical isolation. Within the temporarily designated deployment zone, the air was thick with the scent of overheated metal, ionized air, and a tension so palpable it could only be broken by binary prayers. Every interface test, every minute calibration of energy fluctuation, hinged on the success of the final trap, allowing no room for error. Call himself stood like the core of this precise instrument, silently at the center of the data deluge, with only the flickering pale blue light deep within his optical lenses hinting at the complex calculations taking place beneath. As the war entered its 6th month of stalemate, Call transmitted a brief pulse signal through an ultra-encrypted, independent data link to his few confidants Ferris Manus, Chen Xi, and the frontline command node. The code meant, device ready, accompanied by more detailed energy readings and an index to the activation protocol. This system consisted of multiple generator nodes. Upon activation, it would instantaneously draw a massive amount of energy from Medusa's planetary core furnace and perform extremely dangerous, directional interference with the local space-time structure. Its fault tolerance was so low it was almost theoretical, any minor error could trigger a catastrophic energy backlash, even tearing the fabric of reality. Simultaneously, Call's Mechanicum Arc also brought crucial reinforcements for this decisive battle for Imperial Knight armors belonging to the Lin Guang family. These majestic war machines stood like mobile Gothic fortresses, their specially treated pale armor inscribed with layers of ancient runes to resist warp incursions. Luminous pale blue psychic energy flowed at their joints and weapon mounts, as if they themselves were lighthouses against the void. Piloting them were the most pure-blooded and battle-hardened noble knights of the Lin Guang family. Their souls were deeply bound to the machine spirits within their knight armor, burning together in silence, patiently awaiting the moment to purge evil. They were living icons, walking rejections of the mundane. Furthermore, an entire full-strength battle group of Ash Knights reinforcements joined the orbital defense sequence like silent pallbearers, while their warriors, as the most elite strategic reserve, waited deep within the fortress. Beneath their black and white livery was a long suppressed, all-purging resolve. Their very existence was like an unsheathed sword of judgment, its cold light contained, waiting only to strike. These forces, along with Hather's detachment of Rostov's stormtroopers, equipped with the latest Melta and plasma weapons, and a new Gorgon Guard company composed of Ferris's most trusted Iron Hands warriors, were all integrated into an extremely secret final plan. It had no name, only a code and coordinates. Their objective was clear and singular: to work in concert, create an absolutely lethal stage, lure their eternal nemesis onto it, then launch a thunderous strike, dragging him into an eternal prison of stasis. Chapter 630, Personally the Bait. Inside the Karita Fortress Command Center, the air seemed to stagnate with gravity. Ferris Manus and Chen Xi stood side by side before the central holographic display, silently gazing at the precise and massive three-dimensional projection of the final forge square. The interplay of light and shadow from metal and energy flows flickered in their eyes, like an undetermined fate. Master Call stood to one side, his numerous mechanical appendages occasionally making subtle adjustments, emitting almost inaudible calibration sounds, like a dormant mechanical construct breathing. All stasis nodes have been embedded with the highest precision. Call's synthesized voice was as steady as an undisturbed ancient well, yet each syllable carried a metallic weight. Energy conduits are directly connected to the main pulse of the geothermic furnace, and the activation sequence has completed its final verification. Theoretical models indicate that upon activation, the field will cover an absolute domain with a radius of 100 meters, centered on the core node. Its effect is not merely freezing, but rather completely severing the target space from the real universe, forming an independent dimensional fragment where time is completely static. Ferris's silver eyes, sharp as blades, swept over the circular area marked in deep blue on the holographic image. Dimensional fragment? What happens afterward? It will exist until its energy naturally depletes, a process that could last for centuries. Within this fragment, all things including matter, energy, and even spiritual entities will maintain the state they were in at the moment the field became active, absolutely static, unable to be interfered with or destroyed by any known means. Call's scarlet optical lenses contracted slightly. There's no risk of meltdown, but there's only one chance. The field formation is irreversible and its range is precise. The target must be ensured to be completely within its operational area. Chen Xi stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes seemingly holding the abyss of contemplation. Fulgrim will not easily step into an obvious trap. He desires you, Ferris, but he is no longer the perfect king who acted solely on emotion. Now he is cunning, suspicious, and blessed by the Dark God. We need bait he absolutely cannot refuse. Ferris fell into a brief silence, the flowing liquid metal around her, the Gorgon skin rippling unconsciously as if sensing its owner's mood. He will come, her voice was deep, like a rumble from the depths of the earth. As long as he believes I am standing there, believes he can touch me. He cannot resist the temptation to personally touch me, tear me apart, and ultimately possess this remnant of me. This is the sole obsession that burns his soul, more primal and intense than any strategic deduction. You intend to be the bait yourself. Chen Xi turned to her, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, only a barely perceptible flicker of consideration in his eyes. There is no other choice. Ferris raised her cold, gleaming liquid metal arm, its silver-gray surface reflecting the faint blue light of the command center's star map, as if she held a miniature galaxy in her hand. Only I can provoke his full fanaticism and his weakness. I will stand precisely in the center of that 100-meter radius, letting him see me clearly, as if I am within reach. He will come, I am absolutely certain. Call's mechanical neck emitted an extremely subtle servo-rotation sound, as multiple optical sensors simultaneously focused on the prim arch. The risk factor has exceeded calculable thresholds. If his movement speed exceeds expectations, or his psychic perception gives a last-minute warning, then ensure it is foolproof, sage. Ferris interrupted him, her gaze like a forge hammer striking hot iron, leaving no room for doubt. This is our only chance to definitively end this eternal chase. I trust your technology, and I trust the courage and determination of every warrior under my command. Chen Xi slowly nodded, his gaze returning to the holographic projection, the blue circular area like a cage prepared for a deity. Master Hather will personally coordinate the Ash Knights and the Lin Guang family to apply flanking pressure, gradually tightening the encirclement, forcing Fulgrim and his main forces to converge on the designated area. Maria Lin Guang is ready. Her Imperial Knights will be the crucial barrier for purifying the battlefield of lesser demons and isolating external chaos energy interference. Clearly informed Maria, Ferris's voice was decisive. Her primary objective is not Fulgrim himself, but to thoroughly clear the area, ensuring that when the field activates, no secondary chaos energy sources interfere with the core effect. What I want is an absolutely clean duel. As you wish. Chen Xi bowed slightly, his acceptance of the order clear. The plan was thus finalized. The Gene Seed Primarch of the Iron Hands, Ferris Manus, would personally go to the final forge square, using herself as the most lethal bait to lure her fallen brother, Fulgrim, into that 100-meter absolute domain, to become an eternally static collectible. And in the deep, twisted crevices between the real universe and the insane void, within the infinitely shifting, utterly extravagant palace complexes of Slaanish's realm, Fulgrim's patience was being eroded by a torment mixed with frenzy, craving, and the burning pain of lust. The passage of nearly 6 months, for him, was both an unending sensory feast and something that gradually faded, becoming a pathetic repetition lacking true ultimate pleasure. His full attention was no longer on those vulgar reports of slaughter. He craved more, he craved Ferris herself. Each time he heard news that she was still resisting, it both angered him with frustration and ignited a deeper, twisted obsession due to her cold tenacity. Memories from 10,000 years ago burned his soul incessantly, the clash of sweat and metal in the arena, the back-to-back trust during the Stellar Crusade, that almost perfect resonance that only they could understand. In his fallen, twisted perception, it was no longer brotherhood, but a specimen of ultimate love, lost before it was ever tasted. He yearned to reclaim it, in the way his dark god had granted him through destruction, through possession, through tearing apart that cold perfection and integrating it into his eternal existence. He is still hiding from me. Fulgrim paced within his palace, composed of screams, melodies, and twisted flesh, his perfect face alternating between terrifying expressions of tenderness and rage. The attendant daemonettes and pleasure scribes around him melted or exploded into gruesome soul dust due to his violently fluctuating emotions. He would rather hide behind that cold steel shell, watching his world burn, than come out, to see me? To embrace me? To complete the union we should have completed 10,000 years ago. His voice was filled with venomous resentment and longing. This feeling of rejection, of delayed gratification, was like the sharpest blade repeatedly cutting at his sensitive nerves. Every evasion by Ferris was interpreted by him as a cruel provocation, an insulting rejection of his ultimate love. No. I've had enough of waiting. Enough of this endless provocation. He finally erupted in a shriek mixed with extreme pain and ecstasy, his immense psychic power caressing/tearing the entire palace, twisting pillars into moaning shapes, and making the floor ooze with desirous slime. My love. My feast. It is not for him to escape again and again. The time has come for him to understand that only by embracing me can we achieve eternal, twisted perfection. He can only belong to me, whether in existence, or in termination. His will transformed into a blazing, possessive command, piercing the tides of the warp, resounding directly in the depths of the souls of all demons and fallen ones who followed him. The time for the hunt had arrived, he would go to claim that unique collectible he had coveted for 10,000 years. Chapter 631, A Glimpse of 10,000 Years. Fulgrim's decision, like a final judgment, pierced through the consciousness of all Emperor's children warband leaders with an unyielding, absolute will. Those warbands scattered across the battlefield, engrossed in their own small revelries and feasts of slaughter, were forcibly wrenched away by this powerful and twisted psyker summon, like beasts dragged by invisible chains, converging towards a common focal point. The massive and distorted battleship, the ultimate revelry, once again became the absolute core of the entire Chaos Fleet. Its towering hull exuded a suffocating psyker pressure, and the countless painfully writhing reliefs on its surface seemed to emit silent screams at the same moment, resonating with its master's will. An unprecedented, ultimate offensive, personally led by the Daemon Primarch, began to gather madly around it. Fulgrim's perception, greatly enhanced by chaos, had locked onto the final forge square in the core area of Orbit Forge City. In his twisted vision, that area had complex terrain, surrounded by gigantic ancient forges that were dormant due to the war, and sturdy teleportation array platforms. It was suitable for his army to fully unleash the art of destruction, and also seemed to hide the key path to where his brother, Ferris Manus, was hiding. He fanatically believed that this would be the final stage to force Ferris Manus to appear, and the perfect theater for their 10,000-year destiny to intensely intertwine once again. He did not know that beneath this chosen battleground, and deep within the foundations of the grand buildings around it that seemed on the verge of collapse from artillery fire, great sage-call stasis field nodes had been secretly installed like slumbering beasts. Energy conduits, like a network of silver blood vessels, were buried deep beneath the rock and steel, silently connecting several massive geothermal energy cores that had been charged to a critical state and were on standby, awaiting only a signal to transform this 100-meter airspace into an eternal prison. The main force of the Ash Knights and the Imperial Knights of the Lin Guang family had already quietly moved into their preset blocking and containment positions, using the ruins and the vast industrial pipeline system for cover. Master Hather's mobile command node was hidden within a reinforced observation tower ruin at the edge of the square. Her gaze was as cold as ice, rapidly scanning every coordinate and status report, constantly refreshing on the tactical screen, awaiting that single activation signal from either the Primarch or Chen Xi. And in the darkest corner, another extremely secretive force had also taken its position. Their numbers were very few, but their very existence was like a space-time paradox, exuding a cold and sharp aura of perfection that was utterly out of place with the bloody chaos of the current battlefield. The leading figure was completely enveloped by a specialized stealth field and a powerful psychic suggestion barrier. Only those with extremely keen perception might, in that fleeting moment, catch a hint of unnatural spatial distortion, and an occasional, fleeting glimpse of a chillingly familiar silhouette, a silhouette that bore a striking, implicit resemblance to the Lord of Iron on the other side of the battlefield. They were Chen Xi's final safeguard, the most unexpected and deadliest countermeasure against the target, another ace up her sleeve. The stage had been silently set, all actors hidden behind the curtain, with menacing blades and surging energy poised in the shadows, awaiting the entrance of the protagonist destined to be the focus. The moment of the forge's end arrived with a roar as Fulgrim completely lost his last shred of patience. The Daemon Primarch's colossal fleet, like a swarm of destructive locusts, cast an all-encompassing, malevolent shadow over the final forge square. Chaos energy began to violently distort the reality of the square, and the air rippled with ominous iridescent hues from the thick, pervasive psyker energy, as if the omens of the apocalypse were materializing. Ferris Manus stood atop the main defensive bulwark on the other side of the square, her gorgon skin faintly seething from the powerful and familiar pressure of chaos psyker energy that washed over her. Her silver-gray eyes coldly assessed the surging chaos tide ahead, while efficiently processing the final status confirmation reports from all combat units. She knew that the long wait and sacrifice were about to end, and the carefully guided endgame had arrived. She raised the massive power warhammer, inscribed with ancient Medusa runes and vows of eternal victory. The cold hammer had cut through the foul air, pointing with unwavering stability directly at the largest, most distorted flagship in the sky. This action seemed simple, yet it carried an absolute willpower under immense pressure. For the Emperor. For Medusa. Her battle cry, like 10,000 times forged adamantium clashing, was clear, cold, and decisive, yet it instantly spread throughout the entire iron defense line, precisely igniting the unyielding iron fire in the heart of every loyal warrior. This roar also seemed to finally trigger the giant trap of the final forge square. Just as the Chaos Army surged like a tidal wave towards the center of the square, 4 Imperial Knight armor, stepping with heavy and firm strides, suddenly appeared like ancient guardians awakening from the shadows of the ruins. The leading knight armor was particularly tall and majestic, with the glorious emblem of the Lin Guang family clearly engraved on its shoulder guard, a morning star shining brightly in a surge of psychic radiance. Maria Lin Guang's voice, amplified through the knight armor's voxcaster, was clear and firm, carrying an undeniable majesty and sacredness. In the name of the Emperor, purify this place. The Imperial Knight armor simultaneously raised their specially modified weapons. These were not traditional bolters or melta guns, but ancient devices that condensed the purest psychic energy. Maria's knight armor spread its arms forward, and a massive and complex sacred rune, woven from pure psychic energy, suddenly appeared in the air, emitting a blazing light that dispelled all darkness and filth. Psychic storm, she commanded with awe. In an instant, centered around the 4 Imperial Knights, an invisible but irresistible psychic shockwave rapidly spread outwards in a perfect circle. Wherever it passed, lesser demons shrieked agonizingly and rapidly dissolved like ice and snow exposed to the intense light of a star, their chaotic substance utterly purified and returned to nothingness. The Noise Marine's sonic weapons were instantly silenced, twisted, and rendered ineffective by this pure psychic impact. The chaotic psychic field in space was forcibly smoothed and neutralized, clearing the most critical energy barrier for the activation of the stasis field. Maria's knight armor did not cease its actions. It moved like a sacred fortress, each step firmly trampling the chaos filth on the ground, its inscribed runes continuously glowing, maintaining a powerful purification domain. More psychic spells were unleashed by her in succession, a massive psychic shield rose like a dome, protecting nearby friendly units, shining psychic chains shot out from the void, precisely binding powerful chaos champions and terrifying war engines. A continuous psychic purification aura was maintained around her, constantly dispelling any warp contamination attempting to recoalesce. The Knights of the Lin Guang family perfectly executed their duties, silently and efficiently clearing the battlefield, creating an absolutely ideal environment for the final decisive battle. Fulgrim did indeed notice this sudden, powerful, and pure psychic force. This power, diametrically opposed to his own corrupted essence, successfully captured his brief attention. However, as he looked through the gradually purifying and clearing battlefield air and clearly saw the familiar figure standing in the center of the square, wielding a massive warhammer, all miscellaneous thoughts and curiosity were instantly cast aside, incinerated in the twisted, fervent flames of his emotions. In his eyes, only that figure remained, the only opponent he had yearned for 10,000 years, wishing he could utterly destroy her or embrace her to become one. Ferris. Fulgrim's cry tore through all the battlefield's clamor, his voice filled with twisted, almost maniacal intense emotion, yet strangely mixed with a subtle, almost imperceptible, morbid ecstasy. You finally deigned to see me. Chapter 632, Brothers Reunited. Fulgrim's voice wasn't transmitted through mundane sound waves, but rather, like a corrupting nectar, it directly permeated the deepest souls of every conscious being on the battlefield. The psychic whisper eerily intertwined with chilling ecstasy and bone-deep malice, its powerful resonance even making the cold steel of Medusa seem to groan and tremble in agony. This was a spiritual invasion transcending physical laws, a wicked prelude to the arrival of the Dark God's favorite. Beneath the ultimate revelry's hull, twisted like a materialized nightmare, the veil of the universe was violently torn open by a brutal, blasphemous force. A warp rift, so dense it was almost corporeal, constantly flickering with sickly pink, purple, and blasphemous golden light, suddenly burst open. There were no conventional drop pods streaking across the sky, no roar of landing craft, only the purest, most intense torrent of corrupted psychic energy, like a breached dam, pouring forth from the rift, as if the universe itself had been cleaved open by a massive, festering wound, spewing its filth into the real world. From that dazzling and defiled vortex of light, a form both suffocating and maddening gradually coalesced and manifested. Fulgrim, once the Emperor's proud creation and gene seed Primarch, had now completely transformed into Slaanish's most favored daemon prince. He descended from the unending hotbed of chaos's desires, stepping onto the final forge square, a land destined to be cleansed by blood and fire. He had become a living totem of the Dark God's will. His once stunning visage, which used to eclipse the stars, was still faintly discernible, yet it was now pale and inhuman, eroded by an eternally insatiable hunger and extreme debauchery. The carefully sculpted curve of his lips simultaneously held a caressing allure and the deepest mockery. In his eyes burned an unquenchable fire of desire, and reflected deep within his pupils was the ultimate suffering and twisted pleasure of all beings, as if encompassing all sensory experiences in the galaxy. His body had undergone a terrifying deformation in its corruption, stretched and twisted, covered in a demon armor so exquisitely beautiful it was intensely unsettling. The armor was inlaid with countless soul gems that shrieked eternally, finely carved with blasphemous imagery depicting endless depravity and revelry. The metal itself seemed to possess autonomous life, gently rippling over his serpentine, flowing form. Forearms slowly moved with an unsettling grace, defying physiological structure. In one hand, he clutched the daemon blade lash of torment, its hilt humming with whispers of temptation and destruction. His other arms held several other bizarre, alien weapons radiating an alluring, corrupting glow. Huge, demon wings, covered in strange patterns, unfurled behind him, each slow beat scattering shimmering, hallucinogenic scales and subtle, continuous, nerve-pricking evil whispers. His very existence was a continuous rape and negation of the laws of the real universe. Any being with insufficient will, even a glimpse of a corner of his form, was enough to cause permanent mental collapse and damnation. In the domain he trod, the structure of reality groaned under the strain, beginning to soften and degrade. The cold metal ground beneath his feet seemed to be imbued with hateful life, glistening with an oily, slimy, biomorphic sheen. The air was saturated with a strangely sweet, dizzying, nauseating aroma, which then eerily merged and intertwined with heavy scents of blood, molten metal and an indescribable putridity, forming a unique atmosphere that marked his arrival. Deep within everyone's eardrums, a mind-shattering, psychedelic symphony involuntarily played, every note, every melody precisely stirring the most primal desires, fears, and violent impulses within their hearts. My dear Ferris. Fulgrim's voice was slick and possessed a twisted magnetism, carrying the cold, viscous feel of a viper. He utterly disregarded the lower-tier demons around him, which the Lingung, shining light, knights were valiantly trying to purify. His gaze had already pierced through the pervasive smoke and chaotic battlefield, locking onto the cold, silver-grey figure whose fate had been intertwined with his for 10 millennia. 10 long millennia have passed, yet you are still so, painfully stubborn. His tone seemed to carry pity, yet also contained an endless possessiveness. Crouching within this merciless iron shell, playing these, naive and futile games. Are you truly so afraid to face me? Afraid of the destined symphony between us, already composed and fated to echo through eternity. His words were a greeting, a declaration, and an outpouring of twisted affection. Ferris Manus, Jean Seed Primarch of the Iron Hands, daughter of the Gorgon, stood like an unyielding mountain behind the defensive line formed by her children. Her Gorgon's skin, made of liquid metal, unconsciously flowed and deformed due to her surging battle intent and deep hatred, reflecting the blinding fire of surrounding explosions and the suffocating, defiling psychic glow emanating from Fulgrim. Her face was cast from the hardest cold iron, rigid, stern, devoid of any warmth. Only in the depths of her sharp, silver eyes burned a cold fury capable of melting through starship armor, and a pain and betrayal, accumulated over 10 millennia, that had never truly healed. Fulgrim, her voice came through her helmet's voxcaster, cold, flat, without a single emotional ripple, yet each syllable carried 1,000 pounds of weight, crashing into the heavy air. Your very existence is the most thorough defilement and trampling of the concept of perfection. What you pursue are but decaying dregs and hollow echoes, twisted reflections cast by the dark abyss. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, as if to pierce through Fulgrim's ornate demonic exterior and directly confront the even uglier essence beneath. There is no symphony of debauchery prepared for you here. Here, only an anvil and a forge hammer await you. An end. Hat. Anvil and forge hammer. Fulgrim let out a string of pleased, trembling chuckles, as if listening to the sweetest, most moving words of love in the world. His laughter was filled with nostalgia and twisted excitement. How nostalgic, how exhilarating those words are, my cold sister. His voice suddenly deepened and became seductive, as if sharing a secret only they understood. Do you still remember those bygone years? In workshops permeated with the scent of oil and hot metal, you and I stood shoulder to shoulder, pouring our wisdom and strength between hammer and anvil, together forging those weapons and armor that were truly divine creations. That ultimate focus, that pure craving for the pinnacle of power and form, what perfection that was. His tone abruptly shifted, taking on a clear note of regret and an almost morbid tenderness. Look at you now, look at your current state. You have imprisoned and forged yourself into such a hard, cold, lifeless, dull form. You have forgotten the feast of the senses, cut yourself off from the throbbing of life. His voice grew hotter, filled with a twisted desire to save her from her sea of suffering. Let me guide you, help you break free from these self-imposed, cold shackles. Return to true, ultimate perfection, embracing all the sensations of existence. You and I should be one, sharing this eternal, endless feast. Chapter 633, The Primarch's Fierce Battle. Fulgrim's figure blurred abruptly, like a maliciously twisted reflection, or a drop of water falling into boiling oil, stirring up a wave of blasphemous ripples on the surface of reality. His movement was not achieved by brute force, but a bizarrely elegant teleportation that completely disregarded the laws of physics. With a single step, he traversed hundreds of meters filled with smoke and blood, appearing like a phantom directly at the forefront of the Iron Hand's impregnable defensive line. Where he passed, the air was torn, leaving a short-lived, constantly flickering trail of psychic energy, shimmering with iridescent evil light, like the viscous slime left by some supreme evil creature, emitting a sweet and putrid scent. Near the trail, several loyal Iron Hands warriors didn't even have time to raise their bolters, their heavy power armor instantly melted, twisted, and deformed as if encountering an invisible strong acid, along with the flesh and blood inside, turning into pools of sizzling, eerily pulsing, turbid, colorful goo, as if some hateful embryonic life form had been forcibly shaped and was struggling in pain. This was not slaughter, but a sickening transformation, the most direct display of Slaanish's authority. This sudden arrival, demonstrating absolute power and terrifying blasphemy, instantly ignited all the taut nerves on the battlefield to the breaking point. Ferris did not respond with words. Her response was the terrifying roar of the massive power Warhammer named Forge Hammer tearing through the air, a decisive strike of power condensed to its extreme, enough to eclipse the stars. The hammerhead was enveloped in a kinetic force field capable of crushing starship armor, a straightforward, pure display of absolute power and speed, carrying the cold winds of Medusa and 10 millennia of resentment, smashing directly towards Fulgrim's perfect head, which flickered with an enchanting light. Boom! A deafening roar, impossible for mere metal collision, erupted violently. It was the most primitive collision of two distinctly different Primarch-level powers, a head-on clash of belief and depravity, of steel and desire. A terrifying shockwave spread out in a perfect circle, pulverizing all the surrounding rubble, discarded armor, and even corpses within dozens of meters, and even the incredibly hard ground cracked and caved in, forming a massive radial crater. Fulgrim did not dodge. He raised an arm covered in ornate, uncomfortably perfect, evil armor. The demonic evil sword named Lacerator elegantly parried this earth-shattering blow with a seemingly effortless yet precisely accurate stance. At the point where sword and hammer met, there was no clang of metal, but rather blinding psychic lightning and splashing energy sparks, like molten gemstones. The spatial structure seemed to twist and contort in agony, refracting kaleidoscopic warp colors. The power is still so intoxicating, my dear sister. This cold hardness, this stubborn refusal to melt, always stimulates my senses most profoundly. Fulgrim's voice carried a hint of exaggerated, venom-laced praise, while his other three arms suddenly shot out like lurking vipers, the weapons in his hands a demonic saber constantly screaming blasphemous tones, a rapier glowing with a mind-confusing aura of desire, and a whipping chain embedded with countless suffering souls, constantly twisting transformed into three deadly, dazzling evil lights, striking at Ferris's vital points from various impossibly ergonomic, cunning, and ruthless angles. His attacks were not mere slaughter, but more like a malicious dance of death, pursuing extreme artistry and expressiveness, each strike aimed at stripping armor, creating wounds, bringing maximum pain and visual humiliation, seeking a morbid beauty that sublimated in destruction, rather than instant death. Ferris, however, was like an anvil unmoving in a storm, responding with absolute calm and almost mechanical precision. Her fighting style was the ultimate embodiment of the 10th Legion's iron philosophy, efficient, ruthless, devoid of superfluous emotion, every movement honed through countless trials, directly achieving its ultimate goal. Each mighty swing of the forge hammer carried the sound of wind and thunder, forcing Fulgrim to focus on parrying or evading. Her gorgon skin liquid metal would sometimes instantly harden and extend into an indestructible tower shield, and at other times, like a living creature, it would spring forth with incredibly sharp metal spikes for fierce counterattacks, even mimicking the force field glow of power weapons. Her steps were as steady as a mountain, always managing to avoid Fulgrim's bizarre, cunning, and warp-infused attacks with the smallest movements, like the most precise instrument, in the nick of time. New deep scratches and charred marks from energy weapons constantly appeared on her silver-grey master-crafted power armor. Some wounds were even deep enough to expose bone, or reveal the complex mechanical structures and bionic tissues beneath, flickering with electrical sparks, but she seemed oblivious, her will like ice encasing a star. Only in her silver eyes burned a bone-chilling hatred and an unwavering determination. This was a godlike war, utterly beyond mortal comprehension. Primarch-level strength and speed meant that each of their clashes was like a collision of natural disasters, each impact of their weapons shook the very foundations of reality, and the scattered energy could easily tear apart a company of ordinary Astartes. The grand final forge square beneath their feet constantly cracked, melted, and then re-solidified into a bizarre glassy state in the escaping high temperatures. The towering, now defunct, giant forges around them swayed precariously from the violent energy shockwaves, huge chunks of metal constantly peeling off their surfaces, as if providing a heavy drumbeat for this duel. The air was mixed with the pungent smell of ozone, the foul stench of sulfur, the searing heat of molten metal, and a sickeningly sweet, mind-dissolving exotic fragrance. This was the corruption of Slaanish's power on the real world. Fulgrim grew increasingly excited, his attacks becoming more wild and flamboyant, like a mad artist lost in his own creation, performing a brutal symphony with destruction and pain as its notes. His laughter, like honey-dipped silver bells, echoed across the bloody battlefield, yet it was also permeated with soul-shattering whispers of madness, directly piercing the listener's mind. Yes. Just like that. Feel it. Feel the surge of this dark gift. Feel the extremity of existence. Why resist with cold reason any longer? Look at this power, this freedom, this supreme joy. Embrace it. You and I should have shared this eternal, twisted perfection together. What a magnificent sight that would have been. Ferris, however, always responded with silence, like the most precise and ruthless killing machine, constantly calculating, parrying, and counterattacking. She was indeed retreating, her steps seemingly moving slowly backward under Fulgrim's frenzied, storm-like assault, inch by inch, steadily approaching the core area preset for the stasis field. More and more damage appeared on her armor. In one missed parry, Fulgrim's rapier, glowing with an aura of desire, even cleverly struck her heavy shoulder guard, and the wicked power instantly eroded and disintegrated the composite armor, cutting a deep, bone-exposing wound, the silver-grey metal curling back to reveal the intricate, complex mechanical structures and bionic muscle fibers beneath, now wildly flashing with electrical sparks. A drop of silvery liquid metal seeped from the edge of the wound, then elongated by its own gravity and dripped, making a tiny crater on the scorched earth. Chapter 634. What exactly are you still fighting for, my dear brother, or rather, stubborn sister? Fulgrim's voice was no longer a mere sound, it materialized into a tangible entity, like a deadly mixture of melting honey and highly corrosive acid, carrying both a chilling intimacy and a bone-deep, soul-shattering malice. His words, accompanied by a lavish, all-pervasive offensive that flowed like mercury, continuously drilled into Ferris's auditory sensors, attempting to directly infiltrate her core consciousness, polluting the very foundation of her thoughts. Is it for that decaying corpse emperor who long ago viewed you as a perfect tool, and is now merely a prisoner on the golden throne, sustained only by the burning of countless souls? He cannot even grant you a clear directive anymore. Or is it for these, fragile, ignorant mortals, destined for suffering and destruction from birth, who will eventually become insignificant dust in the cosmos? Their value is not even comparable to a single piece of adamantium worthy of your own forging. Amidst the torrential assault, he even elegantly spared a hand for a moment, his long, perfect fingertips flicking lightly like a conductor's. A seductive, almost dripping pink-purple psychic lightning bolt, seemingly condensed from all decadent desires, hissed out like a venomous snake's tongue, accurately traversing the battlefield to strike an Iron Hands warrior in the distance who was ferociously thrusting his chain sword into a noise marine's chest. The warrior instantly stiffened. His power armor was not damaged externally, but rather stretched, twisted, and reshaped from within by a profane force that pursued form. His entire being burst open from the inside out like a blood and flesh flower, a grotesque beauty coexisting with extreme agony. His final terror and excruciating pain were eternally frozen beneath his faceplate, forming a momentarily existing, soul-shaking living sculpture. Look. My dear Ferris. Open your eyes, and truly see. Fulgrim's tone was filled with a morbid, almost ecstatic admiration, as if savoring a painstakingly crafted masterpiece, his voice trembling slightly with pleasure. Is this the value you swore to protect with your life? Is this the fruit of your so-called responsibility and sacrifice? How, fleeting and fragile a beauty. Their sacrifice, their existence, even their suffering, do not even amount to a faint ripple in this vast, merciless galaxy. Only by elevating it, by imbuing it with eternal form, can it transcend nothingness and touch true eternity. This is the greatest mercy. Ferris's offensive experienced an infinitesimally small, almost imperceptible moment of stagnation. The sight of that warrior's horrifying and profane demise suddenly overlapped with the desperate sky, burning land, and the countless loyal children slaughtered by their former brothers, their unwilling roars eventually silenced, on Istvan V 10 millennia ago. The old wounds and the bloody stench of the current tragedy plunged like two cold daggers, one on each side, into the deepest part of her iron will, attempting to pry open the emotional floodgates that had been frozen for 10 millennia. Cold fury and heavy sorrow intertwined and surged, almost completely shattering the barrier of absolute reason, threatening to transform the anger into a destructive torrent that would consume everything. Are you angry? I feel it. Oh, this fiery and pure rage. What an intoxicating emotion. Fulgrim keenly detected the momentary fluctuation in her psychic shield. His flawless face instantly bloomed with a dazzlingly seductive smile, yet one that would freeze the blood of any sane observer, a smile filled with the excitement of finding bleeding prey. That's right. My dear sister. Don't shackle it with those cold logical chains anymore. Don't suppress it. Feel the surging tide of this emotion. Embrace it. Pain, anger, hatred, and even despair, these are the most primitive, purest motivations of life. This is the only path to true perfection and freedom. Break free from those ridiculous shackles, and come into my embrace. We can forge this fervent emotion together into an eternal, undying dark epic. You and I will stand shoulder to shoulder, transcending this decaying, declining empire, transcending that hypocritical corpse emperor, to become the dark gods of a new era, sharing all the extreme experiences and supreme joys of this galaxy. What a glorious fall that will be. His whispers were no longer just sounds, they transformed into an incredibly powerful torrent of corrupting psychic energy, like countless subtle yet tenacious dark tendrils, frantically probing every crevice of Ferris's mind, hysterically amplifying every flicker of hesitation, every ounce of pain within her, twisting steadfast belief into ridiculous stubbornness, catalyzing righteous anger into all-consuming madness, and nurturing, distorting all noble qualities into seeds of sweet decadence. Bang! Ferris suddenly unleashed an earth-shattering heavy hammer swing. The forge hammer, imbued with all her rage and will, finally forced the elegant Fulgrim to retreat a step with its ferocious power. Her respirator hissed heavily and suppressively as she drew breath. Beneath her faceplate, silver eyes seemed to contain thunder and storms wildly brewing and colliding. She was, with astonishing willpower, strenuously resisting the pervasive, fatally sweet poison of the psychic attack, forcefully pushing the surging emotions that were almost about to erupt and tear her reason apart back into the bottomless abyss of cold rationality. Your words, after 10 millennia, are still so hollow, foul, and meaningless, Fulgrim. Her voice was somewhat hoarse from extreme suppression, but each syllable was like steel forged and quenched 1,000 times, becoming even colder, harder, and unshakable. The perfection you pursue is merely a pathetic, nihilistic revelry before self-destruction. It is the swarm of flies naturally attracted when the soul completely rots. It is the ultimate manifestation of refusing to grow and indulging in sensory illusions. My will belongs only to the Emperor and the future of humanity. My anger will also only transform into the power to thoroughly purify your grotesque existence. Stubborn fool. For the first time, a genuine, twisted rage appeared on Fulgrim's face. His originally flawless features contorted slightly with jealousy, fury, and the frustration of being rejected, revealing the hidden, inhuman ferocity and essential void beneath. Since you cherish this pathetic iron shell and cold logic so much, then I will personally tear it apart. Smash it. To see if the so-called essence that remains within is still as captivating to me as it was 10 millennia ago. His offensive suddenly escalated. Speed, strength, and the degree of madness instantly soared. The four wicked weapons transformed into a destructive, fatally blinding web of light, carrying unprecedented madness and venom, like a metal storm driven by pure malice and twisted love, completely engulfing Ferris. Each strike aimed to strip away her armor, shatter her defenses, push her to the brink, and force her to reveal the deepest, most hidden truth he believed she possessed. Chapter 635, Another Fulgrim. On Ferris Manus's towering body, scars proliferated and deepened at an unprecedented rate. Her silver-grey power armor had long lost its former majesty, covered in dense, spiderweb-like cracks and deep indentations. Armor plates in several critical areas were completely shattered and peeled back, exposing the precise and complex mechanical structures beneath. At this moment, these exposed mechanical tissues were wildly spewing dazzling electrical sparks and energy arcs, and the bionic fibers, which enveloped the metal skeleton and mimicked biological muscles but were far tougher, could be vaguely seen trembling violently. She was like a giant standing unbowed but heavily wounded in a violent thunderstorm, every inch of her steel body groaning under the immense strain. But Ferris continued to resist stubbornly like a reef, though anyone could see that the Lord of Iron had completely fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Each block became more difficult, each dodge more perilous. She fought and retreated, her steps heavy yet exceptionally precise, with only one step left to the absolute core of the preset stasis field, a spherical death trap with a 100-meter radius. Fulgrim cackled, his laughter steeped in twisted conquest and near maniacal pleasure. He was certain of victory, all his senses and attention completely focused on the sister before him, whom he was about to conquer and remold, greedily savoring the ultimate pleasure brought by her seemingly powerless yet stubbornly defiant resistance. The Daemon Primarch was completely engrossed in the cat and mouse game, so much so that he failed to notice that the originally thick and viscous warp energy on the surrounding battlefield had been greatly thinned by the continuous purification rituals, like morning mist dispersed by sunlight. He also failed to detect that hundreds of meters deep beneath his feet, within the rock strata and steel foundation, the stasis field generator personally deployed by Archmagos Call, connected to the raging geothermic energy of Medusa, had its energy readings wildly soaring to critical levels. A terrifying, cold, and deathly energy fluctuation, not belonging to the warp, was poised to erupt, like an ancient beast lurking in the abyss, silently opening its soundless maw. Just as Fulgrim raised his forearms, and the bizarre lacerating blade in his hand gathered dark warp energy sufficient to completely annihilate Ferris and the entire area behind her, reducing it to elementary particles just as the destructive energy sphere violently expanded, about to strike down, an instant before delivering his so-called final judgment. Now. Ferris's mental roar, like a pure lightning bolt of will, slammed into the depths of all waiting personnel's consciousness via the highest priority encrypted link. Buzz. A low hum, beyond the limits of mortal hearing yet capable of making the very soul cores of all living beings and even machinery tremble, suddenly erupted. It wasn't propagated through the air, but acted directly on the spatial structure itself. Centered on a ground node disguised as a ruin not far behind Ferris, an invisible and absolute domain boundary instantly expanded at superluminal speed, forming a nearly perfect absolute spherical area with a 100-meter radius, completely enveloping Ferris and Fulgrim in their fierce battle. Time was forcibly seized by the throat. No, it didn't completely stop, but became extremely viscous, almost stagnant, like amber solidified for billions of years. Within the domain, all flying dust, splashing sparks, and shattered fragments all froze in midair, maintaining their previous dynamic state, but unable to move an inch further. The brilliant firelight from distant explosions was like frozen oil paint, devoid of all vitality and heat. Sound was completely withdrawn, plunging into a suffocating, absolute silence. The originally surging and palpable warp energy on Fulgrim's body seemed to be shackled by countless layers forged at absolute zero, instantly dimming, sluggish, and nearly solidifying. His dark connection to the warp, which provided an endless supply of power, was forcibly severed and largely isolated by the strange power originating from ancient Necron's technology. Fulgrim's ecstatic and cruel expression completely froze, transforming into an extreme, almost vacant astonishment and disbelief. His originally lightning-fast movements now seemed like slow motion in the deepest nightmare, every tiny movement requiring immense effort. The stasis field was fully active. Almost in the same microsecond, the instant the field boundary stabilized, two figures burst forth from pre-hidden, carefully concealed cover capable of blocking all detection. They were like reapers moving through the cracks of time, rushing towards the Daemon Primarch, who was greatly restricted by the terrifying power. From the left came Hathor. She had long shed her civilian disguise, clad in pale grey Terminator power armor, with a massive wolf pelt draped over her shoulders, the iconic attire of the Shadow Wolves Primarch. Her right hand bore the ferocious power claw, Horus's claw, its blades glowing with dangerous disintegrating field light. Her left hand tightly gripped the heavy power warmer World Breaker, its head containing terrifying kinetic energy capable of crushing anything. Her charge carried the War Master's aura of commanding armies, a power that had once nearly overthrown the Imperium. Her right claw and left hammer worked seamlessly, striking directly at Fulgrim's exposed side neck and vital torso, which were revealed by his astonishment and the field's suppression, her offensive sharp as thunder. On the right, the figure that had always remained hidden in the shadows finally appeared. Her power armor was almost identical to Fulgrim's attire before his fall, beautifully elegant purple armor inlaid with golden patterns, only subtly adjusted to fit a female physique, preserving the original noble demeanor while outlining graceful curves. Her face was a mirror image of Fulgrim's, possessing the same astonishingly perfect beauty, but appearing softer and more delicate due to the difference in gender, with the cold determination and unquestionable resolve etched between her brows. But what was most shocking was the weapon she held, a long sword flowing with scorching energy, its blade shimmering with a familiar gleam. It was the legendary weapon Blade of Flame, personally forged by Ferris Manus for his dear friend in the forges of Holy Terra, poured with countless efforts and skill, yet discarded by Fulgrim before his fall. Her appearance caused Fulgrim's soul to tremble violently. This was not merely a woman with a similar appearance, but the personification of his former noble self, the self who had not yet fallen, who was still worthy of holding Ferris's gift. The blade of flame in her hand shone with a pure and scorching light, as if silently condemning his subsequent betrayal and fall, every circulating gleam narrating the forgotten brotherhood and trampled loyalty. Facing this living illusion of his past, holding the sword he once cast aside, a crack appeared in Fulgrim's warp-corrupted mind, the first true wavering in 10 millennia. Chapter 636, 3 Heroes Battle Fulgrim. This, impossible. Fulgrim's mind let out a silent roar, almost tearing his own soul apart. The shock of cognitive collapse even surpassed the stasis field's restraint on him. His movements were fatally delayed by this incomprehensible and absurd reality. The female, so similar in appearance to him yet cold and resolute, was like a cruel, clear mirror reflecting his essence before his fall, making the so-called perfection he had pursued for 10 millennia seem so illusory and twisted. At this moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Oaths and betrayals from 10,000 years ago, the blood and roars on Istvan, the pain and despair of brothers turning against each other, simultaneously surged into his heart, like a sharp blade piercing the deepest part of his soul. It was in this decisive moment that Hather's deadly weapons, like beasts that had long lain dormant, suddenly launched their attack. The Horus's claw on her right hand tore through the stagnant air, its 5 glowing claw blades pulsing with dangerous disassembler fields, carving 5 eerie trajectories in the almost static space-time. Where they passed, even light was distorted. The World-Breaker Warhammer, clutched in her left hand, carried a furious momentum capable of shattering anything. The kinetic energy contained within its hammerhead was enough to tear apart stars, striking directly at Fulgrim's right shoulder blade. The destructive force tore through the daemon's wicked armor, brittle from the field's suppression, without hindrance, deeply gouging into Fulgrim's flesh. Immediately following, the female Fulgrim's blade of flame erupted with dazzling, scorching light. This divine weapon, crafted with Ferris's heart and soul back then, seemed to have been infused with new life. The scorching energy flowing through the sword gleamed exceptionally bright in the stagnant space-time, like a miniature star burning. Where the blade cut, a searing light trail was left in the air, all destructive power converged at the sword's tip, striking with an incredibly precise and tricky angle at the vulnerable spot behind Fulgrim's left knee joint. This strike not only contained physical destruction but also carried the memory of past friendship and the pain of betrayal. The scorching blade seemed to silently speak of oaths abandoned 10 millennia ago, pointing directly to the core of Fulgrim's fallen nature. And as the bait that paid the most terrible price, enduring the most attacks, yet also gaining a slight pre-adaptation to the space-time viscous effect of the stasis field, Ferris Manus, at this moment, poured all the wrath accumulated over 10 millennia, the grief of losing a brother, the resolve to protect the Imperium, and the indomitable roar against his own destiny, into an earth-shattering battle cry. Her forge hammer carried a mighty power capable of shaking mountains and shattering stars. The power field on its hammerhead emitted a deafening hum, tearing through the stagnant air, and slammed into Fulgrim's chest, left wide open by his shock and successive injuries. This hammer blow contained the iron will of Medusa, carried the 10th Legion's unyielding tenacity, and was a brother's last attempt to save a beloved friend who had gone astray. Or rather, to end him. 3 blows from different directions, yet equally fatal, intertwined into a net of absolute demise for the fallen Primarch in the almost static, distorted space-time. Hather's attacks carried the War Master's majesty of commanding legions and the absolute resolve to shatter everything. The female Fulgrim's blade of flame burned with past friendship and cold reality. Ferris's heavy hammer carried 10 millennia of anger and steadfastness. The 3 complemented each other, forming an almost perfect killing matrix. The battle within the stasis field instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The encirclement by 3 Primarch-level entities, even against a Daemon Prince blessed by Slaanesh, was a destructive storm. Hather's claw and hammer worked seamlessly. Her right claw tore through defenses, her left hammer pulverized flesh, leaving Fulgrim no time for other concerns. The female Fulgrim's blade of flame ignited with an even more intense glow, her swordsmanship elegant and deadly, each swing left a scorching trail in the air, precisely and efficiently eroding his defensive structure. And Ferris Manus's heavy hammer was the most brutal frontal assault. Each impact carried the purest power, forcing Fulgrim to retreat step by step. Cracks rapidly spread across his once flawless demonic body. Arg! You, pathetic insects! Fulgrim let out a roar mixed with extreme pain and fury. In the stagnant field, this roar was distorted and muffled, sounding strange. The stasis field greatly restricted him, but did not completely deprive him of his ability to act. The terrifying power of a Daemon Prince and the combat instincts accumulated over 10 millennia of warfare began to fiercely counterattack. He wildly swung his forearms, twisting his joints at biomechanically impossible angles to parry and block. Every trajectory carved by his wicked sword still carried a soul-corroding, deadly threat, forcing the 3 attackers to divert their attention and respond cautiously. You lowly ants! How long do you think this borrowed, ridiculous power can hold me? He shrieked, beginning to recklessly burn his demonic essence, attempting to forcibly tear through the barrier with the real universe. Outside the field, Slaanesh's realm boiled with the pain, anger, and intense desire of his favored one. A colossal, malevolent, invisible force began to coalesce, violently striking and eroding the energy boundary of the stasis field like a giant hammer, attempting to forcibly break it open from the outside. The whispers of the warp grew clearer, as if countless voices were simultaneously screaming, laughing, and moaning, cheering on their favored one. In the distant, hidden mobile deployment point, Archmagos Belisarius Call's countless mechanical appendages operated the incredibly complex control interface at an unprecedented speed, data streams pouring through his multiple sensors like a breached dam. Inside the chamber, multiple auxiliary engines exploded in succession due to overload, dazzling electrical sparks flying everywhere like venomous snakes, sharp, piercing alarms, and the roar of energy overload became a suffocating cacophony. Field stability is plummeting. 78%. 65%. 50%. A tech priest's voice, made shrill and almost breaking by extreme fear and data shock, cried, the target is burning its essence, forcibly drawing warp energy, and counter-impacting the nodes. Core temperature is wildly exceeding all safety thresholds. Structural integrity is on the verge of collapse. All backup energy, disregard losses, fully route to the stabilization matrix. Initiate highest level emergency cooling protocols. Call's synthesized voice also uncharacteristically took on a subtle, metallic tremor, a sign of vast computational power operating under overload. In the name of the Omnissiah and the God of Machines, calculate all possibilities he must not escape. He knew that if the field collapsed now, Fulgrim, enraged and very possibly temporarily empowered by the warp, would unleash a catastrophic counterattack, potentially leading to the annihilation of their entire force. The priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus worked frantically, binary prayers and emergency commands echoing urgently through the chamber, striving to maintain the system on the brink of collapse. Chapter 637, The Emperor's Sword. Just as the stasis field flickered erratically, intensely, and was on the verge of complete collapse, the entire battlefield, both inside and outside the field, suddenly became viscous, permeated by a sickeningly sweet and bizarre scent. A premonition of crisis, chilling to the bone and raising goosebumps, gripped the heart of every warrior present like a cold iron hand. Even the battle-hardened Astartes monks couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear and longing intertwined that was the most direct manifestation of Slaanish's power, bringing both destructive terror and a strange allure to the deepest desires of the heart. Outside the field, in an open area not far from the core battlefield, the fabric of reality silently and effortlessly melted open a massive gap, like a wax figure exposed to heat. There was no explosion, no blinding light, only a mind-numbing, pure, and supreme sense of terrifying presence that descended with a roar. The edges of the gap shimmered with an eerie iridescent glow, as if countless eyes were watching reality. A sweet scent and vaguely unsettling music intertwined in the air, like a prelude to destruction, or an overture to a dark carnival. A figure elegantly stepped out from the rift in reality. It was tall and slender, its physique displaying a bizarre and unsettling grace of beauty that was inhuman, transcendent, and capable of making the soul tremble. Its skin was like the finest mother of pearl, shimmering with shifting iridescent luster from different angles. Its face was exquisitely perfect, transcending the boundaries of gender and species, yet devoid of any emotion a living being should possess, only an absolutely cold focus, like before a hunt. In its hand, it held a long spear, slender and seemingly woven from twisted crystals and the deepest darkness, the spear of pestilence. The spearhead naturally flowed with a faint glow that drew souls and amplified pain. The space behind it subtly warped, and countless twisted phantoms of ecstasy and extreme pain silently shrieked and prostrated themselves. The most powerful guardian under Slaanish, the supreme being who had destroyed countless existences in the eternal hunt, the great daemon prince RIfxFe Hellbane had crossed the wall of reality, fulfilling her master's dual will to satisfy her favored child's desires and eliminate obstacles. She didn't even glance at the Iron Hands, Ash Knights, or Emperor's children still locked in bloody combat around her. Her hollow eyes, capable of reflecting and manipulating the soul's deepest desires and fears, scanned the crumbling stasis field with interest, directly locking onto the embattled Fulgrim within, and those interesting toys who were besieging him and were worth a little effort to deal with. RIfxFe elegantly, almost languidly, raised the spear of pestilence and casually thrust it forward. There was no light, no loud noise. But the moment the spearhead struck, the stasis field, already on the verge of collapse, let out a brief, shrill wail of energy, like a bubble pierced by an invisible giant needle, its precise structure maintaining its existence suddenly disintegrating. The field's effects instantly ceased. The flow of time roared back to normal, and the extremely suppressed sounds, energy, and motion exploded completely within a hundredth of a second, forming a chaotic impact and shockwave that violently pushed out the dust and debris within the area. The pressure on Fulgrim suddenly lightened. His connection to the warp was fully restored, vast dark energy surged madly into his body, his injuries visibly healed, and his shattered daemon armor writhed and reformed. The ecstasy of escaping death and an even fiercer rage made him let out a sky-rending roar. Do you see? This is true power. Eternal power, bestowed by a true god. RIfxFe Hellbane's indifferent intervention, with an absolutely overwhelming posture, instantly tipped the balance of the entire battlefield. The sudden failure of the stasis field caused Ferrus Manus, Hathor, and the female Fulgrim to lose their balance for a fleeting moment. And the true threat had already returned. RIfxFe's figure flickered like a ghost, appearing before Hathor in the next instant. The spear of pestilence thrust out with absolute speed and precision, forcing Hathor to fully defend. That elegant and deadly attack instantly plunged her into a bitter struggle, no longer able to assist in the encirclement of Fulgrim. Fulgrim laughed maniacally. The return of his power made him invincible once more. He focused his attention on the two who posed the greatest threat and were most interesting to him, Ferrus Manus, and that bizarre mirror image. Now, let us continue our unfinished dance. His words cut off abruptly. The female Fulgrim showed no hesitation or fear due to the field's failure or the great daemon prince's arrival. There was only cold determination in her eyes. Under Chen Xi's silent guidance via a hidden psychic link, she seized the less than 1/100th of a second flaw when Fulgrim relaxed due to the return of his power and was distracted by RIfxFe's appearance. She abandoned all defense, transforming herself into a decisive streak of light, charging directly at Fulgrim. Her goal was not to kill, but to make contact. The moment she crashed into Fulgrim's embrace, her hands did not hold a sword to stab, but instead clasped tightly onto the core of Fulgrim's daemon armor, the place where the warp's blessing was most intimately connected to his essence. A complex and ancient mark lit up in her palm, a power bestowed by the Emperor himself. No. What are you? Get away. Fulgrim cried out in shock and fury, feeling a searing pain of being stripped away, originating from the depths of his soul. He tried to shake her off, but the female Fulgrim's strength was beyond imagination. Her contact, possessing a quality that was of the same origin yet opposite, created a terrifying adhesive effect, like the positive and negative poles of a magnet. Dazzling pink-purple light erupted from their point of contact, illuminating the entire ruined plaza. Within the light, countless distorted images seemed to flow, the glory of 10,000 years ago, the yearning for perfection. It was a part of Fulgrim's essence as a gene seed primarch, being forcibly extracted and stripped away. Fulgrim let out an unprecedented, truly agonizing scream, filled with the pain of being desecrated and torn apart. His form began to destabilize, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, his power draining like a flood through an open sluice gate. The female Fulgrim was also enduring immense pain. Absorbing such violent essence was a heavy burden for her, her body trembled in the light, as if about to shatter, yet she gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with resolute will. This sudden turn of events even caused RIfxFe Hellbane, who was battling Hathor, to pause for a moment. A flicker of curiosity crossed her inhuman face for the first time. Just in this moment of myriad changes, as Fulgrim's power plummeted and his form became unstable due to his essence being stripped away, a golden meteor suddenly plunged from high orbit. It precisely pierced through the interwoven network of firepower and psychic storms above the battlefield, carrying unparalleled majesty and scorching heat, and landed with a crash beside Ferrus Manus. As the light faded, a tall figure clad in blue master-crafted power armor, bearing the insignia of the Ultramarines, stood majestically. In his hand, he gripped a great sword burning with golden flames. Those flames were no ordinary fire, they contained the human lord's purest hatred and will of destruction against warp creations. It was Tigurius, the chief librarian of the Ultramarines Legion. He had come at the command of Chapter Master Calgar, following the Emperor's revelation to him, responding to Chen Xi's plea for aid, carrying one of the Imperium's most powerful artifacts, the Emperor's sword, across the stars, arriving at this most critical moment. Without extra words, Tigurius sensed the monstrous evil and current weakness of the Daemon Prince before him. He raised the Emperor's sword high, and the holy and ferocious golden flames instantly surged, like a miniature sun rising on Medusa's surface. In the name of the human lord, purify. Tigurius's roar was like thunder. The Emperor's sacred flame transformed into an unyielding golden pillar of light, tearing through space, carrying the absolute will of judgment and termination, striking with unparalleled precision at the Daemon Prince Fulgrim, who was screaming in agony and flickering unstably due to his essence being stripped away. Fulgrim felt the terrifying power that could utterly annihilate his existence, and for the first time, genuine, instinctive fear appeared in his eyes. He tried to struggle, tried to summon RIfxFe, tried to flee into the warp, but the female Fulgrim's extraction had made him incredibly weak, and the Emperor's sword's might had locked down all space around him. Golden flames consumed that area. Chapter 638, Slaying Fulgrim. The golden flames ignited by the Emperor's sword were by no means ordinary combustion. It was the manifestation of the Lord of Humanity's endless hatred for Xenos and demons, a pure will of destruction originating from the Golden Throne, condensed from 10 millennia of human faith and suffering. As Tigurius gripped the hilt, swinging this holy weapon at the fallen Primarch, the blade not only tore through the air but also seemed to directly rip open the barrier between reality and nothingness. The flames roared silently, and a terrifying shriek, beyond physical hearing and directly impacting the soul, resonated deep within everyone's consciousness. It was not noise, but the prayers of billions of humans in despair, their roars in the fires of war, and their unyielding will in the age of darkness, all now converged and compressed into a torrent of final judgment, surging towards its target. This sacred yet incredibly violent golden pillar of light seized a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, striking Fulgrim with pinpoint accuracy. At this moment, the Daemon Prince was in an unprecedented state of chaos and weakness due to the essence extraction performed by female Fulgrim through the Emperor's sign, and his deep connection to the warp had become precarious, like a poisonous vine with its roots severed. No. A shrill, distorted scream erupted from Fulgrim's mouth. This sound no longer contained the performative pain or mocking anger of the past, but the most primitive, purest fear, originating from the very core of his existence, the ultimate terror of complete annihilation. This fear even overwhelmed all the extreme sensory experiences he had gained from Slaanesh's blessings, for it directly touched the deepest nightmare of warp existence, a true, eternal end. Normally, destroying a Daemon Prince's physical form, even if repeated countless times, is never a true end. Their essence is deeply rooted in the warp domains of the Chaos Gods who grant them power. As long as the Chaos Gods will and power remain, they can reshape themselves from that boiling, chaotic sea of energy. Their return is only a matter of time. This was almost a despair-inducing ironclad rule of the universe. However, at this very moment, all laws were broken. Although the stasis field was forcibly shattered by the great daemon RIfxFe Hellbane with brute force, its residual spatio-temporal viscous effect, like the most stubborn bone marrow parasite, still briefly interfered with and delayed the invisible link between Fulgrim and his warp essence. Even more lethal was female Fulgrim's devastating blow. The mysterious Emperor's sign not only forcibly plundered some of his power but also tore a massive, difficult-to-heal gap in the core of his existence, fundamentally shaking the foundation of his being. The golden flames of the Emperor's sword seized this fleeting, perfect weakness created by multiple factors, unleashing the ultimate destructive power contained within it, specifically targeting warp existence, without reservation. These flames did not merely burn the demonic body, they were more like a tide of purification with a greedy will, frantically surging into every minute crevice and every corner of Fulgrim's essential being. Wherever the flames reached, the chaotic energy that constituted Fulgrim's demonic form was not dispelled or banished back to the warp, but instead emitted a grating, bone-chilling sizzle, as if superheated metal exposed to absolute zero, beginning to disintegrate and annihilate from the most basic level, returning to the most primitive, pure nothingness, devoid of any consciousness or form. This annihilation was cascading, irreversible, and a true deletion. Fulgrim's once exquisitely beautiful yet twisted and perverse body, like a sand sculpture instantly eroded by 10 millennia of temporal winds, began to violently collapse and disintegrate. His forearms fell limply, and those sinister and terrifying weapons vanished into nothingness in the golden flames before even hitting the ground. On his flawless yet inhuman face, ultimate terror and final despair were eternally frozen, then shattered and dispersed like a glass artwork struck by a heavy hammer. There was no expected earth-shattering explosion, no common siphoning vortex of energy returning to the warp. There was only an absolute, soul-chilling erasure proceeding silently yet efficiently. Impossible. Father. This cannot. Fulgrim's last remaining fragments of consciousness, before complete annihilation, let out an unheard wail full of endless confusion and ultimate fear. He could not understand, even at the very end, why the blessings from the Dark God would completely fail, or why the eternity he sought would meet its end in such an absolute manner. The entire process was actually extremely brief in physical time. To external observers, merely after the golden pillar of light from the Emperor's sword struck, Fulgrim's massive and terrifying demonic body was completely devoured and disintegrated from the inside out by the holy golden flames amidst extreme pain and unspeakable fear, ultimately turning into a few faint wisps of ash and dust that rapidly dissipated into the scorching air, leaving not even a trace of residue. The Daemon Prince Fulgrim, once renowned throughout the galaxy, marked by his pursuit of decadent art and extreme sensations, his existence signal, both in the real universe and in the turbulent depths of the warp, suddenly and sharply diminished, like a candle in the wind, flickering once, then completely extinguished, leaving no trace. Almost at the same instant, the great daemon RIfxFe Hellbane, engaged in a deadly dance with Hathor, suddenly froze in its fluid and terrifying movements. On its inhuman face, always bearing an expression of playful and cruel scrutiny, for the first time, an unmistakable astonishment, and a barely perceptible yet real tremor of fury, uncontrollably appeared. It perceived with absolute clarity that the deep and direct connection between it and Fulgrim, stemming from the same Dark Master, had been severed. Not a temporary blockage or weakening, but a complete, radical, permanent rupture. Slaanesh's most favored prince, had truly perished? In this material universe, utterly ended by mortal weapons? RIfxFe's hollow eyes, capable of reflecting all desires, suddenly turned to Tigurius, who was panting but whose gaze was as firm as a rock, sweeping over the still glowing Emperor's sword in his hand, then quickly glancing at the unconscious female Fulgrim and the scarred but still vigilant Ferris and Hathor. It instantly realized that the plan for this descent had utterly failed, and at a far greater and more tragic cost than anticipated. To remain here, facing a chief librarian wielding the Emperor's sword, two Primarch-level powerhouses in decent condition, and an increasing number of loyalist forces surrounding them, even for one as powerful as it, was by no means a wise decision. It let out a sharp shriek filled with endless malice and icy rage. This sound directly pierced eardrums, tearing through the mental barriers of all living beings present. The next moment, it no longer had any desire to fight. The spear of Hellbane traced a bizarre arc in the air, once again effortlessly tearing open the veil of reality. The iridescent rift, filled with tempting and destructive aura, reappeared. It elegantly yet exceptionally swiftly floated backward, its eerie form completely submerging into the rift and disappearing. Only an instant before the rift completely closed, its soul-freezing gaze swept over the combatants on the battlefield one last time. That gaze clearly bore the imprint of an unyielding vow of vengeance. As the warp rift vanished, the suffocatingly sweet scent and eerie music that permeated the battlefield also rapidly receded and faded. Above the final forge square, the warp fluctuations, violently agitated by the great daemon's arrival, slowly began to subside, returning to the relatively stable state appropriate for this location. The square was a mess. The pungent smell of ozone from overloaded and burnt stasis field generators mixed with dense gunpowder smoke, oil, and the stench of charred flesh, permeating the air. A brief, intensely uncomfortable silence enveloped this area that had just experienced a god-level conflict, as if even the wind had stopped blowing. Fulgrim, it seemed, was truly dead. Chapter 639, After the Battle. After RIfxFe Hellbane tore open a rift in reality and fled into the warp's currents with endless malice, the suffocating pressure from the supreme chaos entity on the final forge square finally dissipated. However, the tension in the air did not ease. Instead, it became even thicker and more peculiar. A vacuum-like silence enveloped the ravaged land, as if the entire battlefield had momentarily held its breath in immense shock. All survivors, whether they were the Iron Hands Astartes, the Ash Knights, the Lin Guang family's knights, or the few remaining, scarred mortal soldiers, could not tear their gaze away from two focal points. One was the empty, scorched ground where Fulgrim had vanished, the second was the Emperor's sword in the hand of Tigurius, the Ultramarines' chief librarian, which still glowed with a faint yet undeniable golden flame. Incredible. This word echoed in the hearts of all who witnessed it, heavy as lead. A Daemon Primarch, a favored son of the Dark Gods, whose existence should have been almost eternal, and who, even if defeated, would eventually reform and return from the foul tides of the warp. This was a nearly despairing realization that the Imperium had paid for with countless lives over 10 millennia. Yet, just now, before their very eyes, this ironclad rule was broken. Fulgrim, once the Lord of the Phoenix, now a Slaanish Daemon Prince, was not merely banished but utterly and completely deleted from both reality and the warp. Once this news spread, it would sweep through the galaxy like a storm, shaking the hearts of every human who knew of the chaos threat, from the deepest palaces of Holy Terra to the most distant frontier worlds. This was undoubtedly one of humanity's most monumental victories against the forces of chaos since the glorious era of the Great Crusade, a potent dose of hope capable of rekindling countless despairing souls. Tigurius's imposing figure swayed slightly, as if the strength supporting him had suddenly drained away. He slowly lowered the Emperor's sword with an almost reverent solemnity. As the sword tip pointed towards the ground, the chilling golden flames on the blade gradually receded and extinguished as if their task was complete, revealing the ancient, majestic blade edged with countless sacred runes once more. Evidently, that strike, which had poured out his entire will and psychic power to channel the Emperor's destructive might, was an immense and almost unbearable burden even for a chief librarian as powerful as him. He took a deep breath of the air, mixed with gunpowder, ozone, and the smell of blood, forcing himself to stabilize his posture, his sharp eyes still scanning the ravaged battlefield like a scanner, searching for any potential new immediate threats that might be lurking. The Emperor's sword's power was enough to purify a Daemon Primarch, but the remnants of chaos on the battlefield still needed to be cleared. Ferris Manus stepped forward, the shattered rocks beneath her feet making a slight crunching sound. Her silver-grey artificer power armor was covered in deep scratches, dents, and scorch marks from energy weapons, with several damaged areas exposing complex mechanical structures and flickering circuits, occasionally sparking with tiny electrical discharges. She lowered her head, her cold gaze fixed on the empty, scorched ground. No emotion could be discerned on her metallic face, only a complex, unfathomable turmoil churning deep within her profound silver eyes. 10 millennia of grievances and animosity, spanning the betrayal of a brother and endless pursuit, had ended so abruptly and absolutely without the earth-shattering final confrontation she had anticipated. No roars of unleashed fury, no opportunity to give or receive forgiveness, only a cold, thorough, almost abstract annihilation. An ineffable sense of emptiness, mixed with the relief of a great enemy finally gone, and a hint of heavy loss she hadn't even expected, quietly spread deep within her iron will. She had lost a brother, for the second time, and it was eternal. Hathor also disengaged from her combat stance, her distinctive Horus's claw and the heavy world breaker warmer lowered. She maintained absolute calm, rapidly assessing the situation like the most precise instrument. Her attention was particularly focused on the remnants of the Emperor's children who might plunge into complete madness or a desperate counterattack due to their lord's sudden demise. Her combat instincts were ingrained in her bones, preventing her from ever truly relaxing her guard even in moments of victory. Just then, a painful and suppressed groan tore through the brief silence, abruptly drawing everyone's attention. It was the female Fulgrim. She was curled up on the ground not far from where Fulgrim had vanished, her body trembling violently, as if enduring some invisible torture. The process of absorbing part of another Daemon Primarch's essence had clearly brought about a terrifying burden and severe backlash far beyond what was expected. Her body's surface flickered unstably with an eerie pink-purple psychic glow, the light sometimes faint, sometimes suddenly blazing, exuding an unsettling, sinister vitality. Her face was contorted in extreme pain, and its contours subtly shifted, sometimes clearly revealing her own features, similar to Fulgrim's but more resilient, and sometimes vaguely morphing into the phantom image of Fulgrim's perfect yet corrupted and ferocious face, as if two completely different consciousnesses were engaged in a fierce and cruel battle within her body. The power fluctuations emanating from her were extremely unstable, like a candle flame in a storm, sometimes weak and on the verge of extinguishing, and sometimes erupting without warning into terrifying ripples of chaos energy. But this energy was different from pure, unfiltered chaos corruption. Deep within the unsettling pink-purple light, there seemed to be a faint, peculiar golden glimmer with properties of order and suppression that was the power originating from the Emperor's sign, struggling to fulfill its duty. Contain her. Ferris's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the stagnant atmosphere, regaining its usual cold sternness and unquestionable authority. No accidents must happen until she stabilizes, or rather, until the chaos within her is completely suppressed. Several Gorgon Guard Iron Hands warriors, who had been on standby, immediately stepped forward. Their movements were swift yet exceptionally cautious, as if approaching a highly unstable thermomeltdown bomb. Specialized restraint devices were quickly and precisely secured to her limbs and torso, and multiple suppression field generators were activated, emitting a low hum, enveloping her in layers of invisible force fields, aimed at maximizing the containment of any damage she might cause, while also preventing any external stimuli from further exacerbating her internal instability. Chapter 640, The Price of Victory. Throughout the process, the Iron Hands warriors executed orders silently and efficiently. Their cold, hard power armor was stained with grime and blood, yet their movements were precise as machines, without the slightest delay or hesitation, perfectly embodying the 10th Legion's proud iron discipline. The low hum of power armor servo systems and the sound of footsteps were exceptionally clear in the silent square. Just then, Chen Xi's figure slowly emerged from behind the ruins of a half-destroyed observation post, stepping over still smoking metal fragments and rubble, entering the center of the final forge square. Smoke gently stirred the hem of his Inquisitor robe, but he seemed oblivious. His gaze, like two high-powered probes, calmly and swiftly swept across the entire brutal battlefield, first focusing on female Fulgrim, who was firmly restrained by specialized devices and still trembling in pain, assessing the dangerously unstable energy within her, an energy interwoven with chaotic and orderly light. Then his sight swept over the completely burnt and still acrid-smelling remnants of the stasis field generators, quickly calculating the long-term impact of this irreplaceable technological loss. Finally, his gaze fell upon Tigurius, who, though slightly fatigued, stood tall like an ancient fortress, accurately judging the remaining condition of the Ultramarine's chief librarian. Librarian Tigurius, Chen Xi spoke first, his voice steady and cutting through the dust, carrying the unquestionable authority characteristic of an imperial inquisitor, yet also, rarely, mixed with a clear, discernible, genuine gratitude. Thank you for your timely support, and for the fearless determination you displayed, comparable to a primarch. The aid extended by Chapter Master Calgar and the Ultramarines Legion in this time of crisis, the Medusa system, the 10th Legion, and indeed the entire Imperium, will remember it always. Merely fulfilling the Emperor's decree and the duty of the Guardians of the 500 Worlds of Ultramar, Inquisitor, Tigurius responded calmly. Although the immense consumption of psychic and physical energy made his imposing body slightly heavy, his posture remained as firm and unyielding as an onyx relief, his voice carrying an unquestionable, serene power. The existence of Daemon Prince Fulgrim has been thoroughly purged. This is an undeniable great victory, its glory will illuminate the dark path of the Imperium's future. He changed his tone, his sharp gaze sweeping over the still smoking ruins and the sporadic flashes of combat, his voice growing more solemn, but the shadow of chaos will never completely dissipate because of this setback. On the contrary, the enraged chaos gods and their minions, having lost their favored child, are likely to plan an even more insane and malicious counterattack. We must seize every second, immediately clear the battlefield, consolidate our defenses, and fully restore and strengthen Medusa's defensive order. Completely agree, Chen Xi nodded solemnly, then turned his gaze to Ferris and Hather, his tone shifting from gratitude to cool, pragmatic strategic analysis. Our main strategic objective has been achieved. Fulgrim has been utterly annihilated, and his invasion fleet, having lost its core and commander, must now be in a state of extreme, leaderless chaos. This is our opportune moment to press the advantage, expand our gains, and completely eliminate them, eradicating future threats. He slightly changed his tone, raising his arm and precisely pointing to the pile of still acrid-smelling, precise mechanical wreckage, his voice tinged with sorrow, but the price we paid for this victory is equally, extremely heavy. Archmagos Call's painstakingly crafted stasis field generators, which integrated ancient technology and endless wisdom, have been completely destroyed. Their technological complexity far exceeds most current imperial technological creations, meaning that in the foreseeable future, we will not be able to replicate a second such device. He paused, his gaze heavily sweeping over the scattered broken remnants and silent bodies of Iron Hands and Ash Knight's warriors, and more soldiers struggling to treat horrific wounds with the help of comrades. That silent gaze was more convincing than any words. As for personnel casualties, he did not continue, but that deliberate, weighty silence spoke volumes. For this meticulously planned gamble of luring the enemy deep in the final decapitation strike, the Iron Hands Legion and its loyal allies paid an incalculable, immeasurable price in precious lives. However, the gains we have achieved are equally immense and unprecedented, Ferris interjected, her voice once again becoming adamantine and cold, instantly dispelling the heavy atmosphere that had pervaded moments before. Today, with iron and blood, we have proven that even a Daemon Primarch, blessed by the Chaos Gods, is not truly immortal. We have found the method and possibility to bring about their true end. This knowledge, gained through immense sacrifice, this spark of hope ignited in the darkness, is immeasurable in value. It will provide the Imperium with new strategic directions and invaluable empirical evidence for future confrontations against the deepest darkness of the warp. Her gaze, sharp as a scanning beam, turned to female Fulgrim, still unconsciously struggling and moaning, bound by multiple force fields, her eyes filled with caution and cold calculation. Moreover, we have also obtained perhaps the most unique sample in human history, or rather, a potentially infinitely powerful yet extremely dangerous double-edged sword. Although the internal risks are so high that they would deter any sane person, its value might also be beyond imagination. The joy of success was fleeting, like a flash of lightning. More prevalent was the sober realization of the brutal cost and the urgent premonition of the more complex challenges to come. The climax of the battle might have passed, but a new, perhaps more intricate, and more challenging battle of will and wisdom had just begun. With the complete annihilation of Fulgrim and the retreat of Shalaxi Hellbane, the Emperor's children forces in the final Forge Square and the surrounding vast combat zone fell into utter, leaderless, insane chaos. These fallen warriors had previously maintained their frenzied offensive wave by relying on the Daemon Primarch's will and the direct blessing of dark divine power. Now, they were like a multi-headed hydra instantly decapitated, having lost their sole command core and source of power. Some of the most fanatical and blind followers, in the extreme emotions of despair and shattered faith, launched irrational, suicidal last charges, hysterically howling for revenge for their fallen perfect lord. However, these scattered, skirmish-like counterattacks were quickly crushed by the rapidly reacting Iron Hands defenses, the coordinated Ash Knights squads, and the continuous purification fields of the Lin Guang family Imperial Knights, turning into insignificant bloody interludes. Chapter 641, The Hidden Danger of Female Fulgrim. Another portion descended into pathetic infighting and self-destruction. Different warband leaders, each with their own schemes, vied for the suddenly vacant and ethereal leadership, or completely succumbed to ultimate madness and sensory indulgence after losing the guidance of their gods. They began to attack each other indiscriminately, even turning their blades on their former allies and all life within their sight, once again enacting the cruel and absurd doomsday farce so common in the forces of chaos. More remnants of the forces completely lost the will to fight, thinking only of retreat, frantically attempting to escape this steel hell that had become an eternal nightmare. These scattered forces became the ideal hunting targets for the Iron Hands main fleet and planetary defense platforms, which were arrayed in orbit. The retaliatory bombardment poured down like a cold and precise rain of steel, tearing apart one chaos vessel after another as they tried to force their way into space, turning them into brilliant but fleeting burning wreckage in the night sky. The mop-up operations on the ground continued for several standard days. Sporadic but intense skirmishes still occurred intermittently in some isolated areas, but the overall situation was decided. The direct invasion threat from the Emperor's children faced by the Medusa system was declared temporarily lifted. Detailed casualty reports were successively compiled at the command center deep within Carita Fortress. Each page of data was as heavy and substantial as if it were physical, shocking to behold. To win this victory, the Iron Hands Legion and its successor chapter, the Ashen Knights chapter, paid a devastating price that left them nearly crippled. Entire companies of brave warriors were wiped out, countless experienced veterans and mid-level officers who had endured fierce battles died on the battlefield, and a large number of precious armored vehicles, heavy equipment, and space marine relics were damaged or lost, difficult to replace. The eastern core area of Orbit Forge City was almost completely destroyed, and reconstruction efforts would take a long time and massive resources. However, the foundation of the Imperium was not shaken. The core strength remained intact. Genseed Primarch Ferrus Manus was safe and sound, and the Legion's high-level command structure remained complete and effective. Although the homeworld's basic industrial facilities and core production capacity suffered heavy damage, the route was not harmed. More importantly, by virtue of this arduous and ultimately glorious defensive battle, the 10th Legion clearly demonstrated to the entire Imperium their powerful strength, steel-like resilience, and unparalleled spirit of sacrifice, reunited under the Primarch's banner. Although Captain Garo, the representative of the Imperial Fists, and Mephisto, the chief librarian of the Blood Angels, had already left Medusa due to frontline military duties, the observers and precise monitoring equipment they left behind recorded almost the entire magnificent defensive battle, especially the fateful final duel in the Forge Plaza, although the specific details of the stasis field and the existence of female Fulgrim were classified as top secret and subject to extreme control. Ironclad facts trump all excuses and suspicions. Ferris's performance throughout the battle was irreproachable. She was always on the front lines, fearless and decisive, enduring immense pressure, and ultimately achieved a glorious victory against the Daemon Primarch in cooperation with her loyal allies. Her very existence was the best interpretation of infinite loyalty to the Imperium. All accusations that she was a heretical creation, a sorceress puppet, or an entity with ulterior motives, in the face of this undeniable victory, seemed pale, almost ridiculous, and even themselves tinged with a hint of heresy. Numerous doubts uncovered obstructions from the Terra High Lords Council, the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars, and even high-ranking officials within the Ecclesiarchy, in the face of this unprecedented victory, had to temporarily and strategically fall silent. At least in all public and official settings, questions about the legitimacy, authenticity, and loyalty of Ferris's return had largely dissipated, making it difficult to form mainstream public opinion. Her authority and status as a returning Genseed Primarch were factually consolidated and established through this campaign. Inquisitor Qasim Warren's unsubstantiated accusations also completely collapsed. Every battle report and intelligence chain he received invariably pointed to a great and decisive victory led by the Genseed Primarch against the forces of chaos. He could no longer publicly or through official channels question Ferris. His influence on the official imperial level rapidly dwindled, almost to the point of marginalization. Finally, he and his persistent cruiser, the Absolution Fire, could only quietly, almost embarrassedly, withdraw from the Medusa sector, leaving no form of farewell or official congratulations. But everyone who understood the Inquisition's modus operandi knew that a fanatical and ambitious inquisitor like Warren would never truly give up. He would likely move into deeper, darker underground activities, continuing his baseless investigation, weaving a more secretive and dangerous web of conspiracies, like a coiled viper, awaiting the next opportunity to strike. The undercurrents of the Imperium never ceased to surge. After the battle, Medusa held a simple yet solemn victory ceremony to mourn the fallen and celebrate their hard-won survival. Ferris stood alone on the high walls of Carita Fortress, overlooking the scarred, ravaged, yet stubbornly enduring metal world below. The price of victory was immense and painful, but it also bought the 10th Legion valuable breathing room and intangible political capital. Future challenges remained severe, and threats from all directions were never far away, but at least for now, she and the people she protected had, with blood and steel, earned the right and dignity to continue to survive and fight. As the clamor of victory gradually subsided, a thorny and highly dangerous lingering issue lay before Chen Xi, Ferris, and Belisarius Call, who had just recovered from overload damage: how to deal with female Fulgrim. She was secretly transferred to the deepest underground isolation research lab in Carita Fortress, which was reinforced by multiple blackstone fields and the latest anti-psyker technology. Even in a coma, unstable and powerful energy fluctuations still emanated from her, with faint pinkish-purple psychic light vaguely appearing on her body, and her facial contours and physical features occasionally undergoing subtle but unsettling distortions, as if another consciousness was struggling beneath her skin. Call deployed the most precise instruments to monitor and analyze her around the clock. Data showed that she contained two distinct yet eerily fused power systems. One originated from a mysterious mark personally bestowed by the Emperor, bringing a certain ordered power with suppressive and absorptive properties. The other was a fragment of the chaotic essence belonging to the Slaanesh Daemon Prince, forcibly plundered from Fulgrim, mixed with some chaotic memories and personality fragments. Chapter 642, Grand Mass, 5th Update. The situation is extremely complex and unstable. Archmagos Call's multi-synthesized voice echoed from outside the isolation chamber, his mechanical appendages pointing at the continuously scrolling data stream as he reported to Chen Xi and Ferris. The absorption process was not a perfect replication, it was more like a brutal plunder and forced splicing. The essence of chaos possesses extremely strong corrosive and chaotic properties. Although it is currently restrained by the power of the Emperor's sign and has not immediately backfired, a very fragile balance is all that is maintained between the two. What will happen when she wakes up? Ferris asked, her silver eyes looking through the observation window, coldly staring at the face inside the isolation chamber that was so similar to her brother's. It's impossible to predict precisely, Call replied. Model simulations show multiple possibilities. She might not be able to withstand this power and self-destruct. She might be dominated by the memories and personality within the chaos fragments, becoming a new, highly unstable Fulgrim variant, which would be extremely dangerous, or, with the aid of the Emperor's sign, she might be able to painstakingly maintain her self-awareness, and even control this part of the power to a certain extent, but this would require unimaginable willpower, and would inevitably be accompanied by immense pain and risk. Just then, the female Fulgrim in the isolation chamber let out a pained groan, her eyelids trembling slightly, as if struggling to awaken from a deep abyss. The energy readings on the monitor suddenly surged, triggering a sharp alarm. She abruptly opened her eyes. What eyes they were! One eye was clear and sharp, still carrying a trace of the confusion and determination from the moment of creation, while the other flickered with an enchanting, changing iridescence, steeped in the beauty of corruption, the madness of desire, and the cynical mockery that belonged to Fulgrim. This is, a voice escaped her lips. The timbre was hers, but the tone was sometimes clear and stable, and sometimes it slid into that languid and seductive cadence that clearly belonged to Fulgrim. Ah, what a wonderful experience, pain and pleasure, chaos and order, all converge here. She raised a hand, gazing at the golden and sometimes pinkish-purple energy sparks dancing at her fingertips, a look of mixed pain, confusion, and a hint of eerie excitement appearing on her face. Kill me, she suddenly hissed in a clear, distinctly her own voice, but then her expression changed, and that seductive smile reappeared. Kill us? What a waste of this unique masterpiece, my dear sister. Clearly, she was awake, but her consciousness was in a highly unstable, fractured state, with two distinct personalities or fragments of consciousness fiercely vying for dominance. Ferris's expression turned extremely grim. Watching that face speak in Fulgrim's cadence filled her with intense revulsion and physiological discomfort. A decision must be made immediately. Chen Xi's voice was calm, almost cold. She is a huge source of risk. Once out of control, her destructive power could be no less than a small-scale chaos incursion. But at the same time, she could also be an unprecedented opportunity, a potential weapon to understand the essence of chaos, or even to use its own methods against it. A choice lay before them. The safest method was to take advantage of her current weakness, using the Emperor's sword or other extreme measures to thoroughly purify her, eliminating future troubles. But this would mean wasting that part of the seized chaos essence and the power of the Emperor's sign, and could attract deeper attention from Slaanesh. After all, this part of the essence once belonged to his favored one. The other option was to attempt to control and utilize her. But this would require investing immense resources into research and containment, and every day would be accompanied by the risk of losing control. Who would be responsible? Who could guarantee infallibility? Place her under the highest surveillance protocol, Ferris finally decided, her voice icy. Archmagos Call, you will lead the establishment of a specialized research team. Members must be absolutely reliable and sign the highest level of confidentiality agreements. The goal is to find a way to stabilize or separate the powers within her, and to evaluate all potential risks and applications. Until she is completely stable and controllable, all external contact is strictly prohibited, and the isolation level must be maintained at the highest. She paused briefly, then added in an unequivocal tone, at the same time, prepare contingency plans. Should there be any signs of loss of control, and the threat level exceeds the threshold, authorization is granted to immediately execute the final purification procedure, without further discussion. Chen Xi nodded slightly, agreeing with this cautious and pragmatic plan. Call also emitted a binary code indicating acceptance. The female Fulgrim in the isolation chamber, or perhaps a consciousness within her, seemed to hear the outside discussion, emitting a series of unclear sounds mixed with light laughter and groans. Her fate was temporarily sealed within the deepest isolation chamber of Medusa, becoming a dangerous enigma, a living treasure that could bring disaster or a turning point. How to deal with her would be the next major challenge facing Chen Xi and Ferris. The female Fulgrim's condition remained unstable, like a warp bomb that could detonate at any moment, with its risks increasing daily. Conventional containment and research methods could only temporarily restrict her, but could not eradicate the chaos, corruption and consciousness conflict deeply embedded in her essence. Chen Xi knew that more extreme, unconventional measures had to be taken. Using his supreme authority as an inquisitor of the Imperium, he bypassed all regular procedures and directly issued an emergency summons to the Adeptus Sororitas and Ecclesiarchy organizations in the Medusa system and neighboring sectors. The command was stern and vague, only mentioning the need for support for a special ritual concerning the fate of the Imperium and the purification of significant chaos corruption. Soon, a team composed of fanatically devout sisters of battle, experienced ecclesiarchy priests, and a large number of auxiliary clergy arrived at Carita Fortress. They were informed that a crucial individual, suffering from extremely terrifying chaos corruption, was confined deep within the fortress, requiring the strongest power of faith and the direct intervention of the Emperor for purification. The location Chen Xi chose was the most magnificent and historically oldest cathedral of Holy Grace within Carita Fortress. This cathedral was known for its sturdy black stone foundation, towering arches, and a massive, battle-scarred yet solemn statue of the Emperor. The female Fulgrim was secretly moved to the cathedral and placed at the foot of the colossal Emperor statue. Specially designed containment force field generators encircled her, serving both as a restraint and as a strange posture of sacrifice. She remained in a semi-comatose state, her body twitching intermittently, as pinkish-purple chaos psychic energy and the golden power of the Emperor's sign violently clashed on her skin, emitting faint but piercing sizzling sounds. The Sisters of Battle, armed with flaming great swords and bolt guns, set up a tight cordon around the cathedral and at the passageways. Their faces showed a mixture of extreme hatred for chaos and unwavering determination to fulfill their sacred duty. Ecclesiarchy priests, meanwhile, directed the choir and a multitude of faithful into the cathedral. They lit thousands of giant candles and incense, the intense sacred aura almost overpowering the faint, cloying sweetness of chaos. Chapter 643, A Brand New Fulgrim. The Grand Mass began. Tens of thousands of throats chanted hymns and prayers to the Emperor in unison, their voices converging into a magnificent and awe-inspiring wave of sound that echoed and layered beneath the towering dome of the cathedral, as if to pierce directly through the real universe and reach the distant golden throne. The priests preached hoarsely, proclaiming the Emperor's might and his boundless hatred for chaos, guiding the faith of all present to focus on the defiled entity beneath the holy icon. The entire cathedral was filled with a nearly frenzied religious fervor, the air subtly twisted from the convergence of psychic energy, and the temperature rose accordingly. Chen Xi himself knelt on one knee directly in front of the Emperor's holy icon, positioned between female Fulgrim and the believers. He bowed his head, his lips moving slightly as if in prayer. But deep in his eyes was a cold clarity, devoid of any fanaticism or reverence a devout believer should possess. A servitor skull floated beside him, seemingly just observing and recording, inconspicuous. But in reality, Chen Xi was currently sending a message to the Emperor himself through the servitor skull. Huang Lao Han, time to get to work. Such blasphemous words, which would undoubtedly have Chen Xi tied to a stake by the surrounding priests and battle sisters if heard, were uttered so casually. But for the Emperor, as long as the goal could be achieved, it didn't matter if he was called the Roman she-wolf. Chen Xi quickly felt an energy emanating from his body and the depths of his soul, it guided his psychic power, like a skilled tuner, subtly coordinating and amplifying the converging torrent of faith, directing it towards the predetermined target female Fulgrim, and the conflicting forces within her. The ritual reached its climax. All the singing, praying, and the priest's shouts converged into a single, deafening syllable, a cry to the Emperor. At that very instant, Chen Xi suddenly raised his head. Not out of piety, but because he perceived the arrival of that power. It was not a gentle, compassionate light, but a cold, vast, and absolute will, as desolate as an ancient ice plain. A cold sun disk, emanating endless majesty and the light of pure rationality, unexpectedly appeared from the void behind Chen Xi's head. It was not a real star, but a fleeting materialization of the Emperor's unimaginable and immense psychic power, spanning the star sea, appearing here. There was no warmth, only a cold scrutiny that seemed capable of stripping away all disguises and pointing directly to the essence of things. Golden light, not fire, but highly condensed, utterly pure psychic power like mercury flowing across the ground, or a silent tsunami, instantly swept through the entire cathedral of holy grace. This light did not scorch the devout believers, instead, it filled them with immense shock and ecstasy, a feeling of their souls being cleansed and blessed, and their prayers grew even more fervent. But for chaos corruption, this light was the most fatal poison and purifier. Aga! Female Fulgrim let out a heart-wrenching scream, a sound that even drowned out the prayers of 10,000 people. She suddenly tensed her body, and the containment field hummed under the strain. The pinkish-purple chaos psychic glow of Slaanesh that enveloped her, like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, let out a piercing, seemingly self-aware shriek, and then was mercilessly dispelled, decomposed and annihilated by the cold golden light. The fragments of memory, remnants of personality, and twisted sensory desires of Fulgrim himself, fused into her essence, were rapidly stripped away and dissipated under the wash of pure psychic power, as if the Emperor himself was present, like stains being cleaned by a powerful detergent. The pain brought by this process was unimaginable, it was a scraping that acted directly on the essence of the soul. Female Fulgrim's body trembled violently, and fine beads of sweat, mixed with faint chaos energy in her own metabolic waste, seeped from her skin, only to be evaporated by the golden light. Her face was contorted in extreme agony, but in her once divided eyes, the demonic iridescence and madness of Fulgrim were rapidly fading. The Emperor's power did not simply destroy her. After thoroughly cleansing the chaos corruption, the cold, rational golden light did not depart, instead, it began to act upon the very foundation of her existence in an incomprehensible way. The fragments of warp essence, originally belonging to the daemon Prince Fulgrim, which had been seized, now, stripped of the color and form of chaos corruption, revealed their most primal, immense energetic foundation. At this moment, under the intervention of this power of the Emperor, this masterless, powerful energy was forcibly tempered, purified, and underwent a compulsory, painful yet highly efficient fusion with her own ordered power originating from the Emperor's sign and the basic structure Chen Xi had given her. This was no longer simple splicing or suppression, but a deeper, almost essential level of reconstruction. The ritual continued, the Emperor's cold sun disk suspended behind Chen Xi's head, and golden psychic energy cascaded like a waterfall, washing over the individual beneath the holy icon. Who knows how long passed, perhaps just an instant, perhaps an eternity. The cold golden light gradually weakened, eventually dissipating as silently as it had appeared. Inside the cathedral, the fervent prayers gradually subsided, everyone was exhausted, yet filled with the excitement and bewilderment of having completed a sacred mission. They did not know what exactly had happened, only that an incredibly majestic power had descended and then departed. Chen Xi slowly stood up, his face slightly pale, guiding such immense power was a huge burden even for him. His gaze immediately fell to the foot of the holy icon. The containment field had been lifted. Female Fulgrim, or perhaps she could no longer be called that, now lay there quietly. All traces of chaos aura had vanished from her, her skin was smooth, her face serene, as if she had fallen into the deepest sleep. There were no longer any unstable energy fluctuations around her, instead, there was an internalized, profound, and powerful aura, a truly complete and harmonious life presence belonging to a gene seed primarch. She was no longer an imitation, no longer a vessel for chaos fragments. The Emperor's cold tempering, fueled by the torrent of faith gathered from the entire cathedral and guided by Chen Xi's psychic power, forcibly washed away all impurities and thoroughly purified and fused the plundered warp essence, completing her existence. She opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear, sharp purple, no longer divided and chaotic, only a new steadfastness and a hint of profundity from enduring great pain and metamorphosis. She slowly sat up, looking around, her gaze sweeping over the magnificent cathedral, the tired but excited believers, the vigilant battle sisters, and finally resting on Chen Xi. She nodded slightly, her voice steady and strong, with an unprecedented completeness. I am complete now. She had become a true, complete, and independent gene seed primarch. Although her origin remained special, her power derived from plunder and the Emperor's forced fusion, her existence itself was now undeniable. Chapter 644 Slaanish's attention. The golden light of the Emperor's sword still flickered in the rifts of the real universe, like the last sigh of a dying star. It was in this subtle gap between creation and annihilation that Shalaxi Hellbane, treading on iridescent ripples, arrived at the deepest, most intimate corridors of Slaanish's silver palace. Her arrival was not like a crossing, but more like a heart-stopping rest in a meticulously composed musical piece, ending the prelude and foreshadowing a more complex and intricate variation about to unfold. The intimate corridors today seemed to have been infused with new life. The ground, paved with solidified sighs and melted pearls, undulated slightly beneath her feet, as if a sleeping behemoth was awakening. The fragrant aroma in the air became exceptionally rich and complex, countless subtle whispers of desire flowed between the columns, transforming into visible iridescent mist that entwined her flawless ankles. The usual languid smile on Shalaxi Hellbane's inhuman face suddenly froze, like a captivated connoisseur who unexpectedly caught a scent of an unimaginable delicacy, her entire being trembling with this unprecedented sensation. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertips tracing the air, as if caressing an invisible tapestry. Such a captivating imperfection, her voice, like honey-coated spider silk, trembled softly through the intimate corridors, even in its broken form, it is breathtakingly beautiful. She could feel her master's recently completed, precise collection, Fulgrim's remaining soul fragments had been gently guided here, becoming another irreplaceable treasure in the deity's vault. This sensation made her involuntarily take a deep breath, savoring the new, complex aroma in the air, the lingering echo of an intense craving for a rare existence, the delicate aftertaste of a magnificent destruction. The surrounding melody shifted accordingly, the notes seemed to materialize, weaving every detail of the recent feast of destruction into the air. The dramatic transformation of the hunter into the hunted, the arc of every struggle, every desperate cry, all became artistic masterpieces worth savoring repeatedly. Shalaxi Hellbane's fingertips trembled slightly, as if she were tracing the patterns of these memories in the void. She could taste every subtle flavor of that feast, the decisiveness when the Emperor's sword struck, Fulgrim's confusion and fear in his final moments, even the complex emotions of shock and relief in the hearts of the onlookers, all of these became delicacies on Slaanish's banquet. The twisted spines and blooming flesh flowers on the columns began to slowly reassemble, forming more exquisite shapes. She felt her master's exacting demands for the minutest details of this performance, a regret for something that could not make a more elegant exit. A nearly doting smile appeared on her lips. My dear, you could have bid farewell more gracefully. Her finger drew a mournful curve in the air. Why reveal such unnecessary panic in your final moments? Her eyes suddenly bloomed with an unusual brilliance, as if she had discovered an unprecedented treasure. But you. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. My dear stranger, what a moving prelude you have offered us. She could sense her master's profound interest in this novel existence, a desire to explore deeply and analyze meticulously permeating the air. This feeling was different from the possessiveness towards Fulgrim, it was more like an artist discovering unprecedented new pigments, a composer finding a brand new scale, a poet encountering a completely new rhythm. Shalaxi Hellbane bowed gracefully, her posture containing both reverence for divine power and the resonance of an artist. Let me continue this intimacy that has just begun. Her voice was like the most exquisite poison. I will make every touch a poem, every one of his resistances the most heartfelt confession. Her bow was not humble submission, but rather an artist's salute upon accepting a commission full of a longing for creation and gratitude for appreciation. As she turned to look towards the real universe, creative fervor burned in her eyes. Dear Chen Xi. The name rolled from her lips, like both a caress and a curse. The prelude you unwittingly played is so moving, now let us compose an endless movement together. Her gaze seemed to pierce the veil of dimensions, falling upon that audacious inquisitor. In her perception, Chen Xi was no longer merely a mortal, but an unfinished work of art, an uncarved jade waiting to be sculpted, a creative material full of infinite possibilities. The surrounding light and shadow began to dance eerily, myriad dreams and sighs intertwined into more exquisite illusions. Shalaxi Hellbane could feel her master's anticipation for this eternal game, not eager to end it, but to slowly savor every moment in the most exquisite way. Her smile became profound and dangerous. We will be very patient, for the most extreme intimacy is worth the longest wait. This patience was not ordinary endurance, but more like the luxurious attitude of a collector who, having acquired a rare treasure, is not in a hurry to admire it all at once, but plans to slowly savor it for the rest of his life. In the depths of her consciousness, she had already begun to conceive every detail of the next intimacy. The Emperor's children's incursion into the Medusa sector would escalate into a meticulously choreographed symphony of corruption. Every atrocity would be imbued with symbolic meaning, every attack an artistic offering. She imagined how to transform atrocities into rituals, elevate destruction into performance, and refine pain into poetry. All of this was both to please the Supreme Observer and to engage in a long and exquisite dialogue with that mortal. RIfxFe waved her hand gently, and a tableau woven from light and shadow appeared before her, a projection of the Medusa sector. Her finger tapped, and a planet rippled with waves. Here, she whispered, will be our first melody. Where her fingertips touched, the image of the planet began to change, the originally hard metal structures became soft and twisted, buildings began to exhibit organic curves, and even the light on the planet's surface became softer and more alluring. You will see, RIfxFe's voice gradually merged into the melody of the intimate corridors. This intimacy will be more unforgettable than any previous work. Her figure began to gradually dissipate in the iridescent light, not a simple disappearance, but like merging into the paint of a painting, becoming part of the entire artistic conception. Before completely dissipating, she cast one last glance at the projection of that star sector, her eyes shimmering with the fervor and anticipation unique to a creator. When RIfxFe had completely vanished, the intimate corridors did not return to peace. Instead, the melody in the air became richer, the dance of light and shadow more fervent, as if the entire space was excitedly anticipating the new act about to unfold. In some unseen dimension, an invisible hand was gently plucking the strings of fate, tuning and setting the tone for the next symphony of corruption. And in the Medusa sector of the real universe, Inquisitor Chen Xi was reviewing the latest patrol reports, completely unaware that he had transformed from an observer into a character in the play, and even less aware that an endless artistic creation, with his soul as the canvas, awaited him. At the edges of the Imperial territory, subtle and eerie changes were occurring. Communications in certain areas experienced inexplicable delays, patrol teams reported seeing impossible iridescent auroras, and some even claimed to have heard unsettlingly beautiful melodies from between the stars. All these subtle anomalies had not yet attracted attention, but they were like the few notes played by a tuner before a symphony begins, foreshadowing the grand performance to come. And in the depths of the warp, RIfxFe had already begun to weave her web of art, preparing to use an entire star sector as her canvas, and the fates of billions of beings as her pigments, to create a masterpiece worthy of pleasing the Dark God. Chapter 645, Various Factions of the Imperium. The defeat of the Emperor's children's main fleet in the Medusa sector, especially the demise of the Daemon Prince Fulgrim, which, in the official records of the Imperium and the understanding of billions of faithful, was a complete and final annihilation, was like a scorching spear of light tearing through the eternal night, its radiance instantly piercing the desperate gloom that enveloped the Imperium. From the Golden Hall where the High Lords of Terra deliberated on Holy Terra, to the silent, void-gazing watchmen on Ultramar's frontier outposts, and to countless worlds struggling under chaos incursions, the news of victory thundered forth with almost miraculous speed and power. The Iron Hands. Primarch Ferrus Manus, guided by the Emperor, has slain the traitor Fulgrim on Medusa. The Imperium's propaganda machine and the Ecclesiarchy's preachers declared, without doubt and refusing any doubt, that Fulgrim's existence, his ravings, his depraved art, his pathological pursuit of sensory extremes, had been utterly extinguished by the Emperor's unyielding will and her loyal Primarch's merciless iron fists. The golden holy flame of the Emperor's sword was extolled as a direct manifestation of the human lord's purifying power, and Ferrus Manus was the perfect executor of this final judgment. The Daemon Prince might be reborn in the foul tides of the warp, a common knowledge that had plunged the Imperium into despair countless times, but at this moment, it was deliberately forgotten, even refuted, amidst the fervent ecstasy and power of faith of the masses. On the plane of the real universe, this was the most thorough and inspiring glorious victory against a traitor gene seed Primarch that the Imperium had achieved since the Horus Heresy. Ferrus Manus's prestige reached its zenith in this campaign. She was no longer merely a returning ancient legend, but a living deity who enacted the Emperor's will, annihilated great evil, and turned the tide. The glory of the Iron Hands Legion also soared, and the lingering resentment and sorrow from Istvan V 10 millennia ago seemed to find a solemn redemption in this glorious victory. Their name became utterly intertwined with resilience, loyalty, and the unparalleled power blessed by the Emperor and guided by the Primarch. The Imperium's reaction was like a colossal ingot thrown into a furnace, erupting in complex and multi-layered fissures amidst intense light and heat. On Holy Terra, the High Lords of Terra had to, and indeed had no choice but to, adorn this victory with the grandest and most solemn ceremonies. The Golden Hall echoed with effusive praise for Ferrus and the 10th Legion, and official documents lauded the Battle of Medusa as a manifestation of the Emperor's divine will and a paradigm of the Primarch's return to purify the galaxy. However, behind the smooth marble walls and flickering data screens of the servoskulls, the air of power grew thick and tense. The very existence of a gene seed Primarch who not only held an ancient title but also wielded such formidable power and had proven her worth was a fundamental challenge to the millennia-old order of governance. Open questioning, like that of Inquisitor Warren, had completely lost its appeal, even becoming a byword for political incorrectness. But clandestine scrutiny, apprehension, and calculation grew exponentially. Co-opting, appeasing, balancing, infiltrating, the ancient political games quietly resumed in the shadows of Terra, in new forms and with higher stakes. Every High Lords pondered how to incorporate this sudden, powerful force into her own chess game, or at the very least, ensure it would not overturn her chessboard. The Ecclesiarchy embraced this victory with a wave of fanaticism that swept across the entire Imperium. The Battle of Medusa was instantly canonized and sanctified, incorporated into daily prayers and sermons. Ferrus Manus's image was swiftly imbued with a sacred aura. She was depicted as the Emperor's thunder walking among humanity, her forge hammer an instrument of divine judgment. Countless worlds held grand thanksgiving masses, and the faithful tearfully cheered the emperor's great deeds and her iron saint. The ecclesiarchy sought to seize this opportune moment to seamlessly integrate the Primarch's authority into its own theocratic system, interpreting her victory as the inevitable reward for unwavering faith in the emperor, thereby directing this powerful new force toward consolidating its own ecclesiastical power. However, beneath this pious clamor, some more astute senior priests harbored hidden concerns. Would a true, living Primarch herself become a new focal point of faith that was too powerful, perhaps even deviating from the ecclesiarchy's doctrines? The Adeptus Mechanicus's reaction was filled with the complex mindset peculiar to technocrats, a mixture of extreme interest and profound worry. Archmagos Belisarius calls deep involvement, along with the fleeting but ultimately damaged stasis field technology whose principles remained strictly confidential but had already stirred the desire of every tech priest to delve deeper, coupled with the astonishing production capacity and resilience unleashed by the Medusa Forge world's close integration with the Legion. All these factors combined to plunge Mars and its associated worlds into fierce internal debate. On one hand, requests for technical exchange and proposals for cooperation from Medusa surged like a tide. Many great sages eagerly sought a share, or even a glimpse, of that extraordinary technological frontier. On the other hand, the conservative faction and purists were deeply wary, fearing entanglement with Xenos technology or even more unspeakable forces, believing such dangerous exploration to be a potential betrayal of the Omniscia's creed. The relationship between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the 10th Legion, beneath the surface of fervent cooperation, concealed deep divisions regarding technological pathways and doctrinal purity. And for the Astartes chapters, an imperial defense force bleeding and sacrificing in desperate battles across the vast imperium, the victory on Medusa was nothing short of a potent astropathic stimulant. It powerfully proved that Primarches were not distant legends, they had truly returned, possessing the mighty power to slay daemon Primarches and turn the tide. This flame of hope ignited the hearts of countless warriors, and many battlefronts on the verge of collapse regained their resolve to hold firm. Many chapters, especially those whose gene seed Primarch had not yet returned, more actively engaged in the great mission of finding their Primarches, eager to replicate the glory of Medusa. Ferris Manus, at this juncture, became an unseen beacon and a unifying core for all loyalist forces. Her very existence was a powerful rallying cry. However, beneath the dazzling halo of victory, strong undercurrents surged deep within the Imperium's foundations. Old skeptics may have silently retreated, but new observers, potential challengers, and deeply apprehensive individuals still proliferated in the shadows. Ferris and the unstoppable force of change she represented had been propelled to the very center of the galactic power struggle by this unprecedented victory. Endless glory and potential storms converged upon her iron shoulders. Chapter 646, Grand Celebration, 8.5k. The return of Ferris Manus and the demise of the fallen Primarch Fulgrim were like a supernova exploding in the Imperium's 10,000-year-long night, its light instantly piercing the gloom of despair and illuminating countless corners of humanity's domain. At the suggestion of Inquisitor Chen Xi and with the impetus of various factions, this celebration had escalated into a grand carnival sweeping across the entire sector and even its radiating influence. Every planet and every space station within the Medusa system was adorned with solemn decorations, although the underlying tone remained the cold, hard aesthetic characteristic of the Iron Hands Legion, the devout prayers of billions of people, the booming binary hymns within the Adeptus Mechanicus temples, and the global holographic projections of holy icons collectively wove a grand and fervent tapestry of victory. The news spread through the spires of the astropathic choir and the warp communication network with unprecedented speed and force. In Ultramar, Gilliman's people held grand parades and prayers for the glorious victory of their brother Legion. At the heart of the solar system, Holy Terra itself rang with long unheard bells, not sounded for war warnings, even in the dim sectors where the shadow of the Great Rift flickered, and on the fortress worlds fighting bloody battles at the Cadian Gate, wherever the good news reached, it erupted in cheers that shook the void. The Adeptus Ministorum, with utmost efficiency, compiled this feat into new codex passages, proclaiming the return of the Iron Father as the Emperor's supreme gift for humanity's unwavering loyalty, a beacon of hope that tore through despair in the dark galaxy. Grand parades and collective masses were held on countless worlds, with holy icons of Ferris Manus and the Emperor held aloft by billions of faithful, their pious tears seemingly reflecting the dawn of doomsday salvation. Before the final celebration plan was finalized, a special visitor arrived at Inquisitor Chen Xi's temporary residence in Carita Fortress. The visitor was Archdeacon Sigismund Vorst, the ecclesiarchy's archbishop to the Medusa sector. He was clad in magnificent gold and red holy robes, holding a scepter inlaid with holy relics, his face flushed with excitement, and his eyes burning with the fervent and zealous intensity characteristic of a preacher. Inquisitor Chen Xi, Archdeacon Vorst's voice trembled slightly with barely suppressed excitement. This is a supreme miracle. A Primarch, a son of God, returned from 10 millennia of silence, and immediately executed his fallen brother. This is a manifestation of the Emperor's supreme divine power, a direct response to our unwavering loyalty. Chen Xi stood silently in the shadows, her face under the black robe devoid of emotion, merely nodding slightly, signaling the other party to continue. The Archdeacon stepped forward, his eyes seemingly blazing with the fire of faith, his tone growing increasingly impassioned. The Imperium needs such a victory too much, the people need hope too much to pierce this boundless darkness. We cannot confine the celebration to cold steel halls and internal military rituals. We need a grand event worthy of this immense divine grace. A grand celebration that allows the entire sector, and even the entire Imperium, to feel the light of the Emperor and the might of the Primarch. He spread his arms as if to embrace the entire system, grand masses, planet-wide pious parades, holy rites that unite billions in prayer. This requires the approval and support of Ferris. Chen Xi finally spoke, her voice steady and cool, as if capable of dousing the fanaticism. Archdeacon, I feel your fervor. But you should also remember Ferris's attitude after the last large mass. Repeating such fervent religious gatherings will not only provoke the Primarch's displeasure but also dilute the deep mourning for the fallen and the solemn reflection on the war itself. She always favors the restrained and power-displaying traditions of the Iron Hands. She deliberately brought up the past, clearly marking the boundaries of the Primarch's stance. Archdeacon Vorst's fervent expression froze slightly but was quickly covered by a deeper piety. Inquisitor, I understand, I deeply comprehend the Primarch's considerations. Honoring the fallen, solemnity above all. He lowered his voice, his tone becoming extremely persuasive, but please consider, this victory is far more than just military, it is a spiritual earthquake. It is a shot in the arm for faith. The ecclesiarchy can, through this celebration, engrave the Primarch's return and the Emperor's will deeper into the souls of billions of faithful. This concentrated power of faith is crucial for confronting the even deeper darkness of future battles. As a saint of the ecclesiarchy, you should understand the significance of this. In this dark age, we need a shining idol to lead the children of the Imperium. He subtly hinted at the massive public support and spiritual mobilization capacity the ecclesiarchy could provide. Chen Xi remained silent for a moment, as if carefully weighing her options. Vorst's words were not entirely without reason. The Imperium was tottering under the warp's erosion, morale often low. A glorious victory celebration could indeed greatly boost public morale, solidify the legitimacy of Ferris's return, and showcase the strength of the Iron Hands and the Emperor's grace to the universe. Seeing Chen Xi's inclination, Vorst pressed on, his tone becoming even more earnest. We can make adjustments, Inquisitor. The highest grade mass ceremony can be held in the Hall of 10,000 Forges, ensuring its solemnity. The parade can be a victory parade of various sub-chapters, demonstrating the power of the Iron Tide rather than ostentatious display. We will focus on praising sacrifice and swearing loyalty, with all glory to the Emperor and the Primarch. This is by no means an unrestrained carnival, but a manifestation of power and a consolidation of faith. He carefully anchored the plan within a framework Ferris might accept. Chen Xi gazed at the Archdeacon, seemingly finally convinced by his adjusted proposal and the political advantages within. She slowly spoke, a celebration of unprecedented scale will indeed help to declare our strength and resolve to the Imperium and even to our covetous enemies. I will convey your wishes to Ferris and explain the importance of this action in consolidating the Imperium's strength and deterring enemies from all directions. Her tone shifted, her gaze sharp as a sword, but you must guarantee that all ecclesiarchy activities must strictly adhere to the tone required by the Primarch, solemn, orderly, and full of a sense of power. This is a memorial to sacrifice, and even more, a bloody oath for the future. Can you give this guarantee? Archdeacon Vorst immediately bowed, a pious smile of satisfaction blooming on his face. Of course. I swear in the Emperor's name. The ecclesiarchy will adhere to the Primarch's will and present a celebration that is both sacred and solemn, and grand, and magnificent. Thank you for your mediation, Inquisitor. Ultimately, Chen Xi successfully persuaded Ferris. Although the Primarch still held reservations about overly boisterous forms, she acknowledged Chen Xi's deeper considerations regarding political uplift and morale cohesion. Thus, an unprecedented victory celebration unfolded grandly across Medusa and the wider sector. Although Medusa itself was not a densely populated hive world, its surface primarily consisting of harsh steel mountains, roaring foundries, and sturdy military fortresses, the ecclesiarchy demonstrated its unparalleled mobilization capability and fervent creativity, temporarily transforming this cold planet into a boiling crucible of faith. From orbit, Medusa appeared to be coated in a golden red halo. Tens of thousands of colossal prayer banners hung from orbital space stations, extending down to the side of church ships in geosynchronous orbit, inscribed with chapters from the Lectitio Divinitas concerning war and salvation, and newly compiled prayers praising the deeds of Ferris Manus, in sacred Gothic script. These banners slowly drifted in the thin upper atmosphere and solar winds, like the Emperor's holy tendrils reaching down to the mortal realm. On the planet's surface, every fortress, every factory, and even every mine entrance was adorned with giant Imperial Aquila banners and the Iron Hands chapter's insignia. These banners were typically made of durable industrial materials or even metal plates, consistent with the Iron Hands' practical aesthetic, but their sheer size and number created a stunning visual spectacle. The ecclesiarchy mobilized all its resources. Hundreds of thousands of preacher priests and teams of fervent faithful, riding in modified transport vehicles or heavy walkers resembling mobile altars, traversed between various settlements and military strongholds. Using powerful loudspeakers, they broadcast news of victory and hymns day and night, their voices piercing through howling storms and factory roars, echoing through canyons and steel jungles. The air was thick with the rich scent of burning incense and holy oil, a distinctive aroma of ecclesiarchy rituals, strangely mixed with Medusa's original metallic dust and ozone, forming a unique atmosphere that was both sacred and industrialized. The largest celebrations were concentrated in Carita Fortress and its surrounding areas. Despite the relatively sparse population, the ecclesiarchy miraculously assembled hundreds of thousands of faithful. They came from all corners of Medusa, and even pilgrims from neighboring systems, many of whom, upon hearing of the miracle, had traveled at great cost on temporarily augmented pilgrim fleets. They gathered on the massive, leveled parade ground outside the fortress, the dense crowd like a boiling sea. In front of the crowd was a reverent display. Captured Emperor's Children Legion battle standards and the wreckage of destroyed enemy war vehicles were specially exhibited as irrefutable proof of evil defeated and as trophies of victory. Ecclesiarchy priests pointed to these wrecks, passionately proclaiming the corruption of chaos and the purity and power of the Emperor's light, each proclamation igniting waves of fervent prayer from the crowd. Giant holographic holy icons were projected onto the towering outer walls of Carita Fortress and into the sky, usually the heroic figure of Ferris Manus wielding a warhammer, alongside the magnificent image of the Divine Emperor. These projection technologies, provided by the Adeptus Mechanicus, were highly precise and detailed. The Primarch's stern face and the Emperor's majestic gaze seemed to stare at every faithful, bringing unparalleled spiritual pressure and solace. The core of the parade was the warriors of the Iron Hands and their successor chapters. They did not wear the ornate and flashy attire of some Astra Militarum or Ecclesiarchy parades but appeared in their purest combat form. An entire company of Terminator armored warriors led the vanguard, marching with heavy, synchronized, earth-shaking steps. They were followed by the iconic vehicles of various companies, Rhino transports, Predator tanks, Land Raiders, and even several majestic Emperor-class Titans emerged from the forged temples to join the parade, each colossal footfall causing the ground to tremble and the crowd to gasp. These steel behemoths were polished to a shine, their cold metal surfaces reflecting the light of torches and holographic projections. They were themselves a perfect combination of power and faith, both the Imperium's war machines and the revered deities of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Astartes monks marched in perfect tactical formations, their power armor perhaps only simply adorned with fresh victory laurels or pure white strips of cloth inscribed with oath scriptures, but the killing intent and indomitable will, forged in the crucible of the most brutal wars, ignited the crowd's passion more than any elaborate decoration. They marched in silence, only the sound of their boots on the ground and the roar of engines forming a symphony of steel. This solemn display, rather than any boisterous cheering, was more infectious, making the faithful feel a suffocating sense of sublimity and awe. In front of designated plazas and temples, the Ecclesiarchy held massive open-air masses. Bishops in heavy red holy robes presided over the ceremonies, waving thurstyables and censers. Choirs, composed of genetically modified priests with perfect voices, chanted grand hymns praising the Emperor, the Primarch, and the strength of humanity, their voices echoing through the sky via powerful amplification arrays. Each recitation of a prayer was met with a thunderous response from the faithful below, for the Emperor. For the Iron Father. The faithful held crude holy icons of the Emperor or hastily made symbols of Ferrus Manus, their faces mixed with tears, fanaticism, and hope. They frantically touched the passing war machines, trying to obtain a trace of holy aura, or knelt on the ground, praying madly towards the sun in the sky, as if it were the savior itself. Although Medusa had a limited population base, the intensity of faith and the burst of energy from the faithful gathered there were enough to overshadow any grand celebration in an alien hive city. This was a nearly frenzied power of faith, suppressed for too long in an extremely harsh environment, and then completely unleashed by a miracle. The Ecclesiarchy skillfully integrated the display of military might with religious fervor. Every roar of a tank was interpreted as the Emperor's roar, and every Astartes warrior was seen as an angel walking among mortals. This celebration perfectly matched Ferrus's requirements of solemn, orderly, and full of a sense of power, while also greatly satisfying the Ecclesiarchy's need to spread faith and unite hearts. It proclaimed to the entire system, and even the entire sector, Medusa not only possessed unbreakable steel might but was also bathed in the Emperor's most dazzling light. At the core celebration in the Hall of 10,000 Forges at Carita Fortress, as Ferrus Manus finished her resounding speech, one that made even steel tremble, and the echoes of the warriors pounding their chest plates had not yet fully subsided, a herald loudly proclaimed, the special envoy of the Terra High Lords Council, the esteemed Heliodorus Cantrell, representing the supreme will of the Imperium, extends the highest reverence and congratulations to the great Primarch, the Abyss Decapitator, Ferrus Manus. All eyes suddenly focused on the hall entrance. A man dressed in the most luxurious attire of the Terra Court, wearing an elaborate tall crown, and with an arrogant, cold expression, slowly walked in, escorted by a squad of equally splendidly dressed guards carrying ceremonial halberds. His steps were deliberately slow, as if he was immersed in the glory of Terra he represented, revealing a barely disguised sense of detachment and disdain for the surrounding grim Astartes warrior and environment. He approached the stage, and unlike others, he did not kneel on one knee, merely bowing very slightly, and spoke in a sweet, affected tone amplified by a megaphone. On behalf of the High Lords of Terra, I congratulate Medusa on its extraordinary victory. The Council is deeply pleased by this and hereby presents a letter of congratulation and an award. A retinue member beside him immediately bowed, presenting a golden tray adorned with the Imperial Aquila emblem and intricate scrollwork, upon which lay a document written on the finest parchment and sealed with the Council's authoritative wax seal. Heliodorus himself did not personally present it, merely gesturing for his attendant to bring it forward, his posture incredibly arrogant. Ferrus's eyes were icy, and she did not immediately reach for it. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze, the silent gazes of the Iron Hands warriors converging into a heavy, almost tangible pressure. Just then, Inquisitor Chen Xi's figure stepped forward quietly, like a phantom. He did not look at the golden tray, but his gaze, like an ice pick, pierced the special envoy. Cantrell, sir. Inquisitor Chen Xi's voice was calm but carried a peculiar penetrative power, cutting through the deathly silence. From Terra to Medusa, the journey is long and requires traversing the turbulent warp. It must have been arduous, and perhaps, quietly changed some things. The special envoy frowned, clearly displeased with the black-robed Inquisitor who had abruptly interrupted. Inquisitor, what do you mean? I represent the High Lords of Terra. Who exactly do you represent? Inquisitor Chen Xi suddenly interrupted, his tone abruptly sharp. Your words are flowery but empty, your posture arrogant rather than noble, more like a clumsy imitation. The sickly sweet stench emanating from your soul makes me nauseous from a distance. Heliodorus's face changed dramatically, and he was about to reprimand, but Inquisitor Chen Xi suddenly waved his hand. Two silent sisters, who had been standing like statues in Inquisitor Chen Xi's shadow, instantly sprang into action. Their presence was like a black hole suddenly expanding, the surrounding warp energy completely suppressed and annihilated. One of the sisters raised her nullification crossbow, its arrow pointed directly at the special envoy. In the name of the Emperor, reveal your true form. Inquisitor Chen Xi growled. Under the powerful void field of the Silent Sisters, the image of Heliodorus Cantrell began to violently twist and fluctuate. He let out an inhuman shriek, a mix of screams and pleasurable sighs, as his lavish attire and human skin peeled away like melting wax, revealing the demonic core beneath a graceful, morbidly pearlescent-skinned, perfectly featured, terrifying Slaanesh daemon. It struggled, uttering seductive and painful gibberish, attempting to resist the all-negating field. Ah! Inquisitor! The daemon hissed at Inquisitor Chen Xi with a twisted voice, even on the verge of dissipation, still attempting to exert its seductive power, the great Dark Prince. Master, greatly appreciates your performance. Fulgrim's finale, so sweet. Thank you, for the splendid. Before he could finish, the other Silent Sister had already swung her power armor, the blade flashing, and with a wail of complete annihilation, the daemon's physical form was shattered and purified, turning into a repulsive, exotic fragrance that finally dissipated without a trace in the nullification field. Only the remains of the true special envoy, who had likely been murdered long ago, and the fallen letter of commendation from Terra remained. The great forge hall was silent for a moment, then thunderous roars erupted, Iron Hands warriors instantly grabbing their weapons, their grim muzzles pointed at the remaining, terrified attendants of the Terra delegation. These attendants were clearly just unwitting mortals, now trembling like leaves. Ferris Manus's face was as dark as a Medusa storm, she gazed at the so-called letter of commendation on the ground, molten iron seemingly flowing in her eyes. She bent down and picked up the ornate letter with her metal fingers, her cold gaze sweeping over the flattering words. It seems Terra's commendation, starting with the messenger, has already been tainted by chaos. Her voice was like cracking ice. Is this the generous gift the High Lords of Terra have prepared for us? Truly, a great irony. She quickly scanned the contents, then snorted coldly and handed the data slate to Inquisitor Chen Xi. Terra's bureaucracy still emits the same millennia-old stench, even attracting the gaze of a daemon. They intend to divide my legion, to place me under their surveillance and control. Inquisitor Chen Xi quickly read it, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. The commendation is a sugarcoat, the reassignment is a power stripping, the invitation is a prelude to house arrest. They fear your power slipping from their grasp. But at this moment, we must be even more wary of chaos infiltration. This document itself may also have been contaminated. Reply to them, Ferris declared, her voice echoing through the hall, a pronouncement to both Inquisitor Chen Xi and all loyal warriors. Medusa has recently suffered a severe blow, legion integration and defensive reconstruction are the top priorities. I cannot leave at this time. As for experience exchange, a small number of military observers and technical advisory teams can be dispatched to designated war zones to share their experience in combating chaos and identifying infiltrators, but the deployment of organized units cannot be complied with. At the same time, demand that Terra first conduct a thorough internal audit and immediately deliver the large quantity of reconstruction resources it promised. A specific list will be jointly drawn up by the Medusa Forge World and Ristov. Tell them the Iron of Medusa pledges loyalty only to the Emperor, not to a nest of parasites and demons. A response was quickly drafted and sent, one that maintained superficial respect, yet yielded no ground, while simultaneously striking at the core issues, applying reverse pressure, and demanding internal scrutiny from the other party. This silent political struggle, complicated by the bizarre intervention of a Slaanesh daemon, further convinced Ferris and Inquisitor Chen Xi that the future path would be fraught with dual dangers from within and outside the Imperium. Almost as soon as the High Lords of Terra's letter controversy settled, a faint but unusually persistent psychic ripple touched Inquisitor Chen Xi's consciousness. This ripple carried the characteristic heat of bale and a trace of an indelible mark of sorrow. Inquisitor Chen Xi dismissed his attendants and focused his will. His psychic power, like a precise probe, extended into the void of warp background noise, capturing and locking onto that familiar signal. A private psychic link, existing only between their two consciousnesses, was quietly established. Inquisitor Chen Xi. Mephisto's voice resonated directly in the depths of Inquisitor Chen Xi's mind, omitting all material world courtesies, carrying the ethereal echo and distortion characteristic of psychic communication, yet more profoundly conveying the intensity of his emotions. Medusa's victory, a thunderclap across the stars. You did it, you truly ended a fallen primarch. Mephisto, Inquisitor Chen Xi responded psychically, his thoughts like cold stars, clear and stable. The Emperor's will guided the blade, and the Iron Hands fulfilled their duty. This proves the Emperor's power far exceeds our imagination. Mephisto's psychic voice trembled with excitement, even seeping in a hint of imperceptible pain and longing. This proves that return is not an illusion. Inquisitor, it has been 10,000 years. Every day we feel the eternal wound left by Sanguinius's fall in our blood, fighting against the black rage and hunger that devour our souls. Every campaign is a remembrance and yearning for our father's glorious figure. His psychic imagery seemed to transform into that eternal golden angel statue under the Bale sunset, yet it was covered in cracks and tears. Now, the fire of hope burns in our souls. We beg you, Inquisitor, you can communicate the Emperor's will, you can bring miracles, can you implore the Emperor to let our father, the great angel, also return to us? Mephisto's psychic transmission was almost choked with emotion, for an Astartes librarian to display such deep feeling showed the turmoil within him. Bale needs him, the Imperium needs him, we need him. If there is even a sliver of possibility, the Blood Angels will pay any price. Even our lives and souls. Inquisitor Chen Xi's psychic power remained consistently calm, like deep water smoothing ripples. Chief Librarian Mephisto, his voice of consciousness was heavy and clear, I deeply understand your pain and longing, and my reverence for Sanguinius is no less than yours. Everything that happened on Medusa is indeed part of the Emperor's grand design, but its profound meaning is far beyond what we mortals can fully grasp. He paused briefly, letting the psychic resonance emphasize his next words. The return of a primarch involves the supreme will and unimaginable power, its timing and method cannot be determined by simple supplication. Blind and eager longing can sometimes be counterproductive, even attracting deeper attention from the warp. We must maintain unwavering faith, and at the same time, make thorough preparations, not just preparations to welcome hope, but also preparations to face the potentially more severe challenges that will follow. The current duty of the Blood Angels is to protect Baal, restrain inner impatience, and make yourselves stronger. When the Emperor's will descends, you will be able to become the great angel's strongest wings, not his burden. Inquisitor Chen Xi's words, like a cold psychic trickle, slightly tempered Mephisto's fervent longing, but that deep expectation did not disappear, instead, it transformed into a more serene determination and a hint of helpless, hidden pain. We understand your meaning, Inquisitor. Mephisto's psychic fluctuations regained some of the librarian's composure, but sounded more hoarse. We will wait, we will prepare. But please, do not forget our plea. The Blood Angels will answer your call at any time, just for the coming of that day. The psychic link quietly disconnected like dissipating starlight. Inquisitor Chen Xi took a deep breath, as if he had just surfaced from deep water. He had temporarily appeased the Blood Angel's fervent desire, but he knew the fundamental problem remained unresolved. O Emperor, what exactly is your plan? Who will be the next to return? He felt himself standing at the center of a giant vortex of fate, invisibly pulling at the future of countless people and worlds. Should I try to throw in an angel sister? I just don't know if Mephisto would have a heart attack. Post-war Medusa was like a giant, efficiently operating machine, showing astonishing resilience and order amidst its scars. The Iron Hands Legion pushed their philosophy of efficiency to the extreme. On the ruins of Orbit Forge City, gigantic engineering machinery roared, clearing debris like steel beasts and laying new foundations. In the orbital shipyards, damaged vessels were undergoing urgent repairs, while at the same time, the keels of new ships were being laid with precise scheduling. Ferrus Manus personally supervised the modification and rigorous training of the new generation of space marines. The revised Gorgon Edict was more deeply instilled into the minds of every warrior, emphasizing the precise balance of absolute rationality and oath of guardianship. Inquisitor Chen Xi, meanwhile, dedicated himself to integrating and strengthening the intelligence network, comprehensively reviewing the gains and losses of the campaign. He held regular confidential meetings with Hather and Call, deeply analyzing the movements of the Emperor's children remnants and evaluating potential retaliatory actions from the Slaanesh domain. Female Fulgrim, perhaps now more appropriately called the Reborn Primarch or the Purifier, was housed in a specially modified and heavily secured area deep within Carita Fortress, guarded jointly by absolutely loyal Gorgon elite companies and a Mechanic-U's technical security team personally selected by Call. She was in a peculiar stable state, her power contained, her consciousness clear, but she seemed to be undergoing a profound, internal exploration of the meaning of her own existence and her future path. Inquisitor Chen Xi regularly engaged in cryptic but important conversations with her, attempting to guide her to understand and control her power, while also constantly wary of the unprecedented energy form within her, a fusion of the light of order and the essence of chaos. Archmagos Belisarius Call, on the other hand, was completely immersed in the massive amounts of data recovered from the wreckage of the stasis field generator, attempting to salvage crucial technical nodes and theoretical models from it. While a complete replication of this extraordinary creation was no longer possible, this unprecedented practical experience provided him with invaluable data support and theoretical validation for combating higher daemon entities. However, shadows always lingered. Behind the Imperium's high-level commendations lay intricate political calculations. The Blood Angel's fervent desire was a heavy burden, and Slaanesh's malevolent gaze clung like a persistent disease, difficult to shake off. Outer patrol fleets continued to report that warp fluctuations on the edge of the Medusa sector showed some abnormally beautiful and coordinated harmonics that could not be explained by conventional models. Occasionally, ships would report collective, brief sensory hallucinations or inexplicable feelings of pleasure among their crews. Inquisitor Chen Xi and Ferrus both clearly realized that the current peace was merely a brief respite between storms. Fulgrim's fall was far from the end, but rather seemed like a prelude to something grander and darker slowly unfolding. The shadow of the Great Rift drew ever closer, and the dark side of the galaxy was silently accumulating power. They once again stood side by side on Medusa's towering observation deck, gazing at the brilliant yet cold, endless star-filled sky outside the window. The storm is gathering speed. Ferrus's voice was as unwavering as the iron world beneath her feet. Yes, Inquisitor Chen Xi nodded, a deep psychic glow flickering in his eyes, but we are no longer fighting alone. We have a stronger legion, invaluable experience bought with blood, and some unexpected allies and weapons. He paused briefly. The road ahead is destined to be full of thorns and reefs, but at least, we have personally reforged the sharp blade to cut through the thorns and break through the reefs. The Epic of Medusa temporarily concluded. It had risen as a new and sturdy fortress for the Imperium against the darkness. But the wheel of fate of the galaxy, due to the return of Ferrus Manus and the complete annihilation of Fulgrim, was given new momentum, leading the future of countless lives and worlds towards an even more unknown and magnificent tomorrow. End of volume. Chapter 647, Returning to the 3K era. The unique, soul-shaking dizziness of traversing between two worlds slowly receded like a tide, finally sinking into a dead silence. Chen Xi's perception re-anchored to reality, his feet firmly planted on the smooth wooden floor of his apartment in the 3K era. A barely audible soft sound echoed as his shoes soles met the ground, as if confirming the reality of this return. The view outside the window was familiar, yet almost strange. The lingering glow of the setting sun gilded the skyline of towering buildings, and the flowing rosy light bathed the entire city in an amber tranquility. Vehicles flowed through the streets in an orderly manner, and the distant honking was restrained and controlled, interweaving with the peaceful, lazy atmosphere that permeated the air. This serenity formed a stark contrast to the universe he had just left, where the roar of bolters, the hiss of chainswords, the shriek of psychic powers, and the lament of tearing steel constantly reverberated. The smoke of the Medusa sector, the golden flames ignited by the Emperor's holy sword in the final forge square, and even the sweet, corrosive whispers of Slaanisha's demons, all of this was already deeply etched into his consciousness. Even though his body had returned, his mental bowstring remained taut, vibrating with the lingering echoes of iron and blood. He stood silently in the center of the living room, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. With each inhale and exhale, he tried to absorb the stability of this world, while expelling the lingering murderous intent and the nausea brought by traversing between different worlds. Psychic power flowed silently within his body like a tide, cleansing the dust that had accumulated on a soul level. It was a long time before the burning sensation of war, which seemed to have seeped into his bones, was finally suppressed and locked away in a corner reserved only for that dark universe. After a quick wash, the cool water temporarily dispelled the last trace of his days. He walked into the bedroom and opened the wall-mounted safe. The alloy door slid open with a very soft hydraulic sound, and a soft light illuminated the interior of the cabinet. Aside from some important documents, the most striking item was the medical servitor skull, modified by Avilia to match the aesthetics of the 3K era. It hung silently on its dedicated charging base, its streamlined, silver-gray casing gleaming with a cool and precise luster, its mirror-like surface faintly reflecting Chen Xi's approaching figure. He reached out a finger and lightly touched the skull's smooth casing. A faint vibration and an almost imperceptible low-frequency hum emanated from his fingertip, indicating that its internal complex machinery and cogitator were in standby mode. Initiate self-diagnostic program, he commanded in a low voice, a hint of the decisiveness he habitually used in the Warhammer universe unconsciously present in his tone. In an instant, the eerie blue indicator lights on the skull's casing silently lit up, like awakening stars. A pale blue fan-shaped scanning beam extended from the bottom, slowly sweeping over the skull and the surrounding base as if it were alive. The built-in cogitator emitted an almost inaudible high-frequency computing sound. A series of binary data and status reports were not displayed on a screen, but directly projected into Chen Xi's psychic perception, as clear as if they were visible. System self-test initialized. Power unit, 100% operational, stable output. Suspension system, vector thrusters calibrated, deviation below 0.01%. Cogitator core, normal computing speed, no logical errors. Multi-function scanning array, optical, vital signs, molecular level analysis modules online. Medical unit, nano repair robot cluster reserve 100%, peak activity. Bioagents, neuro repair, detoxification enhancement, emergency resuscitation, reserve 100%, stable activity, shelf life monitoring shows no abnormalities. Overall assessment, unit status good, ready to perform assigned tasks at any time. Status good, nano repair unit reserve sufficient, bioagent activity stable. He softly repeated the information received psychically, nodding in satisfaction. This gift prepared for Li Jing'ai, having traversed 2 worlds, remained perfect and reliable. Thinking of her, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of Chen Xi's lips, a softness that would never appear amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on Medusa or the anxious political affairs of Rostov. He planned to meet her soon to carefully check her neurological recovery after her previous poisoning. Perhaps he could then naturally use this medical equipment, far exceeding anything in the mundane world, for her subsequent rehabilitation. As for its origin, perhaps he could claim it was the latest technology demo from a certain military laboratory. Chen Xi believed that the military and relevant departments would help him maintain this lie. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chen Xi was slightly startled, a visit at this time was rare. He walked to the entrance hall and looked out through the peephole. A courier in a dark uniform and an upright posture stood outside the door, holding a thick craft paper envelope. He opened the door and signed for it. The envelope felt substantial in his hand, crisp and dignified, without any commercial markings, only a discreet internal code printed in the bottom right corner. The sender field on the delivery receipt only contained the familiar alphanumeric military code. Closing the door, he weighed the envelope in his hand and carefully tore it open along the seal. Inside was a solemn, formal invitation. The paper was heavy, with a fine texture, exuding an undeniable authority. The red header was grave and solemn, and the black text was produced by letterpress printing. Running a finger over it revealed the slightly raised ink. The content was concise and serious, commending him for his outstanding and irreplaceable contributions in specific technical cooperation fields, and formally inviting him to attend the upcoming September 3rd military parade viewing as a special contributor. His seat was arranged in the core viewing area, with detailed entry guidelines and precautions on an attached page. At the bottom was a clear, formal vermilion seal and the electronic code of the issuing unit. Chen Xi's fingertips traced the slightly raised ink on the invitation, his gaze deep. An indescribable warmth welled up from the bottom of his heart, a tremor of excitement and joy intertwined. After fighting for survival across 2 worlds, receiving such high recognition from his homeland now made him feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. This honor, like a reward transcending time and space, was exceptionally precious. He knew all too well what specific technical cooperation fields meant. It was far more than just scattered theories. Through Lu Yi, he had provided much more: bioagent formulas from the Emperor's era, highly disguised medical technology, extreme crop modification data from agricultural worlds, and even a hint of energy ideas from starship engines. These fragments from the 41st millennium, though simplified by him, had already caused ripples far exceeding expectations in multiple key areas. His contribution of any single technology would be enough to earn him extremely high honors. This invitation, arranging his seat in the core viewing area, was in fact a deeper form of recognition and protection. The nation affirmed him in this way, yet cleverly isolated his name from his true influence, ensuring his safety and tranquility. This well-intentioned arrangement carried more weight than any dazzling award. He put down the invitation and looked out at the deepening night and the city lights beginning to glow, his heart clear. Power brought responsibility, and responsibility, sometimes, echoed silently in this way. Chapter 648, Inviting Li Jing'ai. The next afternoon, sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting distinct patterns on the wooden floor. Chen Xi finished his daily tasks and let out a soft breath, as if to completely shut out the disturbances of another world, leaving only the tranquility before him. He walked to the window, paused briefly, and deliberately reined in the psyker's sharpness and the gravitas he once held as a governor, presenting a gentle and calm demeanor, like carefully sheathing a sharp blade in a velvet scabbard. Then, he picked up his phone and dialed Li Jing'ai's number. The phone rang only a few times before it was answered. Li Jing'ai's clear, slightly surprised voice came from the other end. The background was quiet, with faint, soft music audible. Hello? Chen Xi? This is rare, calling me at this time. Her tone was slightly uplifted, revealing a hint of imperceptible pleasure. Jing'ai, it's me. Chen Xi's voice came through the receiver, gentle and composed, his pace of speech slowed, sounding caring and natural. Did I disturb you? I heard a new Huaiyang cuisine restaurant called Yuchun Zaizu opened in the city center. The chef was invited from an old Yangzhou restaurant, and the cooking is very authentic. The dishes are light and emphasize natural flavors. I feel it's quite suitable for you to recuperate now. He paused, a hint of a smile entering his voice. How about it, Dr. Li? Do you have time tonight to grace me with your presence? Give me a chance to fulfill my host's duty. Huaiyang cuisine? I love it. Li Jing'ai's voice brightened considerably, as if infused with sunlight. Stewed crab roll, lion's head, braised shredded tofu, Wensi tofu soup. Just hearing the names makes my mouth water. I happen to be free today, and I've finished my afternoon rehabilitation, so I'm just relaxing. She chuckled softly. What time shall we meet? Where? Chen Xi told her the time and detailed address, then thoughtfully added, it's not hard to find, but parking might be inconvenient. How about I arrive a bit early, or pick you up directly? No need to trouble you to go out of your way, Li Jing'ai replied crisply. I'll just take a taxi there myself, it's very convenient. So, see you tonight. Okay, see you tonight. Chen Xi ended the call, his fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on the phone screen. The primary purpose of inviting her to dinner was to observe her recovery progress up close, but he knew in his heart that it also contained some vague yet real expectations beyond treatment and gratitude. In the evening, Yuchun Zaizu sat quietly on a peaceful, plain tree-lined street in the city center, with white walls and dark tiles, and a modest facade. Chen Xi arrived early and chose a small private room by the window. Outside the window was a small Chinese-style courtyard, with bamboo shadows swaying and fish swimming in the pond. When the waiter led Li Jing'ai in, he was gazing out at the last rays of sunset, lost in thought. She was wearing a light lotus root-colored knitted sweater today, paired with off-white trousers, her long hair loosely tied up, revealing her clean neck and elegant collarbone line. She had light makeup on, and her complexion was noticeably rosier than when she was discharged, with only a faint trace of weariness lingering in her eyes, which made her appear even softer. Have you been waiting long? She greeted him with a smile, her voice as clear as ever. Just arrived. Chen Xi stood up and naturally pulled out a chair for her. Was the journey smooth? Very smooth. The taxi drove directly to the entrance. Li Jing'ai sat down, looking around the elegant environment with interest. This place is so comfortable, it's so quiet it feels more like a place for tea and music, not for eating. Dinner unfolded in a harmonious and relaxed atmosphere. Dishes were served one after another, exquisite and delicious. The clear broth of the stewed crab roll lion's head was light and the meat tender, fresh and not greasy. The braised shredded tofu was finely cut and flavorful. The stir-fried river shrimp were crystal clear and delightfully springy. The two chatted about their recent lives. Li Jing'ai spoke of interesting encounters at the new clinic and small improvements in her rehabilitation, her tone always light and positive. Chen Xi mostly listened quietly, occasionally responding, his gaze always gently attentive to her, frequently refilling her soup and serving her dishes, both thoughtful and natural. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation shifted to the recent focus of streets and news, the upcoming grand military parade. The television on the private room wall was silently playing news footage, showing neat formations and rehearsal clips of armored vehicles, magnificent and awe-inspiring even with the sound off. They've been broadcasting these every day recently. Li Jing'ai gently stirred the fish soup in her bowl, her gaze drawn to the screen, her eyes revealing pure admiration. It's truly exhilarating. The beauty condensed from such power and order is so stunning, you can feel it even through the screen. She sighed softly, her tone carrying the slight regret common among ordinary people, but for such a national event, we can probably only watch it live. At most, we'd wake up early and squeeze into the crowds along Chang'an Avenue to catch a distant glimpse. Chen Xi put down his chopsticks and picked up a warm, damp towel to wipe his mouth, his movements unhurried. He looked at Li Jingyi, his gaze calm and gentle, as if just mentioning it casually, speaking of which, it's a coincidence. His tone was natural, without any hint of showing off. Because of some previous work-related interactions, I got to know people from the relevant departments. They managed to coordinate a few extra invitation letters for the viewing stand this time, and I was lucky enough to get two. He paused briefly, his gaze sincerely falling on Li Jingyi's eyes, wide with surprise, and extended the invitation. How about it, Dr. Li? Are you interested in accompanying me to experience it firsthand? Watching from inside Tiananmen Square, the experience should be completely different from watching on TV or from afar outside. Li Jingyi was stunned for a moment, almost instinctively confirming, the viewing stand? Is it the viewing stand below the Tiananmen Gate Tower? After receiving Chen Xi's renewed affirmative smile and nod, her face instantly bloomed with bright radiance, one hand unconsciously covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling, her voice lowered due to excitement but full of joy. Really? Oh my! This is truly incredible. I certainly want to go. 100, 1,000 times yes. Her reaction was pure and fervent, as if she had suddenly received a long-desired gift, and her unmasked joy deeply touched Chen Xi. The smile on his face deepened as well, a flicker of genuine relief in his eyes. That subtle apprehension he had earlier vanished instantly in the face of her radiant smile. To make her so happy, it was all worth it. Good, then it's settled. Chen Xi smiled and nodded, his tone steady and reliable, thus confirming this special invitation. I'll let you know the specific time, meeting point, and dress code as soon as I receive the detailed entry guidelines and credentials. Security there is very strict, and the process is complex, so we'll have to leave very early. I'll definitely prepare in advance and won't cause you any trouble. Li Jingyi nodded repeatedly, the smile on her face lingering for a long time, her fingertips slightly curled with excitement. In her gaze towards Chen Xi, besides abundant joy, there was also a deeper thread of curiosity and admiration. This steady, gentle, and considerate man seemed to always hide an unfathomable depth and energy beneath his surface, bringing unexpected surprises again and again. And this upcoming, extraordinary trip to watch the military parade undoubtedly added a rich and heartwarming new color to the quietly growing, unspoken affection between them. Chapter 649, heading to the imperial capital, 10K. The high-speed train glided smoothly at 300 km per hour, with the scenery outside the window unfolding like a flowing scroll. Neat farmlands shimmered with a soft golden hue under the afternoon sun, and a winding river in the distance resembled a silver ribbon gently wrapping around hills and villages. Occasionally, towns and villages dotted the landscape, their red walls and grey tiles exuding a sense of human warmth, together sketching a unique tranquility and vitality of this era. The North China Plain in late August was still enveloped in the lingering warmth of summer. The afternoon sun streamed through the train window, casting dappled light and shadow, illuminating the carriage brightly and warmly. Light fell upon tabletops, armrests, and even passengers' clothes, as if everything was covered by a soft filter. The air conditioning in the carriage was set perfectly, completely isolating the summer heat outside and creating a comfortable and cool space. Passengers either closed their eyes to rest or conversed in low voices, maintaining a quiet and orderly atmosphere. Occasionally, a flight attendant gently pushed a service cart past, offering drinks and snacks, the stainless steel cart reflecting the faint light from the overhead lamps. Chen Xi and Li Jingyi's seats were adjacent business class seats, offering them ample space and good privacy. Li Jingyi sat by the window, her gaze sometimes fixed on the rapidly receding scenery outside, and sometimes turning to Chen Xi beside her. Today, she wore a light blue silk shirt, its fabric light and translucent, shimmering with a soft, watery luster in the sun. Paired with cream-colored casual trousers, her overall look was fresh and elegant. Her long hair was loosely tied back, with a few stray strands casually falling by her neck, occasionally brushing her cheek with the train's slight vibrations, making her appear even softer and gentler. Chen Xi, on the other hand, wore a well-tailored dark linen shirt, light and breathable, striking a balance between formal and casual. This made him seem less subtly sharp than usual, more like a successful young entrepreneur with impeccable taste. His gaze occasionally flickered to the window, but more often it rested gently on Li Jingyi's face opposite him, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if gently pulled by some thought. He withdrew his gaze from the window and naturally turned to Li Jingyi, his voice gentle and clear. Is this your first time going to BJ to watch the military parade? Li Jingyi turned her head, her eyes sparkling as if filled with the sunlight from outside, as if stars had fallen into them. Yes, I used to only watch it on TV. Although it was very impressive, I always felt there was a layer separating me from it. She subtly adjusted her sitting posture to face him, her silk shirt rippling delicately with her movement like water, and the buttons at her collar occasionally glinting in the light. To be honest, when I received your invitation, I almost didn't react. This kind of opportunity is too rare. I've always dreamed of seeing it in person. Chen Xi smiled, noticing that she unconsciously gripped the armrest, her knuckles slightly white, revealing a hint of excitement beneath her calm exterior. It's certainly not easy. He paused, as if weighing his words, his gaze sweeping over the fleeting scenery outside, where distant trees and fields merged into a blurred green streak. Actually, I didn't expect to have such an opportunity either. For me, this is also a special experience. Li Jingyi couldn't help but lean forward, asking curiously, speaking of which, I've always wanted to ask, how did you get the invitation to the ceremony? It's fine if it's inconvenient to say. Her tone was considerate and natural, with a hint of probing, yet it didn't make one feel pressured, as if she was already prepared to accept any answer. Chen Xi's fingers tapped lightly twice on the armrest, a small habit of his when thinking, his distinct knuckles leaving a silent rhythm on the smooth wooden surface. He looked at her bright and discerning eyes and decided to reveal a little truth. It's not that mysterious, he said calmly, reassuringly. I invested in some scientific and technological innovation projects, and this work received some recognition. Seeing her listening attentively, her eyes fixed on him without blinking, he continued to explain, his voice softening slightly. The development of modern technology requires multifaceted support. I provided support for certain technological research and development through various channels. He avoided specific names, speaking casually as if discussing ordinary work. It's just doing my part. Although these matters are not often mentioned, I feel gratified to be able to contribute to our country's scientific and technological progress. A flicker of understanding passed through Li Jingai's eyes, as if a puzzle piece had finally found its correct place. The corners of her mouth curved into a knowing smile, gentle yet approving. So this is a recognition of your contribution? Because the projects you invested in are very meaningful. You could say that. Chen Xi nodded, his tone humble, without a hint of arrogance, but what I did was actually limited. It was more about good luck, coincidentally participating in some valuable work. The truly respectable ones are those scientists who work day and night on the front lines. His gaze lowered slightly, as if paying tribute to those unnamed workers, then lifted again, his gentle gaze as unwavering as ever. Just then, the train entered a tunnel. The scenery outside was suddenly swallowed by darkness, and the lights inside the carriage automatically brightened, reflecting their clear images on the glass. In the alternating light and shadow, Li Jing'ai looked at Chen Xi's distinct profile. Those scattered memories from Hainan resurfaced, his extraordinary reaction speed, his professional handling of the sea snake incident, and the unspoken respect military personnel showed him. All these details now connected, vaguely pointing to a truth she hadn't fully understood. But she ultimately reined in her thoughts, a knowing smile gracing her lips, her tone calm and frank. So you were involved in these projects. But thinking about it, you always managed to bring surprises. Her gaze was warm and sincere, without any hint of probing, as if she already knew what to ask and what to remain silent about. Chen Xi nodded slightly. It was precisely this quality he admired in her, perceptive yet not intrusive, understanding yet not digging deeper. In an era where most people were completely unaware of another world, her decorum and tolerance were especially rare. Something deep within his heart gently relaxed, as if touched by something soft. Thank you for understanding, he said sincerely, his voice a little softer than before, then changed the subject, his tone becoming lighter. After we arrive in BJ, besides the military parade, is there any specific place you'd like to visit? We can stay an extra day or two and explore this ancient city properly. Although it's still hot, the evenings should be very pleasant. The change of topic lightened the atmosphere. The two began discussing BJ's attractions and cuisine, as if their previous conversation was just a small interlude in their journey. Li Jing'ai excitedly listed the places she wanted to visit, the red walls and yellow tiles of the Forbidden City, the lakes and mountains of the Summer Palace, the weeping willows and hutongs of Shishaha. Chen Xi occasionally added his own suggestions, such as which times offered the best views or which places were better suited for an evening stroll, his tone revealing his familiarity with and affection for the city. Their conversation was light and pleasant, laughter occasionally echoing in the carriage, like clear drops of water falling into a still lake, creating ripples. But they both understood that those few brief sentences had already established a new level of understanding and trust, inadvertently bringing them much closer. The high-speed train continued to speed north. The soft lights in the carriage fell upon them, outlining their profiles as they talked. The scenery of the North China Plain outside the window gradually changed, distant mountain outlines began to appear, and flat farmlands were gradually replaced by rolling hills. Occasionally, ancient beacon towers could be seen standing on mountain tops, silently narrating history. BJ, an ancient capital carrying 1,000 years of history, awaited their arrival ahead. As the sun set, the horizon glowed with an orange-red light, bathing the carriage in a warm hue, making their figures appear softly enveloped together in the light. The train slowly pulled into Beijing South Station, and a gentle arrival announcement came over the broadcast. Chen Xi and Li Jing'ai disembarked with the crowd, and a warm blast of air hit them, a stark contrast to the cool air inside the carriage. Late summer in BJ still retained the lingering heat, and the temperature on the platform was noticeably higher than inside the train, instantly making one feel the dry heat characteristic of northern cities. Although there were many passengers on the platform, order was maintained, and staff were visible everywhere, directing people and offering assistance. Arrival information and warm reminders were constantly broadcast, echoing through the spacious platform, intertwining with the sounds of footsteps and rolling luggage wheels to form a symphony of travel. As soon as they stepped out of the carriage, a young man in a dark suit with a capable demeanor came forward. His steps were steady and swift, and he quickly approached them, bowing slightly. Mr. Chen, welcome to BJ. The car is already waiting in the parking lot. I'll take you both there. His tone was respectful yet appropriate, his gaze lingering on Li Jing'ai for a moment. After receiving a slight nod from Chen Xi, he naturally took their luggage, his movements fluid and silent. Through a special aisle, they quickly arrived at the parking lot. An unassuming but sturdy-looking black sedan was waiting there, its body gleaming with a subtle luster under the lights, its lines sleek and stable. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a neat buzz cut. Upon seeing them, he immediately got out and opened the door, his movements standard and proper, every detail showing signs of professional training, with a moderate smile on his face, neither overly warm nor cold. The car arranged by the reception, Chen Xi quietly explained to Li Jingyi, his tone casual as if stating something ordinary, they will be responsible for our transportation these next few days. This will be more convenient and save time. His gaze met hers, carrying a reassuring meaning. The vehicle left the station and merged into BJ's busy traffic. It was nearing evening, and the setting sun cast a golden edge over this ancient yet modern city. However, the late summer heat had not completely dissipated, and the summer attire of pedestrians on the streets reminded them of the season's temperature. Li Jingyi curiously observed the streetscape outside the window, skyscrapers and traditional buildings interspersed, wide roads bustling with traffic. The entire city exuded an atmosphere of vitality and order. Pedestrians came and went on the sidewalks, some in a hurry, others strolling leisurely, together forming a vivid urban tableau. The wind outside the car window carried the sounds and smells of the city, a vibrant life flowing in the air. Their hotel was located near Chang'an Avenue. From the outside, it wasn't ostentatious, but upon entering, they discovered the interior was exquisitely and grandly decorated. The cool air instantly dispelled the outside heat, the front desk staff were polite and professional, and the lobby environment was quiet and elegant. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft glow. The marble floor was so polished it reflected like a mirror, and the overall ambience was both luxurious and welcoming, with a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance lingering in the air. This is the designated reception hotel, Chen Xi whispered to Li Jingyi as he checked in, his voice particularly soft in the spacious lobby. It's convenient in every aspect and very safe. We can rest here with peace of mind. His gaze swept around the lobby, as if confirming something, then returned to her face, where he offered a slight smile. Their rooms were arranged as two adjacent single rooms. Chen Xi's room was a small suite, with a spacious living room and a comfortable bedroom. From the window, he could see the distant streetscape of Chang'an Avenue, and after nightfall, the light trails formed by traffic would become a beautiful sight. Li Jingyi's room was of similar specifications, decorated in a warm and elegant style. A thoughtful touch was a fresh bouquet of lilies placed on the table, emitting a faint fragrance, with even tiny water droplets still clinging to the petals. She put down her luggage and gently touched a petal, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. After a short rest, they decided to take advantage of the early evening to seek out authentic local snacks in the nearby hutongs. The lingering warmth of the sunset had not yet dissipated, but it was already much more comfortable than the daytime heat. The evening breeze gently blew, bringing a touch of coolness and stirring the wisps of hair at Li Jingyi's temples. Passing through several bustling alleys, various snack vendors had already started their business. The air was filled with mouth-watering food aromas, the smoky scent of grilled skewers, the rich fragrance of stews, and the sweet perfume of desserts intertwined, painting a vivid picture of the unique market atmosphere of a northern city. As they strolled, under a warm yellow street lamp at the alley entrance, an old master, carrying a straw target bristling with tanghulu, was preparing to pack up. The crystal-clear rock sugar had solidified into a crisp shell on the hawthorns, gleaming invitingly under the lamplight, like strings of rubies set in glazed glass. Under the light, even tiny cracks in the sugar coating were visible, making them utterly tempting. Perfect timing, Chen Xi quickened his steps to call out to the old master, then turned back to Li Jingyi with a smile, asking, "One skewer? Or two?" His eyes sparkled with joy in the afterglow of the sunset, and the curve of his lips was more pronounced than usual. Li Jingyi's eyes brimmed with a smile, and she nodded gently, "Of course." Her gaze drifted over the various tanghulu options, finally settling on a skewer with plump hawthorns and an even sugar coating. The red fruit and transparent sugar coating looked particularly enticing under the lamplight. Chen Xi carefully handed her the tanghulu, his fingertips brushing against the back of her hand unintentionally. Both paused slightly, then simultaneously averted their gazes as if nothing had happened. Li Jingyi lowered her head and bit into a hawthorn. The sweet and sour taste bloomed in her mouth, cool and appetizing, and the crisp crunch of the sugar shell seemed to echo in the tranquil evening air. Her eyes immediately lit up. "It's delicious. Perfectly sweet and sour, and the sugar coating is so crisp." Her voice carried a childlike surprise. Chen Xi also took a skewer, bit into it, and nodded in agreement. "This shop has old craftsmanship, the sugar is cooked just right." A tiny speck of sugar clung to the corner of his lip, though he was completely unaware of it. That tiny sparkle looked unexpectedly endearing at the corner of his lip. Seeing this, Li Jingyi couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, then naturally pointed to the corner of her own lip to indicate. Chen Xi paused for a moment, then understood, and somewhat sheepishly wiped away the sugar speck. His movements appeared a little clumsy, a stark contrast to his usual composure. This small interlude made the atmosphere between them even more relaxed and natural, as if some invisible barrier had been quietly broken. They slowly walked along the ancient brick alleys. Not far ahead, they saw a small stall selling sugar-fried chestnuts. In the iron wok, dark round stones tumbled with glistening chestnuts, and the sweet steam permeated the warm air, looking particularly inviting. The vendor skillfully stir-fried the chestnuts in the wok. The air was filled with a sweet, roasted aroma, accompanied by the rustling sound of stones rubbing against the iron wok, full of the charm of everyday life. Chestnuts are best this season. Chen Xi naturally bought a large paper bag, warm in his hands. "Try one, be careful, it's hot." He expertly peeled open a chestnut, revealing the golden kernel, and then naturally offered it to Li Jingyi first. The steam from the chestnut curled up from his fingertips, turning into a faint white mist in the evening air. When she took it, her fingertips felt the lingering warmth from his palm, and her heart stirred slightly. The chestnuts were sweet, soft, and glutinous, with the warmth of being freshly roasted, making them especially delicious on the cool evening. The two stood against the wall of the quaint hutong, sharing a bag of warm chestnuts, occasionally conversing in low voices. Their talk was nothing more than ordinary remarks like how sweet the chestnuts were and how crispy the tanghulu was, but an unspoken understanding was gradually growing between them. The street lamps' light cast their shadows onto the ancient brick wall, sometimes intertwining, sometimes overlapping, as if narrating some secret story. The street lights lit up one after another, stretching and overlapping their shadows. A subtle sense of closeness, softer than the summer night breeze, lingered between them. Li Jingai's hair shimmered with a soft glow under the lamplight. When she occasionally looked up at Chen Xi, her eyes held an unconscious smile, a smile that gently spread, like ripples on water. As they walked, they discovered a small traditional pastry shop with an unassuming storefront. The display window showcased various exquisite Beijing-style pastries, mung bean cakes, pea cakes, and rolling donkeys, each one delicate and charming, showing the artisan's dedication. Chen Xi pushed open the door, and a cool breeze mixed with a sweet fragrance wafted over them, invigorating their spirits. The pea cakes here are very famous. Want to try them? He asked, turning his head, his eyes gentle, carrying the joy of sharing. Li Jing'ai nodded readily. The interior of the shop was quaint and elegant, with several small rosewood tables paired with officials' hat chairs. Paintings depicting old Beijing scenes hung on the walls, and an antique gramophone in the corner played gentle Peking opera excerpts. They ordered a serving of pea cake and a serving of rolling donkey, accompanied by 2 glasses of iced sour plum juice. The pea cake was cool and delicate, melting in the mouth, with the unique sweetness of bean paste. The rolling donkey was soft and chewy, the aroma of bean flour complementing the sweetness of the red bean paste. The sour plum juice was sweet, sour, and refreshing, perfectly cutting through the richness of the pastries. Water droplets condensed on the glasses sparkled under the light. This is so refreshing. Li Jing'ai sipped her sour plum juice contentedly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. I didn't realize Beijing's snacks were so rich and diverse. Her fingertips gently traced the glass, leaving faint water marks. Chen Xi smiled as he watched her enjoy the food, his gaze unconsciously softening. Beijing snacks emphasize seasonality. In summer, they mostly focus on cooling and refreshing options. When autumn comes, there will be different flavors. His voice, against the backdrop of the melodious Peking opera, sounded particularly gentle, as if it too had absorbed some of the ancient capital's charm. They sat by the window, outside which was the gradually deepening night and warm yellow street lights, and inside, cool air and the aroma of delicious food. Their conversation was light and pleasant, ranging from food to local customs and interesting anecdotes from life. Chen Xi occasionally offered humorous remarks, making Li Jing'ai laugh continuously, her laughter clear and melodious, like wind chimes in the night breeze. Their gazes occasionally met, then naturally separated after a shared smile. An indescribable sense of understanding and subtle intimacy flowed in the air, like the gradually enveloping night outside the window, gentle and hazy. When they left the snack shop, night had fully fallen, but the city's vitality had not diminished. The red lanterns in the hutongs lit up one after another, casting warm halos between the green bricks and grey tiles, outlining the ancient alleys. The two walked side by side, maintaining a comfortable distance, neither too far nor too close. Occasionally, their arms would accidentally brush, each contact like a faint electric current, causing both to unconsciously quicken their heartbeats, yet they pretended to be undisturbed, continuing their light conversation. Thank you for bringing me here, Li Jing'ai said softly, her voice particularly clear in the quiet hutong. It's much more interesting than dinner in a big hotel. These authentic snacks and this ancient hutong have given me a taste of the real Beijing. Her gaze swept over the traditional buildings on both sides, her eyes filled with appreciation and curiosity. Chen Xi turned his head to look at her, the lamplight reflecting tiny sparkles in his eyes. I'm also very happy to share these simple little joys. Often, the most wonderful experiences are hidden in these ordinary streets and alleys. His tone carried a hint of subtle tenderness, as if these words were not just for her, but also for himself. They walked slowly along the hutong, their shoulders occasionally brushing and then naturally separating. That sense of subtle closeness allowed both of them to tacitly enjoy this beautiful evening. The summer night breeze gently rustled, bringing the distant sounds of the marketplace, yet it was softly blocked by the ancient hutong walls, creating a private and tranquil space, as if the whole world contained only the two of them in this warm alley. Passing a corner, Chen Xi naturally gave Li Jing'ai's elbow a gentle, supportive touch, reminding her to watch her step. This brief and polite contact, however, made both of them pause slightly, then they continued forward as if nothing had happened, but a subtle, imperceptible tension seemed to have entered the air. Li Jing'ai felt the spot he had touched slightly warm, and her heart rate unconsciously quickened. The sensation lingered, like being softly brushed by a warm feather. By the time they returned near Chang'an Avenue, it was late, but the city's vibrancy had not diminished. The closer they got to the central square area, the stricter the security became. Security personnel were visible everywhere, performing their duties professionally and politely, standing tall with keen eyes. The warm summer night breeze gently rustled Li Jing'ai's hair. She unconsciously raised a hand to tuck a stray strand behind her ear, a movement that appeared particularly graceful under the lamplight. Chen Xi's gaze unconsciously followed her movement, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, a gentle and fleeting look, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the moment. Finally, they arrived at the west side of the square. The afterglow of the sunset had long faded, replaced by brilliant lights that adorned the ancient city gate tower, making it solemn and magnificent. Every contour was meticulously lit, showcasing the weight of history and the glory of the era. The square still had many tourists, taking photos under the lights, and the warmth of the summer night encouraged more people to linger outdoors. Tourists from all over the country wore excited smiles, taking photos with the city gate tower and the square as a backdrop. Various dialects intertwined, forming a lively nocturne, filled with an atmosphere of joy and anticipation. Li Jing'ai stopped, gazing at the scene before her, momentarily speechless. The vastness of the square, the grandeur of the city gate tower, the solemnity of the great hall of the people, and the towering monument appeared even more breathtaking in the night. The lighting was meticulously designed, not only highlighting the magnificent presence of these buildings but also creating a solemn and sacred atmosphere. She took a deep breath, as if to forever engrave the feelings of this moment in her heart, her eyes reflecting the brilliant lights, as if countless stars had fallen into them. It's hard to imagine what kind of scene this place will be tomorrow, she said softly, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her voice trembling slightly. Seeing all this, I can feel the strength and prosperity of our homeland. I feel incredibly honored and proud to witness all of this firsthand. Her fingers unconsciously tightened, as if suppressing the surge of emotions within her. Chen Xi stood beside her, his gaze gently sweeping over the familiar landmarks, a deep sense of affirmation in his eyes. For him, the scene before them symbolized the prosperity of their homeland and carried a special emotion deep within his heart. The warm breeze of the summer night gently caressed them, bringing the pulse of the distant city, forming a wonderful harmony with the solemn scene before them. His gaze became distant, as if he was contemplating something, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile of relief appeared at the corner of his lips, a smile that held a weight only he understood. Yes, tomorrow's scene will definitely be breathtaking. Chen Xi's voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself, yet it carried a firm belief. It is the fortune of our generation to live in such a powerful country and witness its prosperity and development. His gaze swept over the ancient buildings, his eyes gleaming with complex emotions, pride, responsibility and a deep sense of guardianship, like a silent yet resolute flag in the night wind. They strolled along the square, soaking in the special atmosphere. Streetlights and the red walls and yellow tiles of the ancient capital intertwined, modern lighting technology perfectly blending with traditional architectural aesthetics, creating a dreamlike sense of transcending time. Although it was night, the ground still retained the warmth of the day, a warm touch coming through the soles of their shoes, as if the earth itself was anticipating tomorrow's grand event. Tourists from all over the country moved through the square, various dialects and laughter intertwining to form a lively nocturne. Small stalls selling souvenirs were crowded with people, children ran and played with small red flags, and a festive atmosphere permeated everywhere, with an air of anticipation and excitement. Li Jing'ai noticed that Chen Xi's gaze would occasionally linger on certain buildings for a moment. Each time she noticed this, a complex, unreadable emotion would flash in his eyes, a mixture of pride, responsibility and a deep sense of worry. But when she tried to catch it, the emotion quickly faded, returning to his usual gentle demeanor, as if it were just an illusion in the light. As they passed an area of the viewing stand that was undergoing final checks, Chen Xi's gaze paused for a moment on an inconspicuous mark. Li Jing'ai followed his gaze but only saw ordinary seats and railings, nothing special. Is there anything special? She asked curiously, her voice soft in the night. Nothing. Chen Xi naturally shifted his gaze, a relaxed smile on his lips. I was just thinking about where we could sit tomorrow, and from which angle would be best to watch. His tone was normal, but Li Jing'ai keenly sensed that he seemed to be hiding something, a hint of something she couldn't fully comprehend flashed in his usually calm eyes. However, she considerately did not press him, simply tucking this doubt away in her heart, like a soft feather. As night deepened, the entire square and Chang'an Avenue, adorned with lights, displayed a charm different from the daytime, more mysterious and solemn. They decided to return to the hotel to rest and recharge for tomorrow's viewing. Walking back the way they came, both their steps unconsciously slowed, as if they both wished to prolong this beautiful night. The warm breeze of the summer night gently caressed them, bringing the pulse of the distant city, forming a wonderful harmony with the solemn scene before them, as if the city was gently breathing. Back in his hotel room, Chen Xi was about to wash up when his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, it was a BJ area number. Walking to the window, he pressed the answer button, his gaze unconsciously drawn to the night view of the imperial capital outside the window. Although it was night, the city was still brightly lit, showcasing the inexhaustible vitality of this ancient capital, with distant lights spreading like stars to the horizon. Hello, Mr. Chen. A professional and polite voice came from the other end of the line, every word clear and precise. Confirming again your arrangements for tomorrow's viewing. At exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, a vehicle will be waiting punctually in the hotel's underground parking lot. Please bring your invitation letter and original identification documents. You need to arrive at the viewing area before 7 o'clock to complete security checks and registration. Chen Xi listened quietly, his gaze sweeping over the endless stream of car lights on Chang'an Avenue in the distance, those points of light like the city's veins, flowing ceaselessly. Understood, he responded concisely, his tone steady, without any fluctuation. Your seat is in the designated area of the viewing stand, and the invitation letter has a detailed seating plan. Ms. Li Jing'ai, who is accompanying you, will be seated next to you. The other party paused, then added, their voice still steady and professional, according to the weather forecast, the morning temperature tomorrow will be quite comfortable, but it may still be hot in the afternoon, so please take precautions against heat stroke. The viewing time is quite long, and the organizing committee has prepared water and simple refreshments for you, but you may also bring some essential items. Thank you for the reminder, Chen Xi responded, his gaze becoming distant, as if he had already seen tomorrow's grand event, the scene playing out in his eyes beforehand, solemn and enthusiastic. Finally, after the parade, a person in charge may wish to have a brief meeting with you. The specific time and location will be notified then. Please keep your communication open. The other party's tone consistently maintained professional politeness and an appropriate sense of distance, like a precisely calibrated instrument, neither more nor less. After the call ended, Chen Xi slowly put down his phone. He walked to the window, gazing at the flowing car lights on Chang'an Avenue in the distance, complex emotions stirring in his heart. BJ in the summer night was still vibrant, the direction of the square in the distance brightly lit, and staff were undoubtedly making final preparations, every detail meticulously crafted for tomorrow's glorious moment. His gaze became distant, as if it transcended time and space, seeing the long road this country had traveled and its brilliant future. To be able to contribute his part to this peaceful and prosperous era, he felt immense satisfaction and pride, an emotion deep and surging, like a silent yet resolute flag in the night wind. A moment later, he arrived at Li Jingyi's door and knocked gently. When Li Jingyi opened the door, she had already changed into comfortable silk pajamas, the soft fabric clinging to her, outlining her graceful figure, the collar slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. Her face was flushed from her bath, her hair still slightly damp, emitting a faint, fresh scent, like jasmine in early summer. Her eyes were exceptionally bright in the hallway light, carrying an inquiring look, her eyelashes still dotted with fine moisture. I didn't disturb your rest, did I? Chen Xi asked, his gaze unconsciously softening, his voice a little lower than usual. I just received a notification that we need to leave at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Although the morning temperature will be comfortable, it might be quite hot in the afternoon, so remember to take precautions against the Sunday. His tone carried natural concern, his gaze sweeping over her slightly damp hair, then quickly returning to her face. Li Jingyi nodded, a grateful smile gracing her lips, a smile that appeared exceptionally warm in the light. I've already prepared sunscreen and a light jacket. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Her gaze was serious and focused, as if she wanted to commit every detail to memory, her fingers unconsciously adjusting the cuff of her pajamas, the movement gentle and elegant. Chen Xi thought for a moment and said, security checks will be very strict. Besides essential documents and your phone, it's best not to bring too many things. The whole process will take a while, so you can bring a small thermos with a cold drink. He paused, then added, his tone becoming exceptionally serious, tomorrow's scene might be very impactful, so be mentally prepared. That kind of national cohesion and pride can only truly be felt on sight. His eyes held a solemnity she had never seen before, as if he was entrusting something important. His last sentence was spoken with such earnestness that Li Jingyi couldn't help but laugh, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, that sparkle like a dewdrop in the morning light, clear and bright. You sound like you are really looking forward to it. But I'm already getting excited, just imagining the scene makes my heart pound. Her fingers gently tightened, as if she could already feel tomorrow's impact. Chen Xi also smiled, without explaining anything, that smile holding a profound meaning only he understood. When saying good night, his gaze lingered on her face for an extra moment, and he said softly, tonight's snack tour was very pleasant. Good night. His voice was softer than usual, carrying a subtle warmth, like the night wind rustling the curtains, gentle and comforting. Me too, good night, Li Jingyi responded, her voice carrying a subtle tenderness. She stood at the doorway, watching him return to his room, then gently closed the door, the movement slow and soft, as if prolonging this beautiful night. Back in his own room, Chen Xi stood at the window again. The night view of the imperial capital was dazzling, the direction of the square in the distance brightly lit, and staff were undoubtedly making final preparations, every detail meticulously carved for tomorrow's glorious moment. This city, this country, was moving forward with confident and firm steps. The warm breeze of the summer night gently blew through the window crack, bringing the unique scent of this city ancient and modern intertwined, solemnity and vitality coexisting, like an old man who has experienced vicissitudes yet is still vibrant, exuding wisdom and strength. Tomorrow, he would witness firsthand the glorious moment of this great era. With such thoughts, Chen Xi finally prepared to rest, to recharge for the important day ahead. The faint hum of the air conditioning brought a comfortable temperature to the room, contrasting with the warmth of the summer night outside the window, making one feel exceptionally peaceful. Before falling asleep, he couldn't help but recall Li Jingyi's satisfied smile as she tasted the candied hawthorns, that smile clear and bright, like the gentlest star in the night sky. The corners of his lips unconsciously curved into a gentle arc, an arc that lingered for a long time. This night, 2 people in 2 rooms, both carrying anticipation for tomorrow and a hint of subtle emotion, gradually drifted into dreams. Outside the window, Beijing City was still brightly lit, making final preparations for the grand event to come. Chapter 650, Reviewing the Parade, Censored. The next morning, the sky had not fully awakened yet, and the pale blue horizon glowed with the faint light of dawn, its contours gradually coming to life in the hazy morning light. Chen Xi had already tidied up, his dark suit impeccably ironed, making his posture appear even more upright. Standing on the soft carpet of the corridor, he gently knocked on the door next door. The moment his knuckles touched the wooden door, he felt a rare hint of nervousness, a feeling that was an unfamiliar experience for him, one he hadn't felt in many years. After only a moment, Li Jingyi answered the door. She was clearly ready as well, dressed in a simple yet elegant light beige trench coat that made her appear as graceful as an orchid. In the dim morning light, her eyes were exceptionally bright, carrying the freshness of having just woken up and a subtle excitement. Seeing Chen Xi, her lips naturally curved into a smile, and she softly said, "Morning." "Morning." Chen Xi returned with a smile, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, noticing the faint dark circles under her eyes. "Didn't you rest well last night?" His voice was a few shades softer than usual. Li Jingyi raised her hand to gently touch the corner of her eye, smiling as she said, "I was a bit excited and didn't sleep very deeply. My mind kept imagining today's scene." She admitted candidly, closing the door and walking beside him towards the elevator. "But I feel quite energetic. Such a grand event, one might only experience it once in a lifetime." The elevator descended smoothly, its mirrored doors reflecting their well-matched figures. Li Jingyi unconsciously adjusted her collar, while Chen Xi noticed the slight curl of her hair, which glowed softly in the morning light. A few wisps of hair fell by her ears, adding a touch of gentleness. A faint scent of perfume filled the elevator, the fresh white floral notes from Li Jingyi subtly blending with the faint cedar scent from Chen Xi, creating a surprisingly harmonious mix. The hotel lobby was much quieter than at night, with only early rising staff bustling softly, their leather shoes making crisp, rhythmic sounds on the marble floor, as if playing an overture for this special morning. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly ground coffee and the fresh lemon scent left after cleaning. They walked through the lobby, their soft footsteps echoing in the cool air, each step feeling like they were moving towards an important moment. A vehicle was already waiting at the hotel entrance, still the black sedan, steadily parked in the brightening morning light, its body glistening with morning dew. Upon seeing them, the driver deftly opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. His demeanor was professional and proper, yet his face carried a festive smile. "Good morning, Mr. Chen, Miss Li. I wish you an enjoyable viewing experience." The morning breeze was cool, gently brushing Li Jingyi's hair, causing her to shiver slightly. Chen Xi keenly noticed this detail. As she got into the car, he reached out and shielded the top of the car door. This subtle gesture warmed Li Jingyi's heart. The car was filled with the aroma of coffee he had specifically asked the hotel to prepare her favorite flavor. When the paper cup was handed to her, the temperature was just right. "Thank you," Li Jingyi said as she took it, her fingertips accidentally brushing his, a warmth passing between them. She lowered her head and took a sip. The rich, mellow liquid dispelled the last bit of sleepiness and eased the tension in her heart caused by anticipation. Chen Xi noticed she was wearing a faint cherry pink lip gloss today, leaving a faint mark on the rim of the white paper cup. That touch of color looked exceptionally soft in the morning light. The vehicle smoothly drove off, merging into the gradually awakening streets. The city's pulse became clearer, and a solemn yet enthusiastic atmosphere grew increasingly palpable. Although it was still early, the main roads leading to the square were already bustling with people. Representatives from all over the country, and people from all walks of life, their faces filled with excitement and pride, moved in the same direction. Colorful ethnic costumes stood out in the crowd, like a flowing rainbow. The medals on the chests of the elderly glittered in the morning light, telling tales of glorious years. Young people held small national flags, their faces beaming with pure pride. Soldiers stood tall, their gazes focused, forming a strict cordon, silently guarding the order of this grand ceremony. Chen Xi and Li Jingyi moved with the crowd. As they passed through security, due to the crowd, Chen Xi naturally reached out and lightly placed his hand behind her, in a protective yet non-intrusive gesture. Li Jingyi felt the warmth from his palm and the sense of protection. Her ears tingled slightly, and she turned her head to give him a gentle smile, a smile that held reassurance and a hint of almost imperceptible shyness. He presented a special invitation with a gilded cover. After a strict and efficient verification, the staff politely led them to an area on the viewing stand with an excellent vantage point. From here, the entire parade route was visible, and the grandeur and solemnity of the square enveloped them. Standing in such a magnificent setting, Li Jingyi instinctively gently held Chen Xi's hand, as if needing a touch of reality to confirm everything before her eyes. Chen Xi held her hand back, his palm warm and firm, his fingers pressing very lightly on the back of her hand, like a silent comfort. There was still some time before the ceremony began, and the viewing stand gradually filled with representatives from various industries. Li Jingyi curiously looked around, seeing many people in ethnic costumes, as well as white-haired veterans whose medals shimmered in the morning light. Chen Xi followed her gaze and softly introduced, "Those are old soldiers who participated in battles. Their average age is over 90. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyi's eyes immediately filled with respect. She noticed an old man in a wheelchair, who, despite his advanced age, still tried to straighten his back, his eyes sparkling with excitement. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Chen Xi's hand and whispered, "Without their sacrifices, we wouldn't have today's grand spectacle." Chen Xi nodded, his gaze distant, "That's why we must pass on this spirit even more." As he spoke, he gently rubbed her fingers, "Are you cold? The morning breeze is still a bit chilly." Li Jingyi shook her head, but unconsciously leaned a little closer to him. By now, the sun had fully risen, casting golden sunlight over the square, bathing everyone's faces in a warm glow. She looked at the man's sharply defined profile beside her and suddenly felt this moment was incredibly precious. The atmosphere on the viewing stand gradually became lively, with people conversing in low voices, sharing their anticipation for the upcoming grand ceremony. Chen Xi occasionally leaned in and whispered details into her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Li Jingyi realized that he was not only well versed in military equipment but also very familiar with the parade's procedures and etiquette. Li Jingyi held her breath, her eyes filled with respect and excitement. The soldiers' perfectly synchronized steps on the long street created a soul-stirring rhythm, a sound like the heartbeat of the nation, powerful and firm. In her excitement, she instinctively tightened her grip on Chen Xi's hand. Chen Xi said nothing, simply tightening his own hand, intertwining his fingers with hers, sharing this breathtaking moment. His thumb unconsciously and gently stroked the back of her hand, that subtle movement carrying a sense of comfort, causing Li Jingai's heart to beat faster. Chen Xi was equally focused on watching, but his gaze held an extra layer of subtle depth. He seemed to be inspecting, yet also evaluating, his eyes sweeping over the resolute faces of each soldier, the majestic forms of each piece of equipment. Complex emotions surged within him, both the pride of a citizen and the responsibility of a participant. When the ground equipment formations rumbled across the square, the atmosphere reached its climax. In addition to the publicly familiar active main battle equipment, several new types of weapon platforms that had never been publicly revealed caused waves of suppressed gasps of astonishment. Among them, the most eye-catching were the laser tank and the bipedal mecha, which had previously appeared at an airshow. They were now clad in combat paint, appearing even more austere and imposing. The turret of the laser tank presented a smooth contour, different from traditional artillery, and its barrel was a powerful laser cannon, shimmering with a faint blue glow in the sunlight. The bipedal mecha advanced with steady and flexible strides, and the external weapon modules on its body indicated its multi-purpose combat capabilities. Li Jing'ai gasped in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, and unconsciously leaned closer to Chen Xi, almost resting on his shoulder. She whispered, "These pieces of equipment, they look too advanced." Chen Xi leaned slightly, softly explaining in her ear, "These are newly commissioned experimental models. Do you see the modular energy battery compartments behind the laser tank's turret? And the buffer designs at the mecha's joints, these all incorporate concepts derived from the special technical data I provided." As he spoke, his lips were very close to her ear. Li Jing'ai could smell his fresh scent, mixed with the smell of steel and gunpowder from the square, which made her cheeks flush slightly. The appearance of the aerial echelon once again pushed the AW to new heights. Leading the way were still the mighty fighter jet formations, but these were followed by the White Emperor aerospace fighter, previously only glimpsed at an airshow. It performed a low-altitude flyby in a three-plane formation, its streamlined silver-gray fuselage distinctly different from active-duty fighters, bringing with it a deep, humming sound of energy as it flew past. Li Jing'ai watched, mesmerized, and instinctively clutched Chen Xi's arm. Chen Xi stood steadily, his arm naturally wrapped around her back, forming a protective stance. He looked up, his gaze following the War Eagles, and softly explained, "They don't use traditional fuel and engine principles. We provided some basic model ideas regarding high-energy plasma confinement and propulsion." Finally, the strategic strike module took center stage. Massive missile transport erector launchers slowly drove past, showcasing the Republic's most solid strategic shield. Most notably among them was a hypersonic aircraft adopting a Wave Rider configuration, its futuristic appearance, smooth curves, and complex aerodynamic layout hinting at its powerful penetration capabilities. Chen Xi gazed at this display of ultimate power, his expression solemn. He felt Li Jing'ai's shock and held her hand, never letting go. He whispered, "All of this is not for conquest, but to ensure peace, to ensure that everything we cherish is not destroyed by war." As he spoke, his gaze slowly shifted from the distant equipment back to Li Jing'ai's face, his eyes focused and deep. The grand parade concluded amidst stirring military music and the fervent cheers of the crowd, but the shock lingered in everyone's hearts for a long time. The crowd began to disperse in an orderly fashion. Li Jing'ai was still immersed in the recent shock, her hand still held by Chen Xi, as if she had found the most reassuring support. Chen Xi thoughtfully led her away from the crowds to a relatively quiet corner on one side of the viewing platform. From here, they could overlook the entire square, with the distant monument gleaming in the sunlight. Li Jing'ai leaned on the railing and took a deep breath, trying to calm her excited emotions. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, and her eyes were brighter than usual, as if filled with starlight. "Are you all right?" Chen Xi asked softly, handing her a bottle of water. His fingers inadvertently touched hers again, this time, neither of them immediately pulled away. The touch was gentle and lingering, as if silently conveying something. Li Jing'ai took the water, her eyes sparkling. "I don't know what to say, it was all too overwhelming." She paused, searching for the right words. "It's not just the advanced equipment, but also that display of national confidence, that power of unity." Chen Xi smiled as he looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then spoke with a determined resolve, "Jing'ai, many of the advancements you saw today are the result of countless people's hard work. And I am very fortunate to be able to participate in some of these key technological breakthroughs in my own way." He chose his words carefully, his gaze never leaving her eyes. "Through special channels, I've come into contact with some technological concepts and prototypes that go beyond existing theoretical frameworks. My job is to try to understand them and convert some of the concepts that can be adapted to our physical rules into feasible design inspirations," he said, looking at her frankly. "The core technological seeds of the laser tank, bipedal mechs, and even the White Emperor aerospace fighter you saw today, originated from this." Li Jing'ai's eyes were filled with shock, but even more so with a sense of sudden understanding. She finally understood where that occasional profoundness in Chen Xi came from. And his choice to reveal this astonishing truth to her at this moment spoke volumes of the trust he placed in her. She clasped his hand more tightly, her fingertips pressing slightly. "Thank you for telling me this," she said softly, "I'm honored to share this secret." Her gaze was clear and firm, as if silently promising something. Chen Xi raised his hand and gently tucked a strand of her wind-blown hair behind her ear. This gesture was natural and intimate, causing Li Jing'ai's heart to involuntarily quicken. I hope you can understand why sometimes I can't be too explicit. By then, most of the crowd had dispersed. Chen Xi checked the time and whispered, we should go. But he didn't immediately let go of her hand, instead, he led Li Jing'ai, slowly descending the viewing platform. Their fingers were intertwined, as if they were always meant to be one. On the street, people were being evacuated in an orderly manner. They walked side by side, their arms occasionally brushing. As they passed under a ginkgo tree, a gust of autumn wind blew, and golden leaves fell like rain. Chen Xi instinctively raised his hand to shield her from the falling leaves. This subtle action warmed Li Jing'ai's heart. Do you know what moved me the most? Li Jing'ai suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet clear. Not those advanced pieces of equipment, but the moment you chose to tell me the truth. She stopped, turned to face him. That was more shocking to me than any parade. Chen Xi looked at her deeply, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He gently held both her hands and said, word by word, because I hope that one day, you can not only share my secrets, but also share my life. His voice was low and gentle, with an unprecedented seriousness. Li Jing'ai felt her cheeks flush, and she lowered her head, but couldn't help but smile. After a moment, she looked up, meeting his gaze. I look forward to that day. Her answer was simple and sincere, her eyes sparkling with the same anticipation. They continued to walk forward, their fingers still tightly clasped. The ginkgo trees on both sides of the street swayed in the autumn wind, their golden leaves like celebratory ribbons, paving a golden path for them. Chen Xi said softly, the significance of these technological breakthroughs goes far beyond the military sphere. They represent a leap in our nation's innovative capabilities, signifying that we are no longer just followers, but have become leaders. His words were filled with pride, yet also carried a heavy sense of responsibility. Li Jing'ai listened quietly, feeling the conviction in his words. She suddenly understood why this man was so special. He not only possessed exceptional talent but also a deep sense of patriotism. This sentiment was not an empty slogan but was integrated into his work and life, becoming a part of him. They arrived at a relatively quiet neighborhood, and Chen Xi suggested, how about we take a walk for a bit? I know a very nice small park nearby. Li Jing'ai readily agreed, she actually didn't want this special morning to end so quickly. In the small park, autumn colors were in full bloom. Maple leaves were as red as fire, and ginkgo leaves were as golden as gold, forming a magnificent picture. They found a bench and sat down. In the distance, they could still faintly hear the celebratory sounds after the parade, but that hubbub seemed to be separated from them by a transparent barrier. In this world, there were only the two of them. Actually, Chen Xi began slowly, his gaze falling on the children playing in the distance, there's another reason why I chose to tell you all this today. He turned to Li Jing'ai, his eyes serious and profound. On this special day, at this moment symbolizing national strength and confidence, I wanted you to see the meaning and value behind my work. Li Jing'ai looked at him with emotion, and whispered, I feel it. Not just the strength of the nation, but also your sense of mission and responsibility. She paused, then added, this makes you even more charming. She said the last two words with a touch of shyness, but with utmost sincerity. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting warm patches of light on them. Chen Xi's fingers gently caressed the back of her hand. This gesture had become so natural, as if they had been together like this for a long time. Jing'ai, his voice grew softer, I know we haven't known each other for long, but I feel like we've known each other forever. In front of you, I can be my truest self, without needing to hide anything. His gaze was warm and candid, making one involuntarily want to believe him. Li Jing'ai's heart raced, she realized this was an important moment. She took a deep breath and bravely responded, I feel the same way. With you, I feel safe, I feel understood. Her voice trembled slightly, but it was firm. Their gazes intertwined, and a sweet yet tense atmosphere filled the air. Chen Xi slowly raised his hand and gently caressed her cheek, the warmth of his fingertips made her tremble slightly. So, his voice was almost a whisper, will you formally become a part of my life? The question was simple and direct, yet contained infinite profound meaning. Tears welled up in Li Jing'ai's eyes, but they were tears of joy. She nodded, her voice soft yet firm, I will. These two words seemed to carry immense weight, yet were as light as feathers, drifting between them, freezing this beautiful moment in time. A truly relaxed smile bloomed on Chen Xi's face, a smile that brightened his entire being. He gently embraced her, a restrained and cherished hug, as if holding an incredibly precious treasure. On this crisp autumn day, amidst the national pride brought by the parade, two souls found each other. Sunlight fell on their clasped hands, warm and bright, as if also plating the quietly warming emotions between them and their shared secret with an eternal radiance. In the distance, the laughter of children drifted on the wind, and the flags in the square still flew high under the blue sky and white clouds. Everything was just right, just like this beautiful day, full of hope and promise. Chapter 651, Opening Up. The G-series train sped smoothly across the North China Plain, like a silver shuttle piercing through the deepening twilight. Outside the window, the dazzling lights of the imperial capital were gradually replaced by harvested fields and the dark silhouettes of distant mountains. The lingering glow of the setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the train car, softening the contours of Chen Xi's profile. Li Jing'ai sat by the window, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the rapidly receding scenery outside. But more often, her eyes rested on the man beside her. Her fingers were naturally intertwined with his, resting on his warm lap, a silent intimacy and understanding flowing between their fingertips. After the awe of the imperial capital's military parade and the companionship of these past few days, their relationship had entered a new, unspoken stage. The air was filled with a sweet and peaceful atmosphere. Chen Xi's other hand unconsciously caressed the smooth edge of his phone, but his gaze was not focused on it. He was immersed in the turmoil within his heart. The anachronistic equipment at the military parade, especially the parts he knew the inside story of, was like a key that opened the tightly shut door in his heart. He longed to share with Li Jing'ai that grander, more real universe, a universe that embodied his countless efforts, not the brutal details of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and terrifying despair, but the resilience of humanity struggling for survival in the dark galaxy, the deeper reason why he chose to bring fragments of that world's technology back here to silently strengthen his homeland. He believed that with Li Jing'ai's perceptiveness and intelligence, she would understand the gravity and necessity behind this. However, every time the words reached his lips, they were swallowed back down. The essence of the 40K universe was despair and endless war. Once the existence of that world was known, it was like a drop of ink in pure water, it could never return to complete purity and peace. He knew what dangers lurked there, the whispers of the warp, the corruption of chaos, the threats of Xenos. These were far beyond what an ordinary person in a time of peace could imagine, let alone bear. He loved her, and precisely because of this, he was extremely unwilling to bring this potential, immense shadow into her bright and warm world, unwilling for her clear eyes to be stained with even a hint of fear of the profound darkness. Was dragging her into this vortex a form of protection, or another form of harm? This hesitation was like a thin string, wrapped around his throat, making it difficult for him to speak. His silence and occasional absent-mindedness, as well as the fleeting heaviness in his deep eyes that was out of place with the cozy atmosphere in the carriage, were all keenly captured by Li Jing'ai. She felt his fingertips unconsciously tighten slightly, sensing the subtle, ineffable fluctuations in his aura, just like that momentary abnormal feeling in the Hainan rainforest, at the hospital ward door. Though extremely faint, it was definitely there. She gently squeezed his fingers, drawing his attention back from his distant thoughts. Chen Xi, her voice was gentle, like a breeze sweeping across a lake in the evening, without questioning, only inclusive inquiry. You seem to have something you want to say? Or is there something troubling you? Chen Xi came back to himself, meeting her clear and concerned gaze, which was filled with unreserved trust and understanding. This made the conflict in his heart even stronger. He took a deep breath, deciding to at least take a small step. Jing'ai, he began, his voice deeper than usual, I do have some very important things, concerning another part of my life, concerning the deeper reasons behind my ability to participate in those projects and gain access to the viewing ceremony. He weighed his words, avoiding dangerous terms. That is a very complex and very vast world. It surpasses the imagination of ordinary people. I hope to let you understand, because it is crucial to me, and also because I want you to know a more complete me. He paused, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, revealing genuine struggle, but knowing those things also means bearing a corresponding weight. It's not all light and glory, and even it harbors risks that ordinary people cannot comprehend. His words stopped again, his eyes filled with protectiveness and a hint of imperceptible pain. I'm afraid. Afraid that once I lift that veil for you, I will no longer be able to shield you from the storms of that world. I would rather you live forever in the sunlight, peaceful and serene. Li Jing'ai listened quietly, without interrupting, and without showing surprise or fear. She just squeezed his hand more tightly, gently smoothing his slightly furrowed brow with her fingertips, her movements soft and full of comforting power. I can feel it, she said softly, her gaze gentle and firm. You carry something very distant and very heavy in your heart. I vaguely felt it when we were in Hainan. It makes you unique, and it occasionally makes you seem very distant. She tilted her head slightly, resting it on his shoulder, the faint scent of her hair lingering at his nose. You don't have to tell me now, Chen Xi. Her voice was almost a whisper, yet it clearly reached his ears. I'll wait for you, until you feel ready, until you feel you can confidently let me share the burden. Whatever it is, I believe you have your reasons, and I believe that you telling me is for sharing, not for dragging me into trouble. She looked up, gazing into his eyes again, a reassuring curve on her lips. So, don't be troubled, and don't rush. We have all the time in the world. When you're ready, I'll always be here, ready to listen to your other half of life. These understanding and trusting words instantly dispelled the entanglement and heaviness in Chen Xi's heart like a warm current. Immense emotion and a sense of relief enveloped him. He stretched out his arms and gently embraced her, his chin resting on the crown of her head. Thank you. Thank you, Jing'ai. His voice carried a hint of imperceptible hoarseness. Thank you for understanding. Li Jing'ai gently shook her head in his arms, her voice muffled against his shirt, but with a smile. What's there to thank? Because it's you. However, amidst the embrace, the deeper worry in Chen Xi's heart did not completely dissipate. Instead, it became clearer. Li Jing'ai's thoughtfulness temporarily spared him from making a difficult choice, but it also made him increasingly aware of an unavoidable reality. His connection with the 40K world was becoming increasingly close and inseparable. The construction of the Rostov subsector, the political maneuvering within the Imperium, the vigilance against chaos and Xenos, countless matters stemming from countless clues were constantly encroaching upon his time and mind. Balance was becoming increasingly difficult. He often found his thoughts drifting to defense deployments on the other side of the Star Sea while reviewing 3K-era company documents. While walking with Li Jing'ai, his mind might suddenly flash with Archmagos Call's latest technical briefing. The weight of two worlds pressed on his shoulders, making him feel a sense of detachment in his warm daily life at times, and at other times, a longing for the ordinary while dealing with the brutal imperial affairs. Li Jing'ai became a warm and solid anchor connecting these two worlds. Her existence reminded him of the ultimate purpose of the fight, to protect these tangible, ordinary, and precious warmth and smiles, to save more worlds from falling into the eternal darkness like 40K. But similarly, the prerequisite for protecting this warmth was that he must continuously immerse himself in that dark world to fight, to manage, to balance. This itself was a contradictory cycle. The train swayed slightly, heading towards home. Outside the window, night had completely fallen, and the city lights in the distance were like stars scattered across the earth. Chen Xi held Li Jing'ai, his gaze fixed on the boundless night sky outside, as if he could pierce through time and space to see that war-torn galaxy. His eyes gradually became more resolute. No matter how many challenges lay ahead, no matter how difficult it was to balance the two worlds, he had to continue. To protect the land behind him that gave him birth and nurtured him, to protect the hard-won warmth in his arms, and for the person he decided to walk with. He took a deep breath, holding the warmth in his arms a little tighter. The road ahead was still long, but he was no longer lost. Chapter 652, Vacation Plan. Returning to the familiar city, Chen Xi dropped Li Jing'ai off at her home but did not return to his own residence. Instead, he drove straight to the club. As the soundproof door of the club opened, a familiar scene came into view. Uncollected chess pieces were scattered on the giant sandbox table, and the air was filled with the unique scent of turpentine, paint, and old scrolls. Gutierrez was struggling with the smoke-emitting part of a space marine dreadnought, while Mai and Twilight were intensely debating star map data in front of a terminal nearby. 17 is back. Gutierrez looked up, dark circles clearly visible under his eyes. He casually tossed his tools aside and rubbed his stiff neck. How was your trip to the imperial capital? I heard the parade was quite grand. Breathtaking, Chen Xi evaluated succinctly. He walked to the sandbox, his gaze sweeping over the simplified layout simulating the Medusa sector and the area around Final Forge Square. How are things over there? Not good, Mai interjected irritably, pointing at a red highlighted data point on the terminal screen. Reconstruction in the eastern district of Orbit Forge City is 47% slower than expected. Although the main effort to clear out the remnants of the Emperor's children is largely complete, sporadic resistance remains exceptionally stubborn, with new mutations and fanatical cultist counterattacks even emerging. The casualty figures for the newly deployed Astra Militarum are not looking good, and the soldiers' morale needs a boost. Twilight added, Archmagos Call has urged us 3 times, asking when we can proceed with the next stage of research on female Fulgrim, or rather, that newborn Primarch. He hopes to conduct deeper research into that newborn Primarch, especially eager to understand how the Emperor's great power purifies chaos and integrates essences. He believes current observations and data are far from sufficient. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He did not hesitate, his tone calm yet unyielding, reply to the great sage, the research request regarding the Emperor's great power is not approved. That is not an area we should delve into, the risks involved far exceed our control. On this point, Chen Xi did not intend to agree to Call's next stage of research, because some things are simply not suitable for further investigation. It was enough to know that it was the Emperor's great power and that there would be no problems. Bad news and tricky demands came one after another, and the room fell into a temporary silence, broken only by the low hum of the terminal's cooling fan. Continuous high-intensity operations and battles, even for veteran players like them who were already familiar with Warhammer lore, brought a deep mental fatigue. It was not just the toil of managing complex situations, but also the direct experience of the oppressive atmosphere of that dark universe. Gutierrez sighed, his voice laced with an undeniable weariness. 17, honestly, it's not just about things over there. We're reaching our limit here too. It's one thing after another, no end in sight. Everyone hasn't had a proper rest in a long time, our nerves are always taut. This isn't sustainable. Mai dropped the data pad onto the table, leaned back in her chair, and let out a long breath. Exactly. Now, when I close my eyes, I see battlefield scenes and those whispers. Even in my dreams, I'm analyzing data and calculating probabilities. If this continues, we'll collapse before Slaanesh even comes looking for trouble again. Twilight also rubbed her temples, quietly agreeing, we really need a breather. In reality, hearing even a slightly loud noise makes me instinctively alert. Chen Xi looked at his companions' weary faces, understanding perfectly. Was he not the same? Shuttling between two worlds was mentally and physically exhausting, and the Emperor's blessing was not without cost. The memories and experiences of the Inquisitor Governor were subtly changing him, making him calmer and more decisive. He often had to consciously remind himself to maintain the everyday feeling of being Chen Xi in the 3K era. Mai suddenly threw the data pad onto the table, leaned back in her chair, and let out a long breath. I say, brothers, are we too stressed? Now, when I close my eyes, I see the golden flames of the Emperor's sword and the sickly sweet whispers of Slaanesh demons. Even in my dreams, I'm calculating the critical point of stasis field overload and the erosion rate of chaos energy. Twilight also rubbed her temples, her voice a little hoarse. Indeed. I haven't slept well for a week straight. Last time I was analyzing the warp fluctuation data from Shalaxi Hellbane's withdrawal, I almost mistook normal background radiation for a sign of the next invasion. In reality, if I hear any unusual noise, I instinctively reach for my bolt gun. Even the most composed Gutierrez showed signs of fatigue. Keeping our nerves constantly taut isn't a solution. The post-war reconstruction of Medusa and guarding against Slaanishe's retaliation won't be resolved overnight, we need to prepare for a protracted war. But right now, it seems we might collapse before Slaanishe's greater demons even show up again. He was silent for a moment, his gaze once again sweeping over the miniature, steel world on the sandbox, fresh from the baptism of blood and fire, and then at his friends in the real world who had fought alongside him. A decision formed in his mind. You're right, Chen Xi finally spoke, breaking the suffocating silence. We're too stressed. This can't continue. He walked to the center of the room, resting his hands on the edge of the sandbox table, and looked at the other three. The reconstruction and defense consolidation of Medusa is not an overnight task, and monitoring and researching that newborn Primarch requires long-term planning. We need to adjust our pace. Adjust? How do we adjust? Mai asked. Vacation, Chen Xi said clearly. Take a vacation for ourselves. Both here and there. Vacation. Twilight was stunned. The situation over there is so tense, can we really leave? Precisely because the situation is tense, we need clear minds and stable mentalities even more, Chen Xi explained. General Grigory and Chamberlain Rachel can maintain the planet's daily operations and basic defenses. Sage Avilia's research won't suffer from a few days' delay. If we leave for a while, keeping the consciousness of the pieces in standby or low-intensity hosting mode, there won't be any major problems. He paused, then added, and, we don't necessarily have to rest in the 3K era. I remember the Mariupol sector has a garden world with a beautiful environment. Perhaps we can find a safe imperial world, temporarily escape the smoke and pressure of Medusa, and change our mood. This suggestion made everyone's eyes light up. Escaping the din of the battlefield, the whispers of chaos, the endless political affairs, and war preparations, even for just a few days, was extremely tempting. That's a great idea. Mai was the first to agree. I've always wanted to try drinking a real imperial vintage in a place that isn't a forge world. Twilight was also clearly moved. If we can find a world with good scenery and not too much chaos or Xenos harassment, it would indeed be a good choice for relaxation. Gutierrez considered it more thoroughly. We need to ensure the destination is absolutely safe, and that travel back and forth doesn't take too much time. We also need to prepare contingency plans for emergencies. These matters can be left to Hathor. I believe the War Master can handle these issues, Chen Xi said decisively. When I go back this time, I will have Hathor temporarily manage the government affairs. Militarily, the Ash Knights are holding things steady, so our absence won't be a big problem. For safety, I will prioritize agricultural worlds or garden worlds with high internal imperial ratings, far from the front lines, and strong ecclesiarchy influence. He looked at the slightly re-energized eyes of his companions and finally made the decision, so it's settled. We'll arrange a vacation in the 40K world. Those who don't want to go can rest here for a week, and we'll consider other things after a week. The oppressive atmosphere vanished, replaced by a relaxed sense of anticipation. Although the road ahead remained full of challenges, a brief period of rest was undoubtedly the best buffer for strained nerves. After the gathering dispersed, Chen Xi returned home. He sat alone in his study, the city lights outside the window casting a soft glow into the room. He activated his servitor skull, and a golden light flickered in his eyes as a vast stream of information flowed through his consciousness. His gaze carefully searched under the relevant entries for Garden World, filtering out those worlds engulfed in war, with harsh environments, or lurking unknown dangers. Finally, several agricultural worlds and garden worlds labeled peaceful, fertile, imperial model, and low risk entered his view. His finger gently tapped on a garden world named Vera's Spring. The data showed that it was known for its pleasant climate, beautiful natural scenery, and abundant production of various flowers and fruits, making it a moderately famous resort in the nearby sector, with well-developed tourist facilities and a standing Imperial Navy patrol fleet stationed nearby, ensuring a very high safety factor. Vera's Spring. Chen Xi murmured the name, and Li Jingai's figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. Sunshine, floral scents, tranquil lakes, these seemed to suit her perfectly. A bolder, even somewhat crazy thought began to sprout in his heart. Perhaps, during this vacation, he could try to invite her along? In a relatively gentle way, allow her to initially touch the edge of that world? This idea made his heart race, filled with both anticipation and immense trepidation. He knew what this meant, and he knew the risks involved. He gazed at the introductory image of Vera's Spring on the screen, a beautiful valley seemingly bathed in eternal golden sunlight, a stark contrast to the steel desert of Medusa. Finally, he took a deep breath, his eyes becoming firm. He needed this vacation, and his companions needed it too. As for that crazy thought about an invitation, he temporarily suppressed it. This would require a more comprehensive plan. He closed the interface, and the basement returned to silence. Outside the window, the city's neon lights quietly flickered, intertwining with the distant fires of war in another galaxy. And at this moment, in this tranquility, an otherworldly journey aimed at comforting weary souls was quietly brewing. Chapter 653, Vacation Arrangements. Inside the governor's office on Rostov Prime, the air circulation system hummed softly like a tireless mechanical servant, evenly distributing the filtered, cool air throughout the space. The room was filled with a unique scent, the faint ozone emitted by precision instruments, the dusty smell of ancient parchment scrolls, and the rich, lingering aroma of the deep-colored loyalty red wine that Chen Xi had long forgotten beside him. Chen Xi lightly tossed the last data slate onto the mountain of stacked documents and leaned back deeply into the spacious chair made of precious Catalara wood and tanned Grox hide. He closed his eyes, his fingertips pressing hard against his slightly feverish brow, and a long, weary sigh silently merged with the room's quietude. The continuous overload, even for his body, which had undergone psychic tempering and biochemical enhancement, brought a heavy burden. Deep within his mind, countless tiny gears seemed to protest with a screeching sound due to excessive wear. Outside the window, the capital of Rostov Prime was bathed in the afterglow of dusk. The magnificent space elevator and orbital ring, like the Emperor's spears of judgment, pierced through heaven and earth, casting enormous shadows hundreds of kilometers long in the setting sun. Countless transport vessels, like a swarm of worker bees following some deep-seated pattern, wove an unceasing trail of light between the orbital spaceport and the surface. The glorious victory in the Medusa sector, like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, was spreading its ripples across the Imperium at an unprecedented speed. Praise and doubt, awe and calculation, surged towards Rostov like an invisible tide. The return of Ferrus Manus and the complete annihilation of Fulgrim not only reshaped the galaxy's power structure but also pushed Chen Xi and the subsector under his rule into the eye of the storm. Massive amounts of administrative work, fleet reorganization plans, resource allocation requests, and communications from Terra, Mars, other Primarch homeworlds, and even distant frontier worlds, some probing, some seeking alliances, some applying pressure, all transformed into the iron mountain of data slates and parchment on his desk, almost threatening to bury him. You need to pause, Governor, a calm, unruffled female voice broke the silence. Hathor, his administrative secretary and the War Master of the Shadow Wolves, stood silently before the large desk, as if condensed from shadow and efficiency. Today, she was not in military attire, but in a meticulously tailored dark grey administrative suit that outlined sharp, efficient lines. However, deep within those molten gold eyes, the cold flame of a conqueror of Olaner still burned, seemingly capable of easily piercing through all pretense and redundancy. After 72 standard hours of high-intensity decision-making, even with your physique and will, the marginal cognitive effects have begun to significantly decline. Fatigue is a stubborn enemy of accurate judgment, and in this position, any minor deviation could cost billions of souls and the stability of an entire sector. Chen Xi looked up, his gaze sweeping over her impeccable expression, and a faint, mixed arc of helplessness and approval curved his lips. As sharp and correct as ever, Hathor. I feel like an overloaded heavy reactor, with its core temperature nearing criticality. If I continue, I fear even the pre-combustion chamber will melt through. He paused, his gaze shifting to the window, to the magnificent city outside that was gradually lighting up in the twilight, like a reflection of the star sea, and a thought quietly emerged, quickly becoming clear. Perhaps, it's time for us to temporarily leave this vortex of steel, gunpowder, and endless responsibility for a moment. What are your specific ideas? Hathor tilted her head slightly, revealing a focused, thoughtful expression. A real vacation. Chen Xi sat up straight, a long-lost, almost unfamiliar sense of ease seemingly trying to dispel the weariness clouding his brow. Not a Terran-style political tour, nor an armed inspection of frontier defense zones. But a pure respite, far from administrative screens and frontline battle reports. I remember the Interior Department's shared database recorded a garden world, designated GX7 Azure Dawn. 94% of its surface is covered by liquid water, famous for countless coral atolls like the Emperor's Tears and its extreme tranquility. It is said to be a secret refuge favored by high-ranking Interior Department officials and certain, extremely wealthy rogue trader dynasties. Hathor's face remained calm, showing only pure logical analysis. From Rostov Prime, via the nearest navigable Mandeville point, to Azure Dawn, the optimal one-way route is estimated to take 11 standard days. Including necessary post-jump calibration, route clearance, and adaptive rest upon arrival, your minimum absence from duty should be planned for 25 to 30 standard days. During this period, routine administrative processes and internal subsector affairs can be decided by me based on existing authority and the Rostov Governance Codex. However, should there be an urgent military situation, a major diplomatic incident, or a highest priority mandatory directive directly from Holy Terra and the High Lords of Terra, you have full discretionary power, second only to mine, Hathor. Chen Xi interrupted her, his tone unequivocal, the decision of an inquisitor and a governor. I trust your judgment, just as the Emperor trusts his primarches. Unless Lord Guillemon himself issues a decree, or the Necron's silent fleet once again tolls the bell of destruction, all matters are for you to decide. In case of an extremely urgent situation, you may attempt to contact me via encrypted psychic link, but I hope, the tone of this vacation is to be as undisturbed as possible. Unless the fires of heaven are truly about to extinguish. Then, regarding escort matters. Hathor immediately cut to the next topic. While garden worlds generally have excellent security ratings, your identity is special, your value immeasurable. Potential threats do not only come from obvious violence. Chen Xi's gaze fell upon the large star map hanging on one side of the office wall, his eyes deepening. Let Sergeant Titus and his Iron Redemption Kill team accompany me. They have just been through the Medusa Inferno, their blades need polishing, and their souls need calming. Serving as escorts is both their duty and a unique form of rest for them. After all, compared to fighting orcs or chaos mutants on shattered worlds, maintaining vigilance by a sunny beach is like being in the holy paradise promised by the Emperor. As for the companions, Chen Xi mused briefly, adding, Avilia, Gutierrez, Mai, Twilight, and Hai Tu, among others. Everyone has been too tense lately. Arrangement is meticulous. Hathor nodded slightly. I will immediately coordinate to allocate an externally disguised Inquisition rapid assault ship, the Grey Fox, for you. Its low profile and speed are superior to a conspicuous black ship formation, minimizing unnecessary attention. At the same time, I will communicate with the Azure Dawn planetary authorities in advance with the highest encryption level to ensure your itinerary is absolutely controllable. Very good. Chen Xi stood up and once again paced to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the galaxy sparkled, countless points of light representing the imperium of man's vastness and conflicts, but also hiding places of brief tranquility. Execute it as planned. Notify everyone, we depart in 72 standard hours. It's time, to temporarily entrust the roar of war and the whispers of politics to the void. He gazed at the boundless starry sky, the anticipation for a brief calm gradually overcoming the fatigue left by his heavy burdens. Perhaps amidst those azure waters and white sands, he could rediscover a trace of the peace belonging to Chen Xi rather than Inquisitor or Governor. Chapter 654, Azure Dawn. After 11 standard days of warp travel, shielded by the constant, low hum of the Geller field, the journey finally concluded without incident. The Inquisition black ship carrying Chen Xi, like a slick phantom, silently glided out of the warp's strangely colored, turbulent sea, returning to the cold order of the material universe. The massive armored filter panels of the main observation window rose in layers, allowing the true light from outside to enter the cabin. A planet hung suspended against the velvet blackness, rotating slowly and majestically. It truly lived up to its name, Azure Dawn, resembling an enormous, peerless sapphire, meticulously carved by a master craftsman, resting quietly in the universe's display case. Its surface was almost entirely covered by a deep, pure azure, with distinct layers of blue. Near the equator, it was a bright, lively lapis lazuli blue, gradually transitioning to an almost inky emperor's blue towards the poles. Only a few scattered specks of emerald green, like paint accidentally dropped by the finest brush, were islands completely covered in dense vegetation, embedded like jade in this vast blue velvet, precious and solitary. White cloud bands, ever-changing in form, sometimes like a soft, ethereal veil, sometimes like magnificent, swirling vortices, wrapped around the planet, adding a dynamic, gentle vitality to its serene beauty. Full spectrum sensor scan complete, no abnormal energy fluctuations or unauthorized vessel signals detected. The captain's voice came through the comms, as calm as ever, reporting safety and order. The Planetary Defense Network has identified our secure code, issued a welcome command, and is guiding us to the preset Serenity's Peak private island spaceport. Orbital environment is clear, safe to dock. Maintain standard alert protocols, no need to escalate to combat status, Chen Xi instructed, his gaze still lingering on the breathtaking view outside the window, the accumulated fatigue of the past days seemingly being quietly washed away by the pure azure. Olegana stood silently beside him, her molten gold data eyes flickering soundlessly, meticulously capturing and analyzing all environmental parameters such as spectrum, atmospheric composition, and gravity readings, conducting her unique, thorough risk assessment. The mechanical kitten on her shoulder poked its head out, emitting a soft, confused chirp, seemingly unable to connect this giant water ball with the normal world of metal and data it knew. Gutierrez stood a step behind, almost instinctively, his rough fingers reconfirming that the holster strap of his bolt pistol was secure, a habit ingrained in his bones after countless moments of life and death. The transport shuttle detached from the mothership, like a docile meteor, smoothly cutting into Azure Planet's atmosphere. Outside the viewport, hot ionized streaks flashed by, immediately replaced by an endless blue. As they descended, the ocean below revealed increasingly astonishing details. The water was incredibly clear. From high above, sunlight penetrated the surface, outlining the contours of a fantastical underwater world. Giant, brightly colored coral reefs resembled alien gardens blooming on the seabed, while schools of fish, varied in form and shimmering with silver or iridescent scales, gracefully weaved through them, stirring up tiny halos of light. Occasionally, massive, gentle creatures could be seen swimming slowly in deeper waters, casting enormous shadows. The private spaceport was located on the edge of a sizable island. At the island's center was a conical mountain covered in lush green vegetation, its peak gently merging into the surrounding cloud band. Pristine white sand beaches, like a flawless jade ribbon, encircled the entire island, while the edges featured crystalline waters that shimmered with emerald, peacock blue, and amber hues due to the shallow reefs. Waves gently and continuously lapped at the shore, leaving fleeting patterns of foam. The transport shuttle landed steadily on the designated platform. As the hatch opened, a warm, humid breeze, infused with the freshness of plants and the distinctive saltiness of the ocean, immediately rushed in, caressing everyone's cheeks, a stark contrast to the temperature-controlled air that had circulated within the ship for over 10 days. A man in a crisp white uniform, every strand of hair impeccably groomed, had already led a small delegation, waiting respectfully. Upon seeing Chen Xi and his retinue disembark from the gangway, he immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply with impeccable posture, his demeanor utterly humble. Most exalted Inquisitor, his voice a blend of profound reverence and carefully polished flattery, I am Croso, humbly serving as the sector's administrator. It is an immense honor to welcome you and your esteemed companions to our Azure planet. The Inquisition's emblem, no matter where it appeared in the galaxy, was enough to make the local power structure tense up and display the utmost deference. Chen Xi nodded slightly, adopting a somewhat aloof yet amiable expression he typically used in public settings. Administrator Croso, thank you for your welcome. My purpose here is solely for private retreat and meditation, aimed at escaping official duties and restoring my psychic abilities. All ceremonies are to be kept simple, no formal reports are needed, and all visitors are declined. Everything has been arranged according to your instructions, Inquisitor. Croso hastily assured, bowing even lower. This Serenity's Peak Island has been thoroughly cleared, absolutely ensuring your privacy and tranquility. Aside from the minimum necessary servitors, all of whom have undergone rigorous inspection and purification procedures, no one else will disturb you. The island facilities are fully equipped for your enjoyment. Should you have any needs, please use this confidential communication channel to contact me directly. It connects straight to my private office and will be answered 24 standard hours a day. He offered a small data chip with both hands. Chen Xi gestured for Olegana to accept the chip and nodded. Very good, Administrator. Your efficiency is commendable. After the concise handover, a sleek, silent anti-gravity hovercar transported them to their residence deeper within the island. The vehicle wound through lush tropical vegetation, with huge, broad-leafed plants brushing past the windows, exotic, brightly colored flowers dotting the landscape, and the air filled with the rich fragrance of nectar and humus, mingled with the distant scent of the ocean. The residence was a cluster of low-lying buildings cleverly nestled between the hillside and the coastline, constructed from native wood and light-colored stone, with a simple yet expansive design that maximized integration with the natural environment. Massive, curved floor-to-ceiling glass walls seamlessly brought the outdoor scenery indoors. Most striking was the infinity pool, its surface perfectly merging with the distant sea, seemingly extending directly to the horizon, where sea and sky became one, a magnificent sight. After placing their simple luggage, everyone converged, as if by unspoken agreement, on the spacious terrace facing the sea. A warm sea breeze continuously blew, carrying a relaxing warmth and humidity. Sunlight pierced through sparse clouds, casting almost tangible pillars of light that shattered into countless dancing golden fragments on the sea's surface, too dazzling to look at directly. The eternal yet ever-changing symphony of nature filled their ears, the rhythmic, gentle lapping of waves on the sand, the clear calls of various seabirds in the air or on the water, and the rustling of wind through dense palm fronds and forest vegetation. All of this was a world apart from the ceaseless roar of heavy machinery, the shrieks of fleets taking off and landing, and the shouts of millions of soldiers drilling on Rostov Prime, as if it were another, diametrically opposed extreme in the universe. Wow! Gutierrez couldn't help but let out a long breath, an exclamation from the depths of his lungs. His hand, which had subconsciously been resting on his bolt pistol, finally relaxed completely and fell to his side. This place, it's just perfect. The data processing light in Olegana's eyes gradually faded. She stood there silently, facing the sea, seemingly having temporarily shut down her constant analysis and assessment, simply immersing herself in the pure sensory information this scenery provided through her unique way of perception. The mechanical cat on her shoulder, meanwhile, had developed a strong interest in a fallen leaf blown onto the terrace by the wind, carefully prodding it with its nimble metal claws. Chen Xi took a deep breath, letting the pure, free, life-filled air fill his lungs, as if the fatigue and dust accumulated deep within his psychic abilities were carried away with it. A truly relaxed and joyful smile, one that hadn't appeared in a long time, slowly blossomed on his face. All right, my friends, his voice also became a few shades lighter. Here, forget about war, forget about heretics, and forget about those never-ending official documents. By the governor's decree from now on, our only, most important task, is to thoroughly relax. Chapter 655, Everyone Resting. Over the next few standard days, the summit of Tranquility Island seemed to be enveloped in a soft, time-filtered glow, with an air of peace and comfort utterly unlike the war-torn galaxy. Chen Xi changed into light linen clothes, spending his days lounging on a recliner facing the endless blue sea. On the small table beside him, a local specialty iced drink, condensation clinging to its glass, slowly melted, and an ancient paper book from a distant world lay open on his lap, its ink scent still lingering. He attempted to wade into the warm sea water. His movements at first still carried the caution honed on the battlefield, but he was soon soothed by the gentle, all-encompassing azure, immersing himself in the rare weightlessness and freedom of floating. Olegana chose a cool corner where coconut palms swayed. She didn't completely shut down her analysis modules. Instead, she focused her perception on the rhythmic surge of the waves, the myriad light specks from sunlight dancing and refracting on the water's surface, and the complex olfactory spectrum carried on the wind's salt, floral scents, humus, and the faint fishy smell of distant seaweed. When Chen Xi spoke to her, her optical lenses, which usually only flickered with data streams, would subtly shift, revealing an almost human expression of contemplation. Her mechanical cat was engaged in a cautious dialogue with a bold sand crab, emitting soft, perplexed hums. The perfect sandcastle she meticulously constructed with precision tools, adhering to golden ratio proportions, looked overly regular next to Mai Mai's fortress, which exuded a casual, wild aura, and surprisingly lost in a playful competition. Mai Mai, on the other hand, was like a thunder beast released back into nature, full of inexhaustible energy. He would either ride a surfboard, shouting as he weaved through emerald-like wave crests, or organize boisterous beach volleyball games. At sunset, he and Gutierrez would invariably occupy the barbecue area, seriously discussing the doneness of grilled fish, spice ratios, and sauce application timing as if handling precision weaponry, letting the enticing aroma drift on the sea breeze, making mouths water. Twilight preferred the quiet of solitude. She spent long hours wearing a snorkel mask, immersed in the fantastical underwater coral forests, silently swimming with schools of colorful alien fish. Or she would lazily recline in a hammock, her fingertips gliding across the pages of a datapad, enjoying undisturbed reading time. However, whenever Hai-Tu's portable holographic projection device lit up, she was always the first to quietly approach, her eyes gleaming with the focused light characteristic of tech priests, quickly taking over the calibration to transform a patch of beach into an astonishing open-air cinema. Gutierrez was perhaps the one, besides Chen Xi, who most thoroughly embodied the word vacation. His tanned skin quickly became covered with sun marks, and a surfboard became his new mount. And by the campfire at dusk, he was Mai Mai's indispensable assistant and taste inquisitor, controlling the warmth of the scene with his hearty laughter and precise seasoning suggestions. When everyone gathered, he often started by telling intriguing interstellar anecdotes or legion stories of unknown origin. Hai Tu always maintained his characteristic, unruffled gentleness, participating in every activity but never overshadowing others. His exquisite projection device became the focal point every evening. When twilight fine-tuned it to perfection, huge images hovered above the sound of the waves, and everyone savored the smoky aroma of grilled fish and the sweet juiciness of tropical fruits, immersed in fantastical stories, letting the cool sea breeze dissipate the last trace of the day's heat. In this tranquil corner of the Empire's frontier, the heavy shackles of war and duty seemed to be temporarily melted away by the gentle waves of this azure paradise. Titus and his Death Watch squad faithfully carried out their guard duties. They were like silent giant sculptures, dispersed at strategic points around the island. They always wore their power armor, and their weapons were within reach. Scanners continuously hummed, monitoring the sea, sky, and any unusual movements around the island. Chen Xi did not initially invite them to partake in leisure activities. He respected their duty and the serious nature of the Astartes. It wasn't until the third day of the holiday, with calm seas and a sufficiently relaxed atmosphere, that he approached Titus at a high vantage point during an evening barbecue, carrying a few skewers of grilled fish and a special non-alcoholic high-energy drink. "How's duty, brother Titus?" Chen Xi offered the drink. Titus turned, his helmet's eye lenses flickering slightly. "All clear, Inquisitor. No threats detected." He took the drink, his movements meticulous. "Thank you for the offer, but we prefer standard nutrient paste." "Relax, Titus," Chen Xi said with a laugh, taking a bite of grilled fish. "This isn't a battlefield, at least not right now. Your vigilance is commendable, but don't forget, you're also here to rest. Appropriate relaxation helps maintain combat effectiveness for longer." He gestured to Mai Mai, who was trying to teach the mechanical cat to swim, and Oligana, who was reading, below. "Look, even the sage is attempting a reboot." Titus was silent for a moment, his helmet turning towards the peaceful scene as he pondered. Ultramarines were not unfamiliar with rest, but they usually viewed it as a necessary procedure to maintain efficiency, rather than pure enjoyment. "Understood, Inquisitor. We will take turns for necessary rest," he finally replied, his tone serious but slightly softened. "Good," Chen Xi nodded. "For example, how about trying fishing? I hear there's a starlight snapper in these waters, it's delicious and puts up an interesting fight when hooked. Interested in a competition? Let me see if the second company captain of the Ultramarines has any talents beyond chainsword." Titus froze. Fishing? Such a purely recreational and gastronomic activity was entirely at odds with his military life. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but Chen Xi's tone carried the challenge of a friend, and it genuinely fell under rest. "As you wish, Inquisitor," Titus conceded, his voice containing a hint of very subtle helplessness. The next day, the beach presented a curious sight. Chen Xi and Titus sat on folding stools, holding fishing rods. Chen Xi's movements were skilled, and he often caught something. Titus, however, this super soldier who could tear demons apart with his bare hands, appeared incredibly clumsy with the delicate fish hook and line. He either pulled too hard and snapped the line, or flung a hooked fish almost into the sky, even nearly hooking the curious mechanical cat watching nearby, drawing a suppressed chuckle from Orpha, who was then warned by Darius's elbow. Titus's tanned face remained impassive, but his slightly pursed lips and occasional bewildered glances betrayed his inner turmoil. This slightly comical scene, however, added a rare, relaxed touch of everyday life to the tranquil holiday. The setting sun once again bathed the sea, shifting between gold and red. Everyone gathered again, and the dinner table had a few fish of varying sizes, mostly sponsored by Chen Xi, that Titus had struggled to catch. The atmosphere was harmonious, filled with even more laughter. The shadow of war seemed to be temporarily blown away by the sea breeze. At this moment, on this azure planet, they found a precious glimpse of true peace and joy. Titus gazed at the fish he had caught, expertly grilled by Gutierrez, on his plate, and silently picked up his utensils. Perhaps, this kind of rest did have its unique value. Chapter 656, Fishermen Never Come Back Empty-Handed. Azure Dawn's star, Zissou, hung high in the sky, generously casting its blazing light and abundant warmth upon the sparkling ocean. Several days of complete relaxation acted like a powerful cleanser, washing away the accumulated rust of war and warp dust from the depths of Chen Xi's and his retinue's souls. Even Sergeant Titus's usually hard, steel relief-like face seemed to soften slightly under the starlight, though he still habitually scanned the horizon with a tactical gaze, assessing wind direction, currents, and all potential sniper points. They were aboard a spacious, locally styled fishing boat, its wooden hull specially treated to withstand the ocean's storms. The bow was carved with the indistinct image of an aquatic deity, its cult affiliation long lost in the historical tide of the Adeptus Ministorum's unified faith, now serving only as silent decoration. Gutierrez and Mai Mai leaned against the rail, competing to see who could catch the biggest fish, their boisterous laughter occasionally erupting and carrying on the sea breeze. Twilight, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, rapidly sketched the outlines of distant islands and strange winged flying fish in the sky in her sketchbook. Oligana did not participate in the fishing, she sat quietly in the shadows, a slender data probe extending from her fingertip, connected to the boat's navigation and detection systems. Seemingly at rest, she was, in fact, silently monitoring the surroundings, analyzing seawater composition, sonar echoes, and biological signals. This had become an ingrained habit. The mechanical cat on her shoulder showed keen interest in a silverfish that had just been caught and was thrashing about, extending its metallic claw tip to cautiously touch the shimmering scales. Chen Xi was enjoying this rare tranquility. He stood barefoot on the warm deck, feeling the gentle rhythm of the boat rising and falling with the waves. Watching his companions' relaxed postures, the string that was always taut in his heart also seemed to temporarily loosen. He even, uncharacteristically, didn't ponder Ristov's politics or Medusa's defenses, allowing his thoughts to drift, immersed in the embrace of this azure expanse. Titus had chosen a fishing spot far from regular shipping lanes, near an area marked Deep Blue Sea Cave. Here, the seawater abruptly deepened in color, transforming from a clear sapphire blue to an almost inky dark blue, hinting at the unsettling depths below. The crew, several servitors, rigorously checked in, almost silent, skillfully cast anchor buoys and scattered special bait to attract deep-sea inhabitants. Waiting is inherently part of fishing. Time slowly flowed by amidst the warm sun, sea breeze, and the murmur of the waves. Suddenly, Titus's custom-made, super-heavy fishing rod, capable of reeling in small aquatic vehicles, bent sharply downwards, almost snapping. The base fixed to the hull emitted an ear-splitting metallic groan. The reel spun wildly, and the high-strength synthetic fishing line cut through the air, producing a sharp hiss. "By the Emperor!" Titus roared. His colossal body, far exceeding that of an ordinary man, instantly bulged with muscle, straining against the terrifying force from below the water. His feet were planted firmly on the deck, causing even the alloy plating to slightly indent. "Something's on the hook. It's a big one." Gutierrez immediately dropped his own fishing rod and shouted. Everyone's leisure instantly vanished. Mai and Twilight quickly stepped forward, trying to help Titus stabilize the fishing rod. But the strength was beyond imagination. The entire fishing boat began to tilt, the hull groaning as if it could break apart at any moment. "Hold it! Hold it steady!" Chen Xi shouted, striding forward. He didn't directly intervene with the rod but quickly assessed the situation. His psychic senses spread downwards like mercury, but they encountered a chaotic, primitive will, only pure, savage power, and a certain indescribable strangeness. It was not purely beast, something else was mixed within it. Olegana instantly disconnected her data link, data streams surging in her eyes. Biological drag force exceeds safe threshold by 300%. Hull structural stress is rapidly increasing. Risk of capsizing. She calmly reported the data, as the mechanical cat on her shoulder extended tiny stabilizing claws, firmly gripping her clothing. "We can't give up." Titus growled, his voice strained, the stubbornness of a space marine who never admits defeat. "Pull it up. Let's see what the hell it is." A struggle between man and deep-sea behemoth thus began. Titus served as the main force and anchor, Gutierrez and Mai assisted on the flanks with the rod and reeling, and Twilight operated the winch. Chen Xi coordinated and commanded, ready to use his psychic powers at any moment. Olegana, meanwhile, rapidly calculated the optimal force angles, instructing the servitors to adjust the boat's direction to counteract the pulling force with the hull. The process was breathtaking. The behemoth unleashed terrifying power multiple times, almost dragging the entire boat into the deep sea, then suddenly changed direction in an attempt to break free. The fishing line was taut like the strings of death's harp, every tremor sending shivers down everyone's spines. The seawater churned violently, and foam surged. After nearly half a standard hour, thanks to Titus's astonishing endurance and everyone's combined efforts, the resistance from below the water finally began to weaken. A massive, dark shadow slowly emerged from the deep blue. When it was finally dragged to the side of the boat, everyone gasped. This was certainly no marine creature they knew. Its size was comparable to a small chimera armored vehicle, its shape resembling some kind of deformed giant catfish or ray, yet far more ferocious. Rough, thick, dark purple skin was covered with irregularly arranged bony spines, shimmering with a greasy and unsettling iridescence under Zis's light. Its head was enormous, its gaping maw filled with layers of serrated, ghastly white teeth, embedded with broken fishing nets and undigested crustacean remains. Most unsettling were its eyes, or rather, eye sockets. There were no eyeballs, only two constantly writhing, translucent gelatinous masses, inside which tiny, pinprick-sized eerie green lights seemed to flicker. It lay slumped on the deck, still thrashing stubbornly, its massive body thudding against the wooden planks. Foul-smelling, viscous bodily fluid seeped from its surface, corroding the deck and rising in wisps of white smoke. What exactly is this thing?" Mai murmured, instinctively tightening her grip on the laser pistol at her waist. Gutierrez frowned deeply. "A species I've never seen before. These spines, this color, it looks poisonous, and extremely aggressive." Titus released the fishing rod, the sound of heavy breathing echoing inside his faceplate. He drew his combat knife and approached cautiously, ready to deliver the final blow to the creature. "Wait, Sergeant Titus," Olegana suddenly interjected. She had, at some point, retrieved a portable multifunctional scanner and was conducting a comprehensive scan of the giant fish. Her mechanical appendages deftly avoided the writhing fish body and sharp spines, extracting surface mucus, a detached spine, and a small piece of muscle tissue, sending them into the scanner's analysis slot. "Its biological signals are extremely abnormal." Olegana's voice was a mix of a tech priest's characteristic excitement and gravity when facing the unknown, extremely high in intensity, yet its life form shows an unnatural distortion. Immediate preliminary analysis is required. She ignored the nauseating smell and the creature's death throes, data streams pouring from her eyes like a waterfall. Chen Xi gazed at the bizarre behemoth, the tranquility of his holiday completely shattered. A sense of alertness, unique to an inquisitor, permeated his entire body like ice water. Beneath this azure expanse, praised as paradise, seemed to lurk dark and alien secrets, utterly contrary to its beautiful facade. He nodded, saying to Olegana, "Analyze it as quickly as possible. Titus, dispose of it, and be careful of its bodily fluids and spines." A muffled shot from a bolt pistol ended the deep-sea behemoth's painful struggle. But the unease lingering in the air had only just begun to spread. Chapter 657, Tyrannid Biosignal. The fishing boat silently glided into the private dock of the summit of Tranquility Island, as if unwilling to disturb this overly tranquil sea. The light of the Zis star was still blazing, yet it strangely lost its warmth, like a layer of cold golden gauze, gently draped over everyone's shoulders. The grotesque fish corpse, imprisoned in a transparent container, gently undulated with the anti-gravity towing device, like a giant, slow heartbeat. Every inch of its skin, every scale, spoke of some unnatural origin, becoming a colossal stone pressing deep into everyone's consciousness, suffocatingly heavy. Olegana had barely waited for the hovercar to come to a complete stop before she rose. The depths of her bionic eyes glowed with data streams, and an encrypted data link, like an invisible nerve bundle, connected her directly to the Gabbro in orbit. Preliminary scan data surged like a breached dam towards the ship's advanced artificial intelligence laboratory, instantly triggering a series of deep analysis protocols, and the hum of the laboratory's server cluster seemed to penetrate the clouds, reaching the ground. As she strode into the hastily set up analysis room, the surrounding precision instruments seemed to sense her presence, awakening one after another. Her mechanical fingers danced across the control panel, so fast they almost left after images, each movement as precise as if programmed at a nanometer scale, tiny arcs of electricity occasionally sparking from her fingertips, reflected on her focused profile. Chen Xi did not disturb her. He stood at the edge of the balcony facing the sea, his figure as upright as a blade. The sea breeze constantly ruffled his dark black coat, but it could not dispel the deepening gravity on his brow. The intuition honed by years as an inquisitor continued to hum in his mind, like a dark and ominous prophetic poem, each note striking a beat of vigilance. Titus's figure directed with composure from the far end of the dock. Death Watch warriors spread silently like shadows, occupying key points across the island. The star was slowly sinking into the horizon, painting the sky and sea in a magnificent yet mournful blood red, as if the entire planet was silently bleeding from some invisible wound. The last ray of light reflected on Chen Xi's face, gilding half of his face while the other half was cast in deep shadow, as if he stood on the dividing line between light and darkness. Just as the daylight was about to completely vanish, the analysis room sliding door opened silently. Olegana walked out steadily, her posture still as straight as ever, but Chen Xi keenly caught the abnormal tremor in the data streams within her eyes, a rare external manifestation of her logic core encountering extreme impact. Her precise mechanical right hand unconsciously clenched and unclenched repeatedly, the almost inaudible servo hum emanating from her artificial knuckles, as if suppressing a surging computational storm. Chen Xi, her synthetic voice remained steady, but beneath it, a chilling undercurrent was suppressed. Preliminary biological scan and genetic sequence comparison are complete. The result: it's a tyrannid organism. Chen Xi's heart sank abruptly, and he followed her into the analysis room bathed in cold blue light. On the main screen, complex genetic helix diagrams twisted and danced as if alive, revealing an unnatural ferocity. On the other side, the Imperial Biogene database window continuously popped up crimson warning signs, the danger level escalating at a breathtaking speed. Olegana pointed to a highly highlighted, constantly flickering gene segment, its structure unusually complex, filled with traces of artificial distortion and forced recombination. In this biological sample, a highly abnormal non-natural coding pattern was detected, she said, her voice devoid of emotion, but her speaking speed was slightly faster than usual. Its structure exhibits an aggressiveness and complexity far beyond any known natural evolutionary path, even bearing obvious instrumental characteristics. She paused for a rare moment, as if even her logic engine needed to allocate extra computing power to repeatedly verify this incredible conclusion. After 3 independent encrypted verifications with the database, the match rate of this genetic marker with the tyrannid swarm's genetic sequence characteristics reached 71.23566%, and is still undergoing continuous comparison. Tyrannid swarm. Chen Xi's voice was as deep as an abyssal echo, each syllable carrying the chill from the deepest reaches of the star sea. This term, in any imperial context, represented ultimate destruction, a catastrophe that devoured stars and extinguished all life. They swept across worlds like a tide, leaving behind only bones and desolation, a void capable of consuming even death itself. The conclusion is confirmed without error. Olegana's mechanical voice was decisive, allowing no room for doubt. This means that the Azure Dawn's aquatic ecosystem is highly likely to have suffered systemic contamination by tyrannid biological genetic material. This type of contamination is absolutely not caused by natural evolution, but rather the direct residue of the swarm's active biological matter, or worse, some form of targeted infiltration and modification of the marine ecology that we do not yet understand. In an instant, all the clues in Chen Xi's mind collided and connected, emitting a silent roar. The anomalous giant beast, the weird genetic structure, this overly perfect and eerie tranquility. This was not some vacation paradise at all, but a tyrannid breeding ground quietly incubating, a malignant tumor buried deep within the imperial body. The Inquisitor's will instantly overshadowed all personal emotions and fluctuations belonging to Chen Xi. His gaze suddenly became as cold as a star blade, and an almost suffocating pressure permeated around him, the air seemingly congealing with his resolve. When he spoke again, his voice was like cracking cold iron, clearly engraving his commands into the consciousness of everyone present. Notify the entire planet, effective immediately, enter a state of emergency. Immediately, using my Inquisitor authority, override all local administrative and military communication channels, issue an alarm with the highest priority, demanding the lockdown of the entire planet and the enforcement of martial law. Order the highest commander of the Planetary Defense Force, representatives from the Department of Justice, the Ecclesiarchy Bishop, all planetary high-ranking officials, to assemble on the main island of the planet within 1 hour. Those who fail to arrive on time will be considered traitors. Concurrently, citing Article 3 of the Xenos Quarantine Act and the Biopurification Protocol, immediately initiate global biological quarantine protocols. Seal all starports, surface ports, and orbital elevators, entry only, no departure of any kind. All personnel must undergo mandatory genetic screening. Key screening targets: government officials, all Defense Force personnel, starport operators, and anyone who has recently come into contact with open waters. He sharply turned to Olegana and Titus, who had hurried over at the sound, his gaze like a torch, seemingly capable of burning away all hesitation. Olegana, you are responsible for the technical implementation. Immediately establish multiple secure communication links, ensuring all commands are directly uploaded to the Gabbro and confirmed received, and simultaneously prepare to activate the ship's deep space scanning array to conduct a full domain, deep biological signature scan of this star system. I need to know the scope and extent of the contamination. Titus, you and your men will take full control of all defensive nodes on the island, authorized to use lethal force, and raise the alert level to maximum. We may have disturbed them. There was no change in expression on Titus's resolute face, he simply nodded heavily. In Olegana's bionic eyes, data streams once again accelerated like a waterfall. She had already begun to construct layers of communication encryption protocols and data firewalls, as if weaving an invisible web of war. Beneath the paradisiacal illusion, a crack leading to the abyss was revealed, and from the depths of that crack, countless cold compound eyes seemed to be opening. They stood on the edge of the crack. Chapter 658, Shattered Tranquility. Chen Xi's order, like a flare piercing the calm night sky, suddenly lit up above azure dawn, forcefully illuminating a battlefield no one had anticipated. The authority of the Inquisition was unquestionable, especially in the face of this sudden, incomprehensible crisis. A global emergency alert, relayed by the Gabbro stationed in orbit, forcefully cut into all communication channels. Its crimson symbol coldly covered every screen, and repetitive alarm sounds echoed over streets that had been full of laughter yesterday, yet no one could decipher for whom this alarm told. The true chaos began with bewilderment. Planetary Defense Force soldiers did receive orders to muster. They appeared in uniform, armed with standard-issue weapons, in groups throughout the streets and alleys, carrying out blockade and control tasks. But their eyes were vacant and shifting, their movements mechanical and hesitant. They set up roadblocks according to the manual, but didn't know if these roadblocks were meant to stop rioting citizens or some unannounced alien invaders. They raised their weapons to maintain order, but the direction their muzzles pointed, besides equally confused and terrified civilians, was empty. They whispered questions to each other, receiving only more bewildered shrugs. They were pawns pushed to the front lines, ordered to defend a war no one had explained to them, against an enemy whose name, form, and even existence had not been revealed. Maintain order? They had no idea why order had collapsed in the first place. In the temporary command center on the summit of Tranquility Island, a hall hastily cleared of entertainment facilities, with data cables snaking like serpents across the floor. Chen Xi stood before the main screen, his face like frost. Olegana had directly connected her analyzer to the Gabbro's main cognito-hazard array. A complex torrent of data, like a cascading galaxy, scrolled wildly across several floating screens. Global gene screening orders have been forcibly executed. Olegana's synthesized voice was steady, yet it conveyed an inhuman urgency, but execution efficiency is lower than expected. Remote islands and ocean platforms have a response rate of less than 40%. Many high-ranking local planetary government officials have not arrived at their designated safe nodes as ordered, citing numerous and logically suspicious reasons. They are not delaying. Chen Xi's voice was low and sharp, like a drawn blade. They are obstructing. Initiate the Gabbro's deep multispectral biological scan, at maximum power. I want to penetrate every inch of seawater, every meter of rock, and see what has truly hatched within the guts of this planet. The Gabbro slowly adjusted its hull in the void, its ventral armor plates opening in layers, revealing a complex, honeycomb-like scanning array. A silent yet powerful energy beam, capable of discerning the essence of life, suddenly descended, like the indifferent gaze of a deity, beginning to caress every inch of the planet's surface. The scan would take time. During this suffocating wait, scattered gene screening results began to trickle back. Initial reports showed that gene samples from ordinary civilians were largely normal, but soon, anomalous data began to surface like festering sores. Chen Xi. Olegana's voice took on a tone akin to confirmation for the first time, cold and deadly. Among the collective samples from the Planetary Defense Force's 3rd Regiment, Scales of the Siren, 12% of senior officers exhibit consistent gene sequence abnormalities. Latent modification, characteristic points perfectly matched, confirmed as the typical pattern of a gene stealer cult's 4th generation infected. Gene stealers. The silent nightmare of the Tyranid swarm, their most insidious vanguard. They do not conquer with sword and blade, but write destruction into genes, implanting it into the bloodstream of a civilization, causing it to internally breed cults that worship the devouring gods, ultimately dismantling all defenses from within and welcoming the main fleet's feast. Chen Xi's eyes seemed to have ice congealed within them. Continue. Deep scan in progress, multiple anomalous biological signal clusters detected. Coordinate Alpha 7, located at extreme depths of the deep blue cavern trench, large scale, High concentration Tyranid biomass signals detected, characteristics similar to bioship wreckage or large incubation pools. Coordinate Beta 2, deep underground in the main island's southern industrial zone, presence of non-natural giant organic structures, energy characteristics match Tyranid biosignals with 91.7% accuracy. Coordinate Gamma 9, beneath the northern ice cap, detection of. Each coordinate was coldly marked on the planet's holographic map, like festering black spots appearing on a beautiful face. The planet's illusion of tranquility was utterly torn apart, revealing the ugly, writhing truth within. It was already terminally ill. And then, the most deadly judgment. Skin comparison complete. Olegana's voice was like the death knell of a final judgment. Planetary Governor Klosov, Defense Force General Valens, Chief Representative of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a total of 17 members of the planet's highest management, their reserved gene samples and real-time scan data, perfectly match the characteristics of a gene stealer's fourth-generation infected. Conclusion: the planet's ruling core has been completely infiltrated. All orders we previously issued have, with high probability, been systematically delayed, distorted, and intercepted by their system. A deathly silence fell over the command center, broken only by the low hum of machinery and the distant echo of alarms. All the clues finally converged into an undeniable fact. Why did everything seem prosperous and peaceful? Because all the blemishes had been meticulously concealed by this controlled system. This was a fallen world, a tribute placed on the table, awaiting only the arrival of the Tyranid swarm. A cold shiver ran down Chen Xi's spine, but it was immediately replaced by a more surging fury. He was not only angry at the aliens' desecration, but also felt a deep, almost suffocating dread. Azure Dawn was a famous garden world in the sector, the preferred vacation paradise for nobles and high-ranking officials in the Mariupol sector, and even the entire solar system. For hundreds, even thousands of years, how many imperial grandees, wealthy merchants, and potentially even certain military personnel and their families, had enjoyed the sun and waves here, completely unaware that they were walking upon a giant infection nest? The local officials, service personnel, and even just casually encountered strangers they had interacted with, how many of them were cult members? Every handshake, every shared meal, every seemingly harmless social interaction could have been a potential opportunity for infection transmission. Gene Stealer's contamination was a latent, generational curse. Had those nobles who left here, returning to their posts or fiefdoms, unknowingly become ticking time bombs, carrying the shadow of the Tyranid swarm into the deeper core regions of the Imperium? The fear brought by this thought even surpassed the fall of a planet itself. This was no longer an isolated, localized contamination event, but a plague that might have silently spread within the Imperium's body. Its potential scope of impact was simply immeasurable. Immediate action was required, and everything had to be stifled in the most thorough and ruthless manner. Olegana. Chen Xi's voice was resolute, allowing no doubt. Immediately have the Gabbro send an urgent star language reader message to Rostov sector headquarters. Content as follows: Azure Dawn planet confirmed to be under full infiltration by the Tyranid swarm gene stealer cult. The ruling core and part of the armed forces have defected. Multiple confirmed Tyranid bio-strongholds exist on the surface and underground. Request: immediately dispatch an Ash Knights Titan battle group, no less than 3 regiments of elite Imperial Guard, and Adeptus Mechanicus bio-extermination special forces authorized to use viral weapons and geological pulverization equipment. We need absolute firepower to blockade this sector, sufficient to execute an extermination order, and be prepared for the worst to purify everything. The message was encrypted, compressed, and pushed by the star language reader on board with his full willpower into the currents of the warp, speeding towards the distant headquarters. However, just as the urgent star language reader message was sent, Olegana's alarm suddenly became shrill. Detecting large-scale directional communication interference. Source: Haiyan City, the planetary capital. Multiple previously silent ground defense weapon platforms have changed their signal status to hostile. Gabbro reporting detecting missile lock signals from the surface. Multiple sources. The Gene Stealer cult realized their disguise had been completely torn away. They no longer hid. The slaughter had begun. Chapter 659, War. Gabbro Emergency Report. The anti-air arrays on the planetary main island, Azure Crown, are fully activating, targeting us. Olegana's synthesized voice, rarely elevated, sharpened with a metallic edge in its coldness, like a dagger suddenly drawn, cutting through the heavy air in the command center. Chen Xi's reaction was lightning fast, without the slightest hesitation. Have the battleship ascend to a higher orbit. All weapon systems to stand by, let them try to destroy the spaceport. We cannot let the Xenos leave this planet. His voice was like forged iron, firm and cold. He keenly realized that this was very likely a trap meticulously designed by the cult, to lure the orbital battleship into firing, causing massive civilian casualties, thereby portraying the Inquisition as slaughterers, and weaving a pretext of justice for the arrival of chaos and Xenos. Even though that so-called avatar of God would be the all-consuming Tyranid swarm. However, the enemy's scheme was far more insidious and proactive than simple defense. Before the command's echo faded, a series of violent explosions suddenly erupted from the east side of the island. The source of the sound was their private port where their transport craft were docked. Thick black smoke, like a monstrous beast, rose into the sky, instantly engulfing the azure heavens. Immediately after, the shriek of laser weapons cutting through the air, the heavy roar unique to bolters, and the colossal sound of collapsing buildings intertwined, announcing the start of a full-scale assault. Inquisitor. They're here. Titus's rough voice came through the comms channel, with a background of deafening explosions and the crackle of energy weapons overloading. A bunch of Xeno bastards in planetary defense force uniforms and port worker outfits. They're gene stealers hybrids. They are extremely numerous, well organized, and heavily armed. Their objective is to seize our transport craft, control the docks, and cut off our retreat. As if to echo his report, the originally dreamlike, tranquil azure waters around the island now boiled like a pot of oil into which a red-hot iron had been plunged. Dozens, hundreds of twisted, non-human, terrifying figures broke through the waves, roaring as they charged towards the beach. Some had skin as pale as drowned victims, covered in slippery mucus, others were partially mutated, their limbs twisted into deadly weapons, covered in coarse chitinous carapaces, their eyes burned with pure hatred and fanaticism for pure-blood humans, for the Imperium, for all order. These were the standard ground troops of the gene stealer cult, aberrants and various hybrids. They had been lurking beneath the deep sea, and now, using the cover of the ocean, launched a deadly surprise attack. They let out blasphemous, incomprehensible war cries against the God Emperor, brandishing claws and crude but effective bioweapons, surging onto the beach like a tide of death, rushing towards every facility along the coast. In a mere moment, the paradise-like resort had transformed into a brutal battlefield of flying flesh and blood. All units, assume maximum combat configuration. Chen Xi's voice, like bedrock, cut through the chaotic noise, instantly stabilizing the situation. The Inquisitor's authority and decisiveness became an invisible pillar at this moment. Titus, your squad will immediately reinforce the spaceport. If the Gabbro doesn't destroy the spaceport, then you will seize it. Hold or completely destroy all aircraft. Absolutely no transport craft must fall into Xeno hands. They cannot be allowed to leave this planet. Oligana, establish a defensive line centered on the command center. Fully link with the Gabbro's fire control system. I need its eyes and its fists. For the Emperor. Purge the Xenos. Titus's roar, like a thunderclap, exploded through the channel. The Death Watch squad immediately displayed their terrifying efficiency and destructive power as the Imperium's elite exterminators. Titus himself stood like a mobile steel fortress at the forefront of the battle line. Each time his chainsword roared as they swung, it was accompanied by the sickening sound of snapping bone and shattering armor, pulverizing an oncoming mutated hybrid into an unrecognizable pulp of flesh. The heavy bolter in his other hand fired stable bursts, each bolter round precisely tearing apart a Xeno's head or chest cavity, turning it into scattered organic fragments. The heavy weapons specialist behind him had already set up a twin-barreled meltagun. Accompanied by the chilling sound of energy gathering, a blindingly white torrent of energy erupted, like the angry breath of a deity. Wherever the melta-beam touched, the beach instantly melted and crystallized, turning into patches of shimmering, strangely glowing glassy hell. The gene stealers hybrids caught within didn't even have time to scream before they vaporized or turned into charred lumps in the extreme heat. Gutierrez, meanwhile, utilized the terrain and temporary cover, using his modified artificer bolter to fire precise, long bursts, specifically targeting enemies attempting to flank using vegetation or architectural debris. Each reinforced bolter round remained effectively lethal after penetrating cover. Mai and Twilight stood back to back, their bolters and melta pistols firing alternately, forming a deadly crossfire net. At the same time, Oligana 003's mechanical appendages danced with unprecedented speed. Portable force field generators were rapidly deployed at the main entrances of the command center, emitting a soft blue glow, sufficient to deflect most light to medium firepower. Two small auto turrets rose from her equipment box, their cold muzzles beginning to rotate, sweeping approaching enemies with precise laser beams. Her eyes, a blur of data streams, had successfully established an over-the-horizon link with the battleship in orbit. Link confirmed. Gabbro Fire Control System online, Tactical Strike Matrix on standby. Request authorization for limited orbital strike. Oligana's report remained calm, but in the background, the hum of auto turrets firing and the ripple of the energy field being struck could already be heard. Authorization granted. Prioritize clearing enemy concentrations posing the greatest threat to our positions, as well as all enemy surface vessels attempting to approach the island, minimizing impact on non-combat areas and civilians. Chen Xi ordered without hesitation, his bolter already in hand, his other hand gripping the hilt of his power sword. An invisible wave of psychic energy also began to gather around him, like an impending storm, ready to deal with any enemy psychic units or more powerful mutated monsters that might appear. Seconds later, the Emperor's judgment descended from the heavens. Several blindingly hot beams of light tore through the clouds, like divine spears of retribution from myth, striking with pinpoint accuracy at several key nodes of the battlefield. An armed speedboat, rushing towards the island at full speed, laden with fanatics, was instantly vaporized, leaving only a boiling vortex and a few floating remnants on the sea surface. Another beam slammed into the most densely packed enemy area on the beach. The violent explosion hurled seawater, sand, and countless Xeno limbs and severed body parts dozens of meters into the air, forming a small, foul mushroom cloud. The timely support of orbital firepower temporarily suppressed the enemy's fierce offensive, leaving giant melt craters and charred piles of bodies on the beach. However, the crisis was far from over. Beneath the sea around the island, countless twisted dark figures still lurked and prowled, awaiting the opportune moment for their next attack. And further afield, chaotic reports from across the planet continuously poured in through Oligana, piecing together a desperate picture of global collapse. The planetary capital has completely lost contact, all official channels are covered by blasphemous signals. Orbital scans show large-scale firefights at Defense Force headquarters, and energy signatures are rapidly extinguishing. Warning, activity at multiple previously marked underground biosignal points has sharply increased. Large numbers of Tyranid biosignals have appeared in the ocean. The number has exceeded 1 billion. and is still increasing. Receiving numerous encrypted distress signals, signal sources are primarily concentrated in strongholds not yet fully controlled, such as ecclesiarchy cathedrals, planetary defense force fortresses, and some unfallen private islands. Loyalists are fighting independently but are still resisting. Every message was like a heavy hammer, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The planet was sliding into an irreversible abyss at an alarming speed. Chen Xi stood before the temporary command post, the servo systems of his power armor humming softly. His stern gaze swept across the smoke-filled battlefield. Titus and his Death Watch were mercilessly harvesting Xenos with bolters and flames. He took a deep breath, his voice resounding across the entire island through the loudspeaker, and also transmitted to all still resisting loyalists via a Legionist system, all loyal warriors of the Imperium. Rally to my coordinates. We are the Emperor's will in this place. We shall not retreat a single step. Chapter 660, Reinforcements arrive. The sky of Azure Dawn Star had been utterly defiled, a shroud of smoke and ash covering the firmament. The light of the Zis star struggled to penetrate this deathly veil, casting only a sickly, jaundiced glow, as if the entire planet was slowly dying from an incurable disease. The summit of Tranquility Island, where Chen Xi was located, had transformed from a luxurious resort into an isolated fortress forged in blood and fire. The once elegant leisure facilities were either leveled to construct fortifications or had collapsed into ruins under continuous attacks. Oligana had restructured the defense system with inhuman efficiency, anti-gravity hovercar engines were dismantled and repurposed into temporary regional force field generators, reinforced building materials from resort houses were used to strengthen bunkers, even the servitors were reprogrammed to form blocking squads armed with light weapons. They marched with mechanical and precise steps towards the beachhead, their cold metal bodies slowing the advance of the Xenos tide. The loyalty faction's composition was complex yet not dispersed. Aside from Chen Xi's inner circle and the Death Watch squad led by Titus, the main body consisted of over 100 Imperial nobles on vacation here and their private guards. These nobles mostly came from prominent families in the Mariupol sector and even core worlds. Initially, their opulent clothes were stained with filth, their faces etched with unfamiliar fear and confusion, like trapped beasts lost in a nightmare. But all of this changed after they gathered behind the Inquisitor. Perhaps they were corpulent, greedy, cruel, extravagant, and debauched, embodying all the corruption of the imperial ruling class yet, when facing the enemies of humanity, not a single one showed cowardice. Precisely because the Inquisitor stood behind them, and because the Emperor's angels were fighting beside them, a nearly insane sense of honor dispelled all hesitation. They gripped their overly ornate but powerful personal weapons, firing with clumsy but resolute stances, as if participating in a bloody noble hunt. Their private guards were even more so, well-equipped and well-trained, perhaps lacking experience against Xenos, but certainly not lacking the resolve to die to fight alongside the Adeptus Astartes was an unimaginable supreme glory for many. In addition, there were about 2 companies of planetary defense force remnants, bewildered but choosing to obey the Inquisitor's authority. They wore the local standard light blue military uniforms, indistinguishable from the mutiny compatriots which led to several heartbreaking friendly fire incidents. They were deployed on the outermost defensive line, enduring the greatest pressure and internal suspicion. A young defense force soldier, his face still bearing the unfaded innocence of youth, had his throat pierced by a sniper laser from a renegade while carrying ammunition. He fell to the ground, his hands futilely clutching the gushing wound, his eyes wide, staring at the grey sky, as if questioning why the God Emperor allowed compatriots to slaughter each other. The nobles' private vessels provided crucial mobility and fire support. A medium-sized luxury yacht was converted into a temporary gunboat. The laser weapons added by the noble for ostentation became important heavy firepower, operated personally by Gutierrez. With each shot, the overloaded laser focusers emitted a piercing wail, but the scorching beams always vaporized entire swaths of mutants rushing onto the beach into charred remains. Another small speedboat performed an even more dangerous mission. Under Oligana's remote guidance, it daringly broke through the defense line, bombarding tyrannid organisms attempting to approach underwater with depth charges. Each return voyage saw the hull covered in pits corroded by bioacid and cracks torn by claws. Titus and his Death Watch squad were the unyielding bedrock of the defense line. They were anchored like a rock at critical points, repelling the tide-like assault with unmatched firepower and will. In orbit, the Gabros lance strikes were the ultimate guarantee maintaining the defense line. Each flicker of a lance bloomed into a flower of destruction on the ground, melting large areas of Xenos along with sand and rock into vitrified scorch marks. But the strikes had to be exquisitely precise. Oligana pushed her computational power to the limit, balancing lethality, avoiding friendly fire, and conserving the ship's ammunition. No one knew when reinforcements would arrive. Holding out for reinforcements was the only option. After Titus' squad miraculously blew up all spacefaring vessels in the starport, the pressure on the island sharply increased. With no hope of leaving the planet, the Genestealer cult poured all its madness into this isolated island, representing the Imperial's last resistance. The waves of attack grew stronger, relentless, seemingly endless. Just as the defense line was tottering, loyalty casualties continued to climb, and even Chen Xi had to personally take up arms against the enemy. The reinforcements finally arrived. First to tear through the sky was an extremely sharp whistle, overriding all shouts and explosions on the battlefield. Dozens of burning meteors pierced the murky firmament. These were the drop pods launched by the Ashes Night Strike cruiser, targeting the island's core. The Emperor's will has descended. Titus roared over the comms channel, his voice trembling with near excitement. The drop pods slammed into the ground with violent force, some even plunging directly into the surging Xenos tide. The moment the hatches exploded open, the internal bolter and flamethrower systems instantly cleared all life around them. Then, tall, dark grey figures stepped out. Primaris Space Marines of the Ashen Knights chapter joined the battlefield. They brought firepower far exceeding the scattered fire of Deathwatch. Heavy bolters, plasma cannons, and melta guns formed a dense curtain of fire, reaping Xenos in swathes like the scythe of death. Chapter Master Shidong dropped pod directly into Chen Xi's position. The two did not exchange pleasantries, merely completing a simple handover and assessment of the battle situation. Inquisitor, Chapter Master Shidong's voice came through the external loudspeaker, cold and efficient, with the hoarseness of years of campaigning. The Ashen Knights chapter has responded to your plea for aid. Please inform us of the current situation and highest priority objectives. Chen Xi gazed at the real-time footage displayed on the screen. The fresh forces of the Ash Knights were tearing through the Xenos' assault like a hot knife through butter. The previously collapsing defense line was rapidly being consolidated, even launching a counter-advance. Commander Shidong, thank you for your swift assistance. Chen Xi responded, his tone restored to absolute calm. Highest priority, consolidate the existing defense line, establish a forward command post and a landing zone. In the southeast direction of the island, near the coordinates of the original Deep Blue Sea Cave, a strong biological signal source has been detected, suspected to be the core hive or summoning node of the Gene Stealer cult. Once the defense line is stable, I need your unit and Deathwatch to launch a targeted extermination assault. Understood. Exterminate the hive. Just as I wished. Commander Shidong's reply was concise, and he immediately turned to deploy his companies. Chen Xi temporarily handed over tactical command to Commander Shidong. The chapter master immediately demonstrated excellent command skills. The Ash Knights quickly recaptured key high ground and beachheads in squad formations, using devastating firepower to push the Xenos back into the ocean. During this brief respite, Chen Xi was able to step away from micro-tactics and once again turn his attention to the global battle situation. Oligana projected the latest orbital scan onto the main screen. The crimson areas representing Tyranid organisms were still slowly but steadily expanding, especially in the vast deep seas of this planet. Chapter 661. The arrival of the Ash Knights injected an indomitable will into the island's defenses, but it could not reverse the planet's slide toward destruction. The Gene Stealer cult, sensing the growing strength of the Imperial forces, abandoned its slow erosion tactics and instead activated the ultimate weapon buried deep within the planet's life essence, the all-consuming ocean itself. Oligana's monitoring arrays were the first to emit a piercing alarm. The biological signal readings of the global ocean surged wildly at an unprecedented rate, no longer a chaotic cacophony of individual echoes, but coalescing into several vast, unified biological consciousness aggregates radiating pure malice. Concurrently, the Tyranid biomatter deposition site deep within the Deep Blue Sea Cave released astonishing energy fluctuations, as if a malevolent heart pulsating in the abyss had reached the peak of its contraction. Warning, Tyranid bioship class biological signals detected. Multiple super-large targets are surfacing from the deep sea, trajectories pointing towards this island and major continental plate coastlines. Oligana's synthesized voice was cold and urgent, overriding all background noise in the command center. As if to confirm her assessment, the entire island trembled violently. It was not the shock of bombardment, but a terrifying geological groan caused by some ancient, primal force stirring the continental shelf. The sea level began to rise unnaturally, kilometers of seawater boiling and roaring, and then, the nightmare materialized into reality. Colossal entities tore through the sea surface. These were living behemoths beyond conventional biological concepts, Tyranid creatures akin to leviathans. They were covered in thick, slick, constantly proliferating chitinous carapaces, riddled with honeycomb-like pores from which endless gargoyles and spore mines spewed forth like pus, instantly obscuring the sky. Their head structures were twisted and deformed, some gaped with mouths large enough to swallow a landing craft, filled with layers of rapidly rotating bone-grinding plates. Others had evolved massive biocannons, churning with deadly bioplasma energy, flashing with destructive green light. For the Emperor. Hold your ground. Chapter Master Shidong's roar was like thunder, cutting through the initial chaos of the battlefield. He and his Ash Knights Space Marines formed the backbone of the defense line. The Chapter Master himself stood at the fiercest point of the battle, his heavy bolter spitting destructive firepower in a steady rhythm, precisely targeting a cluster of sensory organs on one of the behemoths, causing fluids to spray and forcing the monster to emit a deafening shriek of pain. However, individual valor seemed minuscule in the face of terror on such a scale. These oceanic behemoths were themselves mobile fortresses and hatching nest, directly impacting the island's bedrock with their mountain-like bodies. Each impact shook the ground, and carefully constructed defense lines collapsed in swathes like sandcastles built by children. Each strike from a tentacle or limb covered in thick carapace could obliterate an entire position along with its defenders. The sky had been completely dominated by Tyranid air superiority creatures. Hordes of gargoyles, like clouds of death, swooped and attacked. Their small bioweapons and claws might pose limited threat to power armor, but they were a deadly nightmare for mortal soldiers and light vehicles. Spore mines drifted silently, exploding violently upon sensing life signs, scattering deadly toxins and corrosive fluids in all directions. The battlefield instantly transformed into a meat grinder of extreme chaos. Facing this apocalyptic scene, the Empire's elites displayed extraordinary resilience. Captain Titus and his Deathwatch squad were like unmoving bulwarks, constantly anchored at the forefront of the defense line. Their bolters and plasma weapons efficiently targeted the limbs of the colossal creatures attempting to land and the approaching flying units, their precise firepower always dismantling the Tyranids' offensive waves at the most dangerous moments. The Ash Knights, operating in squads, coordinated their heavy weapons meltaguns, plasma cannons, and lascannons, leaving scorched craters on the behemoth's carapaces, slowing their advance, and even successfully forcing a heavily wounded behemoth to retreat. Oligana maintained high synchronization with the Gabbro in orbit, Her calculations never ceased. Request orbital strike authorization. Target, oceanic behemoths. Risk, extremely high, close-range strike highly likely to cause collateral damage. Her report was swift and clear. Authorized. Fire immediately. Stop them. Chen Xi's command was without hesitation. The price of survival had to be paid. The Gabro's lance again tore through the atmosphere, this strike almost skimming the edge of the island's anti-air network. A searing beam precisely hit the spine of one behemoth, instantly vaporizing its thick carapace and most of its body. Purplish-black blood erupted like a volcanic eruption, staining the surrounding sea a foul, brownish red. The behemoth let out a deafening wail and slowly sank, the resulting tsunami washing away several sections of the beachhead. The orbital strike once again demonstrated its destructive power, but it also exacted a price from the defenders. The shockwave of the explosion shattered reinforced glass behind them, and splashing energy scorched nearby soldiers. The battle entered its most brutal attrition phase. The ocean was no longer azure, but a purplish-black swamp churning with viscous blood, floating with severed limbs and shattered weapons. The air was a mix of the acrid smell of ozone, gunpowder, heavy blood, and the unique sweet, decaying stench of tyrannid creatures. The presence of the Space Marines became the crucial pillar preventing the defense line from collapsing. Their superhuman endurance, superior power armor, and unparalleled combat skills enabled them to continue fighting in conditions where mortal armies would have long since crumbled. A new Ash Knights recruit, with astonishing reaction speed, dodged a fatal tentacle strike, then retaliated with a meltagun, severing the tentacle. The Deathwatch warriors covered each other, their mobile fortress tactics effectively curbed the infiltration of spore mines and gargoyles. Their casualties were kept at extremely low levels, every injury or combat loss stemmed from extreme accidents or being overwhelmed by sheer numbers, which itself was proof of their extraordinary strength. However, they could not turn the tide of battle. They could hold one point, but they could not defend every inch of the island's perimeter coastline. They could kill behemoths, but each kill consumed precious time and ammunition, and the deep ocean seemed to hold an endless supply of replacements. Noble Guard units suffered structural losses, and the remnants of the planetary defense force bled out in desperate close-quarters combat. Though the Space Marines were incredibly powerful, their numbers, relative to the hundreds of millions of the tyrannid swarm, were merely a few hard reefs in a surging tide. They could break the waves, but they could not stop the ocean from roaring. Chen Xi stood in the command center, his psychic senses filled with endless pain and cries of death. His face was like cold steel, only occasionally did his fingertips twitch to deflect spore mines flying towards critical facilities, or a flicker in his eyes redirect bioplasma aimed at supply points, revealing the multiple calculations and psychic interventions he was performing. He was everyone's pillar, but he also clearly recognized the limits. The battle stabilized temporarily in a brutally bloody tug-of-war, but this balance was as fragile as a spider's silk. The Empire's elites had repelled the fiercest assaults, but they could not eliminate the source of the contamination, the tyrannid nodal organisms hidden in the unreachable deep sea. To execute a decapitation strike, even the Adeptus Astartes could not operate in a 10,000-meter deep trench without specialized equipment. What they needed was numbers, a vast, fearless army capable of covering the entire planet's coastline. They needed countless legions of the Astra Militarum, overwhelming barrages of guns and a steel torrent, to counter the alien ocean with absolute numerical superiority. Only then could these powerful Astartes monks be freed from the endless war of attrition, becoming the sharpest daggers to stab directly into the enemy's heart. But for now, they held their ground, awaiting reinforcements. Every spent bolter casing hitting the ground, every roar of a chainsword, every lance streaking across the sky, was a steadfast vow to buy precious time for reinforcements to arrive. They held firm, believing that the Imperial war machine would eventually answer the call, bringing the Emperor's destruction upon this alien plague. Chapter 662, For the Lion King. The island fortress, battered and cracking under the assault of ocean leviathans and endless waves of Xenos, miraculously stood unyielding. The extraordinary combat power of the Ash Knights and Deathwatch formed the core of the defense. The orbital strikes from the Gabro were a critical deterrent maintaining the battle, while the remaining mortal soldiers and noble guards filled the gaps in the defenses with desperate courage. But Chen Xi was clearer than anyone else, this was only temporary. The Space Marines' ammunition and stamina were not limitless, yet the enemy's numbers showed no sign of diminishing. The life signals emanating from the deep ocean remained immense and terrifying, as if the entire planetary ocean had completely transformed into a tyrannid swarm biomass incubator. He stood solemnly before the command console, gazing at the global battle situation screen. The green dots representing the loyalist imperial resistance were sparse and dim, extinguishing one by one. They were mostly ecclesiarchy cathedrals, isolated defense force fortresses, or private islands like this one that fortuitously possessed heavy firepower. The disappearance of each dot meant the death of hundreds, even thousands, of loyal imperial subjects. Meanwhile, the Crimson Domain symbolizing the tyrannid swarm had covered over 90% of the sea and major coastal areas, and was still slowly but unstoppably spreading inland. Inquisitor, Olegana reported, her mechanical voice seemingly tinged with a subtle strain, tyrannid gigantic bioweapon arrays have been detected in the near-island area, posing a direct threat to the orbiting Gabro and the Ash Knights chapter fleet. Our ship is forced to raise its orbital altitude, and the frequency of orbital strikes will be significantly reduced. The Ash Knights chapter reports that ammunition reserves have been depleted by over 60%. A breach has appeared in the southern defense line of the island, and Chapter Master Shidong has personally led troops to reinforce it. The next large-scale attack is expected within 20 standard hours. Chen Xi silently watched the star map. Holding out for reinforcements was the correct decision, but the reinforcements they awaited were still nowhere to be seen. The Rostov sector headquarters might have received the message, but mobilizing a fleet and ground forces sufficient to execute an exterminatus would take time, and time was precisely what they lacked most. They could not wait any longer. A stronger, wider distress signal, one that clearly indicated the level of the destructive crisis, had to be sent out. Olegana, Chen Xi's voice was decisive. In my name, Inquisitor Chen Xi, activate highest authority. Order the chief star language reader, at all costs, to transmit the following message with the highest priority to sector headquarters and all Imperial forces that may receive it. Even if it burns his life, ensure the message penetrates the warp storms. He paused briefly, then dictated clearly, each word weighing 1,000 pounds. Emergency distress call. Maximum threat level. Coordinates, GX-7 Azure Dawn system. Confirmed large-scale Tyranid swarm invasion. Genestealer cult has seized control of the planetary ruling class and most armed forces. Multiple Tyranid hive clusters and ship-class biological entities confirmed. Planetary defense system has completely collapsed. Loyalist remnants are still resisting, on the verge of annihilation. Request immediate support from all Imperial forces. Repeat, Tyranid swarm threat, Genestealer rebellion. Immediate, thorough military intervention required. For the Emperor. The message was given the Inquisition's highest emergency designation and priority. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the northern coastline of the island, and the seawater rose like mountains. A Leviathan-class Tyranid creature, far larger than any seen before, broke through the massive waves, its form a manifestation of nightmare, its colossal body, covered in thick chitinous armor, moved like a mountain, countless whip-like tentacles and massive bone blades tore through the air, emitting ear-splitting shrieks. From its multifaceted head, a gaping maw large enough to swallow a Thunderhawk gunship opened, revealing layers of pale, acid-dripping fangs. Wherever it passed, temporary shore defenses were crushed like toys, and the defending mortal soldiers instantly turned into blood mist. North Coast. Leviathan-class creature breach. Sergeant Titus's calm yet urgent voice came through the comms channel, with the roar of bolters and the shattering of biological carapaces in the background. Iron Redemption kill team, intercept it. Don't let it destroy the command center's barrier. Without hesitation, the Deathwatch kill team, like precise killing machines, lunged at the new threat. Titus led the charge, his power armor's servo systems roaring, his chainsword Emperor's retribution screaming as it hacked at a sweeping giant tentacle, its teeth tearing through tough biological tissue, splashing large amounts of putrid body fluid. Concentrate fire, target joints and eye sockets. Titus's voice, amplified by his helmet, cut through the battlefield noise. The kill team members immediately followed orders. A brother from the Blood Angel seared the Leviathan's flank with a heavy flamer, scorching smaller appendages attempting to emerge from the carapace seams. A warrior of Iron Hand's descent precisely targeted it with a plasma gun, hot plasma spheres exploding into molten craters on the beast's thick shoulder carapace, emitting a pungent smell of ozone and charring. However, the Leviathan's defenses were extremely formidable, and conventional attacks were rarely fatal. It let out a deafening roar, and its massive bone blade slashed down violently, narrowly missing a Black Templar's descendant warrior who was slightly slow to dodge. Its colossal body continued to press forward, only a few hundred meters from the fragile outer barrier of the command center. It must be stopped. A brother from the White Scars, piloting an attack bike, circled the giant beast at incredible speed, using the vehicle-mounted multi-meltas to draw its attention, narrowly avoiding disaster. Titus quickly assessed the situation. Orpha. Darius. Use melta bombs and assault drills, aim for the support point of its front left limb. Everyone else, focus fire. The order was swiftly executed. Bolter, laser, and plasma fire rained down on the Leviathan's head and bone blades. Although unable to inflict decisive damage, it successfully enraged the giant beast, making its attacks slightly more chaotic. Just as it raised its front limb, attempting to crush the annoying iron fly, the attack bike. For the Emperor. Orpha from the Imperial Fists and Darius from the Space Wolves seized this fleeting opportunity. They used their jump packs to leap into the air, precisely throwing and securing steaming melta bombs and activated assault drills onto the massive joint connecting the Leviathan's front left limb to its body. Boom. Boom. Two muffled but powerful explosions erupted from within. Even the super regeneration ability of a Tyranid creature could not instantly repair such devastating damage to a critical area. The Leviathan let out a shriek of pain and rage, its massive body suddenly swayed, its front left limb almost completely severed, with only some biological tissue clinging on, immediately losing its balance. Now! Titus roared, seizing the moment, his power armor at full output, charging along the giant beast's damaged, pain-lowered front limb. His chainsword roared incessantly, and he scrambled upwards on the violently struggling beast's body as if climbing a cliff, aiming for its constantly thrashing, terrifying head. Bolter fire from below cleared small appendages attempting to block his path. Titus ignored the acid splashing his armor and the lashing tentacles, his eyes fixed only on his target. He finally leaped onto the Leviathan's nape, plunging his roaring chainsword deeply into its relatively vulnerable cervical spine connection, and cut downwards with all his might. High-frequency saw teeth violently grated against hard chitin and bone, emitting a sickening shriek, sparks and fragments of biological tissue flying everywhere. Titus clung tightly to the hilt of his sword, refusing to let go no matter how wildly the giant beast thrashed. Finally, with a tearing crack, the chainsword severed the most important nerve cords and supporting structures. The Leviathan's frantic movements abruptly ceased, and the eerie green glow in its compound eyes instantly dimmed. The terrifying giant beast let out a weak wail and crashed down like an avalanche, raising a cloud of seawater and mud, unable to move again. Titus leaped from the now motionless corpse, landing in knee-deep sea water, his chain sword covered in viscous Xenos blood. He looked around, confirming the threat was neutralized. Target clear. Kill team report casualties. Minor damage, Sergeant. Combat effective. The kill team quickly regrouped, vigilantly watching the still churning sea, ready for the next wave of attack. Beneath their feet, the Leviathan's colossal corpse became a temporary, bloody monument on the coastline. The subsequent time passed slowly in agony. Warp communications were fraught with uncertainty and delays, each silence deepening the despair. The battle on the island continued, growing ever more brutal. The remaining defenders held on by sheer will and their last vestiges of faith in the Emperor and in reinforcements. Finally, approximately 6 standard hours after the signal was sent, the Gabbro received a faint but rapidly strengthening star language reader signal. Olegana swiftly translated and reported it. Response received. Signal identification, source is the Imperial Navy Patrol Fleet Steadfast Will Cruiser, received and translated. An Adeptus Astartes fleet has received our distress call. They have exited warp travel and are jumping into this system. Identification code confirmed as a successor chapter of the Dark Angels, the Penitence Blade. Inside the command center, all who heard the news were shaken. The Dark Angels and its successor chapters were known for their powerful firepower and ruthless style in cleansing operations. Penitence Blade, Chen Xi murmured, a hint of unreadable gravity flashing in his eyes. While the Dark Angels lineage chapters were powerful and reliable, they were widely known to often focus on their own ancient traditions and secret missions. But at this moment, any reinforcements were a gift from the Emperor. The translated message continued, received message from the Penitence Blade Fleet Commander, Captain Casiel, hold on, Inquisitor. We are almost there. For the Lion King and the Emperor. The message was brief, stern, and filled with undeniable resolve. The news quickly spread through battlefield communications, greatly boosting the morale of the faltering defenders. The soldiers unleashed their last strength, repelling another wave of Xenos surging onto the beachhead. Chen Xi gazed at the constantly soaring readings of the warp signal strength on the observation screen, yet felt no relief in his heart. Reinforcements were coming, but the final, darkest battle might have just begun. The arrival of the Penitence Blade meant stronger firepower, and it might also mean their interest in certain ancient secrets on this planet, unrelated to the swarm, that might exist. But for now, purging the Tyranid infestation on this planet was the top priority. Chapter 663, Penitence Blade. The veil of the warp was abruptly torn, and 3 colossal, grim, and angular black shadows, like avenging battleships from ancient myths, slowly glided into the real space of the Azure Dawn system. Their hulls gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the starlight, and their massive turrets and launch bays were already open, exuding a chilling killing intent. They were the Indomitable Faith, the Sword of Redemption, and the Scar of Oblivion, strike cruisers belonging to the Penitence Blade chapter, a successor chapter of the Dark Angels. Almost simultaneously, near the system's Mandeville point, reality's fabric was disturbed again as a much larger Imperial fleet completed its jump. The Imperial Navy escort fleet, led by the old Gothic-class cruiser Steadfast Will, appeared first, followed by a vast number of bulky, transport vessels that seemed to be riveted together from countless steel plates. The holds of these ships were packed with the fastest response forces the Department of Military Affairs could muster, Astra Militarum regiments from across the Imperium. Though not at full strength, they carried a Steadfast Will that had traversed the Star Sea. The Gabbros bridge immediately picked up these familiar Imperial engine signals, and Olegana's voice sounded in Chen Xi's private COMM channel, Inquisitor, reinforcements have arrived. Identifying 3 strike cruisers of the Penitence Blade chapter, along with an Imperial Navy escort fleet and troop transports. Chen Xi was in a position on the southern part of the island that had just repelled an attack, his power sword stained with viscous purple blood. He looked up at the sky, obscured by smoke yet still allowing him to sense the fleet's presence, and silently exhaled a long-held breath of stale air. It was not relief, but the shifting of a heavy burden of responsibility to a larger war machine. Establish a high-priority COMM link. Connect me to the fleet commander of the Penitence Blade and the highest-ranking Astra Militarum commander, Chen Xi ordered, his voice steady and cold through the helmet's filter, without a hint of fluctuation. A holographic image quickly coalesced in the temporary command center. An Astartes captain, clad in deep green power armor with the Penitence Blade insignia on his shoulder pad, appeared. He held his helmet in the crook of his arm, revealing a battle-hardened face with sharp eyes, bearing the unique depth and prudence of a First Legion descendant. Inquisitor, the other's voice rumbled like a low-throttling engine, I am Captain Casiel of the 5th Company, Penitence Blade. We answer your call for aid. For the Lion King and the Emperor, report the situation. Almost simultaneously, another COMM window flickered open, and an old man in an Astra Militarum general's uniform, looking weary but with eyes like iron, spoke, Inquisitor, General Otto Glenn, commander of the Astra Militarum Provisional Combined Forces, reports for duty. My units are in orbit, awaiting orders. Please indicate landing zones and priority targets. Our soldiers are ready to purge this land. Chen Xi swiftly shared global scan data, enemy distribution, loyalist strongholds, and the status of the island's defense lines. On the holographic star map, shocking crimson nearly covered the entire ocean. Captain Casiel, General Glenn, Chen Xi said concisely, welcome to hell. The planet's ruling class has fallen into the hands of Xenos. The ocean is their domain, and the surface is riddled with nests and fanatics. Your arrival is the Emperor's response to the loyalists. He pointed to several key coordinates: primary objective, cover the Astra Militarum forces as they establish secure landing zones and command nodes on the main continent's designated coastlines. The island's defenses are holding, but loyalist strongholds on the continent are falling rapidly. They desperately need your steel and fire. Secondly, Chen Xi turned to Kseal's image. Orbital bombardment must prioritize clearing these marked biocannon arrays and large sea monster gathering points to clear the way for the landing. Captain Kseal nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the tactical star map like a scanner, making swift decisions. The Sword of Redemption and the Scar of Oblivion will execute orbital purification. The Indomitable Faith will provide close orbit fire support. The Penitence Blade's aerial formations will lead the charge, clearing all high-value targets on the beachhead. His words carried no hesitation, only efficient and deadly resolve. General Glenn immediately ordered, all transport ships, proceed to the designated landing coordinates. Drop pods and landing craft prepare. First wave, I want the Astra Militarum Vanguard to hit the beach and establish a defensive line. For the Emperor. The war machine roared to full operation. The Penitence Blade's warships were the first to unleash the Emperor's wrath. The searing streams of lances and macro cannon, like divine scourges, once again descended upon Azure Dawn, their scale and intensity far beyond what the Gabbro could match. Massive biocannon arrays were reduced to burning organic residue under precise strikes. Leviathan-class monsters patrolling the ocean were focused by multiple lances, their carapaces melted and vaporized, emitting earth-shattering wails before sinking into the deep purple-stained abyss. Simultaneously, the Imperial Navy transport ship's bays opened, and countless drop pods rained down like fiery meteors, trailing exhaust plumes as they slammed into the designated coast. More landing craft swarmed towards the surface like a beehive. But what truly showcased the Penitence Blade's tactical prowess was their immense aerial power. Thunderhawk gunship and Storm Raven gunship formations roared out of the strike cruiser's hangars, like falcons swooping on prey, forming a moving armored screen above the Astra Militarum landing craft. They used precise firepower to eliminate swarms of flying creatures and heavy ground targets attempting to interfere with the landing, creating a relatively safe airspace for the drop operations. The ground battle instantly reversed. On the main continent's coastline, Astra Militarum soldiers, shouting the Emperor's name, braved incoming fire from jungles and ruins, bravely charging onto the beachhead. The roar of heavy bolters and mortars echoed along the coast, multi-laser cannons swept the landing zone, and infantry fighting vehicles advanced in coordination, quickly establishing a circular defensive line. Every inch of land gained was accompanied by sacrifice, the sand was soaked with blood, but the Imperium's banners were finally firmly planted once again in this fallen realm. Subsequent waves of soldiers constructed strong defensive lines and forward operating bases with astonishing efficiency. Heavy machinery roared, laying minefields and establishing anti-aircraft arrays simultaneously, rapidly transforming the beachhead into an offensive springboard. On the island, the Indomitable Faith's artillery fire landed precisely behind the Xenos hordes besieging the defensive line, incinerating thousands of Gene Stealers hybrids and mutants. The significantly relieved defenders even launched a brief counterattack, pushing the front line forward by several hundred meters. Chen Xi stood in the command center, gazing at the holographic map where the blue area representing Imperial control steadily expanded, inch by inch. The Imperium of man's war machine might be slow, but once fully engaged, its destructive power was enough to shake the stars. The sky was no longer the exclusive domain of tyrannid flying creatures. Imperial Navy Lightning Fighters and Avenger Strike Fighter squadrons weaved through the clouds, engaging in brutal aerial combat with gargoyle swarms and spore cysts. Lasers cut across the sky, missiles left trails of smoke, and the wreckage of Xenos organisms rained down. The Astartes of the Penitence Blade did not directly engage in the island's defense but, as Captain Kseal stated, acted as the Emperor's scalpel, airdropping directly into the areas on the continent with the fiercest resistance and densest nests. Their deep green forms on the battlefield were like the embodiment of death, mercilessly hunting down all high-value targets impeding the Astra Militarum's advance with precise and ferocious aerial maneuvers and strikes. The dawn of hope, finally piercing through dense smoke and despair, illuminated this ravaged world. And this light was forged from steel, fire, and endless sacrifice. Chapter 664, Campaign Progress. With the full intervention of the Penitence Blade chapter and the main Imperial Navy fleet, the battle shifted from a desperate defense to a brutal yet steady advance. The Astra Militarum legions, like a grey tide of steel and flesh, were guided by the solid dam of fleet firepower and Astartes' support, inch by inch scouring and purifying this defiled land. Upon the ruins of a continental coastal fortress, which had been consolidated and occupied by Astra Militarum forces, a forward joint command center was swiftly established. This had originally been a planetary defense force communication node. Now, the dilapidated buildings were reinforced, covered with winding communication cables like snakes and flickering data slates, and a giant holographic projector in the center continuously displayed the global battle situation in real time. Chen Xi, Captain Kseal, General Glenn, several high-ranking Astra Militarum officers, and a tech priest representing the Adeptus Mechanicus interests, gathered before the holographic display. The air was a mix of sweat, machine oil, and an undeniable tension. Despite their shared objective, cooperation between the Inquisitor, the Astartes, and the Astra Militarum was not without friction. Olegana's synthesized voice echoed through the loudspeakers, cold and precise. Orbital scans confirm that 70% of all marked super-large biological signals have been eliminated by orbital bombardment. One of her mechanical appendages pointed to the constantly flowing data stream on the holographic map. However, the remaining targets are mostly distributed in deep-sea trenches and extreme depth areas, where conventional orbital strikes can no longer effectively reach. Biological contamination has also permeated underground aquifers, and comprehensive purification extends far beyond the current fire coverage. General Glenn pointed his command stick at several slowly advancing blue arrows on the map, his voice heavy. Our forces have secured 35% of the coastal areas of the main continental plates and are pushing 5 to 10 kilometers inland. However, resistance is extremely tenacious. The Xenos and those depraved traitors are using every jungle, every mine shaft, every urban ruin to launch counterattacks. Progress is slow, and casualties continue to climb. Captain Caseal crossed his arms, his power armor emitting a low servo hum. His sharp gaze swept over the map, finally settling on the vast, crimson-covered ocean and scattered islands. Clearing the continent inch by inch is inefficient and will only give the Xenos in the deep sea a chance to breathe. We must strike directly at their roots. Agreed, Chen Xi said, his slender fingers tracing over the holographic image of areas marked as gene-stealer main hive nests and regions with abnormally strong tyrannid creature signals, especially those islands isolated in the outer sea. The ocean is their barrier, but it has also become their prison. Since they cannot escape, we will incinerate everything completely. A cold and efficient plan quickly took shape under Joint Command, codenamed Sea Incineration. The core of the plan was divided into 3 layers. The Imperial Navy fleet would conduct saturation orbital bombardment on all islands outside Loyalist strongholds and sea areas with dense tyrannid signals. Lance weapons, macro cannons, and cyclone torpedoes would be unleashed without reservation, aiming to completely obliterate all living structures and large biological clusters on the surface, burning the islands to glass and causing the sea to boil and evaporate. The Astra Militarum legions would be responsible for the steady eradication of continental areas, employing classic scorched earth tactics. Operating in company-level units with tank and armored vehicle support, they would sweep through designated sectors, establish quarantine zones, incinerate all vegetation and buildings that could conceal Xenos or were contaminated, and execute all discovered infected individuals and traitors, leaving no hidden dangers. As for the core hive nests hidden deep beneath the seabed or coral reefs, which even orbital bombardment could not completely destroy, the Empire's most elite forces would carry out pinpoint eradication. This mission, without a doubt, fell upon the shoulders of the Ashen Knights chapter and the Deathwatch kill team. They would act as the Empire's sharpest blade, stabbing directly into the enemy's most foul heart. Operation Sea Incineration, execute immediately, Chen Xi finally decided, his voice clearly audible in the noisy command center, carrying the unquestionable ultimate authority of an inquisitor. May the Emperor guide our cannon fire. With the order given, the storm of destruction escalated once more. From orbit, the ocean of azure dawn seemed to have fallen into a frenzy. Countless destructive beams continuously bombarded the sea surface, giant explosions stirred up towering waves, and steaming water vapor permeated like mist. Islands trembled, fractured, and burned under the incessant bombardment, their lush vegetation consumed by flames, and thick black smoke replaced the clouds of yesteryear. Countless shattered biological remains floated in the seawater, boiling bubbles hissed, and many tyrannid creatures were utterly annihilated by the extreme high temperatures before they could even surface. On the continent, the Astra Militarum's advance became increasingly resolute and ruthless. Heavy tanks rolled over ruins, blasting any suspicious cover into fragments. Flamethrower troops marched at the forefront, purifying every bush and every ruined building with scorching flames, and the air was filled with the choking stench of burning corpses and organic matter. The soldiers were expressionless, firing at all moving or human-like targets, whether they were mutated hybrids charging madly or gene-stealer cultists screaming heretical creeds. War here had stripped away all sentimentality, leaving only the most primal and cold-blooded killing. In this burning inferno, 2 forces stood out. The Ash Knights were like Grey Reapers in heavy armor, their Terminator's power armor allowing them to ignore most light fire suppression and directly assault the core areas of the most intense resistance. They crushed all obstacles with storm bolters and power fists, uprooting stubbornly resisting Xenos strongholds. At the same time, Captain Titus's Deathwatch kill team demonstrated its extraordinary versatile combat capabilities. At times, they advanced steadily with the Astra Militarum, eliminating enemy strongholds with precise firepower. At other times, they used jump packs for high-speed transfers, striking the flanks of Xenos forces like a blade, and at still other times, they infiltrated deep and complex underground networks, eradicating stubborn remnants that had managed to evade orbital bombardment. Operation Sea Incineration was progressing with astonishing resource consumption and equally astonishing efficiency. The Empire's war machine, like a giant and ruthless millstone, slowly but unswervingly crushed and annihilated the Xenos' life on Azure Dawn. Every moment, countless tyrannid creatures were terminated, and every moment, countless Imperial soldiers fell in the advance. And this exchange ratio, in the cold calculations of the Department of Military Affairs, was clearly still acceptable. However, everyone knew clearly in their hearts, true victory did not lie in the advance and attrition on the surface, but in whether they could completely destroy the source hive nests hidden deep underwater, which constantly spawned this disaster. According to Olegana's comparative analysis of biological signal sources before and after the bombardment, and information extracted from the minds of a few captured gene-stealer cult mid-level leaders, a major hive nest located at the edge of the continental shelf, hidden beneath a massive coral reef system, was identified as the highest priority target. Although the signal strength of this hive nest had weakened after the bombardment, the core reaction still existed, and energy was detected transferring deeper, likely core members of the cult or some important biological samples attempting to escape or make a final desperate stand. Chapter 665, Deep into the Seabed. The Astra Militarum steel torrent advanced steadily along the coastline, with the aftershocks of orbital bombardment still rippling across the sea, dyeing the once azure waters a murky purplish-black. Charred biological remains and shattered carapaces bobbed with the waves, as if the entire ocean was boiling under the relentless fury of the Imperium. The air was thick with ozone, gunpowder smoke, and a cloyingly sweet, putrid stench, the unholy aroma left by Tyranid creatures after being vaporized by high temperatures. Inside the makeshift frontline command center, a holographic projector emitted a steady, low hum, casting an anatomical diagram of the undersea nest onto the slightly hazy air. Fiber optic cables snaked across the floor, connecting buzzing data terminals and communication arrays, as data streams from orbital and ground sensors cascaded across secondary screens. Olegana's bionic fingers precisely pinpointed a pulsating crimson light on the projection. Her optical lenses subtly adjusted focus, refracting a cold blue light. Thermal signatures and bioenergy readings remain abnormal. The primary energy source has not dissipated due to the orbital strike, instead, it's shifting deeper into the Earth's crust towards hydrothermal vents. The main structure of the nest remains highly active, and its bioenergy fluctuation peak has reached the critical threshold of observable levels. Her synthetic voice, devoid of inflection, made the air in the command tent even heavier. It is inferred that high-value targets or core biological samples are attempting to retreat to a safer depth. Captain Kasiel stood with his arms crossed, subtle damage marks on his dark green armor faintly visible under the lights, testament to a recent battle. He was like a statue forged of steel and wool. His voice, filtered through his helmet, carried a low, gravelly certainty and an undeniable firmness. Allowing it to go deeper will lead to endless troubles. We must penetrate the nest, sever the root, and ensure complete purification. His gaze swept across the hologram, finally resting on Chen Xi. Chen Xi stared at the distorted, pulsating biological structure in the projection, which seemed to possess some evil life. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly nodded, making his decision. Sergeant Titus, this mission is entrusted to you and the Death Watch. The Ashen Knights chapter will provide heavy fire support and flank cover. He turned to the chapter master Shidong, who was clad in Terminator armor, beside him. Commander Shidong, select a squad of Terminators to assist them. I need you to retrieve all possible intelligence carriers' biological samples, data storage devices, even star charts carved into bones. Then, use thermal meltdown bombs and melta charges to utterly erase that unholy place from the Emperor's universe. For the Emperor. The Inquisitors will shall be done. Commander Shidong's booming voice echoed through the command tent. He struck his chest plate with his right fist, uttering a resounding oath like thunder, as if to brand his resolve into the air. Half an hour later, two specially modified Abyssal Raider-class heavy assault craft, adapted for extreme environments, silently slipped into the still boiling and bubbling waves like dormant sea beasts. Their hulls, covered in radar-absorbent and corrosion-resistant composite coatings, made them almost merge with the dark sea water, with only the finely textured bubble trails from their silenced thrusters visible at the stern. Titus stood before the first craft's curved, reinforced observation window, his gaze beneath his helmet as sharp as the most precisely calibrated scope, scanning the bizarre and perilous scene outside. Behind him, 5 Ash Knights Terminators stood solemnly like iron giants from ancient legends. Their armor gleamed with a cold, heavy metallic luster under the craft's dim blue emergency lights, and the Ash Knights battle insignia on their shoulder plates seemed to burn silently. The other 4 Death Watch members were dispersed throughout the cabin, performing their final checks of their bolters, chainswords, and heavy weapons specially designed for underwater environments, their movements practiced and silent. Depth 300, crossing the hydrothermal thermocline. External temperature rising sharply, turbulence intensifying, the pilot's voice came through the internal comms, mixed with the roar of water impacting the hull and static interference. The scene outside gradually became like a nightmare. The normally dark and silent deep sea was now illuminated by eerie bioluminescence and the lingering embers of artillery fire. The seawater was incredibly murky, floating with a large amount of organic debris, torn tentacles, shattered carapaces, and still twitching fragments of grotesque tissue. Occasionally, deep-sea creatures mutated by Tyranid biomatter darted frantically from the darkness outside the craft, their forms disturbingly twisted, some with extra, constantly writhing limbs, some with bulging eyes flashing unnatural green light, others covered in festering, glowing cysts, veritable living abominations. Emperor have mercy. In the comms channel, a younger Ash Knight couldn't help but utter a suppressed whisper. Ahead, on the cliff face of a colossal trench, a gigantic, suffocating structure made of living biomatter loomed into view. It resembled a wildly proliferating malignant tumor, firmly adhered to the rock face, its surface covered with constantly pulsating thick blood vessels and translucent membranous tissue, through which a phosphorescent green liquid slowly flowed, vaguely revealing countless twisted dark shadows wriggling within its internal passages. The surface of the nest was riddled with fresh artillery wounds, which were being repaired at a visible rate by nascent granulation tissue, demonstrating terrifying regenerative capabilities. The assault craft, like microorganisms crawling on the body of a giant beast, carefully and precisely avoided the patrolling Tyranid creatures resembling giant sea scorpions, finally targeting a huge, not yet fully healed breach torn by the earlier bombardment, and slowly entered the interior of the nest. As the craft fully submerged into the unholy entrance, a powerful psychic pressure instantly assailed them. Even through advanced psychic shielding systems and power armor, the cold, pure malice that permeated every inch of space could be felt. The inner walls of the passage were entirely composed of living, constantly writhing biological tissue, continuously secreting viscous, glowing fluid. The fleshy walls were embedded with countless vesicles of varying sizes, in which Tyranid embryos at different stages of formation were immersed, from tiny larvae to nearly fully formed beasts, clearly visible. The air was thick with the scent of pheromones and bioenzymes. Even through layers of filtration systems, the dizzying, nauseatingly sweet and decaying odor could be felt. Maintain the highest level of alert. Remember our mission, we are not here for sightseeing. Titus's voice came through the helmet comms, steady as a mountain, instantly quelling some of the discomfort in the newer squad members. The assault craft traveled for a long time through the winding, living passages, which resembled the intestines of some gigantic creature. The surrounding scenery was monotonous and terrifying, with only endless, pulsating fleshy walls and glowing vesicles. Finally, the path opened up into an immensely vast chamber, like the heart of the nest. In the center was a bottomless vertical shaft, emanating high temperatures and the smell of sulfur, its edges lined with rough, uneven platforms made of chitin and bone. Countless thick, pulsating biological conduits extended from the surrounding fleshy walls, converging deep within the shaft. Chapter 666, Assault Operation. Advance on foot. Prepare for contact. Chapter Master Shidong's command was concise and powerful. He was the first to push open the hatch, his heavy Terminator armor making a grating, squelching sound as he stepped onto the slippery, soft, and slightly wriggling ground. The Astartes warriors quickly formed a standard assault formation. Death Watch members, with their extensive experience in hunting Xenos and more flexible armor, scouted ahead, while Ash Knight's Terminators provided core support and suppression with their unparalleled heavy firepower and defense. With each step forward, the ground beneath their feet unsettlingly writhed and sagged, as if the entire passage was a colossal living creature digesting them. Suddenly, a half-human-sized cyst on the sidewall violently burst without warning, spewing viscous, fluorescent liquid, accompanied by a piercing shriek, as hordes of Gene Stealer's hybrids surged out like a tide. Their twisted forms, under the chamber's eerie green primary light, were like nightmares made manifest, their scythe-like bone blades slicing through the air, bringing with them a fishy wind. Engage frontally. Free fire. Titus's roar was like thunder, his master-crafted bolter instantly spat out a deadly tongue of fire, and the first burst of shots blasted the heads of the two leading Xenos into exploded gore. The narrow chamber was instantly filled with the deafening roar of bolters, the snarl of chainswords, and the piercing screams of Xenos. Bolter rounds accurately struck their targets, tearing apart the charging Xenos, purple-black blood and shattered tissue splattering everywhere, corroding the living walls with a sizzling sound. But more enemies, seemingly endless, continuously emerged from the folds of the fleshy walls, from the membrane-like structures overhead, and even from gaping maws that suddenly split open in the ground, charging madly. An Ash Knight's Terminator stepped forward, stabilizing his stance, and his assault cannon began to spin up, then let out a dull and continuous roar. Thump 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 thump. A torrent of superheated bolter rounds instantly formed a wall of death, bisecting swathes of Xenos or outright blasting them into minced flesh, the fierce firepower temporarily suppressing the flanking attack. Advance. Maintain formation. Don't let them drag us into a war of attrition. The chapter master's voice was like a great bell, each short burst from his storm bolter inevitably blew open a Xenos' skull, and he moved forward with steady steps. The squad pushed forward with immense pressure, each meter gained costing a massive expenditure of ammunition and a price. A Deathwatch Astartes warrior's shoulder plate was corroded by splashing strong acid, the ceramide hissing painfully and emitting white smoke. Another Astartes warrior's thigh was gashed by a bone blade that suddenly thrust from the ground, creating a wound deep enough to expose bone, and blood immediately darkened his dark grey armor, but he merely grunted, his actions unwavering, continuing to fire his bolter. Just as they were about to break through this frenzied resistance, several jet-black, lightning-fast shadows, moving at an astonishing speed far exceeding the hybrids, swooped down from the shadows overhead. Pure strain Gene Stealers. Their agility was incredible, their scythe-like bone blades carrying a deadly cold gleam that promised to tear through anything, heading straight for key members of the squad. A bloody and brutal close-quarters battle erupted instantly. The furious roar of chain swords and the sharp clash of bone blades intensely intertwined, reverberating repeatedly through the enclosed living space, assaulting everyone's auditory sensors. An Ash Knight's Astartes warrior used his massive power fist to smash a Gene Stealer's attempting to pounce on a comrade directly into the adjacent fleshy wall. The immense force embedded the monster deeply within, and splashing tissue fluid and carapace fragments stained the surrounding wall a bizarre and disgusting purple. Titus was locked in combat with a particularly large Patriarch guard, whose carapace was dark gold. The opponent's bone blades violently clashed with his chainsword, emitting dazzling sparks, and the force from each impact was astonishing, causing Titus's arm servo systems to hum with slight overload. At the moment their strength was deadlocked, another guard, like a phantom, lunged from the side shadows, its sharp, poisoned tail spike tracing a treacherous arc, aiming directly for the gap in his helmet's optical sensor. Sergeant. Left flank. A Deathwatch Astartes warrior, already wounded, spotted the deadly sneak attack. Without hesitation, he used all his strength to shove Titus to the right, simultaneously blocking the lightning-fast strike with his own body. Thwack. The sharp tail spike instantly penetrated a relatively weaker point in his chest armor, plunging deep inside. Blood immediately welled from the wound in the corner of his mouth. But he did not immediately fall, instead, he erupted with a final burst of frenzied strength, using one arm to clamp down on the attacker's tail spike before it could retract, while with his other hand, he violently tore open the armor-piercing grenade safety beneath his chest armor and shoved it fiercely into a seemingly fragile connection point beneath the Patriarch's throne, which appeared to be a structural support. Boom. A violent thermomeltdown bomb explosion shook the entire chamber, and the scorching blast wave and flying biological debris knocked all nearby Xenos off their feet. The Patriarch's throne shook violently, and the tall Patriarch guard also let out a painful psychic shriek, its psychic fluctuations becoming noticeably chaotic. Utilizing this precious opportunity, created by his comrade's sacrifice, the chapter master lunged forward, his massive power fist precisely and savagely clamping down on one of the Patriarch's bone-bladed arms. At the same moment, Titus stabilized himself, his eyes blazing with cold light, and with all his might, he plunged his roaring chainsword along the Patriarch's relatively vulnerable chest carapace seam. And using the full power of his power armor, he pulled down with all his might. Crack! Rib! Accompanied by a grating sound of carapace shattering and flesh tearing, and the Patriarch's final psychic shriek filled with endless malice and pain, the Genestealer's Patriarch's body suddenly stiffened, the eerie green light in its compound eyes rapidly extinguishing as if power had been cut. The remaining elite guards fell into temporary confusion after the Patriarch's demise and were quickly purged by the enraged Astartes warriors. Most of the infected human officers had perished in the previous explosions and firefights, the 1 or 2 survivors were quickly executed by bolter fire. The battle temporarily subsided, with only the fleshy walls still unconsciously pulsating. Behind the Patriarch's blasphemous throne, the Astartes warriors discovered a small, independent chamber covered by a thick biomembrane. Inside were several data storage devices made of peculiar biocrystals and hardened neural bundles, as well as several smooth bone plates inscribed with incomprehensible symbols, which seemed to depict star map information. Olegana, via remote connection, guided the accompanying tech marine to very carefully collect these precious samples using isolation containers. Large-yield thermo-meltdown bombs and melted charges were set at various critical energy nodes and structural support points of the hive. All units, mission complete. Evacuate immediately. Detonation sequence initiated. The chapter master's command echoed through the comms channel. The Astartes warriors quickly returned along their original path, their steps even faster than when they arrived. They boarded the assault boat, which had been waiting at the breach with its engines running. As the thrusters engaged at full power, moving away from the hive and climbing steadily upwards, a series of dull, massive explosions erupted within the gigantic biological structure behind them. On the surface of the sea, the somewhat calmed waves surged violently again, and a huge, swirling vortex suddenly formed, madly devouring all the surrounding seawater, debris, and scattered tyrannid creatures still attempting to escape. A hot red glow was faintly visible, flashing and then gone, at the center of the vortex. Finally, the massive living hive structure, under the combined effect of internal destructive explosions and immense external water pressure, completely disintegrated, swallowed by the endless abyss. Standing on the violently shaking deck of the assault boat, Titus gazed at the gradually calming vortex behind him, which resembled a giant beast's wound. His armor, covered in deep scratches and stained with purple-black blood, looked particularly grim under the searchlights. Another cancerous growth had been purged, the Emperor's enemies purified. But in the hearts of all surviving Astartes warriors, it was undeniably clear, this galaxy-spanning war was far from over. And their steps would never cease here. Chapter 667, Burning the Ocean. The twisted collective consciousness of the tyrannid creatures, like a giant beast with severed nerves, plunged into its final frenzy after the destruction of its core nest. This was not a tactical counterattack, but a planet-wide biomass tsunami born from an instinct for destruction. The remaining hive units no longer received unified command, only the most primal and greedy hunger for life signals, transforming into a turbid tide of death that surged towards the last remaining major continent coastline of Azure Dawn. Just as the Astra Militarum soldiers had barely erected a precarious defense line relying on fortifications, the sea level suddenly boiled. Billions of tyrannid creatures from oceanic variants contaminated by Genestealer cult doctrines to deep-sea nightmares directly spawned by the hive mind erupted from the abyss like black asphalt, covering the beaches in a sky-darkening surge. In this writhing frenzy, several Leviathan-class tyrannid titans, like scarred mountains, broke through the waves. Their thick chitinous carapaces were covered with charred wounds from lance strikes and macro cannon bombardments, and corrosive purplish-black blood gushed from ruptured injuries, yet it did not hinder their advance, crushing everything in their path. The biological plasma cannons bulging from their backs glowed with a sickly green light, unleashing devastating energy torrents at the coastal defense fortresses. For the Emperor. Hold the line. Do not yield an inch. The roar of the frontline commander was strikingly prominent amidst the cacophony of bolter roars, lascannon shrieks, and alien screeches. From orbit, the Imperial Navy responded with steel and fire. The Steadfast Will and its escort fleet, along with the 3 strike cruisers of the Penitence Blade, poured down devastating barrages with precision. Lances tore through the atmosphere, like holy swords of judgment, bathing the coastline in a pale light. Macro cannon arrays fired in unison, their shells falling like meteors into the tide of beasts, each volley blasting open a temporary vacuum of flesh and blood in the surging alien waves. The sea surface was ignited and evaporated by continuous energy explosions, dense water vapor mixed with smoke, scorched organic dust, and formed a suffocating yellowish-brown haze. The air was filled with the pungent smell of ozone, the reek of burning flesh, and the sickly sweet scent unique to tyrannid creatures, enough to rapidly ulcerate unprotected lungs. The Thunderhawk and Storm Raven gunship formations of the Penitence Blade, like a flock of eagles swooping on prey, braved the dense barrage of spore mines rising from the sea, performing dangerous dive-bombing runs, using precise firepower to eliminate the largest targets posing the greatest threat to the defense line. The Ash Knight's drop pods, like scorching anvils, slammed into the depths of the beast tide, and Primaris Space Marines leaped out, using the dense storm of bolter fire and the lethal arcs of power weapons to forcibly carve out isolated strongholds in the endless alien waves, greatly alleviating the terrifying pressure on the main defense line. This was the most brutal war of attrition the Empire's steel, gunpowder, and living souls against the endless flesh of the Tyrannids. The Astra Militarum's defense line was like a sandcastle in a storm, constantly on the verge of collapse. As soon as a section was breached by an assault, bayonet-wielding soldiers roared and engaged in bloody close-quarters combat with the swarming bugs, while subsequent reserves stepped over the dismembered remains of comrades and enemies, barely sealing the breach with gunfire and explosions. The beach had long since been stained into a viscous, deep purple to black mire, with layers of Imperial soldiers and Tyranid creature corpses piled up, trampled into a sickening pulp by treads and heavy boots. The Lemon Rust tank's treads were stained with blood, and its multi-laser cannons glowed red-hot from continuous firing, each volley incinerating a screaming alien. Chen Xi stood in the front-line command center, gazing at this hellish scene through the flickering holographic projection, which shimmered due to vibrations. His face was as stern as frozen rock, yet his psychic senses were like nerve endings exposed to flames. The oceans of the entire planet shrieked at him, filled with waves of pain, fury, and destructive turmoil. However, that once cold, unified, and suffocating command will was indeed shattered. This was the typical endgame for a hive fleet after losing its Norn Queen, chaotic, frenzied, but lacking staying power. The time has come. Chen Xi turned to Captain Caseal and General Glenn beside him, his voice calm yet containing an undeniable decisiveness. Initiate the Ocean Burn Final Protocol. Implement saturation orbital bombardment on all remaining high-concentration biological signal areas, including deep-sea hydrothermal vent zones. Authorize the use of cyclone torpedoes for full coverage purification strikes on sea areas A7 to G9 and adjacent land areas. The order transformed into encrypted signals, reaching the fleet in the sky. Imperial warships adjusted their formation, and the protective covers of their ventral launch tubes slid open. This time, it was no longer a precise, surgical strike, but an apocalyptic fire aimed at utterly incinerating all organic remnants. Especially those dreaded cyclone torpedoes, trailing pale wakes, like seeds of death sown by the Reaper, launching countless destructive submunitions into the vast ocean and the remains of land-based nests. The ensuing scene was as if the end of days had arrived. Continuous flashes of explosions instantly engulfed the entire sky, their intensity even dimming the light of the stars anew. The sea level violently deformed under unimaginable impact, forming huge, transient concave vortices, which were then immediately filled by superheated storms of instantaneously evaporated seawater. The once azure ocean transformed into a boiling, churning, purplish-black cauldron of viscous organic matter and countless remains. Shock waves, like invisible giant walls, spread wildly outwards from the epicenter. Even soldiers deep inland were thrown off balance, and scorching air currents, laden with ash and the scent of death, blasted them, burning exposed skin. At the same time, the Astra Militarums mopping up operations on various islands entered their bloodiest final phase. Soldiers, clad in heavy sealed protective suits and gas masks, used flamethrowers and melta guns to conduct the final sweep of every cave, jungle-filled valley, and corner of urban ruins. Flames consumed any suspicious organic residue, turning lurking spores and microorganisms into ash. The crackle of bolter fire from execution squads echoed, coldly and efficiently dealing with personnel confirmed to be infected or showing signs of mutation, regardless of their previous status. During this final cleanup, small-scale resistance and skirmishes remained frequent. A squad of soldiers, while clearing an abandoned refinery, was suddenly swarmed by dozens of Ripper swarms from dark pipes. After a brief, fierce firefight, only half the soldiers emerged alive. Another patrol discovered a nest of still writhing Tyranid eggs on the beach. Before they could hatch, the flames of a melta gun vitrified them along with the surrounding sand. When the last aftershocks of the orbital bombardment dissipated, an almost deafening silence fell over the battlefield. Only the crackling of burning flames, the dull thud of collapsing structures, and the viscous sound of waves weakly washing over mountains of corpses reminded people that this was not a vacuum. The Tyranid creature's frantic counterattack, like a beast choked at the throat, twitched a few times before finally collapsing completely. No new monsters emerged from the sea, and scattered residual individuals, deprived of the collective consciousness's guidance, spun in circles like headless flies, then were easily picked off by soldiers. Exhausted Astra Militarum soldiers collapsed behind shattered cover, their eyes blank as they stared at the completely reshaped scorched earth. Many couldn't immediately grasp the meaning of victory, only the exhaustion of surviving a catastrophe and bone-deep weariness. The cost of victory was suffocatingly heavy. The Astra Militarum's casualty reports showed appalling numbers, with countless company designations forever becoming history. The once picturesque coastline was disfigured, white sand replaced by charred, glassy material, and the azure sea turned into foul, poisonous soup. The sky was shrouded by a thick curtain of dust, through which starlight struggled to penetrate, casting a dim, candlelight-like halo upon the earth. The lingering stench in the air refused to dissipate, the final trace left by the forced erasure of billions of lives. Chapter 668, Post-War Cleanup. After the roar of the main battle subsided, a deeper, more oppressive silence enveloped azure dawn. But this silence was not peace, it was the prelude to another form of war. The Imperium's war machine never truly rested, it merely shifted gears, transitioning from frenzied destruction to precise, systematic, and incredibly protracted eradication. The cruelty of this so-called peace period even surpassed the direct combat faced against the Tyranid swarm. First to arrive were the Imperium's reckoners. Cardinals from the Ecclesiarchy on Holy Terra, accompanied by specialized teams of inquisitors from the Inquisition dedicated to handling heretics. They arrived in transport ships as black as ink, devoid of any markings, landing silently on this ravaged and scarred land, like crows drawn to the scent of carrion. Their arrival officially signaled the beginning of a new round of suffering for the native inhabitants of Azure Dawn. The purification began with a comprehensive screening of survivors. This order was signed directly by an inquisitor, holding the highest priority, second only to the Emperor's divine edicts. All life that had miraculously survived during the Tyranid swarm's global rampage had to undergo the most stringent and ruthless scrutiny. This included the civilians, already mentally withered, who had cowered for months in sunless underground shelters, the remnants of the defense force who had persisted in guerrilla warfare among the ruins, fighting to their last man, and even the planetary nobility rescued from reinforced bunkers only after Imperial Navy gunboats blasted open the hive's defenses, none were exempt. The core of the scrutiny was a dual purgatory of genetic screening and faith interrogation. The tech priests of the Inquisition brought precise and cold instruments. Genetic probes could pierce bone marrow, analyzing the most minute genetic sequence anomalies. Chinook detectors, like instruments of torture for the soul, captured any trace of potential psychic contamination. In the Inquisition's dogma, any minute sign of mutation, whether caused by tyrannid spore erosion or the awakening of a latent gene-stealer bloodline, would be infinitely magnified, becoming irrefutable guilty evidence. The screening process stripped away all warmth and compassion, hallmarks of human civilization. Temporary quarantine camps, like grayish-white pustules, dotted the remaining safe zones on all major islands and continents. Long queues snaked outside the camps. The people in line were gaunt, their eyes a mix of fear, numbness, and a faint glimmer of the will to survive. They shuffled forward in silence, each step potentially leading into the abyss. Judgments of life and death often took place in rudimentary shacks. Tech priests operated glowing instruments. An inquisitor scrutinized every subtle expression and body language of the interrogated with hawk-like sharp eyes. Once the detection instrument emitted a piercing alarm, or an inquisitor caught a trace of unnaturalness from an unwitting flicker in the interrogated's eyes or a vague answer, the verdict would be delivered immediately. There was no chance for an appeal, no procedure for review. The Inquisition's motto echoed coldly at this moment: suspicion is conclusive evidence. Executions were usually carried out in broad daylight, as a public warning. Those marked as contaminants were marched in batches to deep pits dug beforehand at the edge of the camps. The execution squad consisted of battle sisters in black carapace armor or Inquisition stormtroopers. Their bolters emitted dull, short sounds. Bodies were pushed into the pits like refuse, layer upon layer. Then, high-energy fuel was poured down. Soaring flames and thick black columns of smoke became the new, desperate gravestones on this land. These smoke columns rose day and night, standing above every survivor gathering point, silently proclaiming the absolute and ruthless nature of the Imperium's purification methods. An inquisitor, whose face was as hard as granite and whose eyes burned with an unshakable flame of faith, explained the logic behind it in a calm tone when reporting the daily purification progress to Inquisitor Chen Xi. Inquisitor Chen Xi, you understand the necessity of this. Better to kill 10,000 innocents than let one guilty person escape. Gene Stealer's contamination is a genetic plague, its incubation period can last for generations, like a dormant volcano. Any tiny oversight could allow the Emperor's sacred domain to once again breed the seeds of destruction centuries later. Therefore, this planet must be thoroughly purified, from the most basic flesh and genes to the most ethereal soul imprints, without the slightest compromise. Chen Xi listened silently, his face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As an experienced inquisitor, he understood the cold necessity behind such extreme measures more profoundly than anyone. Deep in his memory, many unspeakable sights were sealed. Worlds that had been utterly corrupted from within by the Gene Stealer cult, their ultimate downfall did not stem from external assault but from betrayal under trust, and defection within bloodlines. That despair was far more terrifying than open warfare. Therefore, when he saw those perhaps innocent civilians being executed in batches because they could not prove their innocence, the sliver of personal compassion belonging to Chen Xi deep within him had long been completely suppressed by the absolute responsibility and cold logic represented by the identity of Inquisitor. He clearly knew that Azure Dawn's past tranquility and prosperity were themselves fragile illusions built on the lies of the Gene Stealers. Now, this bloody and cruel reckoning, affecting every survivor, was merely the delayed truth that this planet had to face. It was the heavy price paid for its past. While the screening and execution of personnel were in full swing, another extinction operation, grander in scale and more far-reaching in impact, had also fully commenced. That was the systematic extermination of the planet's ecosystem. This was no longer a military operation, but a veritable ecological extinction aimed at physically obliterating all traces of life. Adeptus Mechanicus's specialized purification vessels, like floating steel coffins, sailed on the now silent oceans. They opened massive valves at the bottom of their hulls, pouring vast quantities of specially formulated chemical purifiers into the expansive seawater. These potent toxins were the cutting-edge products of Adeptus Mechanicus's bioextermination science, designed with the express purpose of thoroughly eradicating any known tyrannid microorganisms, spores, and organic residue. The toxins dissolved into the seawater, reacting rapidly. The already war-polluted seawater visibly grew darker and more viscous. A pungent chemical smell, a mixture of chlorine and rotten almonds, emanated from the sea surface. The consequences of this chemical storm were devastating. Innumerable marine creatures struggled violently in the highly toxic seawater. The vast majority of them were uninfected local species. They eventually floated to the surface, bellies up, upon the sea already covered with a thick layer of tyrannid creatures' remains. Soon, the entire ocean surface formed a thick and terrifying death blanket composed of fish, marine mammals, fragments of the swarm's bodies, and various indescribable organic matter. The once vibrant Azure Dawn ocean had completely transformed into a gigantic, slowly rotating pool of venom in a graveyard. Chapter 669, The Price of Victory. On the land, the purification work was equally merciless. The Imperial fleet in orbit adjusted its bombardment pattern. It shifted from high-intensity, destructive strikes to low-intensity, long-duration, saturation fire purification. Lances and macro cannons continuously bombarded key areas on continents and islands. Especially once densely vegetated valleys, jungles, and any corner where tyrannid spores might hide. Continuous high-temperature flames reduced everything to ash. The once lush tropical islands lost all their green, becoming scorched ruins. Dense Rhine forests turned to dust in the endless sea of fire. Only countless carbonized, twisted tree trunks remained, like desperate arms reaching towards the polluted sky, recounting the life that once was. On this land, utterly destroyed by physical means, the Adeptus Ministorum's power also intervened. Cardinals presided over grand and solemn exorcism rituals. They stood on temporary platforms, overlooking the scorched earth. Low and solemn chanting, amplified by massive loudspeakers, echoed over every ruin. These scriptures, imbued with the sacred power recognized by the ecclesiarchy, aimed to cleanse the deep defilement suffered by this land and expel any potentially lingering, non-physical xenos corruption. Although, from a physical perspective, destruction was already complete, the ecclesiarchy firmly believed that spiritual purification was a necessary step to ultimately ensure the soul of this planet was clean. By then, Azure Dawn, once a beautiful garden world, was completely a name without substance. Its oceans had become vast, highly toxic, stagnant waters. Its complex ecosystem had completely and irreversibly collapsed. Its land had turned into endless scorched earth. The once fertile soil was vitrified by high temperatures into a hard, glass-like crust. Its sky was permanently shrouded in a haze of ash, chemical dust, and smoke. Starlight could only struggle to penetrate this curtain, casting a sickly, dim yellow glow upon the land. Viewed from space, the planet had lost its former captivating azure brilliance. It had become a dull, lifeless, scarred grey-brown sphere. The ecological destruction it suffered was comprehensive and eradicating, with almost no possibility of natural recovery. To restore it to even a minimal habitable state for human colonization might require the Imperium to invest centuries of time, incalculable resources, and the most advanced terraforming technologies. However, for an Imperium with a vast territory, constant warfare, and perpetually strained resources, dedicating such immense resources to a world so deeply corrupted was akin to a pipe dream. Therefore, the more likely future for Azure Dawn was to become a strictly isolated forbidden zone. It would be officially marked by the Imperium as a purifying or permanently quarantined world. Perhaps only a small number of Adeptus Mechanicus exploration teams would be allowed to station there, for studying Tyranid remnants or collecting rare minerals. Or, penal legions composed of criminals would be dispatched to this place. Chen Xi walked upon the ruins of the summit of Tranquility Island. Under his feet were compacted scorched earth and debris of building materials, each step raised a fine, grey dust, like ashes. The once astonishing infinity pool, seemingly merging with the sky, was long gone, replaced by a massive crater, half blown open by a violent explosion and filled with murky, rust-colored sewage. Eerie oil slicks and unidentifiable organic or inorganic fragments floated on the water's surface, reflecting a faint glimmer in the dim light. The alien floral scent and humid sea breeze that once permeated the air had been completely eradicated. Now, his lungs were filled with the lingering pungency of gunpowder, the acrid smell of chemical purifiers, and the unique, sweet yet decaying char of burnt organic matter. These odors stubbornly mixed together, forming the unique and nauseating aftertaste of this victory. Olegana stood silently beside him, her figure as upright as a statue, a stark contrast to the surrounding desolation. Her mechanical eye slowly scanned the ravaged landscape at a constant frequency. Behind the cold optical lens, an invisible torrent of data silently poured forth. Global active Tyranid creature signals have dropped below background noise levels. Logically, large-scale organized Tyranid activity can be confirmed as cleared. Her voice was steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Global survivor population screening completion has reached 98.7%, confirming the total number of infected and executed suspected individuals. Chen Xi slightly raised a hand, a concise and powerful gesture, stopping her from uttering the cold statistic of death that was about to come out. He didn't need specific numbers to quantify the heavy price behind this victory. That weight was already on his shoulders, steeped in his senses. His gaze swept over the shocking wounds on the land, towards the distant ocean, once sapphire blue, now murky and deathly still as if endless ink had been spilled into it. The Hisso star's light futilely attempted to penetrate the thick, blanket-like curtain of smoke and dust, casting only a few weak, pallid, and distorted rays upon this dead world. Far from bringing life, it only highlighted the desolation of the environment and the bone-deep bleakness. Not far away, the Death Watch squad led by Sergeant Titus and the Ash Knights under Chapter Master Shidong were conducting the final battlefield cleanup and equipment maintenance. The Space Marines, like silent giants, precisely and efficiently wiped bloodstains, acid corrosion marks, and thick dust from their power armor. They carefully inspected the bolter's mechanisms, the chainsword's teeth, and assessed the wear and tear on each sacred weapon. For these angels of death of the Emperor, the battle here had temporarily concluded, but in the dark depths of the vast galaxy, countless equally or even more perilous battlefields awaited them. Further away, General Glenn was hoarsely commanding the remaining Astra Militarum units, working to establish permanent military control zone boundaries and coordinating the deployment of subsequent takeover forces to be dispatched by the Department of Military Affairs. And Captain Caseel's sharp gaze was already cast towards the outer reaches of the star system. The Penitence Blade fleet maintained a high state of alert, preventing any potential Tyranid remnants from escaping, or other covetous hostile forces from taking advantage of the chaos. The fate of this planet was far from finally decided, it had merely transitioned from an intense phase of destruction to a new, longer, more silent phase, shrouded in layers of bureaucratic procedures. The Imperium's vast administrative machine would gradually take over, using countless regulations, reports, quarantine walls, and surveillance facilities to strictly seal off this dead world. And Chen Xi, as the Inquisitor who personally unveiled the prelude to disaster and spearheaded this bloody purification, his detailed report would profoundly influence the High Lord's ultimate assessment of this tyrannid threat and even shape future strategic decisions for dealing with similar infiltrations and invasions. He stood atop the ruins, his psychic perception, like the most precise sensor, capturing the subtle yet undeniable sorrow and deathly silence emanating from the land beneath his feet. This was once his brief haven for inner peace, a brightly colored dream. Now, that dream was utterly shattered, leaving behind only this bloody stage that displayed the darkest, most brutal truth of the galaxy. That brief vacation felt like a lifetime ago, replaced by the heavy burden of responsibility, guilt for countless lost lives, and a deeper, more ruthless understanding of the imperium of man's arduous struggle for survival in this dark galaxy. Begin preparing the final report, Oligana. Chen Xi finally spoke, his voice carrying a trace of almost perfectly hidden weariness, but more so, a cold resolve forged through the crucible of blood and fire. We need to let the High Lords of Terra, and the highest echelons of the Inquisition, clearly understand everything that happened here, every critical detail, every life or death choice, and the full price we ultimately paid. He paused slightly, his gaze once again fixed on the now placid, deathly still ocean, as if to engrave this final scene deep into his memory. As for the planet itself, his voice deepened, carrying an almost prophetic calmness. Its dawn, perhaps, will only truly arrive after 1,000 years, or even a more distant future. Chapter 670, The Dark Angel's Little Secret. The Inquisition black ship, Gabbro, hung like a silent grey giant in the shattered orbit of the planet Azure Dawn. The once sapphire-like planet below was now an ugly sphere, scarred and completely enveloped by a grey-brown pall of death. The oceans had congealed into vast toxic swamps, and the scorched marks left by cleansing flames on the land crisscrossed like the claw marks of a demon. Sporadic flickers of fire still gleamed in some deep areas. These were Astra Militarum cleanup squads executing their final incineration orders, as if adding the last kindling to the planet's funeral pyre. The macro-level extinction was complete. Now, a thorough micro-level cleansing was underway, ensuring no gene stealer spores or mutated tissues could survive, even if it meant meticulously re-incinerating the planet's remnants. The white and solemn bridge observation window presented this apocalyptic scene in its entirety before Chen Xi. He wore the Inquisitor's black uniform, the insignia on his shoulder gleaming with a cold, hard luster in the dim light, symbolizing the boundless power of imperial law and punishment. The slight relaxation from the start of his vacation was gone from his face, replaced by a deep-seated weariness and a colder resolve forged in blood and fire. His psychic senses, like invisible tendrils, seemed to faintly pick up the silent wails and deathly stillness of billions of annihilated lives from the world below, even through the thick hull and the void. This was not a true psychic sound, but rather his deep internal recognition of destruction, the echo of a conscience unable to remain completely silent in the face of such a tremendous cost. Oligana stood a step behind him and to his side, like a perfect construct of shadow and efficiency. Her mechanical eyes constantly adjusted their focus, scanning the dead world outside the viewport and the flowing sensor data within the bridge. All handover procedures are complete. Her synthesized voice broke the silence of the bridge, steady and clear, but more like a statement of fact to a partner than a report to a superior. The Astra Militarum Provisional Control Command has fully taken over planetary defense and post-purification efforts. General Glenn has again expressed his gratitude for your leadership and the Inquisition's timely intervention. She omitted unnecessary pleasantries. In an environment with only two people, neither of them liked excessive formalities. Chen Xi's gaze remained fixed on the scorched earth, his voice very soft, almost as if he were talking to himself, yet also as if confiding in his companion. Gratitude? He's grateful for a necessary slaughter and the end of a world. This gratitude is too heavy to bear. His fingers unconsciously tapped the cold edge of the observation window, his knuckles slightly white from the pressure. Oligana's data stream fluctuated slightly, performing a balance of logic and emotion. Her voice remained flat, but her wording subtly changed. From a logical and imperial legal perspective, this is the optimal solution. The cost of survival must be paid. Individual emotional fluctuations are variables to be suppressed in such macro-level decisions. She tried to soothe him with logic, but this in itself was perhaps her way of expressing concern. Yes, the optimal solution. Chen Xi repeated the phrase with a hint of faint sarcasm, finally turning away from the oppressive scene. He needed to shift his attention to the unfinished business. What is the status of the Ash Knights and Penitence Blade fleets? He walked towards the tactical command console, and Oligana naturally followed. The Ashen Knights chapter has completed resupply. Chapter Master Shidong has sent a message that they will proceed to their designated patrol sector as planned. Oligana pulled up a data panel. The Penitence Blade's 3 strike cruisers have completed battlefield data recovery and are on standby, awaiting your next instructions or disbandment orders. If there are no new orders, they will continue with their own missions. Chen Xi nodded. The overall situation was settled. His presence as an inquisitor was no longer required here. Endless paperwork and inquiries from the Terra High Lords Council awaited him, but before that, he had a more important, more sensitive matter to handle. The Penitence Blade, this successor chapter of the Dark Angels, had an impeccable performance on the battlefield, but their deep-seated caution and occasional abnormal focus on specific spoils of war had put Chen Xi on high alert. After all, it was common knowledge that all the Lion King's sons had their own little secrets. Send a request to the Penitence Blade's flagship, Chen Xi said after a moment of contemplation. I wish to have a face-to-face private meeting with their commander, Captain Darrell, here on the Gabbro. Command issued. Oligana's bionic eye flickered, then responded moments later, confirmed by the recipient. Captain Darrell will arrive in 1 standard hour. Communication channel records show a brief delay before confirmation, likely for internal consultation. As expected. Chen Xi's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. The Dark Angels never readily accept unnecessary meetings. Prepare the conference room, ensuring absolute privacy. Also, pull up all public records concerning the Penitence Blade chapter and Captain Darryl, as detailed as possible. Already in progress, Chen Xi, Olegana responded, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible hint of concern. Do you suspect they are concealing something? Not suspicion, but certainty. Chen Xi's gaze deepened. Every Astartes chapter has secrets, especially those whose history can be traced back to the Great Crusade era. But the Dark Angel's secrets might be older and more dangerous than most. I need to verify some ideas. 1 standard hour later, inside a conference room on the Gabbro, specifically designed for inquisitors with the highest level of soundproofing, anti-psyker detection, and physical shielding, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if it could be wrung out. A massive solid wood table dominated the center, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the stark white light from the ceiling, as if it could reveal the hidden secrets of one's heart. The walls were deep gray alloy, devoid of any decoration, with only a few almost invisible sensor nodes and faint defensive runes. The air circulation system hummed almost inaudibly, ensuring that conversations here would never be heard by a third pair of ears. Not even air molecules could leak information. When Captain Darryl entered the conference room, he was still clad in his deep green power armor, only without his helmet. This might be a courtesy in a confined space, indicating a non-full combat status, but it could also simply be for better observation and reaction. His face was weathered, edged with the furrows of age and the marks of war, his grey eyes like polished flint sharp, calm, and unfathomable. As a captain of the Penitence Blade, a successor chapter of the Dark Angels, he carried the characteristic depth and caution of a First Legion descendant. Each step seemed to measure distance and threat, the faint whine of his power armor's servo systems remarkably clear in the silent room. He rendered a standard Astartes salute to Chen Xi, his movements precise and powerful, demonstrating a procedural respect for the Inquisition's authority. Chapter 671 Caliban. Inquisitor, his voice was low and steady, like the idle hum of a heavy engine, devoid of superfluous emotion. Captain Darryl, thank you for coming despite your busy schedule. Chen Xi responded with a simple nod, motioning for him to sit opposite him at the long table. He personally picked up an antique-looking metal pot and poured a glass of loyalty for Darryl and himself. This red wine, produced in the Rostov subsector, had now become one of the most luxurious goods within the Imperium. Countless nobles yearned to acquire a bottle of genuine loyalty and drink it in plain sight, thereby proving their unwavering loyalty to the Imperium. Although this practice was not without its failures, including instances of fraud or deliberate deception, none of this affected loyalty, having become an imperial elixir on par with quaddies. The dust of war has not yet fully settled, and I have presumptuously invited you, please forgive me. His tone was gentle, attempting to create a relatively relaxed opening. It's no bother, Inquisitor. Darryl took the glass but did not drink immediately. His gaze swept quickly and professionally over every corner of the room, seemingly assessing the security level, before focusing on Chen Xi. That gaze seemed to penetrate beyond appearances. The Penitence Blade chapter is honored to answer your call for aid. To the Emperor, the purification of Xenos is our sacred duty. His reply was impeccable, fully conforming to the distant respect Astartes monks should show the Inquisition, without revealing any emotion beyond the scope of his mission. Chen Xi gently swirled the liquid in his glass, his gaze seemingly fixed on the rippling patterns, but in reality, his psychic perception was like a delicate spiderweb, attempting to capture the most subtle fluctuations in the other party's emotional field, even though he knew it would have minimal effect on a rigorously mentally trained Astartes monk. Captain Darryl, let's dispense with the pleasantries. He decided to be more direct. The Azure Dawn campaign was exceptionally perilous. The infiltration level of the Gene Stealer cult and the resistance strength of their organization far exceeded expectations. Had the Penitence Blade fleet not arrived in time, sweeping the orbit with thunderous might, and deploying elite forces to stabilize the ground lines, especially your company's assault on the flank of the main hive, which completely shook the Xenos' defensive core, the consequences would have been unimaginable. On behalf of all survivors here, no, on behalf of the Imperium's authority here, I extend my most sincere gratitude to you and your warriors. Your efficiency and valor are truly impressive. His thanks sounded heartfelt and included specific tactical details to demonstrate his sincerity. But Captain Darryl's expression remained unyielding, he merely gave a slight bow, maintaining his rock-like composure. You flatter us, Inquisitor. We merely performed our duty. The true core of the defense, and those who bore the brunt of the most brutal war of attrition, were Sergeant Titus's Death Watch Squad and Shidong's Ash Knights. We merely delivered the final blow and ensured the purification was thoroughly executed. This was a typical Dark Angel's response, humble, yet maintaining clear boundaries, never easily claiming credit, and never revealing any more information than necessary, especially regarding why they were able to deliver the crucial blow so opportunely. Chen Xi smiled, a hint of imperceptible fatigue and understanding in his smile. He decided not to beat around the bush any longer, draining the drink in his glass and feeling the cool sensation slide down his throat. Then he gently placed the glass on the table, emitting a crisp, decisive clink, like a signal. Captain, I appreciate your caution. So, let us speak frankly. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharpening like a drawn bayonet. Although this campaign is over, some spoils of war and intelligence have raised some concerns for me. He deliberately paused, observing the other party's reaction. In the deepest part of the Gene Stealer main hive, Sage Olegana discovered some extraordinary things. Not only tyrannid biological samples, but also some fragments of star charts carved on special bone plates, and remnants of logs recorded in an ancient Gothic cipher. They were carefully preserved in an altar that seemed to be used by the patriarch. Captain Darrell's eyes instantly narrowed, like a sniper locking onto a target through a scope. His power-armored gloved hand, resting on the table, unconsciously tightened slightly, producing a faint, almost inaudible scraping sound of metal against solid wood. Although the movement was minimal, it did not escape Chen Xi's keen observation. Oh. Darrell's tone barely changed, but a subtle pause betrayed his interest. What interesting things has the Inquisitor discovered? Tyrannid Xenos sometimes collect various spoils of war, this is not entirely unexpected. He tried to attribute the discovery to Tyrannid habits, but it was clear he didn't entirely believe this explanation himself. I initially thought so too, Chen Xi said slowly, each word crystal clear, as if striking at the other's mental defenses. But Sage Olegana's decryption results show that those star chart fragments, after preliminary reconstruction, point to an ancient and now almost forgotten stellar coordinate. He looked directly into Darrell's eyes, saying each word deliberately, a place intimately connected with the First Legion, with the origin of the Dark Angels. Caliban. The name Caliban was like a magical incantation, the moment it was uttered, the air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Captain Darrell's body visibly stiffened, his grey pupils contracting sharply. Although he immediately controlled his expression with powerful willpower, the sudden surge of palpable vigilance and shock almost caused the room's temperature to drop several degrees. He remained silent for a full 5 seconds, which was highly unusual for an Astartes monk with a will of steel, as if this name had touched upon some deepest taboo. Inquisitor, Darrell's voice deepened slightly, carrying a hint of imperceptible hoarseness and a clear warning. Caliban is a world long destroyed, an eternal wound for the Dark Angels chapter. Any relics or information related to it could involve the chapter's highest secrets and emotional restricted area. I strongly advise you to handle these discoveries with caution and entrust them to us. His tone became firm, with an undeniable stance. Chen Xi met his sharp gaze, unflinching, as if he had long anticipated this reaction. I understand your traditions and secrets, Captain Darrell. I respect the history and pain of every Astartes chapter. He first affirmed this, then changed the subject. But I am an Inquisitor, and my duty is to assess any potential threats to the Imperium, regardless of their origin. And this information seems to concern not only the past, it may point to a real, imminent danger. He paused, emphasizing his words, and simultaneously threw out more specific information to increase credibility. In fact, before receiving the Azure Dawn distress call, I recently gathered vague mentions from multiple unrelated sources, testimonies from chaos-worshipping heretics captured by the Ordo Hereticus, fragments of almost destroyed ancient data archives scattered across fringe worlds, all hinting at unusual traces appearing in the star sector near the rock fortress. Some well-equipped, tactically cunning attackers, operating stealthily and moving like the wind, and who seem unusually familiar with certain peripheral facilities and remote patrol routes of the fortress. Their modus operandi is unlike that of common Chaos Marauders or Xenos pirates. Chapter 672, Fallen Angels. Captain Darrell's face completely darkened. Chen Xi could feel the sudden tension in his psychic field, a sharpness like a sword about to be drawn from its scabbard. He could even faintly hear the subtle pressurizing sound from his power armor's servo system as his muscles tensed instantly. He was almost certain that Darrell's hand, placed under the table, was now resting on the grip of his bolt pistol. Inquisitor, Captain Darrell's tone became cold and unyielding, like an Arctic gale. What you just mentioned falls within the scope of highly classified military operation details and war zone intelligence. I am unsure through what unofficial channels you acquired these fragmented pieces of information, but this has far exceeded the bounds of normal intelligence exchange and directly touches upon the internal security affairs of the Adeptus Astartes. He leaned forward slightly, creating an invisible, powerful sense of pressure. I must solemnly remind you that any inquiry into the internal defense and operations of the Adeptus Astartes, especially those related to the Dark Angels lineage, is an extremely sensitive and risky endeavor. This could very likely lead to serious misunderstandings that neither of us wishes to see. Facing this almost tangible hostility and clear warning, Chen Xi instead relaxed his body, leaning back into the high-backed chair. A reassuring, slightly helpless smile appeared on his face. Captain Darrell, please calm your anger. I assure you, my intention is absolutely not espionage. He skillfully used his identity and choice of words to try and defuse the tense atmosphere. On the contrary, I am expressing my personal concern and hope to offer possible assistance based on it. You can view this conversation as an unofficial security consultation from the Inquisition, rooted in my sense of responsibility for the overall security posture of the Imperium. He spread his hands in an open and harmless gesture. I admit that my sources of information are indeed complex and vague. Had they not formed some unsettling connection with the discoveries deep within the Genestealer's lair, I might not have paid such close attention. But when these fragments are pieced together, the picture they present is impossible to ignore. The modus operandi of those mysterious attackers, their familiarity with your defense systems, can't help but remind me of some long-buried records that should have been completely forgotten, records about those beings known as fallen angels. The word fallen angels was like the ultimate forbidden spell. The moment it was clearly spoken, Captain Darrell's body trembled violently, almost causing him to spring to his feet. Genuine fury erupted in his eyes, along with a trace of alarm and disbelief, as if an absolute taboo had been touched. That greatest secret, deepest obsession, most unmentionable shame, and core mission connected to the Dark Angels lineage for 10 millennia was now being directly brought up by an Inquisitor in a private conversation. This had already crossed the line of sensitivity, bordering on provocation. Inquisitor. Captain Darrell's voice was like cracking ice, with a suppressed growl, I must strongly demand that you immediately cease this baseless and extremely dangerous speculation. The fallen angels are traitors recorded in the official archives of the Ordo Hereticus, who turned their backs on the light during the Horus Heresy 10 millennia ago, and they have largely been purged in the long wars of purification. Any claims that they are still active are malicious rumors, a blasphemy, and slander against the unwavering loyalty of the Dark Angels and their successor chapters for 10 millennia. Merely spreading such statements is enough to constitute serious heresy. His reaction was unusually violent, but this overly defensive posture only further confirmed the accuracy of Chen Xi's inner suspicions. Chen Xi raised his hands, making a gentle downward gesture, his tone remaining calm but with an added, undeniable seriousness. Captain, allow me to reiterate that I have not the slightest doubt about the loyalty of the Dark Angels chapter, and all successor chapters that honor them as their parent chapter, including your penitence blade for 10 millennia. By the Emperor, you are one of the Imperium's most unyielding bulwarks, and your sacrifices and achievements are witnessed across the galaxy. He first stabilized the other party's emotions before delving deeper into the core issue. But precisely because of this, I feel doubly concerned. Imagine, if I am only making a hypothesis, if there truly is a small faction of enemies who should have been annihilated by history, who have once again infiltrated Imperial territory through some warp rift or ancient route unknown to us, and their target is directly the Rock Fortress, which symbolizes your glory and heritage, then their scheme could never be limited to simple harassment. They understand your history, your tactical traditions, and even some of your thought patterns, as if they understand themselves. Is this not a potential major threat to the security of the Imperial borders? What I am concerned about is not your loyalty, but rather that the enemies in the shadows might exploit the scars in your history as a breakthrough point, attempting to cause larger-scale destruction. Captain Darrell stared intently at Chen Xi, his grey eyes like the most precise drilling machines, trying to penetrate his skull and discern the true intent behind all his words. He desperately tried to find any trace of falsehood, probing, or blackmail on Chen Xi's face. However, Chen Xi's expression contained only pure seriousness, deep concern, and a heartfelt worry born from cross-referencing a large amount of intelligence. He truly seemed to be solely considering the security of the Imperium, even risking angering a powerful Astartes chapter to issue a warning. A long silence solidified between the two, heavy as a physical presence. Only the continuous low hum of the air circulation system seemed to be timing this silent psychological battle. Chen Xi understood that the keyword fallen angels he had thrown out, along with the reasoning seemingly entirely based on the overall security of the Imperium, had precisely hit the deepest anxiety in the other party's heart. This was not just about the fear of a potential secret leak, but also about the tangible threat posed by the fallen angels if they truly returned. This concern, based on common interests, was far more easily accepted than mere coercion or probing. Finally, Captain Darrell's shoulders, taut as rock, relaxed almost imperceptibly. He took a deep breath, the sound emanating through the power armor's breathing grill, sounding extraordinarily heavy, as if he had finally made a certain decision. Chen Xi knew his strategy was beginning to show results. Inquisitor, Darrell's voice returned to its previous low tone, but with less sharp hostility and more a heavy, almost helpless candor. You have indeed touched upon some extremely troubling and absolutely classified circumstances. His selective admission of certain facts was, in itself, a significant breakthrough. Recently, the outer patrols of the Rock Fortress and several forward reconnaissance outposts have indeed reported multiple encounters. The enemy's origin is unknown, their equipment is excellent, their tactical style is extremely cunning and professional, and, unsettlingly, they have shown an unusual understanding of certain patrol routes and sensor blind spots that even we consider extremely remote internally. We have paid a price for this, losing some excellent scouts, yet we have still not fully grasped the enemy's exact identity and scale. He paused slightly, as if weighing his words, then continued to reveal crucial information. Furthermore, the Navigator's Sanctum and the Astropathic Choir of the Fortress have, over the past several standard months, repeatedly detected and recorded abnormal and difficult-to-track warp fluctuations originating from the approximate direction of the former Caliban star system. In response, the highest echelons within the chapter have raised the alert level and dispatched several elite reconnaissance fleets to the relevant star systems for investigation. But as of now, no substantive reports capable of clear conclusions and public disclosure have been received. He stared intently at Chen Xi, his gaze filled with scrutiny and doubt. Now, please tell me, what else do you know? Where do your so-called ancient records and intuition truly come from? His tone grew increasingly firm. I do not believe that scattered Xeno artifacts and fragmented database remnants alone are enough for an inquisitor to understand the ancient secrets of the First Legion to this extent, let alone link them so confidently to current events. Your source of information must be sufficiently convincing. This was the most crucial counter-question. Captain Darrell needed to use it to assess Chen Xi's credibility and any potential threats he might be hiding. The moment of truth had arrived. Chen Xi knew he had to provide an explanation that was both convincing and wouldn't expose his greatest secret. He pondered for a moment, a complex expression gradually appearing on his face, a mixture of the gravity of recollection, a serious understanding of the situation, and a deep comprehension of the intricate power and secrets within the Inquisition. Captain Darrell, are you aware that deep within the Inquisition, especially in the most confidential archives of the Ordo Hereticus, there are origin records sealed away that even most Inquisitors are not authorized to view? He slowly constructed a plausible framework. These records document some of the most clandestine events from the Great Crusade and even the Horus Heresy, versions that sometimes contradict official history. He paused briefly, letting his words sink in. My mentor, a long-fallen, extremely senior Inquisition Grand Master of the Ordo Hereticus, believed I had the potential to handle certain sensitive truths before his demise and granted me some special permissions. While organizing his belongings, I came across some fragmented accounts regarding the night of Caliban's destruction. Those accounts differed slightly from the public version, hinting at the complexity of the situation at the time. He cleverly utilized the vague concept of secret archives, which must exist within the Inquisition, and linked it to a deceased mentor who could not be cross-examined, thereby enhancing his credibility. At the same time, with extremely subtle phrasing like differed slightly and complexity, he both hinted at his inside knowledge and avoided directly exposing the core secret of the Dark Angel's 10,000-year hunt for the fallen angels, leaving the other party out and room for further dialogue. Furthermore, Chen Xi continued to strengthen his argument, introducing supernatural elements to increase persuasiveness. My psychic perception is somewhat unique, it's not merely precognition or combat psyker abilities. I occasionally capture intense echoes from the deep warp reverberations of grudges, unfulfilled vows, and profound obsessions. He made his eyes appear ethereal, as if perceiving the fluctuations of an unseen realm. Recently, these echoes have become exceptionally clear, especially resonating strongly with themes related to loyalty, betrayal, and redemption, and intertwining with the scattered information I've encountered including Xeno artifacts, ancient records, and the recent discovery in the nest. This forces me to suspect that certain ancient chains of cause and effect are being reactivated, their focus very likely pointing to the rock, and the ancient entities associated with it. He combined the special authority of an inquisitor, secret archives, and unique psychic perception to construct a seemingly reasonable and difficult to disprove explanation. The mysteries of the Inquisition and the various abnormal abilities possessed by inquisitors are no longer secrets in the Imperium. The logic behind many inquisitors' actions is often difficult to fathom by normal standards. Therefore, Chen Xi's explanation, though surprising, was not entirely unacceptable, especially for Astartes monks accustomed to dealing with supernatural phenomena. Captain Darrell listened in silence. The doubt in his eyes had not completely vanished, but the strong hostility from before had significantly diminished. He was weighing, he was judging. Chen Xi's explanation at least provided a logically acceptable framework to explain why he knew these secrets and was so persistent about the current events. So, you are basing your conclusion that there might be fallen angels' remnants active near the rock, posing a potential threat, on these fragmented archives and your special psychic echoes? Darrell slowly asked, his tone more investigative than dismissive. Yes, Chen Xi affirmed with a solemn expression. Moreover, I believe there might be a larger conspiracy hidden behind this. These attackers might just be pawns, or a prelude to a larger infiltration operation. He leaned forward again, lowering his voice to create an atmosphere of private conversation. Captain Darrell, have you heard of an even older, almost legendary prophecy that might circulate within your chapter? A prophecy about Lion King L. Johnson not being permanently asleep, and that his return will one day come. This time, Captain Darrell could no longer maintain complete composure. His breathing visibly hitched, and an extremely complex light flashed in his eyes: shock, disbelief, deep yearning, and a strictly suppressed, almost religious anticipation. Prophecies about the return of Primarchs circulate among various first founding chapters, but for the Dark Angels, the Lion King's return holds a particularly special significance. It directly relates to the chapter's deepest historical trauma, the hope of atonement, and even its future destiny. Inquisitor, this kind of prophecy. Darrell's voice was slightly dry. He was clearly deeply affected by this topic, yet extremely cautious due to its extreme sensitivity. It's ethereal, merely a spiritual solace for the Astartes monks in private, difficult to use as a basis for strategic decisions. His denial seemed pale and weak. Perhaps not entirely ethereal, Chen Xi seized the moment of his wavering, pushing his conjecture to the extreme. I suspect that the recent abnormal movements, whether mysterious attacks or unusual warp fluctuations, are related to some change in the Primarch's slumber. Perhaps, certain factions, it could be chaos, or other entities coveting the Imperium, have perceived something and are trying to interfere, prevent, or even exploit the secret of the Lion King's slumber or potential return. His gaze was sharp, his tone firm. I believe it is necessary to conduct a highest level, cautious investigation into this. This may no longer be limited to the internal affairs of your chapter, but could concern the future destiny of the Imperium. Captain Darrell fell into deeper silence. Chen Xi's questions were one sharper than the last, one closer than the last to the Dark Angel's most core secrets. As a battle captain, he had no right to make any definitive statements regarding matters involving the Primarch, or the ultimate decisions and secrets of the chapter's inner circle. Even discussing them required extreme caution. Chapter 674, Prying Open a Secret. After a long while, he raised his head, his gaze once again firm and serious, as if he had made up his mind. Inquisitor, everything you've discussed today, regarding the attack, the warp fluctuations, and even the Primarch, far exceeds my personal authority and scope of duty. These are top-level secrets that only the chapter master and the chapter's inner circle can adjudicate. He mentioned the inner circle, a term of immense significance to the Dark Angels, representing their core secrets and decision-making body. He took a deep breath and continued. I cannot make any promises to you here, nor can I reveal more information that you might wish to know. However, he paused, seemingly engaged in a final internal struggle. I agree to upload your discoveries, analyses, and concerns, along with a detailed report of this Azure Dawn campaign, via secure channels to the Rock Fortress, at the highest chapter encryption level, to be presented directly to Supreme Grand Master Azrael himself. This was the greatest concession Captain Darrell could make. He stared intently at Chen Xi, offering a crucial suggestion. However, Inquisitor, if you are truly so concerned about this matter, believing it pertains to imperial security and those ancient secrets, relying solely on encrypted communication is far from enough. This information is too sensitive, it requires face-to-face presentation, discussion, and verification. Chen Xi's heart stirred, knowing the most critical moment had arrived. He calmly asked, Captain, what do you mean? Captain Darrell spoke word by word, his tone solemn. If Inquisitor is willing, and obtains the appropriate authorization from the Inquisition, perhaps you could personally travel to the Rock Fortress to communicate directly with Supreme Grand Master Azrael, and perhaps other Grand Masters of the Inner Circle. Only there, under the premise of absolute security and confidentiality, and after proving your sincerity and necessity, will you have the possibility of obtaining the answers you seek, or participating in a more in-depth investigation. Of course, this would require the Chapter Master's personal approval. This was precisely the opportunity Chen Xi had been waiting for. He showed no hesitation, his face displaying an appropriately solemn and decisive expression. For the Emperor, and to uncover potential threats, I will not shirk my duty. Once I have processed the preliminary report for this Azure Dawn incident and completed the necessary notification to Terra, I will arrange my itinerary as soon as possible to visit the Rock Fortress. Thank you, Captain, for your suggestion and your efforts in this matter. Captain Darrell nodded slightly, his expression complex. The information obtained from this meeting far exceeded his expectations and brought with it immense uncertainty and potential risks. He stood up, his power armor emitting a heavy grinding sound, and saluted again. Then, Inquisitor, I will report your wishes and the summary of this meeting. I look forward to meeting you again at the Rock. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Chen Xi returned the salute, watching Captain Darrell's heavy figure disappear through the conference room door. The thick alloy door slid shut silently, isolating inside from out. When only he remained in the conference room, Chen Xi slowly exhaled a long, turbid breath, as if releasing all the accumulated pressure. The cold starlight from outside the window spilled into the room, illuminating his slightly pale face. He knew he had just performed an extremely dangerous dance on a tightrope over an abyss. Using his identity as an Inquisitor, carefully woven half-truths, and insight into human nature, he had successfully swayed the direction of the Dark Angels, a colossal vessel shrouded in millennia of secrets, opening a narrow and dangerous crack for himself to approach that ancient secret, a secret that might also concern the future destiny of humanity. Going to the Rock Fortress meant stepping into a labyrinth woven from 10,000 years of secrets, ancient oaths, iron discipline, and fanatical loyalty, a place even more perilous than the devouring tide of the Tyranid swarm. One wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. But he had no choice. The Emperor's heavy and vague blessing and the responsibilities that came with it, as well as his own understanding of the world's future trajectory, were like invisible whips, driving him forward, to unveil the mists and confront the abyss. He softly called through his internal comms, Oligana. I'm here, Chen Xi. The synthetic voice responded almost immediately, with its usual efficiency, but also seemed to lack a hint of its usual rigidity, replaced by a sense of awaiting results. Set a course for the nearest stable Mandeville point. We need to make a warp jump and return to Rostov Prime. I need to complete the preliminary report there and obtain some necessary permissions. He paused, then added, his voice tinged with weariness and resolve. Additionally, begin compiling all records, public and non-public, even legends and fragments regarding the Dark Angels chapter, the history of Caliban, the structure of the Rock Fortress, and everything you can find about Lion King Lionel Johnson. We need to be fully prepared. This visit will not be a casual tea party. Directive confirmed. Course being set, estimated arrival at Mandeville Point in 3 hours. Information retrieval and cross-database comparison tasks have been set to highest priority. Oligana paused slightly, then asked, did the meeting results meet expectations? Chen Xi walked to the observation window, gazing once more at the desolate planet, Azure Dawn. Its destruction was the end of an era, and his path ahead might be linked to the beginning of another. Initial goals achieved. He answered simply, without much explanation. A storm is coming, Oligana. We need to ensure we are sufficiently robust, and sufficiently flexible. Understood. I will continue to optimize ship systems and intelligence analysis algorithms. Oligana responded, perhaps her way of expressing support. Chen Xi took one last look at the scorched earth of death, then resolutely turned and walked towards the bridge. The brief respite had long ended, like dust scattered by the wind. New, deeper darkness, secrets, and challenges awaited him in distant star systems. His journey was far from over. And the next stop would be the legendary mobile fortress of the Dark Angels, the Rock Fortress. What awaited him there, millennia of accumulated secrets, or a trap of utter destruction? The answer could only be revealed by moving forward. Even though he already knew the answer, sometimes you couldn't reason with the Dark Angels. These Knights of Caliban, like their Gene Father, only appeared to be civilized knights, but in essence, they were still a group of barbarians. So, find someone who speaks a language they understand to vouch for him. Chapter 675, Journey to the Rock Fortress. The bridge of the Inquisition Black Ship, Gabbro, was enveloped in an almost palpable solemnity. Only the low hum of the Cognito Hazard Array and the faint glow of data streams across screens proved that time was still flowing. Outside the colossal observation window, the Azure Dawn star system gradually receded. That once azure planet, like a tear of the Emperor, was now a grotesque orb shrouded in a grayish-brown pall of death and the still smoldering fires of purgation. Like an indelible charred scar on fine porcelain, it hung silently against the black velvet, narrating the recently concluded, brutal cleansing that cost billions of lives. The deep thrumming of the warp engine preheating echoed from the ship's depths, like the breath of a waking behemoth. It heralded the imminent start of a new voyage, its destination unknown. Chen Xi stood with his back to that dead starfield, his figure tall but unable to hide a hint of weariness. His gaze fell upon two flashing routes displayed on the tactical holographic table. His fingertips unconsciously tapped the cold metal edge of the control panel. One was the safe path back to RIfxFe Prime, where mountains of administrative duties, urgent post-war reports, and a relatively familiar whirlpool of power awaited. The other was an encrypted navigation beacon provided by the Penitence Blade chapter, pointing towards the rock, the Dark Angel's mobile fortress. This route led to 10,000-year-old secrets, ironclad discipline, and unpredictable risks. Olegana stood silently nearby, her bronze skull servo arm motionless behind her shoulder. Only the red light deep within her bionic eye scanned the route data. Returning to RIfxFe Prime, conventional travel plus warp jump, estimated time, 15 standard days. Proceeding to the rock, based on the provided beacon and estimated warp flow stability, requires at least 22 standard days. The latter journey is longer, and the navigation data for the destination area is strictly controlled by the Dark Angels, presenting uncertainties. Chen Xi nodded slightly. The aftershocks of his conversation with Captain Darrell lingered, that sharp gaze encased in deep green power armor and the grave tone when mentioning the inner circle were still clearly imprinted in his mind. The secrets of the Dark Angels were like a massive gravitational trap, both dangerous and alluring. Assemble the core members. Chen Xi finally spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly breaking the bridge's silence. We need to discuss our next course of action. A moment later, in the Gabro's dedicated tactical briefing room, the core members gathered. The air circulation system hummed softly, but it couldn't dispel the heavy atmosphere. The air was a mix of machine oil, purifying incense, and the faint scent of gunpowder lingering in the power armor seams. Chen Xi didn't beat around the bush, directly presenting the current choice to everyone. He briefly recounted the key points of his conversation with Captain Darrell, especially concerning the unusual movements in the starfield near the rock, the potential threat of the fallen angels, and the Dark Angel's extreme sensitivity to the matter. In summary, Chen Xi concluded, his fingertip hovering above the holographic projection. Proceeding to the rock means we will actively step into a realm full of unknown risks. The Dark Angel's guardianship of their secrets is almost fanatical, our investigation might be seen as a provocation. However, if my fears prove true, and there is indeed an ancient threat targeting the rock, and perhaps even related to the Lion King Lionel Johnson's slumber or return, then its significance will far exceed a regional tyrannid cleansing. Titus responded first, his voice, amplified by his helmet, carried the characteristic rationality and restraint of an ultramarine. The risk assessment is clear. Uninvited entry into the Dark Angel's core territory is indeed an adventure. However, the potential threat you've raised involving a Primarch-level entity, its priority outweighs conventional considerations. If the threat is real, it is our duty to provide early warning. The Death Watch squad is ready at any time. Olegana analyzed with her characteristic logic. From an information value perspective, Captain Darrell's agreement to report an implied invitation is itself a rare window of opportunity. This suggests that the rock may be facing a situation it cannot handle independently. By utilizing this opportunity, we can obtain first-hand information regarding the potential threat. But all data interaction must pass through the highest level of encryption and isolation protocols, any oversight could be misinterpreted. Twilight's focus was on the operation itself. The Gabro will make all navigation and defensive preparations. However, within the Dark Angel's sphere of influence, our communications and actions must be assumed to be under surveillance, requiring the development of corresponding secrecy protocols. Mai's eyes gleamed with a desire for the unknown, but she also maintained due caution. An opportunity to confront a 10,000-year-old secret is immeasurable in value. I support heading to the rock, but we must tread carefully. Although their opinions differed in emphasis, the conclusion was consistent. While risks existed, the responsibility and potential rewards were greater. The decision is made. Chen Xi stood up, his gaze sweeping over each face in the room, finally resting on the distorted starfield outside the observation window. The Emperor's mission requires us to face the darkness, no matter where it comes from. He turned to Olegana. Reply to the unyielding belief, accept the navigation beacon. Set course, destination the rock fortress. Command confirmed. Data streams in Olegana's eyes flickered faster, and her bronze servo arm emitted a subtle whirring sound. Titus, keep your men on highest alert, but do not display hostility unless absolutely necessary. We need to show a cooperative attitude while preparing for any contingencies. Understood. Orders were issued one after another, and the solemn atmosphere in the briefing room transformed into urgent action. The brief respite had long ended, replaced by tension and determination in the face of new challenges. The Gabro adjusted its posture, slowly sailing towards the Mandeville point at the edge of the star system, following the deep green Penitence Blade escort frigate ahead. The colossal warp engine began to accumulate energy, and the void seemed to be torn by an invisible force. Ahead of the ship's prow, the structure of reality began to twist and undulate. Like ripples from a stone thrown into water, a bizarrely colored rift to the immaterial realm gradually tore open. Chen Xi gazed at the widening warp rift outside the observation window. His longing for a brief moment of peace had long been replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility and vigilance towards the unknown. The ship shuddered slightly, completely sliding into that kaleidoscopic, turbulent sea of the warp. The next time they returned to the real universe, what awaited them would be the legendary mobile home of the Dark Angels, the Rock Fortress. Chapter 676, The Rock Fortress. Travel through the warp was never pleasant. Even under the protection of the Geller field, personnel on the ship could still feel the pervasive whispers and malice attempting to corrupt their sanity. 22 standard days of travel passed in turbulence and suppression. During this time, they experienced several minor warp turbulences and one small-scale demonic entity impact. However, all threats were averted thanks to the Gabro's defense systems and the coordinated efforts of the accompanying Penitence Blade escort frigates. Captain Darrell's unyielding belief maintained precise navigation, guiding the Gabro through the chaotic waves. As the warp engine's hum gradually diminished and the ship began to exit the unsettling domain, an invisible pressure, paradoxically, permeated the Gabro. Everyone knew that their destination was almost reached. The armored filter plates of the main observation window rose layer by layer, letting in the external light. The sight before them, even for the well-traveled Inquisitor and Chen Xi's entourage, was enough to evoke profound shock. A massive, irregularly shaped, asteroid-like object floated in the void. Its scale far surpassed that of ordinary space fortresses or shipyards. It was not a naturally formed celestial body, but clearly a result of unimaginable engineering modification. The colossal rock structure was densely covered with Gothic spires, magnificent archways, crisscrossing metal frameworks, and countless weapon platforms standing like a forest. Macro cannon arrays, laser turrets, and torpedo launchers, like the fangs and spines of a giant beast, gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the starlight. The faint energy ripples generated by the void shield emitters enveloped the entire fortress like a translucent eggshell. This was the rock. The mobile fortress monastery of the Dark Angels chapter, and also their eternal monument and shackles. It was originally the largest surviving fragment after the destruction of the Primarch's home world, Caliban. Through 10 millennia of continuous reinforcement and expansion by the Dark Angels, it had become a colossal entity integrating a military fortress, a monastery, an archive, and a reliquary. Its internal structure was so complex that it was said many chapter members had not fully glimpsed its entirety. Receiving the rock's navigation signal, guiding us to the designated berth, Olegana reported, her data eye rapidly scanning the fortress's external structure. Multiple weapon lock scans detected, along with an extremely high-intensity psychic null field. Fortress defense level is at maximum. Follow the guidance, maintain communication silence unless they initiate contact, Chen Xi instructed, his gaze fixed on the colossal object drawing ever closer. A sense of historical gravitas and an invisible pressure washed over him. This was not merely a military fortress, but also a tomb burying 10 millennia of secrets, a symbol bearing endless obsessions. The Gabro, following the unyielding belief, slowly swam like two insignificant small fish towards the open mouth of the silent behemoth. A shipyard entrance protected by massive armored gates. The reliefs on the gates faintly showed the Dark Angels' battle insignia and ancient symbols of the world of Caliban, speaking of a long-lost history. The process of entering the shipyard was solemn and grave, yet imbued with a cold sense of detachment. The interior space of the shipyard was extremely vast, several kilometers high, enough to accommodate several capital ships. In the dim light, countless engineering servitor skulls and tech marines in deep green power armor could be seen busily maintaining other Dark Angel ships docked there. The air was filled with the scent of machine oil, incense, and cold metal. The walls were carved with complex scriptures and reliefs of the chapter's history, every detail emphasizing discipline, loyalty, and secrecy. When the Gabro, guided, steadily docked at its designated berth, a squad of Dark Angels warriors was already waiting on the pier. They wore standard deep green power armor, their helmet visors glowing red, standing tall like pines, moving in perfect unison. They exuded a hardened, almost inhuman discipline forged through countless trials. A sergeant at the forefront stepped forward, his shoulder plate bearing unique insignia, indicating his belonging to the company responsible for internal security. In the name of the Lion King and the Emperor, welcome to the Rock, Inquisitor. The sergeant's voice, amplified by his helmet, was cold and devoid of emotion. It was less a welcome and more the execution of a procedure. I am Sergeant Camille, tasked with receiving you and your entourage. Please follow me, your quarters have been arranged. There were no superfluous pleasantries, no curious glances, only pure efficiency and restraint. Chen Xi noticed that even while performing their reception duties, the warriors' hands never strayed far from their weapons. Scanners also discreetly swept the Gabro's hatch and every person descending the gangway. Chen Xi nodded slightly, leading Olegana, Titus, Gutierrez, and other key members down the gangway. Stepping onto the deck inside the rock, there was a tactile sensation different from the metal of a ship, one of greater solidity and weight. Thank you for your reception, Sergeant Camille, Chen Xi responded in a tone befitting an inquisitor, slightly distant but polite. We look forward to meeting with the chapter's high command. Grand Master Azrael is aware of your arrival, Sergeant Camille said, gesturing the direction. However, he is busy, and an audience time will be arranged separately. In the meantime, please remain within the designated areas. Without permission, please do not enter areas marked as restricted. Should you have any needs, you may contact the servitors via the comms unit in your room. His words were polite, but the implication of restriction was clear. This was expected, the Rock would not allow outsiders to roam freely. They followed Sergeant Camille, walking through the grand yet oppressive corridors. On both sides of the corridor were arcades dozens of meters high, with massive banners hanging on the walls, depicting the Dark Angels' achievements and symbols. However, many of the images seemed deliberately altered, and the details of certain historical events were blurred. Occasionally encountering Dark Angels warriors marching in formation, they would salute Sergeant Camille but completely ignore Chen Xi and his group. That disregard was not arrogance, but rather an absolute focus that completely excluded external disturbances from their attention. The arranged accommodation consisted of a series of guest rooms located in the outer perimeter of the fortress. Though spacious, clean, and well equipped, the decor was extremely simple, stark, and imbued with the character of a military monastery. Looking out the windows, one saw the intricate internal architecture of the fortress or the cold stars of the external void. There was no pleasant scenery to behold. "We've been put into the highest security prison," Gutierrez muttered softly after inspecting his room. "Be patient, Gutierrez," Chen Xi said calmly. "This is their sacred ground, and we are outsiders, potential trouble. This treatment is normal." Olegana had already begun deploying portable scanners to check the room for surveillance devices. Titus, meanwhile, arranged for Death Watch squad members to stand guard in shifts. Although the possibility of conflict within the rock was extremely low, maintaining vigilance was an instinct of the Adeptus Astartes. The days of waiting began. Time seemed to pass exceptionally slowly inside the rock. Aside from the servitors who brought supplies at regular intervals, they had almost no contact with any Dark Angels members. Communications were also restricted. Contact with the outside world required relaying through the rock's communication nodes, which would clearly be monitored. Chen Xi used this time to repeatedly review the intelligence he had brought, rehearsing possible interrogations and negotiation strategies. Olegana, meanwhile, collected as much information as possible about the rock's structure and non-restricted areas from the limited external interfaces. Titus and his squad conducted their daily training, maintaining peak condition. This atmosphere of isolation and scrutiny was undoubtedly a psychological test. It clearly conveyed one message. On the rock, the Dark Angels held absolute dominance. Any revelation of secrets, or not, would be decided by them. Chapter 677, The Angels' Inner Circle. The wait lasted for several standard days. During this time, Chen Xi and his entourage were confined to their living quarters in a designated, small neutral lounge. The lounge's decor was equally austere, with only a few murals depicting scenes from the forests of Caliban and the Age of Knights, but their style was ancient, imbued with a melancholy of remembrance and loss. They had encountered other chapter members occasionally present there, but these individuals either offered only a polite nod of greeting or were completely lost in their own thoughts, avoiding any in-depth conversation. The entire environment was permeated by a heavy atmosphere, shrouded in secrets. Finally, on the morning of the 5th standard day, Sergeant Camille, the officer responsible for their reception, reappeared at their door. "Inquisitor," he saluted meticulously, his voice as steady as a machine, "Supreme Grand Master Azrael will grant you an audience in the Helm Hall 2 hours from now. You may bring one attendant with you." His gaze briefly swept over the small, cloaked figure always by Chen Xi's side. "Only the Inquisitor and one attendant." Gutierrez instinctively blurted out, his tone clearly apprehensive. Sergeant Camille's gaze flickered over Gutierrez, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "These are the requirements of the inner circle. Only the Inquisitor and his designated attendant are permitted to attend." Chen Xi raised a hand, a slight gesture stopping Gutierrez from further comment. "I understand," he replied calmly, his voice betraying no ripple of emotion. "Please lead the way." He knew that the real test had only just begun. The Dark Angels' inner circle was the true core of the chapter's power, composed of members who knew the chapter's deepest secrets, the eternal mission of hunting the fallen angels for 10 millennia. Facing them was like stepping into a minefield constructed of ancient oaths and heavy guilt. Olegana silently handed over a data slate, its encryption status for all critical information having been double-checked. Titus shot Chen Xi a look of caution. Chen Xi gave a slight nod, adjusted the collar of his Inquisitor's black robe, and then the small, cloaked figure also silently moved, following closely. Chen Xi then followed Sergeant Camille out of the room. They traversed corridors that were even deeper and more magnificent than before. The guards here were noticeably stricter. At regular intervals, knights in Terminator power armor stood solemnly, their armor etched with ancient runes and battle honors, silent as statues, yet exuding a psychic pressure sufficient to suffocate mortals. The scent of incense in the air was thicker, mingled with old parchment, polished metal, and an ineffable aroma of ancient stone itself. The doors to the Helm Hall were a pair of massive bronze gates, carved with lion heads and the Dark Angels chapter symbol, towering to the vaulted ceiling. Standing before them were 2 particularly tall Terminator guards, their presence like mountains. Sergeant Camille stopped at the doors and displayed a psychic imprint to the guards. The heavy bronze doors silently slid inward, revealing the profound hall beyond. "Please enter, Inquisitor. The Grand Masters await you inside." Sergeant Camille stepped aside, clearing the path. Chen Xi took a deep breath and stepped into the Helm Hall, the small, cloaked figure a shadow at his heels. The sight within the hall was awe-inspiring. The vaulted ceiling was high and shrouded in shadow, with only a few beams of light piercing through the high stained glass windows, forming distinct columns of light in the air that illuminated the central area of the hall. Along the surrounding walls, statues clad in ancient Mark power armor or Terminator power armor stood, as if silent witnesses to the Dark Angels' 10,000-year history. At the far end of the hall was a platform several steps high, upon which rested a massive stone long table. Behind the long table sat several figures. All were clad in deep green power armor, but their styles and decorations varied, indicating different ranks and eras. Though none wore helmets, their faces appeared indistinct yet imposing in the dim light, only the sharp glint in their eyes, like torches in the darkness, focused uniformly on Chen Xi and his inconspicuous attendant who had just entered. Seated in the very center was a warrior with a resolute face and eyes like weather-beaten rock. He wore no overly ornate armor, yet naturally exuded an absolute sense of authority. Chen Xi knew this was Supreme Grand Master Azrael of the Dark Angels. To his left and right sat several equally distinguished warriors, beings of Grand Master rank, who together formed the core of the inner circle. The entire hall was eerily silent, even the air seemed to have solidified. The invisible pressure, stemming from 10 millennia of profound history and the resolute will to guard the deepest secrets, was more unnerving than facing 1,000 armies. Chen Xi walked steadily to the center of the hall, stopping about 10 paces from the long table, the small figure standing silently behind and to his side. He performed a standard and solemn bow in accordance with Inquisition protocol. Supreme Grand Master Azrael, Grand Masters, his voice resonated clearly in the absolute silence, neither subservient nor arrogant, I am Inquisitor Chen Xi. Thank you for granting me an audience amidst your busy schedules. Azrael slowly began to speak, his voice deep and powerful, every word carrying immense weight as it echoed through the hall. Inquisitor Chen Xi. We have thoroughly reviewed Captain Darrell's report. The information you provided, and your expressed concerns, are indeed extraordinary. He paused, his gaze pressing down on Chen Xi as if it were a physical force, seemingly intent on piercing his flesh and looking directly into his soul. The gazes of the other inner circle members were equally sharp, forming an invisible web of scrutiny. Now, please elaborate to us personally. Regarding your discoveries in the Gina Stealer's lair, regarding your so-called inferences from ancient records and psychic echoes, especially. Azrael's voice deepened slightly, why do you believe that the attackers hidden in the shadows, their objective, is connected to the ancient shadow of the fallen angels, and even to the Lion King's slumber? And, Azrael's voice grew even deeper, carrying a hint of unyielding sternness, how did you, an inquisitor not from our chapter, and with no deep ties to the First Legion, come to know these secrets that most high-ranking imperial officials have long forgotten, or are simply not authorized to know? All the inner circle members' gazes were fixed on Chen Xi, awaiting his reply. The atmosphere in the hall was so heavy it could almost freeze. Chen Xi knew that every word, every subtle pause, even the rhythm of his breathing, would be weighed on the most rigorous scales. An improper explanation would not only fail to gain trust but could even be seen as a threat to the chapter's most core secrets, potentially leading to extremely severe consequences. He had to summon all his wisdom, courage, and inquisitor authority to navigate this crucial scrutiny that would determine future directions. Chapter 678, Persuasion and Secrecy. The silence within Helm Hall seemed to solidify, pressing heavily on every inch of air, as if time itself had stagnated in this space constructed of ancient rock walls and weighty secrets. The towering dome was lost in deep shadows, with only a few shafts of light pouring down from the stained glass windows, like searchlights, focusing on Chen Xi and the short, cloaked figure beside him, motes of dust dancing in the beams. Supreme Grand Master Azrael's question, like a bolt round leaving its barrel, echoed through the hall, carrying cold momentum and undeniable interrogation. He not only demanded an explanation for the source of the information but also went straight to the core. How could an outsider access taboos that even the highest echelons of the Imperium had no right to glimpse? Chen Xi could feel the weight in the gazes of the inner circle members. It was not mere suspicion, but an instinctive vigilance, honed over 10 millennia, towards anything that might endanger the fundamental secrets of the chapter. He took a deep breath, not out of fear, but to tune his psychic senses to their sharpest state, to catch the most subtle fluctuations in the emotional fields of the ancient warriors behind the stone table. He understood that any hint of panic or falsehood would be exposed under such scrutiny. He spoke again, his voice steady, carrying the Inquisitor's unique tone, a blend of authority and detachment, but now with an added, deliberate gravity befitting a weighty subject. Grand Master, Grand Masters, he nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over each face behind the stone table, etched with the marks of ages and battles. I understand your concerns. An Inquisitor delving into the ancient internal affairs of the First Legion is indeed extraordinary. He first acknowledged the unusual nature of the situation, showing respect for their position. Regarding the source of the information, my previous statement was not false. The ancient archives of the Inquisition contain many fragments unknown to the outside world. They are often sealed, not because they are unimportant, but because they are too sensitive, or contain irreconcilable contradictions with the Imperium's sanctioned historical narrative. He again cleverly invoked the vague but difficult to refute concept of Inquisition internal archives. My mentor, an Inquisition Grand Master who dedicated his life to unearthing deep-seated threats, firmly believed that certain deliberately forgotten pasts might hold the seeds of future crises. When granting me the relevant authority, he warned, truth may be unsettling, but ignorance leads to more thorough destruction. He cited a deceased and unconfirmable authority to add weight to his words. He then steered the conversation towards the potential connection to the current threat. As for why I connect these dusty records with the discovery of the Azure Dawn and the recent abnormal movements around the rock. Chen Xi paused briefly, as if weighing his words carefully. This is not baseless speculation, but a faint, emerging pattern after analyzing all fragmented intelligence. He began to construct a logical chain. The bone-plate star map found in the Gina Stealer's lair, initially restored by Sage Oligana, points to ancient coordinates that overlap with certain old records I consulted regarding the star systems around Caliban. And those fragmented log entries, recorded in cipher, though shattered, their grammatical structure and the usage habits of specific vocabulary, when compared by language analysis experts, show characteristics similar to records of some exiles from the Horus Heresy period, not direct traces of chaos corruption, but a more archaic variant of Gothic, stripped of the Adeptus Ministorum framework. He presented specific technical details to make his reasoning more convincing. At the same time, intelligence I gathered from multiple peripheral channels regarding mysterious attackers near the rock all points to a commonality. They possess an unusually deep understanding of the defensive systems of the outposts, and their operational patterns are precise and efficient, far beyond what ordinary Chaos Raiders or Xenos pirates could achieve. This understanding is more akin to internal knowledge. He cautiously avoided the direct term fallen angels, but internal knowledge was clear enough to point in that forbidden direction. Among the inner circle members, several subtly shifted their gazes, but no one interrupted. Piecing these fragments together, Chen Xi continued, his tone growing more solemn. An unsettling possibility emerges. Is there a faction that not only knows your history, but is itself from that history, and is using this knowledge to probe the rock, or even to plan a greater scheme? He paused again, letting the weight of his words settle, then threw out the most crucial connection. And recently, whether it's the discoveries in the lair, or the strong echoes I've captured through psychic perception from the depths of the warp themes of loyalty, betrayal, redemption, and awakening are abnormally active, all make me unable to avoid connecting all of this to that oldest legend, the prophecy that Lionel Johnson is not permanently dormant, and that there will be a day of his return. When the word awakening was directly linked to the Lion King, Chen Xi clearly perceived a momentary disruption in the breathing of at least two Grand Masters behind the stone table. Azrael's gaze remained sharp as a hawk, but a flicker of extremely complex emotion seemed to cross it, a ripple woven from deep yearning, heavy responsibility, and a strictly suppressed anticipation. Chen Xi knew he had struck the most core chord. I am not asserting that the prophecy will necessarily come true, he immediately added cautiously, avoiding appearing dogmatic, but I believe we must consider a possibility. Are these abnormal movements related to some subtle change in the Primarch's dormant state? Have certain factions, perhaps Chaos, or other enemies we do not yet fully understand, already detected this change, and are attempting to interfere, obstruct, or even exploit this process? He elevated the topic to the macro level of imperial security. The light of the Emperor faces unprecedented challenges in this dark age, the archenemy Chaos grows increasingly rampant, and Xenos threats sweep across the stars. In this crisis, every hope of a Primarch's possible return is an invaluable treasure to the Imperium, but it could also become a target the enemy desperately seeks to strangle. His voice carried a genuine concern, born from a deep understanding of the war situation, which now seemed incredibly real. Therefore, the purpose of my journey is by no means to satisfy personal curiosity by prying into the secrets of the First Legion, but rather out of an Inquisitor's duty to the overall safety of the Imperium. These ancient pieces of information and recent discoveries that I possess may be fragmented, but if combined with your chapter's deeper understanding of its own history and current situation, they may help us clarify the nature of the threat more quickly and ensure the complete safety of Lionel Johnson's resting place, or rather, his potential place of return. He ultimately expressed his intention for cooperation. I am not asking for a complete sharing of your chapter's secrets, but rather hope to achieve information complementarity within the necessary scope. Perhaps these fragments I bring can fill a missing corner in your intelligence puzzle. After Chen Xi finished speaking, Helm Hall was once again enveloped in a prolonged silence. Chapter 679, The Inner Circle's Debate. After an oppressive silence that seemed to last for a century, Supreme Grand Master Azrael finally raised his hands, which had been clasped on the stone table. This subtle movement broke the stalemate and instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Inquisitor, his voice was deeper than before, carrying the caution of careful deliberation, the clues you've presented, indeed reveal some undeniable connections. He did not immediately make a judgment, but instead cast his gaze upon his colleagues on either side, his eyes like probes, seemingly weighing the internal scales of each Grand Master. Then, he said, please leave Helm Hall with your retinue for now, so that I may consult with my inner circle colleagues. Chen Xi nodded calmly, showing no objection, then turned decisively and exited the grand hall with his cloaked attendant. The heavy adamantium door slowly closed behind them, separating the hall from the outside world. Almost the instant the bolt fell, the long-suppressed debate within Helm Hall erupted like a broken dam. Connections. Deathwing Grandmaster Belial was the first to challenge, his broad shoulders tensed, his voice filled with undisguised suspicion and an almost instinctive aversion. Azrael, we are facing nothing but a sandcastle built of possibilities and maybes. An Inquisitor, relying on archives of unknown origin, graffiti from Xenos nests, and a psyker's feelings, wants us to open the archives we've guarded for 10 millennia. He slammed a fist onto the stone table, producing a dull thud. For 10 millennia, we have relied on silence and steadfastness, not the whispers of outsiders. Chief Librarian Ezekiel immediately raised his hand, seemingly trying to calm the agitated emotions. His voice was quicker, filled with a scholar's calm and desire for analysis. Calm down, Belial. But it cannot be denied that his analysis of the attacker's modus operandi highly matches our recent records from the edge of the Caliban Nebula. The enemy knows our defensive weaknesses inside and out. To deny this threat is truly reckless. His gaze was sharp, focusing on the logical chain itself, rather than emotions. Even if there is a threat, Belial retorted with a low growl, veins slightly prominent on his forehead. It should be purified by the inner circle ourselves. Involving the Inquisition? Have you forgotten the lesson of Baltic III? A curious Inquisitor almost exposed our centuries of covert operations. We cannot afford that price a second time. Behind his anger was the almost paranoid guardianship of secrets deeply rooted in the Deathwing's duties. Times have changed, Belial. Ravenwing Grand Master Samuel joined the debate, his voice carrying the expansive quality typical of a battlefield commander, and a hint of an almost imperceptible longing. Abaddon's Black Legion is ravaging the galaxy. If even 1/10,000th of the Inquisitor's perception about the Primarch's return is true, his voice trembled almost imperceptibly when he mentioned Father, revealing a deep-seated hope. Will our self-imposed isolation become a sin hindering Father's awakening? Allies? The Inquisition is an ally. Belial scoffed, his face full of distrust. They are the Imperium's hounds, sniffing out truth, while our survival depends on secrets. Let him access the archives, and who can guarantee he won't piece together those past events we absolutely do not want outsiders to know. He almost bit out the last few words, his gaze sweeping over every colleague present, hinting at those deeply buried taboos. Perhaps, Ezekiel spoke again, his tone conciliatory, trying to find a middle ground. We can view him as a double-edged sword that needs to be handled carefully. Utilize his intelligence, but impose the strictest restrictions and surveillance, minimizing the risk. The sword will cut the wielder. Belial insisted, his patience clearly running out. I saw no reverence in his eyes, only inquiry and an unsettling certainty. He probably knows far more than he lets on. This is a test, even a provocation. Supreme Grand Master Azrael remained silent as a rock, listening intently, his gaze moving between the heated words, unfathomably deep, as if weighing the significance behind each statement. The atmosphere in the hall was almost frozen until the debate gradually subsided, and all eyes converged on him. Every person under his gaze unconsciously straightened their backs, awaiting the final judgment. Enough. Azrael's voice was not loud, but it was like a cold iron curtain, instantly ending all arguments, carrying an unquestionable authority. The inner circle's duty is to weigh the pros and cons and make necessary choices for the survival of the chapter, no matter how difficult they may be. His words fell, leaving a heavy silence. He paused briefly, his gaze slowly sweeping across the face of each Grand Master, finally settling on the closed grand doors. He gave a slight nod to an inner circle acolyte standing by. The acolyte acknowledged, turned, and walked with steady steps towards the grand doors, slowly opening them. Soon, Chen Xi and his retinue reappeared at the doorway, re-entering the solemn atmosphere of Helm Hall. They stood at their previous positions, Chen Xi's gaze calmly meeting that of the Supreme Grand Master behind the stone table, awaiting his announcement. Azrael took a deep breath, his tone shifting to a solemn and cautious one, formally announcing the inner circle's decision. Inquisitor, he began, using extremely formal language, the external threats you have pointed out, and the possibility of them exploiting our weaknesses, are indeed long-standing focuses of the inner circle. Your analysis of the attackers aligns with our internal records. This, the inner circle acknowledges. He subtly shifted his stance, his words cautious. As for the connection between the ancient prophecy of the Primarch's return and recent anomalies, this matter concerns the chapter's most fundamental beliefs and hopes. Its veracity cannot be lightly judged by outsiders, and its implications far exceed the scope of this meeting. The inner circle will independently assess it. However, he continued, showing a pragmatic attitude after deliberation, based on the certain value of the intelligence you obtained from the Genestealer's nest, and considering the imperial resources you, as an inquisitor, can mobilize, the inner circle has decided to grant limited trust and corresponding authority. Under the supervision of Chief Librarian Ezekiel, he looked at the librarian, who calmly nodded in response. You may consult certain non-core historical records in the archive, primarily concerning star charts before Caliban's destruction and data on extinct Xenos species. This may provide some background for your puzzle. At the same time, you must report all details of the psyker echoes you have perceived to Grand Master Ezekiel for our analysis and verification. Furthermore, you may participate in border anomaly briefings chaired by the Third Company Captain, but you may not access specific deployments or internal operational plans. All your activities will be strictly confined to designated areas and accompanied by a member designated by the inner circle. Finally, his gaze became extremely grave, but the warning tone was more like a stern reminder than a naked threat. Inquisitor, this is the maximum concession the inner circle can make under the current circumstances. I hope you will bear in mind that any transgression, any attempt to probe secrets that should not be touched, regardless of its original intent, will be regarded as the most serious hostile act. On the Rock, we have the right, and the determination, to use necessary means to eliminate any factor that poses a threat to the core interests of the chapter. I hope you understand the gravity of this matter. Chen Xi's heart settled slightly. He knew that he had finally pried open a crack in this impenetrable wall of 10 millennia. The road ahead was certainly fraught with restrictions and peril at every step, but this was precisely the necessary first step in his plan to approach that deeply buried secret. Chapter 680 The Mysterious Retainer. Over the next standard day, Chen Xi and his mysterious retainer settled into a new routine aboard the Rock Fortress. They were moved to an area near the archives and the Librarium, with their range of movement slightly expanded, but always under strict surveillance. Accompanying them were Sergeant Camille and 2 other rotating inner circle guards. These warriors were taciturn, like mobile monitors, recording their every move. The archive research proceeded in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. They were not led into the core archives but rather an auxiliary area called the Historical Corridor. This area mostly contained myths and legends from Caliban's Night Family era, epics praising the heroes of past chapters, their content clearly heavily embellished and abridged, and some records on Caliban's flora and fauna and ancient customs. Records truly concerning the Horus Heresy, the destruction of Caliban, and the subsequent 10,000-year hunt were nowhere to be found. Chen Xi patiently perused these seemingly irrelevant dossiers and data slates. His gaze swept over the ornate illustrations depicting knights battling beasts, and he read the florid but empty hymns. He wasn't genuinely hoping to find direct answers here, but rather, through this permitted information, he aimed to discern the image the Dark Angels wished to project and the outline of the truth they sought to conceal. Occasionally, he would converse in low tones with his retainer, pointing out contradictions in certain legends or deliberately vague timelines in some descriptions. The figure under the cloak mostly just listened silently, occasionally extending slender, pale fingers to point at a description of a specific plant in the forest or the crest of an ancient knight family, emitting an almost inaudible hum of agreement or a prompt for attention. These subtle interactions did not escape the vigilant eyes of the watchers. Communication with the Liberium was more direct and perilous. The Dark Angel's chief librarian was a powerful psyker, an old veteran with eyes as deep as an ancient well. Chen Xi needed to describe in detail the psychic echoes he perceived. He meticulously wove a semi-truthful narrative, blending genuine warp disturbance sensations with literary embellishments on themes like Caliban's destruction and the Primarch's slumber. He had to make his description sound credible without being too specific, lest it be disproven. The entire process was like dancing on a blade's edge, the chief librarian's psychic senses probing like a needle, trying to pierce through to the true intentions behind his words. Chen Xi, relying on his powerful psychic control and the unique concealment granted by the Emperor's boon, precariously maintained his balance. His retainer remained an irrelevant accessory throughout, standing quietly in the corner, seemingly oblivious to the powerful psychic confrontation. Opportunities to participate in investigation briefings were even rarer, and the content was strictly filtered. Chen Xi only heard about the general time, location, and damage caused by the attacks, usually missing patrol squads or destroyed outposts. Crucial information regarding the attackers' specific tactics or residual traces was entirely absent. The Dark Angels clearly only wanted him to know something happened, not how exactly it happened. Any further analytical suggestions or requests for information sharing from Chen Xi were politely but firmly rejected. In this restricted environment, Chen Xi attempted to approach the robed little people known as the Dark Watchers, whom he occasionally encountered in corridors or lounge area. However, these members were extremely wary of strangers, often quickly avoiding Chen Xi before he could even attempt to speak. During his time on the rock, he did not earn the trust of these mysterious watchers. They remained silent and loyal, performing their duties, maintaining absolute isolation from the outside world. Despite slow progress and constant restrictions, Chen Xi showed no impatience. He knew that against an opponent as fanatical and cautious as the Dark Angels, any rash move could lead to failure. He used this period of house arrest primarily to observe and understand the chapter. He observed the rhythm of the fortress's internal operations, the expressions and demeanor of the warriors coming and going, and felt the unique atmosphere emanating from the mobile fortress itself, a blend of pride, sorrow, and heavy guilt. During the long warp journey towards the direction of Caliban's home world, Chen Xi spent more time in his guest room, conversing with the short, hooded retainer. The topics mostly revolved around the Dark Angels, their historical anomalies, various rumors about the fallen angels, the official version of Caliban's explosion versus the possible hidden truth, and Lion King's personality and the significance of his slumber. Essentially, Chen Xi did most of the talking, citing sources, analyzing, and speculating. His tone was more like an academic discussion or talking to himself, rather than eagerly seeking answers. And the retainer, most of the time, just sat quietly, like the most patient listener. The shadow of her cloak completely obscured her face, only from the subtle rustle of fabric when she occasionally adjusted her posture could one tell she was listening attentively. She rarely spoke voluntarily, only when one of Chen Xi's points was particularly sharp, or touched upon a very core contradiction, would she emit one or two extremely brief, almost whispered responses. Sometimes it was a single syllable of affirmation, sometimes a slight, questioning intonation, and sometimes a prolonged breath, as if lost in thought. Though brief, these responses always appeared at critical junctures, as if encouraging Chen Xi to delve deeper or hinting at the value of a certain line of thought. To the watchers, this largely one-sided communication might have seemed merely a way for the Inquisitor to relieve stress, or an inherent, silent mode of interaction with his eccentric retainer. They could not understand that for Chen Xi, this seemingly casual conversation was both a process of organizing his thoughts and a deeper form of probing and confirmation. Through speaking, he sorted out his understanding of the Dark Angels, and the sporadic responses from his silent retainer were like faint glimmers occasionally flashing in the dark, weak but enough to assure him that he was on the right path, that certain ancient echoes were resonating with his words within this small guest room. The rock fortress sailed steadfastly through the tides of the warp, heading towards the long-destroyed home world. Inside the fortress, a silent game of chess continued. Chen Xi, using limited trust, like water dripping through stone, tried to penetrate the hard shell of the secret fortress. Meanwhile, the Dark Angel's inner circle, while granting limited access, held tightly to the ultimate key, vigilantly observing every move of this foreign inquisitor, weighing his value and threat. A storm was gathering, and the answers remained hidden behind the historical mists shrouding Caliban's remains. Chapter 681 Arrival at Caliban. The rock fortress sailed silently through the void, its massive silhouette cutting through distant starlight, like a mobile, sorrowful, and secretive metallic mausoleum. Chen Xi stood by the observation window of his quarters. The window displayed processed star charts and navigation data streams, with the distorted and shifting warp currents isolated behind thick adamantium and Geller fields. But his thoughts had already flown to a coordinate that no longer existed: Caliban. Several standard days of limited investigation were like scratching at an impenetrable iron wall with fingernails. Progress was minimal. The marginal records in the archives were full of deliberate vagueness and poetic embellishments, and librarian Ezekiel's scrutinizing gaze was like a cold probe, constantly trying to pierce his psychic declarations to find his true intentions. The information gained from the briefings was limited to confirming the already known fact that an attack did occur. An invisible stalemate enveloped him. The limited trust granted by the inner circle felt more like a carefully calculated isolation. He could feel that the core secrets of the Dark Angels, the 10,000-year hunt for the fallen angels, and the true reason for the Lion King's slumber were still firmly locked in the deepest parts of the inner circle, not easily accessible to outsiders. But for Chen Xi, this was not important, because he already knew the Dark Angels' little secrets, and even things they didn't know, he knew. They are afraid, Chen Xi whispered to his hooded attendant, who stood silently beside him. It was less of a conversation and more of him sorting through his thoughts. Afraid of external scrutiny, afraid of the chain reactions that might follow if their secrets are exposed, and even, afraid of what they themselves are guarding. The figure beneath the hood stirred slightly, emitting an almost inaudible hum, as if carrying the weight of an ancient sigh. This subtle response, to Chen Xi, held more profound meaning than any lengthy discourse. Just then, an extremely subtle yet powerfully penetrating vibration came through the deck beneath his feet. It wasn't the usual turbulence of warp travel, but rather some aftershock of energy release, carrying a hint of ominous foreboding. Almost simultaneously, the communicator in the quarters emitted a sharp, rather than its usual steady, alert tone. Chen Xi pressed the answer button, and Olegana's voice came through, her speech a fraction faster than usual. Chen Xi, multiple high-intensity energy signals detected erupting outside the fortress. Characteristic analysis, warp engine forced disengagement fluctuations, and entropy radiation characteristic of plague weapons. The Death Guard fleet has arrived in the Caliban star system and is engaging the fortress's defenses. Chen Xi's eyes narrowed. As he knew, Typhus had indeed arrived. Immediately following, the piercing global combat alarm, like the wail of a dying behemoth, instantly echoed through every passage of the rock. Red emergency lights replaced the usual illumination, bathing everything in crimson. Heavy, urgent footsteps sounded from outside the door, the sound of Dark Angel's warriors rushing to their battle stations, orderly yet with the urgency of a decisive battle. The door to the quarters was abruptly pushed open, and Sergeant Herman, the inner circle guard responsible for monitoring them, stood in the doorway. His power armor was already in combat readiness, his helmet's eye lenses glowed red, and though his bolter was not raised, his finger was tightly hooked around the trigger guard. Inquisitor, Herman's voice came through the helmet amplifier, cold and metallic. The fortress has entered maximum combat status. By inner circle directive, you and your retinue must remain in this room until the threat is neutralized. This is for your safety, and for the safety of the fortress. His tone was uncompromising, his tall frame almost completely blocking the doorway. Chen Xi looked at him calmly, without any surprise or panic. Sergeant, battle has already begun. Do you think Typhus and his Death Guard are here for a polite visit? The intentions of heretics are irrelevant, the Dark Angels will cleanse them. Herman's reply was rigid and firm. Cleanse. Chen Xi took a step forward, the invisible psychic pressure beginning to emanate, making Herman's posture even more rigid. When the Death Guard's plague blades strike your brothers, when Nurgle's corruption spreads through your sacred fortress, are you certain that merely relying on cleansing will be enough to hold this fortress monastery, to protect everything you have defended throughout your 10,000-year crusade? My duty is to guard you, Inquisitor. This is an order from the inner circle. Herman's stance did not waver in the slightest. Just then, the perpetually silent hooded attendant beside Chen Xi suddenly moved. She took a small step forward, without pulling down her hood, merely raising a slender, almost transparently pale hand from within her thick robes. She made an ancient and complex gesture, her fingertips seemingly aglow with subtle light, pointing downwards, towards the deepest parts of the rock. Almost the instant her gesture was complete, two diminutive figures, clad in heavy robes, Dark Watchers, quietly emerged from the shadows of the corridor, as if seeping from the walls themselves. These mysterious, ancient guardians, who almost never communicated with ordinary warriors, had now appeared voluntarily, and their gaze, hidden beneath their hoods, was focused on this enigmatic hooded attendant, as if deciphering the silent message. Chen Xi's attendant remained silent, yet her posture carried an undeniable authority. The two Dark Watchers quietly listened, or rather, felt. After a moment, they both nodded slightly, as if reaching some consensus. One of the Dark Watchers turned to the bewildered Sergeant Herman, signaling for Herman to clear the path. Sergeant Herman was utterly confused. The Dark Watchers, ancient beings respected even by the Grand Master, were actually responding to the silent gesture of an outsider Inquisitor's attendant. Chen Xi seized this rare opportunity, his voice steady and powerful. Sergeant, some threats require unconventional means to counter. Now, the Death Guard are at the gates, and corruption is closing in. Are you going to stubbornly execute an order that could cause irreparable damage to the chapter, or make the correct choice and fight for the continued existence of the Dark Angels? Herman's face was hidden beneath his helmet, his expression unseen, but his gun-holding hand trembled subtly for the first time. The roar of battle faintly echoed from a distance, mixed with the angry shouts of bolters and a sickening, viscous sound of corrosion. The passage of time had never been so clear. Finally, the sergeant gritted his teeth, stepped aside to clear the path, his voice hoarse and heavy. For the chapter, I will take you to the inner passages. But after that, only the Dark Watchers can guide the way. Chen Xi nodded, saying no more. He looked at his attendant, still hooded, and then at the two silent Dark Watchers. The time has come, he said, his tone one of both relief and resolute determination. Take us to the slumbering being. The long night of ages needs a waking light. Under the complex gaze of Sergeant Herman, amidst the increasingly close sounds of battle in the distance, Chen Xi and his small team, guided by the Dark Watchers and the perpetually hooded guide, swiftly disappeared into the deeper, more secret shadows of the rock fortress, steadfastly advancing towards the ultimate secret, guarded by layers of protection. Chapter 682, Awakening the Lion King. Following the Dark Watchers, Chen Xi and his party traversed the unknown core areas of the rock fortress. The passages here no longer featured Gothic grandeur, instead, rough, primitive rock walls replaced them, as if directly carved from the massive fragment of Caliban that remained after its destruction. The air was filled with the cold scent of ancient stone and an ineffable, stagnant sense of energy, as if time itself flowed slower here. The tremors beneath their feet grew more pronounced, and occasionally, fine dust would fall from above. The sounds of distant battle were muffled and remote, separated by thick rock layers, but each violent explosion still reverberated through the structure, reminding them of the fierce fighting outside. The Dark Watchers moved silently, guiding the way like phantoms, intimately familiar with the labyrinthine paths, as if walking through their own halls. Passing through a stone door, opened by a Dark Watcher, that emanated a faint glow of energy, the scene before them suddenly opened up. This was a colossal natural cavern, its scale beyond imagination, with a high ceiling that disappeared into darkness. At the center of the cavern was not a lavish bedchamber or altar, but a vast underground lake, calm and still, like a black mirror. The lake water was deep and dark, its bottom unseen, as if connected to the void of the universe. The air was permeated by a powerful psychic stasis field, making one's thoughts feel sluggish. And in the center of the lake, a flat, massive rock, like an ancient altar, protruded from the water. Upon the rock, a colossal figure lay quietly. He wore an ancient and ornate deep green power armor, adorned with the symbols of the Dark Angel's Legion, signifying his authority and solemnity. He lay there, peacefully slumbering, his arms crossed over his chest, like a knight of Caliban resting in the depths of a forest. Yet, even in slumber, his immense form exuded an awe-inspiring majesty, a surging sense of power, inherent to his very being, filled the entire space, causing all who gazed upon him to instinctively hold their breath. Lionel Johnson, the Gene Seed Primarch of the First Legion, slumbered here. No introduction, no confirmation was needed. Anyone who stepped into this place would instinctively realize this truth in the depths of their soul. The Dark Watchers stopped by the water's edge, becoming another set of statues, silently guarding this sacred place. Chen Xi's attendant slowly stepped forward, approaching the lake and gazing at the figure on the rock in the center of the lake. In her obsidian-like eyes, a complex and unreadable light swirled, containing reverence, remembrance, and perhaps a hint of anticipation. Chen Xi gestured for the others to remain near the entrance and stay vigilant. He alone stepped onto an almost invisible, psychically maintained transparent path on the water, walking towards the center of the lake. The closer he got, the stronger the stasis power enveloping the rock became. Chen Xi could feel his own psychic energy as if trapped in a swamp, its circulation becoming incredibly difficult. He finally stood at the edge of the rock, gazing at the demigod who had slept for 10,000 years. What should I do now? Chen Xi asked in a low voice, looking at his attendant beside him, seeking her guidance. Awakening a Primarch was no easy task. The guide raised her hand, also enveloped in her sleeve, and pointed to the sleeping Lion King. She looked at Chen Xi and finally spoke, his slumber stems from his own wounds and the accumulation of time. Your psychic energy, a gift from the Emperor, is the key to penetrating this veil. Call to him, Inquisitor. With the memories of Caliban, with the crisis of the chapter. Chen Xi understood. He needed to use his psychic energy as a bridge to penetrate the stasis barrier formed by his injuries and 10,000 years of time, directly calling to the Lion King's deeply hidden consciousness. This was a dangerous gamble. The slightest mistake could shock the Lion King's sleeping mind, or even trigger his instinctive defensive reactions. He took a deep breath, cleared his mind of all distractions, and gathered his psychic energy at his fingertips. A golden glow lit up at his fingertips, although suppressed by the mysterious power of this place, it still stubbornly flickered the imprint of the Emperor's power in his soul. He extended his hand, not directly touching the Lion King, but suspending his fingertips above the green power armor, extending his psychic energy like the gentlest tendrils towards that vast and silent ocean of mind. In an instant, a torrent of information and emotional fragments, like a burst dam, surged into his consciousness. It was not the Lion King's conscious thoughts, but the unconscious psychic projections accumulated during his 10 millennia of slumber, the lush landscapes of Caliban's forests, the glory and strife of the knightly age, the pain and rage of fratricide, loyalty and confusion towards the Emperor, and a deep, almost soul-freezing, self-reproach. Chen Xi groaned, cold sweat beating on his forehead. A Primarch-level psychic world, even a mere brush with its edges, was enough to overwhelm a mortal soul. He steadied his mind, carefully guiding his psychic energy like a slender yet resilient probe, gingerly touching the sleeping will. Lionel Johnson, he murmured in his heart, conveying his will along with the ongoing battle outside the invasion of the Death Guard, the bitter struggle of the Dark Angels, Typhus's coveting of Caliban's legacy, wake up. Your sons need you, the Imperium needs you. At first, there was no reaction. The colossal figure remained inert, the stasis field still firm. Just as Chen Xi felt his psychic energy nearing exhaustion and his consciousness blurring, he sensed an extremely faint ripple from that silent ocean of mind. Immediately after, an indescribable, immense will, like the core of a star, slowly, with the sluggishness of 10,000 years of slumber, began to awaken. The colossal figure on the rock, his fingers moved ever so slightly. His armored chest rose and fell for the first time in a deep, powerful breath. An ancient, majestic psychic pressure, imbued with the scent of the forest and iron will, spread out like a newly awakened Lion King stretching his body, beginning to dispel the stagnant energy around him. Then, those eyes, closed for 10 millennia, slowly opened. Emerald green eyes, like Caliban's deepest forests, initially held confusion and fragments of distant dreams, but quickly focused, becoming sharp as an eagle's, settling on Chen Xi, who was standing close by. Like a sleeping Lion King awakening, Lion King gazed at the Inquisitor before him, then shifted his gaze to the attendant beside him, exuding a powerful aura, and asked both of them, Who are you? Who are you? Who calls the Lord of Caliban? It is I who call for your awakening, it is the Imperium that calls for its Primarch, it is the Emperor who calls for his son. The attendant threw back her hood, revealing the face of a young woman, almost identical to the Lion King's, but more feminine and youthful. Chapter 683, The Lion King Returns. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a booming bell directly in the core of everyone's consciousness. The absolute stillness of the lake was broken, rippling outwards in subtle circles. The stasis field filling the cavern, like ice struck by a stone, showed visible, wave-like disturbances. On the rock, the sleeping giant figure's finger moved ever so slightly. Chen Xi staggered back a step, his face pale. The recent contact with the Lion King's will had nearly exhausted his mental strength. The always silent guide stepped forward at the opportune moment, gently steadying him. She finally raised her hand, pulling back the hood that had always obscured her face and shedding her heavy robe. What appeared before everyone was not a tall warrior, but a small, maiden-like being. She wore a deep green power armor almost identical to that of the sleeping figure on the rock in the middle of the lake, only drastically scaled down to fit her slender physique. The armor's style was ancient and magnificent, also bearing the insignia and decorations of the Dark Angel's Legion. Her face bore a striking resemblance to the sleeping Lion King, though her features were softer, with an unblemished youthfulness and an inhuman delicacy, as if crafted by the same creator but sculpted into a different form. Her obsidian-like eyes calmly watched the Primarch who was awakening. Olegana and the others standing at the entrance, even from a distance, felt the awakening will, as scorching and majestic as a rising star. The Dark Watchers collectively bowed, their posture one of unchanging reverence and silence for 10,000 years. The armored chest showed its first deep and powerful rise and fall. An ancient, majestic spiritual pressure, imbued with the scent of the forest and an iron will, spread out like a waking lion stretching its body, beginning to disperse the stagnant energy around it. Then, those eyes, closed for 10,000 years, slowly opened. Emerald green eyes, like the deepest forests of Caliban, initially held confusion and fragments of distant dreams, but quickly focused, becoming sharp as an eagle's. They first landed on Chen Xi, who was close at hand, then sharply turned to the small, maiden-like figure beside him, clad in identical power armor. Like a waking lion, the Lion King watched the two, exuding an aura of palpable pressure. Who are you? Who are you? Who calls the Lord of Caliban? His voice was hoarse from 10,000 years of slumber, yet still contained an undeniable power. It is an era that needs your strength calling you, Primarch, Chen Xi replied respectfully, enduring his mental exhaustion and the oppressive force of the immense aura. It is the Emperor calling his son. The maiden beside him did not speak, merely gazed back at the Lion King, a complex, unreadable glow swirling in her similar emerald eyes. The Lion King's gaze lingered on the maiden for a moment, her similar appearance and armor seemed to stir some deep memories or senses within him, but he did not immediately press the matter. He lifted his head, as if he could penetrate the thick rock layers and directly see the battle raging in the upper levels of the fortress. Then, the clamor outside, from what enemy does it come? I sense, the stench of decay, and the odor of betrayal. He was clearly referring to the Death Guard and potentially the fallen angels involved. It is the traitor Death Guard, led by Typhus, Chen Xi quickly reported. They intend to use ancient artifacts to achieve some unknown conspiracy. The rock is under fierce attack. The Lion King's pupils suddenly contracted. Information about the Death Guard, about betrayal, these details instantly ignited his dormant battle lust. He immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Typhus, and those traitors. The Lion King's voice was as cold as an arctic wind. He slowly rose from the rock, his towering body almost touching the cavern's ceiling. A colossal battle intent, like a waking volcano, began to coalesce around him, even dispersing part of the stasis field. He stepped out of his former slumbering area, landing on the rock in the middle of the lake, his gaze like a torch, looking at Chen Xi. Young man, you have brought crucial information and fulfilled your duty to awaken me. Now, I need a sword. Chen Xi immediately understood, turning to Olegana. The tech priestess did not hesitate, stepping forward and placing the long metal case she had been carrying on the ground, quickly unlocking it. The lid slid open, revealing a power sword of astonishing size, almost as tall as the Lion King himself, resting quietly on red velvet inside. The blade was broad, ancient, and lethal in design, with faintly visible energy conduits. It was precisely the weapon Chen Xi had prepared for this moment, suitable for a Primarch's use. Lionel Johnson said no more. He reached out and grasped the hilt of the great sword. The power sword seemed to come alive in his hand, its energy field instantly activating, emitting a low, dangerous hum, as blue arcs of electricity danced and flowed along the blade. Dark Watchers, the Lion King said deeply, maintain stability here. The Dark Watchers silently bowed in assent. The Lion King wielded the massive power sword with one hand, casually swinging it twice, creating whistling sounds of wind, as if adapting to the long-lost sensation. The slumbering prince had completely vanished, replaced by the War Master who had once struck fear into the hearts of Xenos and traitors across the galaxy, the Gene Seed Primarch of the First Legion, Lionel Johnson. Young man, keep your people close, the Lion King's voice carried an undeniable command. It's time to remind these dregs who defile Caliban's memory what the wrath of the First Legion feels like. He strode forward, treading the psychic pathway across the water, heading towards the shore. With each step, the battle intent and spiritual pressure emanating from him grew stronger. Chen Xi and his squad immediately followed. The eyes of Titus and the other Death Watch members burned with the fire of battle. Olegana rapidly calculated the optimal route, The maiden in the scaled-down power armor also silently followed beside Chen Xi, her steps firm. As they exited the cavern and re-entered the passages of the rock fortress, Lionel Johnson was like a moving war beacon. Wherever he passed, the Dark Angels warriors, who had been fighting bitterly, first showed astonishment, then erupted in unbelievable ecstasy and cheers. Lion King! The Lion King has returned. For the Lion King! For Caliban! The Primarch's return was like the most potent stimulant injected into the weary defenders. Morale instantly soared to its peak. Lionel Johnson did not stop, he charged directly into the most intense area of combat like a green storm. With the swing of his power sword, a devastating arc of energy flashed, instantly cleaving several Death Guard, along with their foul armor, in two, reducing them to fragments amidst bursting pus. He raised his power sword, and his voice, amplified by his power armor's voxcaster, echoed across the entire battlefield, clearly engraving his commands and conviction into the consciousness of every loyalist. Dark Angels! I, Lionel Johnson, have returned. Follow me, and purge these decaying abominations. For the Emperor. For Caliban. The tide of war, awakened by the Lion King, was about to turn. Chapter 684, The Lion's Fury. When Lionel Johnson stepped out of his sanctuary of 10,000 years of slumber and into the roaring, trembling corridors of the rock fortress, an invisible yet immense power instantly swept across the entire battlefield. This was not merely a psychic fluctuation, but something deeper, more primal, a call of blood, a loyalty ignited from the depths of the gene seed, a long-lost banner fluttering once more in the wind. For the Dark Angels and their successor chapters fighting valiantly, this feeling was like a drowning person reaching air, like a lost traveler seeing the North Star. One moment, they were struggling under the Death Guard's stubborn and defiled assault, the stench of plague and the shriek of bolters intertwining into a desperate elegy. The next, a shiver and ecstasy from the depths of their souls seized them. Without needing communication channels, without visual confirmation, every Astartes flowing with the blood of the First Legion sensed it at that moment their gene seed Primarch had returned. For the Lion King. For Caliban. Someone first let out this hoarse cry, which then spread like wildfire to every corner of the front lines. The exhausted warriors seemed to be infused with new life, muscles bulging beneath their worn power armor, and their dim bolters once again spat angry tongues of fire. They were no longer passively holding the line, but following that invisible yet incredibly clear guidance, launching a desperate countercharge towards the Primarch's location. Formations instantly reformed, and the offensive became sharper and more coordinated than ever before, as if an invisible hand was manipulating the chess game of war. The First Legion's war tide, which once overshadowed the galaxy, reappeared at this moment in the corridors and halls of the Rock. Lionel Johnson himself was the sharpest spearhead of this tide. The power greatsword provided by Chen Xi was weightless in his hand, yet each swing carried the power to tear reality apart. Wherever the green afterimage passed, the Death Guard fell like reaped stalks. Nurgle's blessed heavy armor was as fragile as rotten wood before the gene seed Primarch's absolute power. The corrupting fungi growing within the plague marines didn't even have time to spread before turning to ash in the energy field attached to the blade. The Lion King's fighting style was direct and efficient, with no superfluous movements, every strike aimed at the most effective destruction of the enemy. He walked with steady steps, as if strolling through the forests of Caliban, but every step was inevitably accompanied by the disintegration and destruction of a traitor. He was not fighting alone. With the Deathwing Terminators as the vanguard, the Ravenwing Rapid Assault Forces on the flanks, and the regular Dark Angels companies as the core, the chapter coalesced into a perfect whole under his inspiration. The warriors followed closely in the Primarch's footsteps, clearing enemies beyond the Lion King's sword edge with bolters, plasma, and chainswords. Morale had exploded, past divisions and secrets were replaced at this moment by the shared fury against the enemy. They were not only warriors defending the fortress but also knights guarding their returned king and washing away 10,000 years of shame. Typhus, the first captain of the Death Guard and Nurgle's chosen champion, immediately felt the drastic change in the battle. The offensive, which had been slowly eroding the Imperial defenses like a plague swamp, was instantly pushed back by a scorching power filled with the primal essence of the forest. His rotting eye sockets looked towards the source of that power and saw the green figure that had been known among the traitors 10,000 years ago. Lionel Johnson. Typhus's hoarse voice carried a hint of disbelief and a profaned anger. You crawled out of your long slumber? But this changes nothing. Decay is the eternal truth. He brandished the massive, Nurgle-infused scythe in his hand, and his bloated body charged towards the Lion King with a speed unbefitting his size. Wherever he passed, even the metal deck began to rust and grow slimy fungal patches. The Lion King's eyes locked onto Typhus. This being, exuding ultimate decay and corruption, was one of the first surprises he encountered after awakening from 10,000 years of slumber. Lionel Johnson said nothing, his response to Typhus was a power greatsword cleaving down. Clang! The deafening crash almost drowned out all other battlefield noise. Where the power sword and the plague scythe clashed, blinding energy sparks and nauseating, dark green corrosive energy erupted. A massive shockwave spread outwards, throwing several nearby Dark Angels and Death Guard who were locked in combat. Typhus staggered back a step, feeling as if he had struck a moving mountain. The Lion King's strength far exceeded his estimation. 10,000 years of slumber had not dulled the Lion King, but rather seemed to have refined and compressed all his wrath and will, now erupting completely. Lionel Johnson's assault was like a raging storm, the power greatsword in his hand transformed into deadly arcs of light, constantly striking at Typhus. With each clash, Typhus could feel the bones in his arms groaning, and Nurgle's blessing seemed somewhat insufficient against such pure power. He tried to interfere with plague sorcery, but an invisible barrier seemed to surround the Lion King. Those vicious spells, capable of melting mortals and even Astartes instantly, found it difficult to get close. The surrounding battle did not stop due to the duel of the two leaders. On the contrary, it became even more brutal. Seeing their Primarch suppress the enemy chieftain, the Dark Angels' morale soared, and they fearlessly cleared out the Death Guard attempting to interfere with the Lion King's fight. Meanwhile, the Plague Marines desperately tried to rush over to support their master, using their bodies to block the Dark Angels' firepower and hacking at the Loyalists' armor with their defiled weapons. The shriek of bolters, the roar of chainswords, the hiss of plasma overloads, and the bizarre screams of Nurgle's demons intertwined into a chaotic and bloody battlefield symphony. Typhus steadily retreated, his pustules constantly bursting under the violent impacts, emitting an even more pungent stench. He realized that in a pure test of strength and skill, he was no match for the first Primarch. Lionel Johnson's swordsmanship was precise and deadly, embodying the ancient heritage of Caliban's knightly era and the ultimate efficiency honed over 10,000 years of warfare. In despair, Typhus poured all his Chaos God blessings into his plague scythe. Silence. The corrupting green glow on the scythe suddenly intensified, and the twisted runes writhed like living things. He abandoned defense, and in a suicidal move, used the scythe's long handle to parry a heavy chop from the Lion King, then spun the blade, bringing its corruption, capable of annihilating all life, to strike fiercely at the power great sword in the Lion King's hand. Crack. A crisp yet heartbreaking sound of breaking echoed. Chen Xi's hastily prepared power sword, though of excellent quality, was ultimately not a divine weapon and could not fully withstand the power unleashed by the Primarch at full force. After multiple head-on collisions with the Chaos artifact infused with Nurgle's primordial evil power, the blade finally succumbed to the strain, cleanly severed by the plague scythe's sharpest edge. The tip of the sword spun away, embedding itself in the distant deck, its energy conduits hissing with electrical sparks. Lionel Johnson's movements were momentarily delayed by the sudden breakage of his weapon. Typhus seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He dared not linger in battle, nor even attempt a counterattack because he knew that once the Lion King reacted, even barehanded, he would be severely wounded. His bloated body unleashed its last burst of strength, retreating sharply backward, while simultaneously waving his scythe, releasing large clouds of dark green, highly toxic and disease-ridden fog to obscure the Lion King's vision and pursuit. Retreat. Retreat to the designated coordinates. Typhus shrieked, his voice filled with frustration and alarm. Lionel Johnson stood his ground, holding the broken hilt of the sword, his emerald eyes coldly watching Typhus's retreating back disappear into the poisonous fog. He did not pursue, not because of the obscuring fog, but because as an excellent commander, he knew his primary task at that moment was to stabilize the front line and thoroughly clear the enemies within the fortress, rather than blindly pursue a remaining foe. He casually dropped the broken sword to the ground with a dull thud. Though the weapon was destroyed, his very existence was the most powerful weapon. Chapter 685, The Gate of Time and Space. Just as the remnants of the Death Guard began to rout and the Dark Angels' warriors erupted in cheers of victory, preparing for the final cleanup, an anomaly occurred again. From deep within the rock fortress, a low, unusual hum reverberated. This sound did not come from engines, nor from weapons firing, it was more like a spatial lament, a wail emitted as the fabric of reality was forcibly twisted. Immediately after, in an area of space on the outer perimeter of the fortress, which had just experienced fierce combat and was strewn with wreckage, the void was torn apart like a shattered mirror. A massive, unstable warp rift, its edges flickering with eerie light, suddenly opened. Inside the rift were not the usual colorful waves of the warp, but a strange scene, as if time were flowing backward the lush, long-gone forests of Caliban, and above them, ancient painted spacecraft engaged in fierce combat. A familiar yet distant aura wafted from the other side of the rift. It was the scent of home. The scent of Caliban before its destruction. Lionel Johnson sharply raised his head, his gaze like lightning, piercing the void and locking onto the rift. His massive body trembled slightly, and the slight confusion from his 10,000-year awakening completely vanished at this moment, replaced by an extremely complex emotion: shock, nostalgia, pain, and a trace of an uncontrollable impulse. He recognized that starscape, he recognized the models of those spacecraft. It was a scene from deep within his memory, one that had occurred not long ago: the Caliban Civil War, his final battle with Luther, his once most trusted foster father and brother. That is. A Grand Master close to the Lion King whispered in disbelief. Caliban. Caliban 10,000 years ago. Another librarian sensed the unique psychic imprint that had crossed time and space. Typhus, in his retreat, also saw the rift, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his rotting face. The time has come. Through the rift. Go to that era. Strangle the Lion King's destiny at its source. He shrieked, commanding the remaining Death Guard fleet and daemon forces to charge frantically towards the rift. They sought to use this miraculous passage to return to the past, rewrite history, and eliminate the Lion King and his legion in their infancy. Stop them. Supreme Grand Master Azrael's command echoed through the comms channels to all loyalist units. The Dark Angels fleet immediately redirected its guns, their void shields flaring to life again, engaging in a fierce artillery duel with the Death Guard fleet attempting to rush the rift. Countless drop pods and gunships launched from the rock, intercepting any enemy units attempting to approach the rift like a swarm of bees. The fires of war reignited, but this time, the focus of the struggle was that fragile passage connecting past and present. Lionel Johnson stood his ground, his gaze never leaving the rift. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles white from the effort. He could feel that the rift was unstable, fraught with unknown risks. But he also knew that on the other side of the rift was his longed-for home, the site of the decisive battle that had led to all the tragedy. If he could go back, if he could stop Luther, if he could save Caliban, an incredibly tempting thought grew wildly in his mind to cross the rift and change the past. With his Primarch's strength and wisdom, coupled with his knowledge of the future, he might truly be able to turn the tide. Caliban would be preserved, the loyalist soldiers who died in doubt and infighting would survive, and even. This thought was so strong it almost overwhelmed his reason. He took one step forward, then another, his gaze fixed intently on the familiar forest scene, as if he were about to leap into the torrent of time at any moment. However, just as he was almost completely consumed by the phantom of the past, he stopped. He saw around the rift his current sons, fighting to the death with the Death Guard. They shouted slogans of "For the Lion King" and "For Caliban," fighting valiantly to prevent the traitors from using the rift. On their faces was the resilience forged by 10 millennia of heritage, and even more, an infinite anticipation for his return. He also felt the rock fortress itself, this mobile fortress built from the wreckage of Caliban, carrying the pain of the past and the responsibility of the future. It was an exiled kingdom, and also an unyielding fortress. If he went back, if he changed the past, then this fighting the rock, these sons who followed him, these 10 millennia of sacrifice and steadfastness, would all of this vanish like a phantom that never happened? Changing the past meant denying the present. Lionel Johnson, the Primarch known for his iron will and absolute rationality, took one last, deep look at Caliban on the other side of the rift, as if to engrave that image of his homeland into his soul. The struggle, pain, and longing in his eyes ultimately transformed into a deep, unwavering resolve, like the bedrock of Caliban. He slowly withdrew his forward steps and straightened his body. His gaze moved away from the rift, sweeping once more across the battlefield of the present before him, across his warriors. No. His low voice sounded, not loud, but carrying an undeniable determination. The past is set. Our battlefield is here, in the present. The moment his words fell, a fiercely brave Black Talon gunship, emblazoned with Raven Wing insignia, dodged several Death Guard anti-aircraft volleys and, like a desperate dagger, plunged resolutely into the unstable temporal rift. In the instant before entering the rift, the gunship's belly-mounted rift cannon finished charging and fired a distorted beam, striking the core of the rift. Boom! A silent, colossal roar erupted in the minds of everyone. The warp rift, connecting past and present, began to collapse and implode from within. The eerie light rapidly contracted, finally becoming an ultimate black dot, then completely vanished into the void, as if it had never appeared. Only the floating wreckage of warships and the heavy casualties suffered by both sides proved how intense and breathtaking the struggle over time itself had just been. The rift vanished, and with it, the possibility of returning to the past was severed. Lion King, Lionel Johnson stood silently in place for a long time, unmoving. He had lost an opportunity to undo everything, but he had also solidified a determination to face the future. He turned around, no longer looking at the void, but facing his loyal legion, and ordered in a deep voice, his tone having regained the calm and authority of a war master, "Purge the remaining enemies, consolidate the defenses. The war is not over." The Lion King had fully awakened, his gaze no longer dwelled on past tragedies but was cast towards the depths of the galaxy, at the vast territories and dark future that endlessly awaited him to conquer, purify, and protect. Chapter 686, The Duchulcha Engine. While Lionel Johnson, like a lion unleashed, charged into battle with 10 millennia of accumulated fury, declaring his return with the remains of his enemies, Chen Xi and his squad did not remain in place. At the silent signal of the two Dark Watchers guiding them, they swiftly disengaged from the main battlefield's swirling vortex, turning towards the deeper, more secluded heart of the rock fortress. The passages here grew older, the rock walls rough, as if carved directly from the core fragments of Caliban's destruction. The air was filled with the dull scent of cooling rock and ancient machinery, a stark contrast to the shouts and explosions outside. Their destination was a secret chamber protected by layers of runes and stasis fields. The heavy adamantium door slid open, revealing the interior. The space here was far smaller than the cave where Lion King had slept, but the sense of oppression was no less. In the center of the chamber stood a massive and complex device, the Duchulcha engine. Its main body was composed of countless tangled metal conduits and faintly glowing crystals, its surface inscribed with incomprehensible ancient runes, some parts even slowly writhing as if alive. A thick, translucent biopolymer tube extended from the engine's core, connecting to a shriveled corpse placed on a metal stand. The corpse had long since lost all life, its skin clinging to its bones, presenting a waxy texture, yet it was the medium through which this ancient engine spoke. At this moment, 3 individuals were already in the chamber. Supreme Grand Master Azrael stood as tall and straight as a pine, his brow deeply furrowed as he gazed at the engine. Chief Librarian Ezekiel stood beside him, the faint glow of psychic energy swirling in his eyes, seemingly sensing unseen fluctuations, and the third was Cypher, a fallen angel clad in worn power armor, his face etched with the marks of time, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The intrusion of Chen Xi and his group immediately alerted the 3. Azrael's sharp gaze swept over them, filled with scrutiny and displeasure. Ezekiel's eyes held a hint of inquiry. Cypher's hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword, warily watching these uninvited guests, especially the small, hooded figure beside Chen Xi. Inquisitor. Azrael's voice was low, tinged with the impatience of having an important matter interrupted. This is not where you should be right now. However, Chen Xi's attention was first drawn to the Duchulcha engine. The lips of the desiccated corpse were trembling slightly, and a voice, a blend of mechanical synthesis and a hollow echo, was emanating from its mouth, reverberating through the chamber. The time has come, Azrael. The rift has opened, and the path to salvation lies before you. Lead your sons back to that moment, back to before Caliban fell, prevent the tragedy, save our king, save our home. The engine's voice was seductive, as if directly striking at the deep-seated regret for the past within the soul. Almost simultaneously, Chen Xi could feel a subtle distortion occurring in the chamber's space, and a trans-temporal resonance was intensifying. He could vaguely sense that somewhere in the distant void, another artifact called the Heart of Plague was being manipulated by the Death Guard, and fragments of the third artifact, the Ouroboros, scattered across the Caliban debris field, were also resonating strongly with the engine before him. It was the interaction of these three that tore the fabric of reality, opening the subspace rift to Caliban 10 millennia ago. It is tempting you, Azrael, Ezekiel's voice rang out, with the calm and warning characteristic of a librarian. To go back and change history? The idea itself is fraught with the traps of chaos. Think of the consequences. Typhus's fleet is lurking, and they could also use the rift to bring those, truly apostate fallen angels from 10,000 years ago, en masse, into our era. That would be a catastrophe. The muscles in Azrael's face were taut, his eyes filled with struggle. The temptation to save Caliban and Lion King was immense, an almost deepest obsession in the hearts of all dark angels. But he also understood the gravity of Ezekiel's warning. After a moment of silence, a flicker of resolve crossed his eyes, and he suddenly raised his hand, his power armor-clad finger pointing at the constantly whispering engine. Destroy it. Eliminate this hidden danger. No. Cypher suddenly stepped forward, blocking Azrael from the engine, his voice urgent and hoarse. Azrael, you know very well. The Duchulcha engine exists outside of linear time. It exists simultaneously at every node on the timeline. If you destroy it here, it means that throughout the entire river of time, all Duchulcha engines will simultaneously cease to function. He stared intently at the Grand Master, emphasizing the consequences word by word. Think about it. Without the Duchulcha engine, how could Lion King have broken through the subspace storm 10,000 years ago to reach Macrage in time and form the Second Imperium with Lord Guilliman and Lord Sanguinius? Without it, how could Lion King have launched those fatal raids on the traitor home worlds, destroying their sources of manpower, laying the foundation for the ultimate victory of the Great Rebellion? To destroy it is to deny our history of the past 10,000 years, to personally bury the hope of the Imperium's victory. Just as the three were at a stalemate, the tension reaching its peak, Chen Xi's calm voice interjected, breaking the fragile balance. Lion King has returned, you do not need to make a choice. His words were clear and firm, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Just trust Lion King. The three in the chamber simultaneously stiffened, their gazes uniformly focused on Chen Xi. Azrael's was one of surprise and doubt, Ezekiel's of deep thought, and Cypher's of an indescribable complexity. Immediately, their eyes all fell on the small, hooded figure beside Chen Xi, who had remained silent since entering the chamber. Although the robe was wide and concealed most of her features, the vague facial contours and the naturally emanating, indescribable aura, closely linked to this fortress and the history of the Dark Angels, made these three experienced warriors feel that something was out of the ordinary. The return of Lion King you speak of, Ezekiel was the first to speak, his gaze like a probe, trying to penetrate the thick hood, his voice carrying the caution characteristic of a librarian. Are you referring to this, being beside you? His guess was not unfounded. After all, rumors had circulated in the galaxy that the Primarch of the Iron Hands Legion, Ferrus Manus, had returned in some female form. He suspected that Chen Xi might be trying to use some illusion or clone to deceive the Dark Angels. Chapter 687 Ezekiel's Premonition. Chen Xi slowly shook his head, his tone unwavering. No, Lion L. Johnson, the Gene Seed Primarch of the First Legion, is currently on the outer deck of the fortress, personally purifying the defilement of the Death Guard with his sword. He turned his head, gesturing with his eyes towards the increasingly loud battle roar faintly coming from outside, then pointed to his attendant beside him. As for her identity, I cannot disclose it for now. But I guarantee, by my duty and credibility as an Inquisitor, that she is by no means your enemy. Her existence is crucial to the Dark Angels and to the Imperium. Azrael's brow furrowed. He still lacked sufficient trust in Chen Xi. An outside Inquisitor, bringing an unknown entity that might be extremely similar to a Primarch, and intervening in the most core secrets of the chapter, this alone was enough to trigger his highest vigilance. However, just then, Ezekiel took a small step forward. His deep gaze swept back and forth between Chen Xi and the hooded figure, as if reading some information stream invisible to ordinary people. The expression on his face gradually changed from initial confusion to a realization and a certain degree of acceptance. He seemed to have glimpsed fragments of the future through his unique precognitive abilities, or perceived some undeniable intrinsic connection. Grand Master, Ezekiel turned to Azrael, his voice steady and firm. I believe Inquisitor Chen Xi's words. I have seen certain signs. His arrival, and this, companion by his side, may be an inevitability guided by the Emperor. We should grant limited trust. Azrael looked at his most trusted librarian, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He knew Ezekiel's abilities and caution well, he would never vouch for someone without considerable certainty. This caused his suspicion of Chen Xi to waver slightly. Cypher, standing by, did not participate in the discussion about the Lion King's authenticity. His attention returned to the imminent crisis. Azrael, he urged, to close the rift, we don't necessarily have to destroy the engine. 3 artifacts. If any one of them is destroyed, the resonance will be broken, and the rift will naturally collapse. Give me a squad, and I'll go retrieve the Ouroboros fragment, or destroy it. But the Duchulcha engine was clearly unwilling to have its plan thwarted. The mummified corpse's lips twitched again, and an empty voice, carrying even stronger seductive power, rang out, Azrael, this is the only chance. Save Caliban, atone for 10 millennia of regret. Don't you want to see that forest flourish again? Don't you want to? Enough. Chen Xi suddenly interrupted the engine's whisper. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing directly at the mummified corpse serving as the mouthpiece. I have a question, engine, or whatever you are. You so-called keys, the so-called vault you've guarded for generations, what exactly is stored inside? This question seemed to touch upon a core taboo. The Duchulcha engine's voice abruptly ceased, the mummified corpse's lips sealed tight, and even the faint glow circulating on its surface instantly dimmed, falling into a deathly silence. It refused to answer, or rather, dared not answer. Seeing this, Chen Xi's lips curved into a barely perceptible arc, as if confirming some speculation. He no longer paid attention to the silent engine, turning instead to the hooded girl beside him, and said in a tone almost of entrustment, You, take Cypher, and retrieve the Ouroboros fragment. He paused, as if to add some guidance. I know where it is, and how to retrieve it safely, Ezekiel suddenly interjected. He looked at Chen Xi and the girl, a knowing look in his eyes. I will go with them. Chen Xi nodded, not surprised by the chief librarian's voluntary offer. He finally looked at Cypher, his tone becoming serious and earnest. Cypher, I suggest you stay. The Lion King has returned, and he will discern right from wrong. All fallen angels whose hearts have never truly betrayed the Imperium and still harbor loyalty will receive his pardon. This is an opportunity to end 10 millennia of exile. Cypher's body stiffened slightly. Chen Xi's words clearly touched something deep within him. A fleeting, extremely complex emotion, yearning, struggle, and deep helplessness crossed his weathered face. Finally, he slowly but firmly shook his head, his voice low and hoarse. Thank you for your kindness, Inquisitor. But I still have a mission I must complete. His gaze swept over Azrael and Ezekiel, finally settling on a point in the void, as if staring at an unseen, heavy vow. Hearing Cypher's reply, Chen Xi did not press further. He respected each warrior's choice of path, merely nodding slightly in understanding. At this moment, an urgent report, interspersed with the background noise of intense combat, came through Azrael's armor-integrated communicator. He listened intently for a moment, and the last trace of hesitation on his face was finally replaced by shock and a kind of relieved ecstasy. From the other end of the communication channel came the fervent shouts of countless warriors and undeniable battle reports. The Lion King had truly returned, sweeping all before him on the front lines. When he looked at Chen Xi again, the distrust in his eyes had largely dissipated, replaced by a complex scrutiny and a vigilance that was still not entirely laid down. Ezekiel, do as you said. Azrael finally ordered, his voice regaining the authority of the Grand Master. Take them to retrieve the Ouroboros. Be extremely careful. Ezekiel bowed in assent. Cypher took one last look at Chen Xi and Azrael, then turned and followed the hooded girl and the chief librarian, who had already silently walked towards the door. The door to the secret chamber slid open and closed again, sending the four into the deep passages of the fortress. Now, only Chen Xi, Azrael, and the silent Duchulcha engine with its connected mummified corpse remained in the secret chamber. Azrael redirected his gaze to Chen Xi, seemingly wanting to find more answers on his face. But this time, Chen Xi no longer paid attention to the Grand Master's probing look. His entire attention was focused on the ancient and mysterious Duchulcha engine. He took a step, slowly approaching the massive and bizarre device, observing with keen interest its seemingly living metallic surface, the flowing arcane runes, and the pipe connecting death and sound, as if admiring a unique creation holding the ultimate secrets of the universe. In his eyes, there was no fear, no awe, only pure curiosity, and a focused determination to unravel the mystery. Chapter 688, The Lion's Sword. The shattered remnants of Caliban floated silently in the void. This asteroid fragment, tens of kilometers long, was pockmarked with deep impact craters and treacherous rock formations carved by geological fault lines. A thin layer of frost covered the rock surface, reflecting a cold sheen under the faint light of a distant star. In the vacuum, all was silent, only eternal stillness and biting cold enveloped the area. At the center of this debris field, on a relatively flat expanse, an ancient ritual site had been fully activated. Intricate runes were carved into the ground, these symbols seemingly alive, subtly writhing. A constantly rotating warp rift at the center emitted an ominous purple glow, distorting the surrounding spatial structure. The air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone and a certain putrid stench, both abnormally propagating in the vacuum, defying known laws of physics. The young Lion King, Leona, stood at the very front of the formation. She was not a descendant or successor of Lionel Johnson, but another form of existence, forged by the Emperor's power and imbued with the Primarch's essence. She possessed power originating from the same source as the Primarch and a will deeply rooted in her genes, yet her external manifestation presented entirely different characteristics: a younger face, a lighter and more agile physique, as if the Lion King's essence had found a new interpretation here. Her deep green power armor was clearly custom-made, each plate perfectly conforming to her figure. The Dark Angel's emblem engraved on her shoulder guard was still clearly visible in the dim light, declaring her undeniable allegiance. Her eyes held a resolve and a sense of ancientness that sharply contrasted with her youthful appearance. At this moment, what she held tightly in both hands was precisely the Lion's Sword, which Cypher had just returned. This divine artifact, forged by the Emperor himself and bestowed upon Johnson, naturally flowed with golden energy patterns along its blade, and the ancient gems inlaid in its hilt seemed to resonate with her, together proclaiming the authority and power of the Imperium. Her posture in holding the sword was not that of an inheritor, but a unique manifestation of this authority in the present. Beside her, Chief Librarian Ezekiel maintained a high state of alert. He wore his distinctive blue librarian power armor, and the crystal at the tip of his psychic staff emitted a soft blue halo. His face was grim, and psychic flickers occasionally flashed in his eyes, constantly monitoring the unstable warp fluctuations around them. A squad of Deathwing Terminators accompanying them were like moving fortresses. These loyal Astartes monks, encased in heavy Terminator armor, wielded storm bolters and power fists. Their mission was clear and resolute, to protect the Lion King and the Chief Librarian, ensuring the successful completion of the task. Cypher stood at the back of the formation, maintaining a subtle distance from the disciplined Dark Angel's Terminators. He was like forgotten debris on a battlefield, out of place with his surroundings. His power armor no longer showed its original deep green, covered instead with years of accumulated grime, indelible traces of gunpowder, and deep scars left by various weapons. The once prominent Dark Angel's insignia on his shoulder guard was now just a blurred outline, deliberately abraded, as if he had tried to erase the past but could never truly escape it. His stance lacked the upright alertness of other Astartes monks, a slight hunch in his back revealed a deep-seated weariness. Complex emotions intertwined in his eyes, with conflict and struggle surging within them. When his gaze swept over Ezekiel and Leona, there was neither hatred for an enemy nor warmth for a comrade, only an indescribable scrutiny, as if through them he gazed at the fractured Caliban of 10,000 years ago, at the past he had personally experienced but could not undo. His sight finally rested on the long, wrapped object he always carried on his back. The hilt of the sword, wrapped in old cloth, felt as heavy as 1,000 tons to him. Inside was the lion's sword, a divine artifact that had witnessed the glorious beginning of the chapter, and also the bloody civil war and the destruction of the home world. A fallen angel holding the symbol of the Primarch for so long was itself a continuous torment and a heavy burden. At this moment, the roars of the monster grew closer, and the ground tremors became more violent. Cypher took a deep breath, a hoarse sound coming from his helmet's filter. The struggle in his eyes gradually gave way to a nearly relieved determination. He took a few steps forward, coming before Leona, his movements slow and solemn, incongruous with the tense atmosphere. He carefully unfastened the lion's sword, as if it were not cold metal, but a living, hurting entity. He held the sword's blade with both hands and offered it to Leona, a gesture that seemed less like handing over a weapon and more like completing a ritual 10,000 years overdue. Take it. His voice from the helmet was deep and hoarse, the dryness from long silence unable to mask the clarity of each word. It does not belong to me, never did. It is time, to return it to its true owner. These simple words carried immense weight. He handed over not just a weapon, but a choice, a responsibility and the possibility of a redemption he could not personally achieve. He did not explain why he held the sword, nor did he defend his past, simply doing what he believed was right at a critical moment. This act sharply contradicted his identity as a fallen angel, yet it highlighted the complex, enigmatic loyalty that had never extinguished deep within him. In the instant he surrendered the sword, he shed some of his burden, but also faced another form of emptiness and rupture. Leona took the sword, feeling the warm power emanating from its blade. She nodded in response, asking no further questions. Cypher turned and walked towards the parked Thunderhawk transporter, its engine still rumbling softly. As everyone's attention was focused on the Hydrum monster, Cypher suddenly accelerated and leapt into the cockpit. Amidst the roar of the engines, the Thunderhawk lifted off and vanished into the depths of the void. A Deathwing Terminator raised his bolter, but Ezekiel held up a hand to stop him. Let him go, Ezekiel's voice remained calm. We have a more important mission now. Leona looked in the direction where Cypher had disappeared and softly said to Ezekiel, he hasn't completely betrayed us. If he's willing to return, we'll give him a chance. Ezekiel was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Their attention returned to the threat before them. The terrifying entity from the Ouroboros shard had fully broken free from the rift. Its scale far exceeded initial estimates, towering like a mountain, easily over 30 meters tall, casting a shadow that enveloped most of the squad. The monster's body was not ordinary flesh and blood, but a forced aggregation of vitalized, twisted Caliban rock core and mutated, pulsating non-human tissue, as if the entire asteroid fragment had been imbued with malice and life. Its surface was covered with thick, hardened rock layers, and exposed between the fissures were not muscles, but substances shimmering with an oily sheen, like a mixture of molten metal and decaying flesh, with energy pulsating and flowing beneath like diseased blood vessels. Its 9 heads writhed madly atop necks as thick as archway pillars, each like a twisted stone effigy crudely carved, yet possessing an unsettling vitality. Pure warp malice burned in its crimson eye sockets, and within its gaping maw were not teeth, but clusters of sharp, living crystals. The skin of its neck was a fusion of hard, chitinous material like charred bone and rock. An extremely flexible long tail, composed of segmented rock bones and energy tendons, lashed behind it, its barbed tip gleaming with a light capable of tearing adamantium. Although sound waves could not travel in a vacuum, the monster's rumbling friction as it moved, the hissing of surging energy, and its silent, hate-filled roar that directly affected the soul, were clearly imprinted on everyone's perception through the violent tremors of the ground and the powerful psychic pressure, causing both physiological and psychological discomfort. Chapter 689, Ouroboros. The Deathwing Terminators swiftly formed up, their bolters unleashing a hail of fire upon the monster. The bolts struck the monster's scales, leaving only shallow dents and failing to penetrate its surface. Some bolts ricocheted off, exploding in the air with sparks. One of the monster's heads lunged forward, and a Terminator, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying by the impact, his power armor screeching with friction. Another Terminator slammed his power fist into the monster's leg, but the fist only left a white mark on the scales. The monster was unharmed. Its defenses are too strong. A Terminator reported through the comms. Conventional weapons are ineffective. Leona gripped her lion sword and charged forward. Her movements were agile, the servo systems of her power armor humming softly. One of the Hydra's heads snapped at her. She sidestepped, and her blade grazed the creature's neck, but only cut through the surface scales, causing no fatal damage. The monster let out an angry roar, and its other heads attacked her simultaneously. Ezekiel raised his force staff, chanting an ancient incantation. The crystal on the staff glowed with an intense blue light, and a psychic barrier appeared before Leona, blocking multiple attacks from the monster. The barrier rippled under the impact but held firm. Its weakness is its heart. Ezekiel shouted, I must use my psychic powers to lock onto its core. He concentrated, his psychic senses spreading out like a net over the monster, trying to find the point where energy converged. The Hydra's massive body, composed of rock and flesh, suddenly shuddered. The crimson gaze of all its heads instantly focused on Leona, more precisely, on the lion sword in her hand, which emitted an aura it detested. It sensed a true threat, one capable of utterly annihilating it. The battle instantly escalated into a frenzy. The long tail, made of segmented rock, no longer merely swept horizontally, it became like a living mountain, crashing down on Leona's position with a tearing shriek. Leona did not retreat, instead, she charged forward, directly into the path of the massive shadow, passing through a gap in the tail's whip-like strike at the last possible second. Behind her, the entire rocky ground where she had stood shattered, turning into a deep crater riddled with spiderweb cracks, debris spraying outwards like cannon fire. Ezekiel, cover me. Leona's shout was still clear amidst the deafening roar. The chief librarian was already prepared. His force staff erupted with a dazzling blue-white glow, not merely releasing a single bolt of lightning, but weaving a massive psychic energy net that instantly enveloped 3 of the monster's right side heads. The powerful psychic impact not only paralyzed them but also forced them to collide with each other, producing a grating noise like grinding rock. Now, the servo systems in Leona's power armor legs roared with overload, giving her the initial speed of a cannonball. Like a dark green lightning bolt, she precisely landed on the monster's forelimb joint, which was slightly lowered from its swing. With a secondary burst of power, she agilely leaped onto its massive back, covered in rock armor and living flesh. The ground beneath her feet instantly became chaotic. The monster sensed her presence, letting out a silent, soul-shaking roar. Its entire torso began to twist violently from side to side, bucking up and down, trying to shake her off. The rock armor plates shifted with intense friction, and the molten flesh-like substance in the gaps churned, emitting heat and corrosive fumes. Leona plunged the lion sword into a crack in the rock armor beside her, using it as a fulcrum. Her entire body was almost flung airborne by the violent bucking, but her hand gripping the sword hilt was as steady as a rock. Below, the Deathwing Terminators pushed their firepower to the limit, all their bolters concentrating on the monster's left heads and eyes, trying to buy their Lion King even one more second. Bolts exploded in bursts of fire on the rock armor and flesh. Though unable to inflict fatal wounds, they successfully drew the attention of most of the heads, causing them to frantically spew corrosive energy and destructive psychic blasts at the ground. Leona took a deep breath, sharply pulled out her longsword, and began to sprint forward along the monster's spine. Each of her steps was precisely placed on a seam of the rock armor or a relatively stable area. The magnetic locks of her power armor and her sense of balance combined perfectly under extreme conditions. Gale force winds, carrying gravel and energy aftershocks, whistled past her. A head that had just partially broken free from psychic restraint suddenly lunged from the side, its gaping maw revealing crystalline fangs glinting with cold light. Leona did not stop, she merely swept the lion sword upwards in a reverse grip. The golden blade collided with the crystals. There was no grating clang of metal, only a crisp shattering sound. The lion sword cut through the attacking crystalline fangs at their base as if a hot knife through butter. The shattered crystals dissipated into pure energy. The head shrieked in pain and quickly recoiled. Almost simultaneously, another head spewed a column of dark green corrosive liquid, sweeping across her path like a high-pressure water jet. Leona's pupils constricted. She executed a swift forward roll, and the liquid column whistled past her back armor, instantly corroding the rock armor where she had just been, making it sizzle, emitting thick black smoke, and melting into a sunken mire. Without a moment's rest, she dodged 2 more fatal claw attacks, the rocky claws gouging deep furrows beside her. Finally, she reached her intended position, the deep-colored, slightly pulsating core area of the chest, where energy flowed. Gripping the hilt of the lion sword with both hands, Leona poured all her strength, along with the will of a primarch, into this single thrust. The golden energy ripples on the blade surged with unprecedented brightness, as if resonating with her determination. The sword tip precisely pierced the dark area. The moment Leona's lion sword deeply pierced the Hydra's heart, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze for an instant. Where the blade entered, dazzling golden light erupted from the wound, illuminating the monster's twisted rocky body. But this was not the end. Warp entities are not so easily destroyed. The monster let out a deafening roar, and the flesh around the wound began to writhe and heal at a visible rate, attempting to expel the sacred blade. Its essence is a warp creation. Ezekiel's voice cut through the clamor of the battlefield. Physical damage can only temporarily weaken it. The chief librarian had long been preparing for this moment. He gripped his force staff with both hands, blue psychic flames dancing in his eyes. Just as Leona's sword pierced the core, Ezekiel's staff slammed heavily into the ground. In the name of the ashes of Caliban. He chanted loudly, ancient incantations causing psychic resonance in the void, by the will of the Lion King as chains. Dazzling blue-white psychic energy surged like a waterfall from the crystal at the top of his staff, not directly attacking the monster, but flowing down along Leona's lion sword. As the psychic energy touched the blade, the golden power of the Emperor and the blue psychic energy perfectly merged, transforming into energy chains shimmering with runes, which drilled into the monster's body along the blade. These psychic chains rapidly wove and entwined deep within the Hydra's heart. Leona could feel violent vibrations from the blade, not the monster's struggles, but the fierce clash of two powerful forces at its core. Hold on. Ezekiel's voice was strained from the exertion of his full spell. I am binding its essence. The psychic chains formed a complex sealing matrix within the monster's heart. Each chain glowed with ancient dark angels' runes, symbols deeply branded into the monster's psychically active core, severing its connection to the warp. The Hydra's struggles became even more frantic. Its remaining 8 heads simultaneously turned towards Ezekiel, spewing destructive energy beams from their eyes. The Deathwing Terminators immediately formed a human wall, using their bodies and storm shields to block this desperate counterattack. The seal is almost complete. Ezekiel gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. He poured all his psychic energy into the array. Leona felt a change in the long sword in her hand. The lion sword was no longer merely a sharp weapon piercing an enemy's heart, it had become the core of the seal, an anchor point for a fixed warp entity. She gripped the hilt firmly with both hands, merging her will with the Primarch's power contained within the sword, strengthening Ezekiel's psychic seal. As the last rune lit up deep within the monster's heart, the Hydra let out one final, unwilling wail. Its rocky body began to disintegrate from within, the parts bound by the psychic chains dissipated into pure energy in the void, rather than returning to the realm of chaos as typical warp entities would. It's done, Ezekiel gasped, lowering his staff, swaying slightly from the excessive psychic exertion. Its core has been permanently sealed. Leona slowly withdrew the lion's sword. The blade was no longer stained with any defilement, instead, it appeared even more radiant from its participation in this sealing. Beneath her feet, the remaining torso of the Hydra was rapidly disintegrating, turning into ordinary rocky fragments. The victory in this battle relied not only on the sharpness of the lion's sword but also on the chief librarian's superb psychic skill. It was he who completely severed the monster's connection to the warp, bringing a true end to this terrifying creation. Chapter 690, Two Lions Tread the Ground. Meanwhile, the Black Talon fighters, the Dark Angels aerial units, successfully destroyed the subspace rift. The fighters launched specialized missiles, hitting the core of the rift. The rift began to shrink unstably, and the purple energy gushing from within receded like a tide. Suddenly, the rift exploded, releasing a massive energy shockwave. An invisible ripple spread outwards from the rift, distorting space and bending light in its path. A momentary rainbow-colored glow appeared in the void, as if the entire universe had been torn apart and then restitched. The shockwave swept across the asteroid's surface, kicking up large amounts of dust and debris. The Deathwing Terminators crouched down, their power armor's stabilization systems working at full capacity to resist the impact. Leona and Ezekiel stood near the center of the explosion, protected by a psychic barrier, but the barrier cracked under the impact. The energy storm lasted for about a minute, then gradually subsided. The rift completely vanished, leaving only a scorched crater. The asteroid fragment returned to calm, but its surface was marked with many new cracks. The Black Talon fighters reported mission completion via comms, then returned to base. Another Thunderhawk transporter was called in and landed near them. Leona, Ezekiel, and the Deathwing Terminators boarded the aircraft. The Thunderhawk's engines roared, and after taking off, it flew towards the rock fortress. Inside the cabin, everyone remained silent, the tension of the battle not yet fully dissipated. Leona wiped her lion sword, the bloodstains on its blade already dry. Ezekiel inspected his psychic staff, ensuring it was undamaged. The Thunderhawk arrived at the rock fortress, docking in its designated bay. The bay was brightly lit, with technicians and servitor skulls busily maintaining other vessels. Leona and Ezekiel disembarked, and were met by Lion L. Johnson himself and Inquisitor Chen Xi. The Lion King wore traditional Dark Angel's power armor, with a leader's cloak draped over his shoulder guards. His face was resolute, his eyes showing a hint of fatigue, but his posture remained upright. Chen Xi stood beside him, clad in the Inquisitor's black robes, his expression serious. Together, they proceeded to the fortress's command center, a spacious hall adorned with Dark Angel's battle banners and historical murals of Caliban. Grand Master Azrael and other Inner Circle members were already waiting there. Everyone gathered around a large stone table, the atmosphere heavy. Leona briefly reported on the mission's progress, including Cypher's betrayal and the destruction of the Hydra. After listening to the report, Chen Xi stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. I detected energy fluctuations when the subspace rift was destroyed, Chen Xi said, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. The energy pattern of this storm is completely identical to the subspace storm that destroyed Caliban and interrupted the battle between the Lion King and Luther 10,000 years ago. He brought up a data panel, displaying a comparison of the energy waveforms. The two waveforms almost overlapped, with only minor differences. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Lion L. Johnson's pupils contracted, and he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Grand Master Azrael's expression was stiff, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Ezekiel took a deep breath, his psychic senses confirming the truth in Chen Xi's words. Other Inner Circle members exchanged glances, some whispering, others shaking their heads in disbelief. That's impossible, Azrael finally spoke, his voice low. Caliban's destruction was an event from 10,000 years ago, how could it be connected to now? Chen Xi pointed to the data panel, the warp is not bound by linear time. This storm could be the manifestation of the same event at different points in time. In other words, what we just witnessed is either the origin or an echo of the storm that led to Caliban's destruction. Lionel Johnson stood up, his voice laced with suppressed emotion. I witnessed Caliban's destruction with my own eyes. My battle with Luther was interrupted by the storm, and then everything vanished. Now you tell me that storm is connected to our actions today. Chen Xi nodded, yes. The Ouroboros fragment was a remnant of Caliban's destruction. Its activation and destruction may have triggered a temporal loop. We not only stopped the current threat but may also have influenced the past. Ezekiel added, from a psychic perspective, this makes sense. Warp entities like the Ouroboros can indeed distort time. Cypher's involvement might be a key variable. His choices altered the trajectory of events. Leona said softly, if this is true, it means we have been fighting our own history. She looked at the Lion King, her eyes filled with sympathy. The Lion King remained silent for a long time, only the hum of the data panel filling the hall. He finally sat down, rubbing his temples and muttering, I never thought I would face that day again in this way. Grandmaster Azrael took a deep breath. This changes our perception of the fallen angels and Caliban's legacy. If time is so fragile, our actions must be even more cautious. Chen Xi continued, more importantly, this reveals the complexity of the warp threat. The Imperium must reevaluate its response protocols for similar events. He brought up more data, showing records of other temporal anomaly events. The Inner Circle members began to discuss, the topic shifting to the Imperium's current state and the whereabouts of other gene seed primarches. Lionel Johnson turned to Chen Xi and asked, tell me, what is the current state of the Imperium? Is there any news of other primarches? Chen Xi collected his thoughts and began to report, the Imperium is currently facing multiple threats. The Tyranid swarm is active in multiple star systems, and the infiltration of the Gene Stealer cult is intensifying. Chaos forces like the Death Guard and the Black Legion are constantly launching attacks. Primarch Ferris has awakened and is reorganizing the Iron Hands Legion. There are no confirmed reports of other primarches returning yet. However, according to prophecies and psychic signs, more primarches may appear at critical moments. Lionel Johnson gazed at Chen Xi and asked him, what role do we Dark Angels play in this war? That depends on you, and the choices of the Dark Angels Legion. Lionel Johnson and the young Lion King, Leona, both turned their gaze to the Dark Angels High Command. Azrael replied, our primary mission is to guard the Rock Fortress and Caliban's legacy. But given today's discovery, we may need to adjust our strategy and cooperate more closely with other chapters. Ezekiel nodded, psychic warnings indicate that there will be more temporal anomaly events in the future. We must be prepared. The meeting lasted for several hours, discussing tactical deployment, resource allocation, and external communication. Finally, Grandmaster Azrael concluded, today's victory is a warning. We will strengthen the fortress's defenses and send reconnaissance teams to monitor entities similar to the Ouroboros. Leona, you and Ezekiel are responsible for leading this mission. Leona and Ezekiel accepted the order in unison. After everyone dispersed, Lionel Johnson stood alone by the observation window, gazing at the starry sky outside. The remnants of Caliban were faintly visible in the distance, reminding him of everything he had lost. Chen Xi walked over to him and whispered, history cannot be changed, but we can shape the future. The Lion King did not turn around, merely saying faintly, I hope so. Chapter 691 The Imperium Today. The meeting in Helm Hall concluded in a heavy, solemn atmosphere, and the Inner Circle members departed one by one, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Within the magnificent stone hall, only Lionel Johnson, Inquisitor Chen Xi, and Leona, who stood silently like a shadow beside Chen Xi, her hood redonned, remained. The air was thick with lingering seriousness, mingled with the cold scent of ancient stone and polished metal. Lionel Johnson did not move immediately. His towering figure stood before the massive stone table, his deep gaze fixed on the shadows of the vaulted ceiling, as if digesting the impact of the Ouroboros shard and the temporal paradox he had just heard about. His style of action differed greatly from that of his brother, the Gene Seed Primarch of the Ultramarines, Robert Guillemon. Guillemon was renowned for his extraordinary multitasking ability, capable of simultaneously coordinating warfare and governance across multiple sectors. The Lion King, however, preferred to focus on one task at a time, resolving it thoroughly with absolute concentration and efficiency, much like an ancient hunter of Caliban, single-mindedly pursuing a target once it was locked on. At this moment, his thoughts were clearly focused on the broader picture he had just learned about, concerning the present and future of the Imperium. He turned to Chen Xi, his voice low, carrying an unquestionable authority, Inquisitor, come with me. I need to understand the current situation of the Imperium in more detail. This was an invitation, not an order. Chen Xi nodded slightly, showing no surprise. He gestured for Leona to follow, and the three left the empty Helm Hall, passing through a series of heavily guarded corridors carved with Dark Angels' historical reliefs, arriving at the Lion King's temporary quarters and command center within the Rock Fortress. This place was equally Spartan and austere, with almost no decoration beyond essential tactical hollow tables, communication arrays, and a large Caliban solid wood desk, reflecting its owner's utilitarian nature. Although Grandmaster Azrael and other Inner Circle members had reported much to the Lion King in the previous meeting, their core focus inevitably revolved around the Dark Angels chapter's own secrets, the eternal hunt for the fallen angels, and the guardianship of Caliban's legacy. These were the areas where the Inner Circle had poured most of their efforts over 10 millennia, one of the core meanings of their existence. However, the Lion King needed more than just the chapter's internal perspective, he needed a comprehensive assessment of the entire Imperium of man's current state. Tell me, Inquisitor, the Lion King began directly, sitting on a wide stone chair, his posture still like a monarch, but with a hint of caution in his brow from waking after 10 millennia of slumber. What state is the Imperium truly in now? What I know is the devastation after the Horus heresy, the ruins of an Imperium desperately needing reconstruction. But now, 10,000 years have passed. He emphasized the last few words, his gaze sharp as a torch, awaiting Chen Xi's answer. Chen Xi stood before the tactical display, bringing up the star map of the current Imperium of man's territory that he possessed. On the star map, the golden glow representing Imperial control intertwined with the crimson dark spots representing threat zones, presenting a precarious balance. Primarch, Chen Xi's voice was steady and objective, like stating a military report. During near 10 millennia of slumber, the Imperium has expanded, but also struggled. External and internal threats have never ceased, and have even intensified. He manipulated the tactical star map, zooming in on several densely flickering red areas, which, like festering wounds, encroached upon the Imperium's territory. First are the Tyranid swarms. Chen Xi pointed to a massive shadow representing a biofleet, slowly extending into the heart of the Imperium. This devouring catastrophe from beyond the galaxy, its scale and threat pattern far exceed any Xenos we have previously known. They are not fleets, but rather cosmic-scale locust swarms, with biomass as their sole target. The star map indicated several major hive fleet designations. The Leviathan tendril has the widest reach, having consumed multiple worlds on the edge of the Ultramar sector. Behemoth operates in the Imperium's dark side, its movements mysterious. Kraken incessantly raids the storm sector. Wherever they pass, planets are completely stripped, leaving only lifeless rock cores. Even the atmosphere is taken. Chen Xi brought up Genestealer's visual data. Even more troublesome are their vanguards. These infiltration units can lie dormant for generations before detection, establishing cults that worship the swarm through genetic contamination, dismantling planetary defenses from within, and providing precise navigational beacons for the hive mind. The Azure Dawn world we just purified is a typical example of this pattern. His finger moved, switching the star map's focus to another vast area marked with the 8-pointed star of chaos, shrouded in an eternal subspace storm, the Eye of Terror, and the war-torn territories surrounding it. Chaos forces have always been a grave concern for the Imperium, their threat coming from both the material universe and the immaterial realm. Chen Xi's voice carried a hint of solemnity. Abaddon, the self-proclaimed War Master, commands the Black Legion and countless Chaos warbands under his banner. He has launched multiple large-scale Black Crusades. Although the first 12 were repelled by Imperial defenses, each one exacted a heavy toll on the Imperium and continuously weakened our lines. The impending 13th Black Crusade will far exceed previous ones in scale and destructive power. He briefly introduced the main traitor legions. The Death Guard possess near immortality and excel at spreading plagues. The Iron Warriors are experts in siege warfare, favoring cold calculation and attrition. The World Eaters are obsessed with endless melee slaughter, and the Emperor's children pursue extreme sensory gratification and depravity. These traitors and their followers create continuous instability throughout the galaxy. More dangerously, the corruption of the warp is ubiquitous, and the whispers of chaos constantly tempt the citizens of the Imperium from mortals to Astartes. All can fall to temptation. He paused slightly, allowing the Lion King to digest this heavy and vast information. Lionel Johnson's face was like a stone carving, only his sharp, emerald eyes reflected the myriad points of light on the star map representing countless wars and destruction. Then, Chen Xi switched the star map display, turning the topic to the Imperium's own pillar forces. As for the whereabouts of the other Gene Seed Primarches, his tone became more cautious. Currently, according to confirmed and officially unclassified intelligence, before you, only the Gene Seed Primarch of the Iron Hands Legion, Ferrus Manus, has returned not long ago. The coordinates of the Medusa system lit up on the star map. He is currently on his home world, Medusa, and its surrounding sectors, working to reorganize his legion's descendants. His return is accompanied by a powerful resolve, aimed at restoring the Iron Hands' near-ruthless logic, iron discipline, and formidable industrial efficiency that they possessed before being severely crippled at Istvan V. He is vigorously promoting deeper cooperation with the Adeptus Mechanicus and attempting to reverse the potential loss of humanity, or rather, the essence of a warrior that the chapter might have incurred due to an excessive pursuit of mechanical augmentation. Chen Xi deliberately used the word legion again here, its implication unspoken. Facing so many powerful threats, the legion-level organization that the Imperium once relied on to pacify the galaxy might be the correct answer to the crisis. Chapter 692, The Emperor Wants a Daughter. After the Horus Heresy, Imperial Regent Guilliman implemented the Codex Astartes, splitting the massive Astartes legions into smaller, more manageable chapters to prevent the emergence of another warlord like Horus, who wielded overly vast military power. However, Chen Xi's use of the term legion at this moment clearly carried a certain implication, pointing to a threat the Imperium might currently face, one that would require a larger military structure to confront. As for the other Primarches, Chen Xi added, Lord Rabut Guilliman, ruler of Ultramar's 500 worlds, is currently still in stasis on Makraj, in a state of technical slumber, and has not yet returned. The whereabouts of Korux, Vulcan, Dorn, Khan, their whereabouts remain a mystery. Imperial records state that they either fell at the end of the Great Rebellion or went missing during the 10 millennia of warfare that followed, with no confirmed reports of their return to this day. Subsequently, Chen Xi shifted the topic to the Lion King's own return. And my visit to the Rock this time, and my efforts to awaken you ahead of schedule, were precisely at the Emperor's guidance. Chen Xi's tone carried an undeniable solemnity. The Emperor, from his golden throne, perceives the fate of the galaxy with his supreme will. He foresees a monumental change on the horizon, a cosmic catastrophe far surpassing any previous Black Crusade, about to tear through the fabric of reality. Originally, according to certain ancient prophecies or the Emperor's grand design, your return was meant to occur after the Great Rift had fully opened. But the urgency of the situation has exceeded expectations, and the Emperor believes the Imperium must assemble all available forces ahead of time. You, Lord Lionel Johnson, and the combined might of the Dark Angels and their successor chapters, are indispensable pillars for the Imperium to confront the coming storm. He emphasized the word again. What the Imperium needs is not just the Dark Angels currently operating in scattered chapter formations, but the First Legion, the Emperor's Angels of Death during the Great Crusade and Great Rebellion, possessing overwhelming power and unified command. While fragmented chapters might be efficient in dealing with localized threats, in the face of a galaxy-spanning catastrophe, only a unified legion, a reforged Iron Fists, can play a decisive role. The Lion King listened in silence, a flicker of thought in his emerald eyes. Chen Xi's words undoubtedly stirred something deep within him. The glory of the First Legion, the supreme power that came with unified command, these were things he had once known and controlled. He spoke slowly, his voice deep. I understand. The Dark Angels, the First Legion, have never forgotten their duty. Consolidating our strength to face the threat is the only choice. However, immediately afterward, the Lion King's brow furrowed slightly. He raised his power armor-gloved hand and slowly clenched it, as if sensing something. He looked up, meeting Chen Xi's gaze directly, with a hint of confusion and inquiry. Inquisitor, during my awakening, did you sense anything unusual? Or rather, did you do something to me? He paused, choosing a relatively precise word. I feel that my body seems not as it was before my slumber. The power is still immense, but a certain sharpness from my peak seems to have diminished. Is it a loss incurred during the awakening process? Facing the Lion King's question, Chen Xi showed a helpless expression. He shook his head, his voice calm yet carrying a cruel truth. Primarch, I assure you, the awakening process followed the path guided by the Emperor precisely, and did not cause any additional burden or damage to your body. Meeting the Lion King's scrutinizing gaze, he said frankly, what you feel is not caused by external forces. The reason is perhaps simpler, and more natural. You are simply old. He slowed his speech slightly, to make the fact easier to accept. 10,000 years, even for a gene seed primarch like you, does not pass without leaving its mark. Your body spent a long age in stasis, and the passage of time itself will bring a certain degree of sedimentation and change. This is not weakness, but the imprint of the years. You need time to reacquaint yourself with this body that has traversed millennia. This explanation seemed to plunge the Lion King into a moment of silence. He looked down at his hands, as if truly realizing for the first time the imprint that 10 millennia had left upon him. He showed no anger or frustration, but rather a calm acceptance of an established fact. As a primarch known for his rationality and pragmatism, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Subsequently, the Lion King's gaze turned to Leona, who stood quietly by Chen Xi's side, her face obscured by her hood. Although she remained silent, the Lion King's powerful perception could clearly detect that unique essence, CO originating with his own, derived from the Emperor's mighty power. That resonance, like a blood connection, could not be faked. However, a female version of himself, whatever her true nature, made him feel an unprecedented, ineffable sense of adaptation. Then, regarding her, the Lion King gestured towards Leona with his eyes, his voice tinged with clear inquiry. What is your explanation, Inquisitor? I can feel her connection to me. The essence of the power she carries originates from the same source as mine. But this form, did the Emperor's grand plan also include such a creation? Even the well-traveled Lion King felt somewhat perplexed. In his understanding, the 20 gene seed primarches created by the Emperor were all male, perfect demigods meant to command the Imperium of man's armies and govern its territories. Chen Xi seemed to have an answer prepared for this question, yet also appeared unable to give a definitive explanation. He spread his hands slightly, indicating that he was not omniscient. Leona's existence is also part of the Emperor's grand plan, that is beyond doubt. Her essence and power, you have personally sensed. With the Imperium facing unprecedented threats and most primarches still missing, the Imperium needs to gather all possible forces. Every gene seed primarch level being is an invaluable strategic asset, a cornerstone for stabilizing human civilization. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, then continued, as for why her external form appears female, on this point, I have no right nor ability to comment on the Emperor's ultimate intentions. The Emperor's wisdom and schemes far exceed the understanding of us mortals. At this point, a subtle, almost teasing expression even appeared on Chen Xi's face. He lowered his voice slightly, as if stating a not entirely unfounded conjecture. Perhaps, after the Horus heresy, and 10 millennia of seemingly endless internal strife and external threats, the Emperor just felt that the 20 sons he created were sometimes truly too troublesome, so much so that when planning new forces, he occasionally thought, perhaps trying a daughter would be better. This answer carried a rare, almost offensive directness, yet it strangely fit a certain dark humor. Lion King, Lionel Johnson, heard this and the muscles in his face seemed to twitch imperceptibly. He did not respond immediately, but merely cast a deep glance at Chen Xi with his profound, Caliban forest green eyes, then another glance at the silent, statue-like Leona. Finally, he said nothing, merely turning his gaze back to the tactical star map, to the perilous imperial territory it represented, and fell into a long contemplation. The burden of 10 millennia had already fallen, and the path ahead remained shrouded in mist and war. Chapter 693, The Lion King's Pardon. After Inquisitor Chen Xi left the command center, Lionel Johnson stood alone before the tactical holographic display. The star map silently rotated before him, countless points of light and shadows intertwining to form the current state of the Imperium star systems plagued by the spreading Tyranid swarm, the Eye of Terror where chaos forces held sway, and a continuous succession of rebellious star systems, all combining to create a picture far more fractured than the end of the Great Rebellion he remembered. The Lion King gazed silently at this star sea, countless flickering war signals reflected in the depths of his emerald eyes. 10 millennia of slumber had not diminished his sense of responsibility as a Primarch, instead, it made everything before him seem even more urgent. The scale and diversity of external threats now exceeded previous understanding, and the Imperium's 10 millennia-old Space Marine chapter system, in the face of a crisis of this magnitude, revealed the drawbacks of dispersed power. The intent behind Inquisitor Chen Xi's repeated emphasis on legions rather than chapters was now self-evident. Facing an ultimate darkness that could tear the galaxy apart, only by rebuilding the centralized command system of the Great Crusade era could sufficient counter-force be gathered. Although the subtle physical differences he felt upon awakening still kept him alert, and Leona, who was of the same origin but existed in female form, also brought many questions, the Lion King quickly suppressed these distractions. He was Lionel Johnson, Lord of Caliban, the Gene Seed Primarch of the First Legion. Personal perplexities were insignificant compared to the survival of the Imperium. What he first needed to clarify was the true situation of the various factions within the Imperium, especially the whereabouts and activities of the other Primarches. Inquisitor Chen Xi's news about Ferrus Manus's return and the reorganization of the Iron Hands had garnered his high attention. This was not only a valuable precedent but also meant one more brother capable of fighting alongside him in future wars. The Lion King's gaze swept over the coordinates of the Medusa system on the star map, already weighing the possibility of rejoining forces with this brother. Over the next few standard days, Lionel Johnson systematically reviewed the specific measures taken by Ferrus Manus after his return, utilizing the archives of the Rock Fortress and limited inquiries to Inquisitor Chen Xi. He noted that the Iron Lord had adopted extremely forceful and efficient methods, leveraging the absolute authority of a Gene Seed Primarch. He directly abolished the Codex Astartes' numerical restrictions on the Iron Hands and its successor chapters, and re-established a Legion-level operational command system. Although Ferrus formally retained the names and traditions of the various successor chapters, the core of his reforms was to achieve unified command and standardized logistics, while fully promoting the widespread adoption of Primaris Space Marines technology. This results-oriented restructuring model had many points of congruence with the Lion King's own vision for the military structure needed to confront a galaxy-wide threat. However, Lionel Johnson's decision-making style differed fundamentally from Ferrus's. Ferrus was known for his cold logic and extreme pursuit of efficiency, often adopting the most direct and swift solutions. The Lion King, in contrast, was more profound and meticulous, accustomed to making judgments only after grasping all-encompassing information and weighing all potential implications, while also holding a deeper respect for tradition and established order. This difference was particularly evident in their attitudes towards Primaris Space Marines technology. During a special meeting attended by core members of the Inner Circle, including Grand Master Azrael and Chief Librarian Ezekiel, the Lion King clearly expressed his reservations about Primaris Astartes technology. He pointed out that this new enhancement technology, promoted by Guilliman and primarily developed by Adeptus Mechanicus Sage Belisarius Call, had not undergone sufficient practical testing to assess its long-term stability and potential impact on gene seed purity. The bloodline of the Dark Angels was inherited from a Primarch personally created by the Emperor, and its gene seed had endured 10 millennia of trials. Maintaining its purity and stability was of paramount importance. He therefore ruled that, until he had fully scrutinized and approved it himself, this technology would not be easily applied to the descendants of the entire First Legion. The Lion King ultimately directed that Primaris technology could serve as a research subject and a limited backup option, but would not be widely promoted at the current stage. All successor chapters, during the period of integration, would still rely on existing warriors and traditional enhancement procedures as their primary combat force. Compared to the innovation of equipment technology, Lionel Johnson placed the primary focus of reorganizing the Legion on another, more profound and sensitive issue: the persistent fallen angels malady that had plagued the Dark Angels for 10 millennia. Through several private discussions with Inquisitor Chen Xi, and after listening to Leona's almost transcendent analysis, the Lion King gained an understanding of the complexity of the Caliban tragedy that surpassed the traditional narratives of the Inner Circle. He clearly recognized that the subspace storm that engulfed their homeworld 10 millennia ago was far from a simple disaster. It had scattered a large number of warriors then on Caliban, both loyalists and rebels like dust, across various corners of the galaxy, and even to different points in time. This means, the Lion King concluded in a deep voice during a conversation attended only by Inquisitor Chen Xi and Leona, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table, producing a dull thud, that a significant portion of those we have hunted for 10 millennia as fallen angels might merely be innocent victims of temporal displacement. In their long and lonely exile, they may have never betrayed their oaths to the Emperor and the Legion, yet due to historical misunderstanding and isolation, they were unilaterally branded as traitors by us. Inquisitor Chen Xi timely added his perspective, his tone calm and pragmatic. Lord Primarch, the threats facing the Imperium now are systemic. 10 millennia of internal hunting have consumed valuable Legion strength that could have been used to fight the Tyranid swarm and chaos. It is time to adopt a more flexible, more realistic strategy to differentiate between those traitors who have truly embraced chaos, and those exiles who can be won over, or who were, in fact, always loyal. Leona stood to the side, her voice calm, yet carrying a penetrating insight into the essence of the matter. Clinging to past doctrines of extermination will only keep the Legion bound by the ghosts of history. Pardoning the innocent will not only strengthen our forces but also lift this 10 millennia burden, allowing the Dark Angels to truly free themselves from internal strife and fully turn their gaze towards future threats. This revolutionary proposal, at the highest inner circle meeting with strictly limited participants, predictably caused immense shock. When the Lion King sat at the head of the stone table and, in an unquestionable tone, announced that he would re-evaluate the identity of the fallen angels and grant pardon to those proven not to have fallen, even considering their reintegration into the Legion, Chaplain Asmodee immediately sprang from his seat, his power armor's servo systems humming softly with his agitated movement. "This is absolutely unacceptable, Father." Asmodee's voice was hoarse with extreme opposition, his eyes beneath his helmet like burning coals, sweeping over Inquisitor Chen Xi and the quietly standing Leona, finally fixing on the Lion King. "Fallen angels are traitors. This has been an ironclad rule for 10 millennia. Their very name represents betrayal of Caliban, disloyalty to you. Anyone associated with that title has had their soul tainted by suspicion long ago, they are utterly untrustworthy." He took a step forward, his fist slamming heavily on the thick stone table with a resounding thud. "Pardon them? This is a desecration of all the brothers who sacrificed for this cause over 10,000 years. It is a complete abandonment of our core tenets. This will only allow the corruption of chaos to find an opening, allowing the lies of traitors to infiltrate the rock's most sacred halls. Only thorough, merciless purification can ensure the chapter's purity and security. This is an undeniable truth." Helm Hall fell into a dead silence due to Asmodee's vehement words. The other inner circle members, including Azrael and Ezekiel, remained silent, but their expressions were all grave, clearly experiencing immense internal turmoil. Chapter 694, The Great Forest of Caliban. Lionel Johnson did not get angry at Asmodee's almost accusatory opposition. He merely slowly raised his eyes, and in those emerald green pupils lay the absolute authority of a gene seed primarch, like the deepest forest of Caliban, instantly swallowing all noise. "Chaplain Asmodee," the Lion King's voice was not loud, but clear as ice, cutting through the stagnant air, "I acknowledge your dedication to the purity of the chapter, and I am well aware of the sacrifices countless sons have made for it over 10 millennia. But you must understand that clinging to dogmas unchanged for 10 millennia cannot cope with a galaxy that has already drastically changed." He stood up, his tall figure casting a heavy shadow, his gaze sweeping over every inner circle member present. "The Imperium is facing an existential crisis. We need to gather all loyal forces, no matter where they come from or what past labels they bear. Judging a tragedy from 10 millennia ago with old eyes will only confine us and make us miss the opportunity to strengthen ourselves and mend the rifts." His gaze finally returned to Asmodee, his tone carrying the weight of a final verdict. "This is not a request, it is an order. You will obey my will and personally oversee the retrial of all exiles still imprisoned within the rock. The core of the review will focus on 2 points. First, whether they have undeniable ties to chaos forces. Second, whether their actions during their long exile violated the basic tenets of the Imperium and the Adeptus Astartes." The Lion King paused, as if to let every word imprint itself on their consciousness. "For those who, after the most rigorous scrutiny, are proven not to have fallen and whose hearts still retain loyalty, they will be pardoned. Henceforth, their designation will change from fallen angels to redeemed angels." Asmodee stood rigid, his helmet obscuring his expression, but his tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling shoulder pads revealed the intense struggle within him. Finally, before the undeniable will of his gene father, he very difficultly, almost squeezing it from deep within his throat, responded. "As you wish, Father." This brief meeting thus turned a new page in the 10 millennia-long history of the Dark Angels. The will of the Lion King was law within the rock fortress. Although Chaplain Asmodee was filled with doubts and misunderstood indignation, he could only obey in the face of his gene father's undeniable authority. Soon, in the little-known confinement areas on the lower levels of the fortress, a secret retrial procedure for the imprisoned exiles quietly began. Asmodee personally supervised every interrogation. His methods were not relaxed due to the order, but the standard of review underwent a fundamental shift from the past presumption of guilt based on origin to an examination of specific behavioral evidence. This process was long and arduous. Dossiers sealed for decades or even centuries were reopened, and vague memories and incomplete logs were cross-referenced, testing the patience and judgment of the reviewers. At the same time, the Lion King's order to reorganize the First Legion was quickly transmitted to all successor chapters gathered around the fortress via the rock's high-priority communication links. Thanks to the prior assembly of various fleets in response to the Death Guard and Caliban legacy crises, the directives were efficiently conveyed to every chapter master and core company captain. The rock fortress and its surrounding orbital facilities instantly entered an unprecedented state of high-speed operation. Commanders from the successor chapters were frequently summoned to the inner circle chambers to plan integration matters with the parent chapter's veteran company captains, tech marines, and inner circle representatives. Meetings revolved around 3 core objectives. The primary task was to establish a unified command system with the Lion King as its absolute core. Lionel Johnson explicitly ordered that, when facing Legion-level threats, all Dark Angels successor chapters must unconditionally obey the deployment of the Legion command, directly led by him. To this end, several standing joint strike groups would be formed, composed of mixed companies from different successor chapters and the parent chapter, specifically for operations or defense in particular strategic directions. Secondly, to implement standardization of equipment and logistics. Although the Lion King had temporarily suspended Primaris conversion, he placed great importance on the efficiency of the logistics system. He ordered the formation of an armaments committee, composed of tech marines from the parent chapter and representatives from each successor chapter, with the primary task of establishing common equipment standards within the Legion, focusing on unifying power armor interface protocols, weapon and ammunition specifications, and battlefield communication codes to ensure smooth supply during cross-unit coordination. The third item was to promote intelligence sharing and collaborative training. The Lion King required all successor chapters to open certain non-core tactical databases to the Legion Command, sharing their combat experience against specific enemies such as Tyranids, Chaos Warbands, and Gene Stealer cults. At the same time, within the designated training areas around the fortress, units from different successor chapters began joint exercises to refine tactics and foster synergy. The integration process was not without resistance. Some long-established successor chapters showed an instinctive reluctance to cede some autonomy. They cherished the unique traditions and combat styles formed over 10 millennia of independent development. However, under the immense prestige of the Lion King's return and the practical pressure of confronting common threats, these obstacles were gradually overcome. The Lion King also showed a pragmatic side, promising to respect the cultural heritage and honorifics of each successor chapter, allowing them to retain considerable administrative autonomy during non-wartime, a concession that effectively appeased the emotions of many officers. The fortress's factories and shipyards worked day and night, the roar of machinery echoing through the corridors, and production lines ran at full capacity to meet equipment demands under the new standards. In the dock area, ships were undergoing maintenance and adaptive modifications to conform to the coordination standards of Legion-level operations. On the training grounds, warriors from different successor chapters jointly practiced the newly revised tactical regulations, while officers gathered around sand tables and holographic projections, rehearsing various combat methods under the new command system. The Rock, this long-dormant fortress of war, driven by the will of its gene seed Primarch, began to operate like a precise machine, with every component collaborating at high speed. However, just as the reorganization work was proceeding methodically, an unexpected event interrupted the process. During a rare and brief respite, Lion L. Johnson meditated alone in a quiet room, attempting to further adapt to his awakened body and sort through his complex thoughts. At the very moment his mind was most relaxed, the surrounding scenery suddenly twisted and shifted. The next moment, he found himself no longer in a cold metal chamber, but standing in a dense and humid forest. The air was filled with a familiar yet distant scent of vegetation, his feet rested on soft, fertile humus, and the canopy of towering ancient trees obscured most of the sky, with only scattered patches of light struggling to penetrate the forest. Lion L. Johnson immediately recognized it as the Great Forest of Caliban from his deep memory, the place where he grew up and received his nightly training. He immediately scanned his surroundings vigilantly, his right hand instinctively reaching for his waist though it was empty. He completely failed to understand how he had suddenly found himself in this illusion, which had long since been annihilated along with his home world, from the resting room of the rock fortress. An unusual silence permeated the forest, as if it was dormant, or perhaps waiting. The Lion King concentrated, on high alert. He clearly realized that this was no ordinary dream, and behind it must be deeper powers, perhaps connected to the unfinished secrets of Caliban, or even his own return, in some unknown way. Lion L. Johnson stood in an endless forest. Moments before, he had been meditating in the Spartan, metal, and oil-scented meditation chamber within the rock fortress. He was attempting to sort through his complex thoughts and further adapt to this body, which had awoken after 10 millennia of slumber. However, at a precise moment when his mind was most relaxed, and his consciousness had delved into the depths of introspection, the surrounding reality was suddenly twisted and torn by an invisible giant hand. There was no warning, no transition. In the next instant, the cold, hard deck was replaced by soft, damp humus. The low hum of the air circulation system was also covered by the rustling of wind through the leaves and the faint chirping of birds in the distance. He immediately recognized this place. This impossibly dense green. This air, a mixture of damp earth, decaying leaves, and a unique vegetation, felt both familiar and distant. The gnarled roots of ancient trees, so massive they would take several people to encircle, were all here. Everything was identical to the Caliban Great Forest in the deepest recesses of his memory. He had grown up in this forest, received nightly training, and learned hunting and tracking skills. This was his homeland, long since annihilated into the dust of history along with his home world. But reason told him this was not real. Caliban had been reduced to an asteroid belt orbiting its star in the tragedy 10 millennia ago. The scene before him could only be the product of some powerful force acting upon his consciousness. Was it an illusion? Sorcery? Or a deeper trick of the warp? The Lion King instantly entered a state of high alert. His Primarch-enhanced senses fully extended, scanning everything around him. His right hand instinctively reached for his waist but found nothing. He had not brought weapons into meditation. He breathed steadily, forcing himself to calm down and analyze the situation. This forest was too real, the texture of every leaf, the angle of every ray of light, even the subtle tactile sensation from the soil beneath his feet, were all disturbingly clear. Yet, that unique, primitive and dangerous vitality of his homeland from 10 millennia ago, truly enveloped him. Just as he stood in vigilant readiness, attempting to find a flaw in this anomalous space, a subtle fluctuation reappeared in the space not far in front of him. Amidst the twisting light and shadow, two figures gradually solidified, as if emerging from a curtain of water. One of them was Leona, the young woman in specialized dark green power armor, whose face bore an astonishing resemblance to his own, yet appeared younger. The other was Inquisitor Chen Xi. Leona's appearance did not overly surprise the Lion King, he had long sensed her shared essence with him. But Chen Xi's presence caused the Lion King's brow to furrow slightly. Too many mysteries shrouded this Inquisitor, his arrival often brought unpredictable variables. Chen Xi seemed largely unfazed by the dramatic change in the surroundings. He first surveyed the area, his gaze calmly sweeping over the dense canopy, thick tree trunks, and the thick moss on the ground. His eyes seemed to be appreciating a long-lost painting. Then, he turned his gaze to the Lion King and spoke in a calm tone, breaking the silence of the forest. He said, there's no need to be nervous, Primarch. This is neither a dream nor sorcery cast by an enemy. The Lion King's grey eyes fixed on Chen Xi, awaiting his explanation. He needed to know what power could so easily transfer a gene seed Primarch from the heavily guarded core of a fortress into this illusion. Chen Xi continued, this forest is a part of the power the Emperor bestowed upon you, it is the materialized manifestation of your own warp essence. He further explained, every gene seed Primarch possesses their unique warp essence, derived from the Emperor's great power. He added, it's just that during the Great Crusade era, all Primarches, including you, truly failed to understand and master this inner power. He paused briefly, allowing the Lion King to process this information. Then he gave examples. He said, as far as I know, during the siege of Terra, facing the Mortarion, the fallen Death Guard Primarch, who displayed strength far exceeding his past, Jagatai Khan, the gene seed Primarch of the White Scars Legion, at a critical moment, awakened and wielded a part of his own warp essence. He continued to give examples, and in the 10 millennia that followed, Korux, the Raven King, of the Raven Guard Legion, also seemed to gradually touch upon and comprehend his essence during his long journey of hunting traitors. He looked at the Lion King and concluded, now, it is your turn, Lion L. Johnson. The manifestation of this forest means your dormant power is awakening, or, being awakened. The Lion King did not immediately accept Chen Xi's explanation in its entirety. But he did feel an inner understanding. He could sense an indescribable, intimate connection between this forest and him. As if every tree, every inch of land here, was responding to his presence. However, 10 millennia of experience, especially the trauma of the Horus Heresy, made him instinctively wary of anything involving the warp. Even power originating from the Emperor left him with doubts. He was silent for a moment. Then he asked the most practical question at hand. He said, so, what now? How do we proceed, or, leave here? Chen Xi shook his head. His gaze was cast deep into the forest, as if he could penetrate layers of trees to see some invisible guidance. He replied, I cannot give you an exact path, Primarch. This forest possesses incredible power, its operational logic transcends ordinary reason. But he changed his tone, but I can feel that it is not chaotic. A grander, more ancient will, perhaps the Emperor himself is subtly guiding everything here. He offered advice, you should try to follow your inner guidance, listen to the intuition from the depths of your bloodline. Here, your will itself might be the key. The Lion King scrutinized Chen Xi, trying to find any trace of falsehood or concealment on the other's face. But Chen Xi's expression remained as calm and serious as ever. Ultimately, Lion L. Johnson decided to temporarily adopt this suggestion. He nodded, signaling Chen Xi and Leona to follow. Thus, the three walked together, following a faint path, seemingly trodden by beasts, deeper into the forest. The light inside the forest was very dim. The tall canopy almost completely obscured the sky. Only a few persistent rays of light could penetrate the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled, shifting spots of light on the moss and fern-covered ground. The air was very humid and cool. He could feel the coolness in his lungs with each breath. It was exceptionally quiet all around. Aside from their footsteps and the sound of the wind through the treetops, almost no other sounds could be heard. This silence, in turn, intensified the oppressive feeling of the environment. The Lion King walked at the front. Every step he took was steady and firm. His power armor crunched on the soft soil and dead branches, making dull sounds. His sharp gaze constantly swept around, vigilant for any potential danger. At the same time, he was also trying to sense the inner guidance Chen Xi had spoken of. Leona silently followed at Chen Xi's side. Her presence was very subtle. But her emerald eyes, which shared the same origin as the Primarchas, were also observing everything around them. Chen Xi, on the other hand, appeared more composed. He seemed to have no fear of this forest. Rather, it was more an attitude of observation and study. After an unknown period of travel, the surrounding trees gradually thinned out. The sound of flowing water came from ahead, breaking the silence of the forest. A wide river lay before them, blocking their path. The river water was a deep, inky green, its surface calm and its current slow. But upon closer inspection, one could see ominous undercurrents lurking beneath the surface, occasionally stirring up unnatural whirlpools. The river was over 100 meters wide, with the outline of equally dense forest on the opposite bank. Their attention was immediately drawn to the site on the river. About 10 meters from the bank, an extremely dilapidated wooden boat floated on the water. The hull looked ancient, its planks dark, riddled with cracks and signs of decay. Some parts of the wood had become thin and blackened, as if they would crumble at a touch. This small boat looked like it could fall apart at any moment, yet it miraculously floated on the water. The boat was small, only able to accommodate 1 or 2 people. An old, hunched figure sat in the boat. He wore a faded, tattered purple robe, on which intricate golden embroidery patterns were faintly visible. But these embroideries were covered in stains, making their original splendor hard to discern. The old king wore an equally worn golden crown, symbolizing his former noble status as a king. Now, the crown was askew, giving him a desolate appearance. He had his back to the riverbank, facing downstream, holding a crude fishing rod. The rod looked like a branch snapped casually from a tree, its line dangling into the inky green river water. He remained motionless, like a frozen statue. Most striking was that this old king appeared to be severely wounded. Even from a distance, Lion L. Johnson's keen eyes could clearly see a viscous golden liquid continuously seeping from the back of the tattered robe. This faintly glowing blood slowly flowed down the folds of the robe. It dripped, drop by drop, into the accumulated water at the bottom of the boat, then seeped through the cracks in the planks into the river. The moment the golden blood touched the inky green river water, it would stir up a faint halo, which then quickly dissipated. It was these drops of golden blood falling into the river that attracted countless covetous entities beneath the water. Beneath the water around the boat, distorted shadows could be vaguely seen lurking and swimming. They varied in form, some resembled magnified, deformed leeches, others strange fish with tentacles, and some were utterly indescribable, just writhing masses of darkness. These monsters gathered near where the golden blood was dripping, waiting greedily. Occasionally, a small, murky splash would erupt due to their squabbling. They emitted a nauseating aura, a mix of decay and malice. These underwater monsters clearly craved the golden blood, yet they were restrained by some invisible force, not daring to approach the dilapidated boat too closely, only able to pace anxiously beneath the water. Lionel Johnson walked to the riverbank and stopped. He gazed at the hunched figure and the continuously dripping golden blood. Complex emotions surged within him, a sense of inexplicable familiarity and reverence, mixed with deep pity and anger. He raised his voice, addressing the old king in the boat. His voice echoed across the silent river, "Who are you? Why are you fishing here? Do you need help?" However, the old king in the boat showed no reaction to his questions. He maintained his fishing posture, as if completely immersed in his own world. He ignored both the visitor on the bank and the threats circling beneath the water. Seeing the old king disregard him, Lionel Johnson frowned deeply. He took a step forward, seemingly intending to wade across the river to check on the old king's condition. "Wait." Chen Xi's voice sounded just in time. At the same time, he extended his hand, gently blocking Lionel Johnson. "Primarch, do not enter the water rashly." Lionel Johnson paused, turning to look at Chen Xi, his gaze questioning. Chen Xi pointed to the dilapidated boat in the middle of the river and the old king on it, explaining with a solemn tone. "Here, this old king is a symbol of the emperor himself. He is severely wounded, and golden blood continuously flows into the river. Just as in the real universe, the emperor sits withered on the golden throne, maintaining the Astronomicon with his supreme will and continuously burning psychic energy, supporting the tottering imperium of man, while simultaneously battling the endless threats from the depths of the warp." His gaze swept over the restless shadows beneath the water. "And these monsters in the water, they correspond to the greed and malice of the chaos gods, demons, and various twisted and bizarre entities in the warp. They covet the emperor's power, eager to devour that golden blood, which means to corrupt the real universe and the imperium of man. The old king sits here, not merely fishing, but acting as a barrier himself, suppressing these monsters and preventing them from completely overflowing." Chen Xi looked at Lionel Johnson, emphasizing. "If you were to step into the river now, your powerful presence and aura would be like a beacon in the darkness. It would instantly draw the complete attention of all these monsters to you. They would temporarily abandon their coveting of the old king's blood and instead attack you madly. In this river, which is essentially a projection of the warp, their numbers and strength might far exceed your imagination. This would be an unwise move." Hearing Chen Xi's warning, Lionel Johnson retracted his foot. He was not afraid of battle, but as an exceptional commander, he understood how to weigh pros and cons and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. He once again cast his gaze towards the dilapidated boat and the silent old king. A flicker of understanding and deeper solemnity passed through his eyes. He understood Chen Xi's analogy and the cruel reality represented by the scene before him, the emperor's sacrifice and the imperium's predicament. He no longer tried to communicate with the old king. Instead, he directed his keen gaze towards the opposite bank of the river, and further beyond. Behind the forest on the opposite bank of the river, the terrain gradually rose, forming a continuous mountain range. At the highest peak of the mountain range, a majestic and spectacular castle stood on the summit. It appeared faintly in the thin clouds and mist. The castle was built of huge, dark-colored stones, its style ancient and sturdy. Soaring towers pierced the grey sky like sharp swords. Thick city walls wound around, exuding an air of weathered majesty and immovability. Even from a great distance, one could feel the immense presence and allure emanating from that castle. Lionel Johnson raised his hand, pointing to the castle on the mountaintop, and asked Chen Xi. "Then, what about there? What is that castle?" Chen Xi followed the direction Lionel Johnson pointed. He gazed at the castle for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "That place. I do not understand it well either." His tone carried a rare hint of caution. "But I can feel that a trial awaits you there, Primarch. It is a necessary path to deeper power or higher understanding." He paused, his gaze returning to Lionel Johnson, and said frankly. "It's just, in your current state, having just awakened and not yet fully mastered your inherent power, it is still too early to enter there. Forcing an attempt might lead to unpredictable dangers." Chapter 697, The Sword in the Stone. Lionel Johnson fell into a brief silence. He gazed at the distant castle, his heart filled with conflict and struggle. On one hand, his pride as a gene seed Primarch and his instinct to explore the unknown strongly urged him to challenge the trials within that mysterious castle. On the other hand, Chen Xi's warning and his own clear understanding of the current situation forced him to act cautiously. He could feel a strange pull from the castle, as if it were connected to his bloodline, constantly calling him to go. This call was both familiar and strange, both alluring and subtly dangerous. This attraction was not pure psychic interference, but more like a resonance from the depths of his genes, a natural yearning for a power of the same origin. He tried to analyze the source of this sensation. Was it a psychic effect, or some more fundamental material-level summons? But with insufficient information, no definitive conclusion could be reached. Ultimately, his sense of responsibility to the Imperium and his desire for greater power temporarily outweighed caution. He knew that in the face of the many threats currently confronting the galaxy, any opportunity to enhance their strength was crucial, even if it came with risks. He took a deep breath, made up his mind, and began to move upstream along the river, trying to find a path that would lead to the opposite bank and closer to the castle. He knew he couldn't wait forever. The crisis facing the Imperium didn't allow him to hesitate here for long. His steps were firm, his power armor making dull, rhythmic sounds as it trod on the soft forest floor. However, he had only taken a few steps when, from the shadow of a colossal ancient tree beside him, the air rippled slightly like water. A short figure, clad in a heavy, dark robe, appeared without warning. It was a dark watcher. This mysterious watcher blocked the Lion King's path. He raised an arm, completely enveloped by his sleeve, and made a clear gesture of obstruction. Although the hood completely obscured his face, the Lion King could clearly feel the unquestionable resolve contained within that gaze. The Dark Watcher's appearance was still eerie, as if he had condensed from the shadow itself, his very existence carrying an aura of being beyond normal understanding. The Lion King stopped, the servo systems of his power armor emitting a faint hum. He first looked at the suddenly appearing Dark Watcher, then turned back to look at Chen Xi, who stood to the side, a complex expression on his face. He repeated the questions he had previously asked Chen Xi to this ancient watcher, his voice filled with obvious bewilderment and inquiry. What exactly is this place? Who is the old king on that boat? Why doesn't he respond to me? What is the monster in the water? And what is that castle? His questions were direct and urgent, hoping to get clearer answers from this being, who was closer to the core secrets of this place. The Dark Watcher remained silent for a moment, as if scrutinizing the Lion King through his heavy robes, or perhaps understanding these questions in their unique way. Then, a low, hoarse voice, as if it hadn't spoken for a very long time, echoed directly in the Lion King's mind, rather than through the air. This place is home. This was the answer to the first question, concise and profound, without further explanation, but the weight carried by the word itself made the Lion King's heart tremble. The old king ignores you because your questions are wrong. This statement corroborated Chen Xi's previous explanation, implying that communication with that being required a specific method or understanding. The monster in the water will tear you apart. The warning was very direct, full of danger, with no exaggeration in the tone, merely stating a simple and cruel fact. To go to the castle, it is still too early. This final judgment was almost identical to Chen Xi's conclusion, completely sealing off the possibility of his advancement at this moment. Faced with this situation, the Inquisitor's knowledge-based explanation and the Dark Watcher's ancient lore-based warning corroborating each other, Lionel Johnson knew he had to temporarily suppress his inner impulses. He did possess great power, but he was not a reckless fool. Both Chen Xi's analysis and the Dark Watcher's intuition led to the same conclusion: he was not yet ready to face the trials that might exist in that castle. Forcing his way through would likely not result in gaining power, but in meaningless destruction. He slowly withdrew his gaze from the castle, that intense yearning deeply buried in his heart, transforming into an even firmer resolve. He glanced at Chen Xi and Leona, who stood quietly beside him, then nodded slightly to the Dark Watcher, indicating that he accepted his dissuasion. I understand. The Lion King's voice returned to its usual composure. Then, let us continue to explore this home. His tone carried a hint of imperceptible helplessness, but more so, the calmness of facing reality. The Dark Watcher said nothing more, merely disappearing silently as if merging with the shadows, as if he had never appeared. But the Lion King could feel that he hadn't truly left, still following them in the shadows, like a silent guardian. And so, Lionel Johnson, Inquisitor Chen Xi, and the young Lion King Leona, this peculiar trio, once again journeyed together, continuing along the seemingly endless path of the Caliban Great Forest. The forest still appeared deep and mysterious, the distant castle stood silently, the old king in the river continued his silent fishing, and the flowing blood suppressed the dark presence beneath the water. For the Lion King, this unexpected journey was not just a re-exploration of a phantom homeland, but also the beginning of a deeper understanding of his own essence and a direct confrontation with the powers left behind by the Emperor. His awakening meant far more than a physical return. They walked in the cracks of time, on the boundary between memory and reality. The trio walked a considerable distance along the path in the forest. The form of the surrounding trees gradually changed, transitioning from the oppressive, ancient giant trees to a relatively sparse woodland with slightly different tree species. The humidity in the air seemed to lessen somewhat, and the light grew slightly brighter, although the sky itself was still shrouded by an eternal twilight or some energy barrier, making it difficult to discern its specific source. Finally, in a clearing beside the path, they saw an unusually prominent boulder. This boulder was about twice the height of a normal person, entirely dark black, with a rough surface covered in mottled moss and signs of erosion from time. However, what was most striking was a power sword deeply embedded in the top of the boulder. About a third of the sword's blade was submerged in the rock, the exposed part shimmering with a cold metallic luster in the dim light. The hilt was ancient and practical in design, without excessive ornate decoration, yet it possessed an inherent majesty. Chapter 698, Walking Out of the Forest. Chen Xi was the first to notice the sword. He raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. His gaze meticulously swept over the rock and the sword, conducting a quick observation and analysis from the texture of the rock and the growth of moss, to the style of the sword body and the angle of its insertion. Then, he turned to Lion King, and said in a steady tone, "My lord, please look at the sword on that stone. It seems to be waiting for something." His words carried a hint, as if he recognized the origin of the sword, or at least sensed its extraordinary nature. Lionel Johnson looked in the direction Chen Xi indicated. His gaze was immediately drawn to the power armor sword. He was intimately familiar with the sword body's design and decorative style. It bore the typical characteristics of the Dark Angel's Legion, with exquisite carvings and a solemn structure, consistent with the Legion's standard weapons he remembered, yet it also seemed older and more refined. An indescribable sense of familiarity and fondness spontaneously arose in his heart. This sword seemed to be an extension of some blurred memory from his past, or perhaps an unactivated component within his power system. He walked with steady steps to the rock, extended his hand, clad in power armor, and gripped the hilt of the sword. The touch was cold and solid, fitting his palm perfectly. He did not hesitate much. With a surge of strength in his arm, and a faint sound of rock crumbling, the sword was easily pulled from the rock. The entire process was smoother than imagined, as if this sword inherently belonged to him, merely temporarily stored there. Lion King held the long sword and swung it a few times in the air, the blade cutting through the air with a distinctive hum. He felt the sword's weight distribution and balance, whether it was its length, weight, or the feel of the grip, it was perfectly suited for him, as if this sword had been custom forged specifically for him. The sword body's energy field activated steadily and powerfully, demonstrating excellent craftsmanship and a formidable power core. At this moment, he recalled the power armor sword Chen Xi had lent him earlier. That sword had been severely damaged in the previous battle with Typhus and could no longer be used. He turned around, faced Chen Xi, and said solemnly, "Inquisitor, the sword you lent me before was destroyed in battle. I assure you, once we leave this place, I will present you with a finely crafted power armor sword as a return gift." This was a solemn promise, and a promise from a Gene Seed Primarch carried significant weight. Chen Xi merely shook his head slightly in response, his face showing no particular expression, seemingly indifferent to the so-called return gift. His attention was more focused on the newly unearthed sword. He gestured to Lion King, saying, "A weapon that feels right is destiny. My lord, you should give it a name." His suggestion carried a certain traditional or ritualistic overtone, as if naming such a weapon was a necessary step. Lion King lowered his head, scrutinizing the exquisite and powerful weapon in his hand once more. After a brief thought, he looked up and said in a clear and resolute voice, "This sword shall accompany me in eradicating evil and upholding loyalty. Its name shall be Xianzhong, devotion to loyalty." This name directly reflected his current state of mind and his aspirations for the future to put loyalty into action and eliminate all enemies of the Imperium. Chen Xi's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing the name, but he made no comment, merely nodding simply to indicate his understanding. Leona quietly observed the entire process from the side. Her gaze moved back and forth between Lion King and the sword named Xianzhong, a hint of curiosity on her face, but she also remained silent. After securely attaching Xianzhong to the magnetic lock at his waist, Lion King felt the reassuring presence of his new weapon. He signaled the team to continue forward. The environment in the forest began to change. Mist, emerging from an unknown source, gradually spread. Initially, it was a thin layer, swirling around tree roots and low shrubs, but it quickly thickened, enveloping everything like a milky white veil. The outlines of the trees became indistinct and distorted in the mist, as if transforming into lurking behemoths. Visibility rapidly decreased, objects a few steps away were already difficult to discern. As they moved through this dense fog, all three felt a sense of disorientation, their sense of direction and time became somewhat muddled. The path beneath their feet appeared and disappeared, and the surrounding scenery was repetitive and monotonous. Apart from the pervasive grayish-white, almost no other colors were visible. They instinctively followed the faint path, staying close to each other to avoid getting lost. The dense fog not only obscured their vision but also seemed to interfere with other senses. Even the data feedback from the power armor sensors became unstable and filled with static. Unbeknownst to them, they seemed to have passed through an invisible boundary. The surrounding scene abruptly changed, a sensation like passing through a faint film of water, or like suddenly awakening from a long dream. When they came to their senses, they found that the dense fog around them had dissipated, not gradually fading, but abruptly and completely vanishing. They were still in a forest, but the scenery here was completely different from the Caliban forest they had been in before. Although the trees here were also tall, their species and forms varied greatly. The light in the forest was significantly brighter, and they could even see a light source in the sky through the sparser canopy. It was not the hazy sky of Caliban, but a stable, glowing star, its light warm and real. The dampness and oppressive feeling in the air had also disappeared, replaced by a relatively fresh and dry scent, carrying the natural smell of earth and plants. The gravity, atmospheric composition, and all other sensations seemed to have returned to the standard familiar to Lion King, typical of a conventional human world. They looked around, confirming that they had left the eerie space they were in before and had arrived in a seemingly normal, yet completely unfamiliar, forest environment. The path behind them had vanished, replaced by ordinary woodland, as if they had simply walked out of this forest naturally. Caliban's eternal whispers, the murmuring of rivers, the calling of the castle, all those abnormal sensations were gone, replaced by a normal world that seemed to conform to physical laws. The three walked out of the forest and found themselves in another world. They continued down the gentle slope through the woods. After traveling for several kilometers, their view suddenly opened up. At the edge of the forest, at the end of a cleared and reinforced open space, stood a towering fortress. This fortress was built into the mountain, grand in scale and sturdy in structure. Its exterior was a typical blend of Gothic and functionalist styles, with soaring spires, thick walls, dense gun emplacements, and defensive works, all indicating its military purpose. Its architectural style and scale made it resemble the chapter monastery of a space marine chapter, that unique sense of grimness, majesty, and religious solemnity was all too familiar to both Lion King and Chen Xi. The fortress walls were constructed from massive rocks and metal, their surfaces showing the mottled marks of past battles and signs of subsequent repairs. The entire fortress resembled a dormant behemoth, silent yet full of power. They stood at the forest edge, observing the fortress, trying to identify the insignia of its Space Marine chapter or any recognizable symbols of its identity. Currently, the fortress exterior did not display any particularly prominent flags or emblems, but its architectural style undoubtedly belonged to the Adeptus Astartes. They needed to decide their next course of action, whether to attempt contact or continue observing. Chapter 699, Crimson New Moon. Lionel Johnson, Inquisitor Chen Xi, and the cloaked Leona passed through the last row of trees at the forest's edge, stopping before an open area. Not far away, a towering fortress stood under the sunlight of Camus, its walls constructed of dark rock and reinforced metal, gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the stars' rays. Its architecture displayed typical Astartes monks' characteristic soaring spires, massive defensive walls, and strategically placed weapon platforms exuding an overall aura of strict, inviolable military might. Although no obvious Space Marine chapter insignia was visible on the outer walls, its architectural style and defensive structure were sufficient to determine that it was garrisoned by a Space Marine chapter. Chen Xi was the first to step forward, his gaze calmly sweeping over the fortress's outer defenses and terrain. Leona stood quietly beside him, her hood still obscuring her face, only the occasional emerald gleam from the shadows hinted at her mysterious connection to the Prim Arch. The Lion King silently gazed at the fortress's silhouette, his power armor sword, Loyalty's Vow, hanging at his waist, swaying slightly with his movements. Despite having just emerged from the indistinguishable Caliban forest illusion, his instincts as a warlord had quickly reawakened, and he was professionally assessing the defensive system and tactical value of this unfamiliar stronghold. They had not deliberately concealed their presence. Almost as soon as they stepped out of the forest, the sentry posts on the fortress's periphery had detected their existence. Before long, a squad of Astartes warriors clad in crimson power armor rapidly approached from the direction of the fortress. They moved in perfect unison, maintaining standard tactical formation. Their bolters, though not raised, were slightly lowered, ready to engage in combat at any moment. Leading them was a sergeant, whose shoulder insignia indicated he belonged to the Crimson New Moon chapter's patrol squad. In the name of Sanguinius and the Emperor, halt, strangers, the sergeant's voice boomed through his helmet amplifier, carrying an unmistakable tone of command. His optical sensors scanned the three, lingering for a moment on the Lion King's unusually tall stature and Chen Xi's inquisitor robes, finally settling on the small, hooded figure. State your identities and intentions. This is the jurisdiction of the Crimson New Moon chapter. Unauthorized approach is forbidden. Chen Xi stepped forward and took out his Inquisition rosette from his pregnant. He displayed the rosette to the sergeant, his voice clear and steady. I am Inquisitor Chen Xi. These two are my companions. We were forced off our intended course due to an unforeseen event and landed here. We need to communicate with your chapter master. Inquisitor Chen Xi. A subtle change in the sergeant's tone indicated he had heard the name before. He motioned for the warriors behind him to remain vigilant, then stepped forward himself, examining Chen Xi's rosette more closely. After a brief scan and psychic verification, he nodded, but his vigilance had not entirely dissipated. Inquisitor, your name is not unfamiliar among the Blood Angels lineage. But rules are rules, any outsider entering New Moon Fortress must undergo strict scrutiny. Especially. His gaze flickered again to the Lion King and Leona. Your companions' identities are unknown. I understand your procedures. Chen Xi retrieved his seal, his tone still calm. Please take us to someone who can make decisions. I guarantee, by my authority as an Inquisitor, that we harbor no ill intent, and may carry information of vital importance to your chapter, and indeed, to the entire Blood Angels lineage. The sergeant was silent for a moment, seemingly exchanging information with the fortress's command through internal communication. A moment later, he turned and gestured, please, but 4 Crimson New Moon warriors immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves on either side and behind Chen Xi's party of 3, forming an invisible encirclement. Please follow me, Inquisitor. The chapter master will meet you in the reception hall. However, your escorts must also undergo quarantine inspection. This is standard procedure. Chen Xi nodded slightly, offering no objection. Lionel Johnson remained silent throughout. He simply followed, his keen eyes constantly observing the defensive arrangements along the way, the warriors' stances, and the fortress's structural details. Leona, like a silent shadow, kept close to Chen Xi's side. They followed the Crimson New Moon squad, passing through the fortress's outer defensive works and entering the interior of New Moon Fortress. The corridors were wide and solemn, with murals depicting the deeds of Sanguinius and Blood Angels battle standards hanging on the walls. The air was filled with the scent of incense, machine oil, and purified metal. Crimson New Moon warriors encountered along the way cast scrutinizing glances at the squad, but did not impede them. The reception hall was located in the upper section of the fortress, a solemn yet simple chamber. When Chen Xi and his 2 companions entered, several people were already waiting in the hall. At the head was a chapter master in finely crafted power armor, the Crimson New Moon chapter insignia on his shoulder armor particularly striking. Beside him stood the chapter's chief librarian and a company captain. 8 fully armed honor guards stood solemnly on either side of the hall. Inquisitor Chen Xi, the chapter master's voice was resonant and steady, carrying the unique gravitas of an Astartes monk. I am Cassius, chapter master of the Crimson New Moon chapter. Your identification has been verified, but you must understand that, given the current grave situation, we must maintain the highest vigilance for any unexpected visitors. His gaze, as if tangible, swept over the two individuals behind Chen Xi, finally settling on the Lion King's tall figure, especially these two beside you, they are by no means ordinary humans. I require a reasonable explanation. Chapter Master Cassius, Chen Xi responded calmly, turning slightly to gesture, this is Leona, my important assistant. And this one? He paused briefly, exchanging a fleeting glance with the Lion King, and after receiving an almost imperceptible nod of agreement, continued. Is Lionel Johnson, Gene Seed Primarch of the Dark Angels Legion, and Lord of the First Legion. The moment his words fell, the entire hall plunged into a heavy silence. Chapter Master Cassius's pupils sharply contracted, and his fingers, gripping his staff, unconsciously tightened. The chief librarian beside him instinctively took half a step forward, his brow furrowed, the psychic gleam in his eyes flickering intensely, as if instinctively probing the veracity of the claim before him. The honor guard warriors standing solemnly on either side, though maintaining standard military posture, had knuckles slightly whitened from gripping their weapons too tightly, and the power armor servo systems emitted an almost inaudible hum, an unconscious reaction of the body under extreme shock. Gene Seed Primarch. This term held an unshakable weight deep within the soul of every Astartes warrior. It represented the Emperor's creations, the legends of the Legion era, beings that should only exist in codex records and the oral history of chapters. Yet now, it was presented so directly before them. Chapter 700 Lion King is here. Cassius took a deep breath, his voice noticeably lower, each word imbued with an almost unbelievable caution. This is an extremely serious claim, Inquisitor. Lionel Johnson disappeared 10,000 years ago. All official records indicate that he has long been in slumber, or fallen. How do you prove it? We are not asking you to believe us immediately, Chen Xi said. But I request that you send Star Language Reader communications in two directions. First, send a message to Baal, the homeworld of the Blood Angels, to confirm my identity and status as Inquisitor Chen Xi. Second, send a message to the Dark Angels Legion, or to a Star Language Reader as close as possible to their area of activity. The message should contain only 4 words, Lion King is here. Cassius and the Chief Librarian exchanged glances. The Chief Librarian nodded slightly, indicating that no obvious psychic deception was detected in Chen Xi's words, but for such a significant event, words alone were not enough to gain trust. We will proceed with verification according to protocol, Cassius finally said. Until confirmation returns from Baal, the 3 of you will need to remain in the designated lounge, under our protective custody. These are necessary security measures. Agreed, Chen Xi said. Lion King remained silent, but his very presence was like a mountain, making the atmosphere of the entire hall feel heavy. The 3 were led into a well-equipped lounge that clearly had surveillance. Outside the door, 2 Crimson Crescent warriors stood guard, and hidden monitoring devices were operating inside the room. Chen Xi seemed unconcerned by this. He found a seat, sat down, and began to close his eyes to rest. Leona sat quietly in the corner, her face hidden beneath her hood. Lion King stood by the window, gazing at the sky of commas outside, lost in thought. Time passed in waiting. Several standard hours later, the lounge door opened, and Chapter Master Cassius and the Chief Librarian reappeared, their expressions even more serious than before. Inquisitor Chen Xi, Cassius began, preliminary responses have been received from Baal via Star Language Reader communication. Chapter Master Dante himself confirmed your identity and stated that you are indeed a trustworthy ally of the Blood Angels lineage. He even mentioned the loyalty wine you provided and its help in suppressing the bloodthirst and awakening the Black Rage. His tone softened somewhat, but the scrutiny in his eyes did not diminish. This explains why your name carries weight among us. However, this does not prove that the one beside you is Lion King. Then, please send the second message I requested, Chen Xi said. We have already attempted to send it, the Chief Librarian interjected, his voice resonating with the Psyker's unique quality. But the movements of the Dark Angels Legion are always secretive. Whether the Star Language Reader communication can be accurately delivered, and whether they will respond, are both unknowns. Just then, Lionel Johnson, who had been silent, slowly turned around, his gaze falling on the Chief Librarian. You can verify it yourself, his voice was deep, yet carried an undeniable power. Use your Psyker abilities to probe the surface of my mind. You need not delve deep, just perceive the scale and essence of its existence. The Chief Librarian was visibly stunned, then looked at Cassius. Cassius pondered for a moment, then nodded. Probing the mind of a being who might be a Gene Seed Primarch was inherently extremely dangerous, but it was also the quickest method available. The Chief Librarian stepped forward, concentrating, and the psychic glow in his eyes intensified. He cautiously extended his psychic tendrils towards Lion King. However, just as his Psyker abilities were about to touch Lion King's consciousness, a vast, ancient, and majestic wool barrier, hot as a stellar core, naturally blocked his perception. It was not a hostile counterattack, but an inherent difference in status, like a stream attempting to fathom the depth of an ocean. The Chief Librarian grunted, quickly retracted his psychic tendrils, his face slightly pale. He looked at Cassius, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of awe. Chapter Master. I cannot delve deep, nor can I even accurately perceive its boundaries. The scale of that will, far exceeds any Astartes, even any Psyker existence I have ever encountered. This could indeed be a Primarch level consciousness. Cassius's expression became incredibly solemn. He looked at Lion King again, his gaze filled with complex emotions, doubt, shock, and a gradually rising reverence for a supreme being. Just then, a communications officer hurried into the lounge and reported to Cassius, Chapter Master, we have received a star language reader signal feedback from an unknown source. The content is vague, but the core words are confirmation and location. Everything pointed to that unbelievable truth. Chapter Master Cassius took a deep breath, as if having made a certain decision. He took a step forward, no longer with any hesitation, and knelt on one knee before Lionel Johnson, bowing his head as Chapter Master. The chief librarian behind him, and the honor guard at the door, followed suit, all kneeling on one knee. Primarch, Cassius's voice carried an irrepressible excitement and reverence, please forgive our previous offense and doubts. The Crimson Crescent Chapter, Sons of Sanguinius, salutes you. Although they were not the sons of the Lion King, facing a gene seed Primarch, a demigod personally created by the Emperor, a being who should only exist in legends and epics, any member of the Adeptus Astartes, regardless of their legion lineage, should show the highest respect. His return was a miracle in itself, a signal capable of changing the fate of the Imperium. Lion King looked at the Crimson Crescent warriors kneeling before him and nodded slightly. He stepped forward, his right hand slightly raised. Rise, warriors. The Imperium is in turmoil, no need for excessive ceremony. We share a common enemy and require common strength. Cassius and the others rose as commanded, their eyes now filled with trust and expectation. The initial defensiveness and doubt had vanished in the face of multiple verifications and that undeniable, authoritative presence. Primarch, Inquisitor, Cassius said, Fortress Crescent and all its resources will be at your disposal. Please tell us what we need to do. Chen Xi stepped forward at this moment. First, we need to use your star language reader array to establish stable contact with the Rock Fortress or any known Dark Angel's forces. Second, we need to understand the current situation of this star sector, especially any activities related to the Tyranid Swarm, Chaos Forces, or Gene Stealers. He paused, then looked at Lion King, and Lion King needs some time to fully adapt to this, galaxy 10,000 years later. A meeting spanning 10 millennia, in this fortress named Fortress Crescent, temporarily paused. Trust had been established, but the real challenges were only just beginning. I'm going to stockpile some more chapters before continuing. This fanfiction is still ongoing. Last chapter 700. The Lion King is here.